Hurry, move faster. Don't look back, the loan sharks are coming. The table is mine. The cashier counter is mine. Hands off. All the tables and chairs are mine. Inside a small roadside eatery, the scene looked as if it had just been robbed. The doors were wide open, and 3 people inside were staging a ridiculous tug-of-war farce over the belongings. In just 20 short minutes, everything inside was gone except for the load-bearing walls and piles of trash. The boss ran the moment he said he would. After owing us wages for so long, you really can't blame us for this. It's a pity the kitchen door is locked. Otherwise, there'd still be the gas stove and gas tank in there. That's small change. The main thing is Bai Ye drove off in the boss's beat-up van to buy groceries. Even that old van could sell for a few thousand. Bai Ye really lucked out. Lucked out. I heard the boss hasn't paid Bai Ye a salary for half a year. And he's the one who actually makes the money here. All the stuff in this place together only comes to 10 or 20,000 at best, not even enough to cover his pay. Exactly. Let's hurry up and go, someone urged. Before Bai Ye comes back and fights us over the leftovers. Half an hour later, Bai Ye returned in the supply van and parked in front of the small eatery he worked at. Seeing the restaurant stripped bare, he froze in stunned disbelief. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from the boss. Bai Ye, your brother here has lost everything and is on the run right now. Whatever's in the shop, just take it all. Call it your wages for the past 6 months. If it's not enough, once your brother manages to flip some money, I'll transfer you the rest. If fate allows, we'll meet again someday. The other end rattled on, and then abruptly hung up. By the time Bai Ye digested those words and tried calling back, the phone was already switched off. Xiao Bai, hurry and pack up your things. Everything else has already been split up by the others, someone from a neighboring shop reminded him. Only then did Bai Ye snap out of it. Since the boss had run off, all he could do was quickly leave as well. In the front hall, only trash remained scattered across the floor. The kitchen key had always been with him, but the kitchen door was already kicked so badly it was deformed. It took Bai Ye quite a while to get the key into the lock. He finally opened it and looked into the kitchen, letting out a long sigh. Half a year's wages calculated at the 6,000 a month he and the boss had agreed on came to 36,000. On top of that, the boss had promised him a year-end bonus. By his estimate, it should have reached 40 to 50,000, enough for him to go home and have a good new year. He had never expected this outcome. Bai Ye's relations here were better than those of the other 3 workers, and several neighbors from nearby shops came in to help him move things. There was nothing particularly valuable in the kitchen. Everyone helped him pack up pots, bowls, plates, along with the gas stove, gas tank, and even the rice cookers used in the shop. The supply van Bai Ye drove was a used Jinbei minivan. The rear seats had been removed to make room for cargo. As soon as they opened the back door, everyone saw the vegetables and meat he had just bought. Everyone felt the same as Bai Ye. Had they known this would happen, it would have been better to keep the money instead. These ingredients alone were worth several hundred yuan. But things had come to this point, there was no use talking about it anymore. They loaded everything from the shop that could be moved onto the van. The rest was too heavy and not worth much. Thank you, everyone, Bai Ye said, expressing his gratitude to the neighbors. Bai Ye, what will you do next? Go back to your hometown. Yeah, I'm going home. I'll treat all this as New Year's provisions for my parents, he replied. He spoke lightly, but everyone could see the bitterness hidden in his smile. Half a year's pay had gone down the drain, exchanged for a pile of nearly worthless junk. There was a van, true, but it wasn't registered to him, so he couldn't even sell it. Hey Xiao Bai, there's still some stuff here. An elderly man came out carrying a big sack. Bai Ye glanced over and saw it was the disposable lunchboxes they had bought before, used for takeout meal deliveries from the shop. That line of business had been stopped for several months. Those are useless. I won't take them, Bai Ye refused. The van was big, but such a huge bundle of boxes would take up a lot of space, and they really weren't of much use. Take them anyway. No reason to leave them, the old man insisted, stuffing the boxes into the van. Xiao Bai, drive slowly on the road. If you come back someday, give us a call. We'll help you find a job. Thank you, everyone. Bai Ye almost burst into tears. He was still young. After graduating from high school, he had chosen to leave home and work. Although the young boss had run off, Bai Ye did not truly hate him. When he had first arrived here alone, it was thanks to the old boss taking him and feeding him and giving him a place to stay and even teaching him how to cook. It was just that the old boss had passed away at the beginning of the year, and the young boss liked to tinker and toss things around until he finally tossed the entire shop into ruin. Wiping his eyes hard, Bai Ye forced a smile as he bade farewell to the neighbors. Then he returned to the tiny room he rented, packed up his belongings, and set off on the road back to his hometown. Bai Ye's home was in the countryside. Driving from here to his village would take nearly a whole day, but he knew a side road that could save quite a bit of distance. Seeing the long line of vehicles ahead, Bai Ye stepped on the accelerator and turned onto a small side road. Quite a few others had made the same choice. It was still morning. If he drove quickly, he could reach home by afternoon. After several days of continuous snowfall, the sky had finally cleared today, but the temperature was even colder. The speed of the cars ahead gradually decreased without anyone noticing until they eventually came to a complete standstill. Bai Ye was baffled. He had taken the side road to save time, so why had everything stopped? He rolled down the window and craned his neck to look outside, but couldn't see what was wrong. They remained stuck for a while, and many people got out of their cars to ask around. Gradually, news began to spread. Supposedly the road ahead was iced over, a vehicle had skidded and now lay across the road, blocking the way. After the news spread, many drivers got out, stomping their feet against the cold and chatting. How long is this going to take? The road is too slippery. I heard that truck was loaded with goods, and they're scattered all over. Conservatively, we'll be stuck for at least an hour. An hour? I heard the vehicle actually overturned. By the time the road is cleared, it'll probably be 3 hours. Look, even the rescue vehicles can't get through. Amid the lively discussion, Bai Ye listened for a bit, then decided to return to his van and wait. After all, it was too cold outside. He had gone out early in the morning to buy ingredients, and it was already 11 o'clock. He hadn't even had breakfast yet. With no food in his stomach, how could he not feel the cold? Thinking this, Bai Ye walked around to the back doors of the van, planning to rummage for something to eat. The back of the Jinbei van was packed to the brim. No sooner had Bai Ye opened the doors and stuck his head inside than a wok spatula someone had shoved on top slipped down and smacked him right on the head. His eyes instantly filled with tears, and for a moment he saw stars. At that moment, a strange voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations, brother, you have obtained the qualification to activate the super catering system. Don't just pass by or you'll miss this village, and there'll be no such shop down the road. Opportunities wait for no one, time will not return. You won't lose out, you won't be cheated. Step right up, take a look. If you don't like it, it won't cost you a thing. In that instant, it felt to Bai Ye as though he had been thrust into the bustling marketplace of his hometown, his ears filled with all kinds of hawkers' cries. The clamor made his head spin. Bai Ye couldn't help but shake his head, trying to shake out the drilling cacophony, but just then a clear chime sounded in his ears. Congratulations, brother, you have successfully activated the super catering system. Bai Ye was dumbfounded. What had he done to trigger it? Yet after taking a closer look, delight surged through him. Usually to pass the time, he only read free web novels, and had long known about so-called cheat-like systems, even fantasizing about having one himself. Now had his luck finally arrived. Since it was called the super catering system, it naturally had to be related to cooking, which Bai Ye felt suited him rather well. Other than cooking, he was good at nothing else, and he genuinely loved making food. The system interface was divided into several modules, but most of them were grayed out. After he successfully activated the system, a lottery mode appeared before him, allowing him to unlock a region. Bai Ye did not hesitate and tapped draw straight away. In the end, the pointer stopped on the ingredient processing module. Bai Ye carefully read through the description of this module. It seemed to be merely an auxiliary skill. At present, only the one-click cleaning function was unlocked. Further down were functions such as one-click slicing and one-click shredding. However, all of those were still gray. To upgrade, he would need the corresponding skill points, and to unlock other modules, he would likewise require skill points. Bai Ye licked his lips. This skill did not seem very useful. Slicing and shredding were basic abilities for a chef like him. Unless one had to cook for a large crowd, it was hardly necessary. Pulling his clothes tighter around himself, Bai Ye pondered how to earn skill points while continuing to browse the system. A crisp chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Detecting that the system now possesses the capability to accept missions. Activate random missions. Upon completion of missions, there will be massive monetary rewards, and special items will also randomly drop. Money. Massive amounts. Those 4 words instantly rushed to Bai Ye's head, making him dizzy with excitement. Right now he was so poor he might as well have the word poverty carved onto his forehead. Yes. This system had seized on his greatest weakness. Ding. Random mission, 1 within 1/4 of an hour, cook a lunch for yourself. Difficulty. Bai Ye stared blankly. Was the system all right in the head? If he were at the restaurant right now, this mission would be perfectly reasonable, but at the moment, he was stuck in traffic. What was he supposed to cook with? Although his van was stocked with all kinds of tools, and since he had once delivered boxed lunches to clients, he even had a power source, it still felt utterly over the top. Oh, what happens if I fail the mission? Can I change it? The system immediately rejected him. Dear user, you cannot. Mission failure will result in a random penalty. Do your best. What kind of random penalties are we talking about? For example, clearing out all the money on the host's person, including what is in your bank card. Bai Ye's expression changed instantly. To protect the meager 3-digit balance in his account, he blurted, "It's just cooking a meal, isn't it?" Cooking a meal was nothing much. Forcing himself to brace up, Bai Ye pushed the van door even wider, rummaged around inside, found the gas cylinder, and dragged it to an open patch of ground by the roadside. He carried 2 boxes over and stacked them to make a suitable height, then brought out the gas stove as well. This small gas stove was actually the restaurant's backup. When the main flame was weak, they used this as a substitute. In a few swift motions, he connected the gas and stove and tested the ignition. Flame roared to life. It just so happened that the snow had stopped and the sky had cleared today. Had it been yesterday, cooking out here would have been nearly impossible. In such biting cold, Bai Ye did not intend to make anything too complicated. Moreover, from the moment he accepted the mission, an hourglass countdown had appeared above his head. Just in the time he spent setting up, 5 minutes had already slipped away. Glancing at the ingredients in the van, Bai Ye suddenly felt that the one-click cleaning function was actually quite useful, though otherwise out here on the highway he had nowhere to wash vegetables. On the system page, he selected cleaning, and a multitude of options appeared at once, each image corresponding to ingredients currently in his van. Bai Ye chose a tomato and then 2 small heads of bok choy. In just an instant, the tomato and bok choy were cleaned, and the system informed him that they were now in the box. Half skeptical, Bai Ye opened the transparent ingredient box. Inside lay the tomato and 2 emerald green vegetables, already washed clean, tiny beads of water still clinging to their surface. He set the wok on, added a little oil, then twirled the kitchen knife in his hand with a flourish before rapidly chopping the tomato into fingertip-sized pieces. He tossed the pieces into the pan, With a sharp sizzle, a curl of white steam rose. As he stirred with the spatula, the tomato quickly broke down into a thick pulp. He added light soy sauce, chicken essence, and other seasonings, and fragrance bloomed at once. Bai Ye glanced at the hourglass above. Time was still ample. He poured in water and waited for it to boil. Cooking by the dirt roadside beside his van made for quite a spectacle. At first the drivers in front and behind wondered what he was up to. When they saw him take out pots and a stove and actually start cooking, they were all stunned. A few, finding it unsatisfying to watch from inside their cars, even got out to come closer. Some busybodies went so far as to raise their phones and start live streaming. Head lowered, Bai Ye focused on his work. To say he was not nervous would be a lie. He had always cooked in the back kitchen before. This was the first time a circle of people pointed their phones at him while he cooked. At that moment he really wanted to ask, weren't their hands cold? The water soon came to a boil, and Bai Ye rummaged in the van for 2 blocks of dried noodle cakes and tossed them into the pot. He had brought these from his rented room. Plain bulk noodle cakes without seasoning packets. Such noodle cakes were more economical, a little over 30 yuan for 80 pieces, averaging less than half a yuan, each perfectly suited to a poor fellow like Bai Ye. When the noodles had loosened and separated, Bai Ye cracked an egg into the pot. Once the egg white set, he added the small bok choy. People always said instant noodles had no nutrition, but with a tomato broth, an egg, and 2 stalks of bok choy, did that not raise the nutritional value? Just before taking it off the heat, Bai Ye dripped in a few drops of sesame oil. Not too much, just enough for the finishing aroma. It was one of his little personal preferences. Back home they had been so poor that even sesame oil had to be rationed. Each time he added a few drops, Bai Ye could find that familiar feeling of home. Although the van carried pots, bowls, and utensils, they were all for kitchen use. At this moment, Bai Ye silently thanked that old man who had loaded a whole bag of disposable meal boxes for him. Inside were not only compartmentalized lunch boxes used for set meals, but also the round containers commonly used for restaurant takeout nowadays. He picked a suitable one and poured the cooked noodles into it. Beep beep. A crisp, buzzing sounded, and the hourglass countdown froze. Bai Ye looked up. There was still nearly a minute and a half left. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission 1 completed. Reward, 15 experience points. Reward, 299 yuan in cash. Please check your account. Just as Bai Ye was about to ask the system where to claim it, his phone chimed as well, and a bank text message popped up. It showed that a company had just transferred 99 yuan into his bank account, ending in 3376. His balance now stood at 1072. 73 yuan. Oh, his bank savings had finally broken 4 digits. That was worth celebrating. According to the wages his small-time boss paid him, he would have to work half a day to earn that much. And now he had gotten it just by cooking a bowl of noodles. At this rate, would his small goals even be a problem anymore? Bai Ye held a bowl of instant noodles ready to eat in the car. Due to the cold weather, he had kept the engine running. As soon as he entered the car, he felt the warmth and eagerly sipped the soup. Due to a severe shortage of procurement funds, the quality of the tomatoes was not very good. However, Bai Ye's cooking managed to compensate for it somewhat. The soup had a bit of flavor. As the hot soup went down, Bai Ye let out a comfortable sigh. How nice it would be if he were at home on the heated Kong right now. Bai Ye's mind wandered to the warm Kong at home, as he slurped up some noodles, took another sip of soup, and occasionally bit into an egg. The boiled egg was cooked just right, with the egg white completely solidified while the yolk remained soft and runny, which was Bai Ye's favorite state. A fully solidified yolk always felt a bit choking. Bai Ye was already starving, he had a lot to do today, and the cold weather outside only increased his consumption. Having devoured most of the noodles, he finally felt ready to enjoy the meal. Just then someone knocked on his car window. Holding the meal box in one hand, Bai Ye rolled down the window with the other and asked what's up. The person outside said, "Brother, I see you haven't cleaned up your stuff yet." Bai Ye quickly replied, "I'll clean up as soon as I'm done eating." Since he was a child, his father had seemingly advised him to avoid trouble while alone outside, preferring to do less rather than more. No, brother, you misunderstood." The person quickly replied, "I was just wondering if it's not too much trouble, could you make me a portion of the noodles you just ate?" "He'll pay." Bai Ye had been hesitating, but the last 3 words changed his mind. "Alright, just wait for me to finish eating. But let's agree on a price first." Bai Ye actually didn't know how to set prices, he was just responsible for the kitchen. However, he handled procurement and knew very well about costs. The noodle dough didn't cost much, amounting to less than $1. The tomatoes, eggs, and bok choy had some cost, but were not high. Surprisingly, his labor cost was the highest. It was really cold outside. 20, is that okay? The other person was straightforward, directly stating a price. "Alright, you wait in your car, and I'll bring it to you once I'm done." Bai Ye immediately changed his attitude. "You're quite an interesting little brother," the person chuckled. "Okay, I'll leave 20 bucks here. I'm in the first black car behind you with a tail number of 6. Alright, ding. Random task, to sell 10 portions of food within 3 hours. Completing the task will earn you a massive monetary reward along with random rare item drops. Task failed, randomly reduce current funds." Bai Ye hurriedly finished the remaining noodles and soup, stuffed the 20 bucks into his pocket, and got out of the car. The onlookers had long since dispersed. They didn't expect Bai Ye to come down and cook a second time. Bai Ye was worried that the gas tank would freeze, as he had carelessly left it in the car and hadn't cleaned up the rest. Now all he had to do was take the gas stove down from the car and reinstall it. He had done it just a while ago, so it was easy. Moreover, while using the one-click cleaning function, Bai Ye had conveniently cleaned the bag of tomatoes he bought in the morning, which was probably dozens of them. He had also washed quite a few bok choys. A bowl of noodles was quickly prepared and boxed up. The hourglass above his head had barely passed 10 minutes. Bai Ye swiftly delivered the cooked noodles to the car behind him, lightly knocking on the window. The other party thanked him and eagerly dug in. The people in the cars around naturally witnessed this scene, all taken aback. It turned out that the second portion of noodles Bai Ye cooked wasn't for himself, but for the owner of the car behind. This meant that this guy could also sell his cooking. Suddenly many people rubbed their bellies. In this freezing weather, having a bowl of noodles was quite nice, even if it cost a bit more. At that moment, several people felt tempted. These individuals had left early and planned to take this shortcut to have lunch in the county. Who would have thought they would get stuck here, realizing they would have to wait an hour or more for food? The first man who bought the noodles was in his car, happily chomping away. Indeed, just as he had imagined, the noodles were delightful. Although there was instant ramen in the car and hot water prepared for the trip, the thought of freshly cooked hot noodles made the instant noodles utterly unappealing. $20 could usually buy a bowl of beef noodles, which was not cheap. But the moment it entered his mouth, he felt it was worth it. The taste was indeed quite good. As he continued to eat, he found there were even 2 eggs. When he bit into an egg, the yolk was still runny. The man was increasingly satisfied. This $20 was truly worth it. Enjoying his meal, he was interrupted by a few knocks on his car window. The man hesitated momentarily, and a similar scene flashed through his mind. Hadn't he just knocked on the window of that young man when he was enjoying his meal? Truly, karma comes quickly. Reluctantly pressing down the window, he asked, "What's up?" "Hey buddy, just checking, did you buy a portion of noodles from the front?" "Yeah, why?" "I also want to buy a portion. I just want to know the price." "What do you mean?" "My noodles are $21 a bowl." The man pointed to the half-empty bowl of noodles. "What? $20 for this bowl of noodles?" The other person instantly lost interest. "I might as well wait until I get to the county and order a rice bowl." Although people heading home at the end of the year weren't short on $20, even instant noodles at a service area cost only 10, and they could sit there and enjoy it slowly. There were so many meals for $20 in the county. He had just seen the cheapest of those noodle cakes. Brother, don't think 20 is expensive just because you heard it. But the person had already lost interest, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. Several more people came over to inquire, but lost interest upon hearing the price. The man grew a little irritated, so he rummaged through his car for a piece of paper, wrote noodles $20 a bowl, serious inquiries only. After writing it, he stuck it on the car window and leaned against the glass to doze off, ignoring any further knocks. After selling the first bowl of noodles, Bai Ye gradually sold 2 to 3 more to others. $20 wasn't cheap, but Bai Ye put in his utmost effort, and everyone received 2 eggs. After selling 4 bowls, no one else came. Bai Ye was so cold that he stomped his feet. Seeing really no one else was coming, he returned to the car. The cabin was warm, but Bai Ye felt uneasy. He had just sold 4 bowls of noodles for $80. However, he had only completed 4/10 of the random task, and an hour had already passed. If this continued, he was afraid he would fail the task. Thinking of his small target of $10.7273 in savings, he felt utterly disheartened. Inside the vehicle behind, the driver turned his head to glance at the man seated in the rear, whose brow was deeply furrowed. He softly called out, and the man lifted his gaze slightly. "Director Chin, are you all right?" "And fine, just an old ailment." Director Chin's voice was low, yet carried unmistakable authority. The driver hesitated a moment, then said, "I saw someone cooking noodles up ahead. Shall I go buy you a bowl?" Director Chin's stomach would protest fiercely whenever he missed a meal. Last night, they had filmed a night scene, and today they were rushing back to his hometown. And along the entire stretch from the film studio to this point, not a single breakfast vendor could be found. "Never mind. I heard it's just instant noodles. I don't care for them." Having endured countless meals of instant noodles during this grueling stretch of production, Director Chun had grown to loathe them with quiet, unwavering intensity, refusing them outright whenever possible. "Perhaps there's something else available. I'll ask around. It won't do for you to suffer like this." With that, the driver pushed open the door and dashed off. Director Chun tried to stop him, but he was already gone. Bai Ye had just begun to thaw from the chill inside the carriage when a few sharp raps sounded against the window. He perked up instantly and rolled it down. "Noodles." The man shook his head. "May I come aboard and speak with you?" Bai Ye couldn't read his intent, but nodded anyway. The man circled to the opposite side and climbed into the front passenger seat, exhaling a visible cloud of breath into his cupped hands. "It's freezing out here." Bai Ye offered a couple of polite replies. And finally the man got to the point. "Brother, I noticed you were cooking noodles for others just now." "Nah, that." "Yes." Bai Ye thought, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Aloud he said, "Sure. How many bowls?" "And no, you've misunderstood. I'm wondering, do you have anything besides noodles?" "To be honest, my boss dislikes instant noodles." "And well, what would he prefer?" "And could you prepare steamed rice with stir-fried dishes?" Bai Ye hesitated. This was no simple request. Though his vehicle brimmed with ingredients, chicken, duck, fish, pork, and a wide variety of vegetables, the logistical challenge of cooking here was considerable. Rice in particular posed difficulty. He did have an electric rice cooker in the back, and anticipating delivery needs, the vehicle even housed a dedicated auxiliary battery to keep meals warm. Yet time would be tight. After brief reflection, Bai Ye arrived at a solution. A standard rice cooker wouldn't suffice, but a pressure cooker would. A pressure cooker ran on gas, dramatically accelerating the process. Once the rice was done, he'd stir-fry the dishes. By the time the pressure valve released most of its steam, the cooking would be complete. "All right, but how many portions?" Bai Ye asked. If only one order came in, and others later requested noodles, he'd struggle to fulfill his task. How many are you willing to sell? And 6. Bai Ye blurted out. 6 more portions, and his task would be fulfilled. His earnings secured. 6 portions. The man nodded. How much per portion? And which dishes would you like? My vehicle carries a full selection. I'll tell you what's possible. Lu Ro Duan Di Sen Xian and Jian Jiao Gan Do Fu. Will those work? In Bai Ye mentally tallied costs. Eggplant, potatoes, dried tofu, staples of northeastern winter cuisine, were all reasonably priced. He'd bought the dried tofu for 6 yuan per jean, potatoes for 70 fun, and eggplant, pricier in winter, at 28 yuan per jean wholesale. Altogether, ingredient costs remained modest. Meat alone carried the heaviest weight. At their shop's previous lunchbox pricing, a portion cost only 6 or 7 yuan. But labor was now the true expense. Outside, the cold was biting. Boiling noodles had nearly numbed his fingers. Preparing 3 full dishes would demand far more. 30 per portion, acceptable. Impatient with Bai Ye's calculations, the man produced a 100 yuan note as a deposit, and agreed. 30 yuan was no small sum. Bai Ye swung open the door. I'll begin immediately. With customers arriving, his task neared completion, and suddenly the cold no longer mattered. He retrieved the pressure cooker and measured rice for roughly 10 servings. As soon as steam began rising, he turned to prep the vegetables. Only now did Bai Ye truly appreciate the utility of the one-touch cleaning function. Under these frigid conditions, washing produce and meat by hand would have been akin to plunging his hands into icy water. Selecting the required ingredients, he activated the cleaning function, then opened the insulated crate, removing vegetables and meat, dicing, slicing, and cutting with practiced efficiency. Upon returning, the driver informed Director Chun, who merely nodded. Let's hope he works swiftly. Otherwise, the road may reopen before he finishes. Can we even eat 6 portions? Director Chun mused. You might as well order 3 a la carte dishes instead. And I feared he'd overcharge. 3 dishes could easily run into hundreds. Director Chun smiled faintly. In this place, no one dares swindle me. Whatever he demands, I'll make him repay it, twice over. As they spoke, others who'd previously hesitated watched Bai Ye serve another customer, and instinctively rubbed their stomachs. Earlier, 20 yuan for noodles had seemed steep, but now reconsidering, they realized cooking roadside in such bitter cold was no trivial feat. 20 yuan might even be too little. That thought only sharpened their hunger. One after another, they opened their doors and approached Bai Ye. He greeted each equally. Jian Jiao Gan Do Fu Di Sen Xian and Lu Ro Duan, 30 yuan per portion. Truthfully, 30 yuan felt steep, but having set that price for the first order, lowering it for subsequent ones would betray the trust of his first customer. Done. I'll take 1. Do I pay now? The man nodded readily, convinced that 30 yuan for rice and stir-fries held far greater value than 20 yuan for instant noodles. No need. Just come by once it's ready. His pressure cooker was large enough to steam rice for 10 people with ease. 20 minutes later, Bai Ye removed the pressure cooker from the flame, and now the real work began. The ordered dishes, Jian Jiao Gan Do Fu Di Sen Xian and Lu Ro Duan, were local staples he'd prepared countless times. Even blindfolded, his timing would never falter. From the nearby foam crate, he withdrew prepped ingredients and began flash frying. Beyond shaping the meat strips, both potatoes and eggplant also required brief frying. Frying enhanced flavor and accelerated cooking. The marinated meat strips, coated in a seasoned starch slurry, sank briefly into the hot oil, then rose again within moments, golden and crisp. At 30 yuan per portion, Bai Ye refused to skimp. Guided by integrity, he used generous portions of meat. Once the entire batch of strips was fried, he raised the oil temperature for a second quick fry. A large basin of meat emerged, uniformly golden, perfectly sized, visually irresistible. Eggplant and potatoes received lighter frying, just enough to crisp their surfaces, avoiding sogginess. By noon, the sun blazed brilliantly, bathing Bai Ye in warmth and gently dispelling the morning's chill. Its light glinted off the glistening golden meat strips, striking a visceral chord among the watching drivers. Unbidden, several swallowed hard, eyes locked on the feast. Northeasterners are straightforward. Since they are already this hungry, why hold back any longer? Thus, several drivers instinctively opened their car doors and walked towards the empty area by the roadside. At this moment, Bai Ye's first dish was already finished, stir-fried dried tofu with chili peppers, and he was preparing the second dish, Di Sen Xian. As for the meat dishes, Bai Ye planned to serve them last, as they are best enjoyed hot. Little brother, do you have any leftovers of this dish? How much is it? I want one too. Yes, we do have leftovers. We just ordered 3 servings, and now there are a few left. Bai Ye said while stir-frying. Then give me 1. I want 2 portions, there are 2 of us in the car. Ah, is there still any left? I want 1 too. This time 4 servings were ordered, and together with the previous orders, there were already 7 servings. At this time, Director Chin's driver and the guy who ordered the food earlier also arrived. They saw several people coming over and guessed that the food was almost ready. Just then, Bai Ye's second dish, Di Sen Xian, was also finished. This dish was deep-fried, but Bai Ye controlled the oil very well, so it looked quite good. The potatoes were golden, the green peppers vibrant, and the eggplant added a touch of purple, making it visually stunning. The surrounding crowd nodded in approval, but the taste still needed to be sampled. Finally, only the meat dish was left. The shredded meat had already been deep-fried, so only the final steps remained. The wok was cleaned with a little oil added, and then chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, green peppers, and carrot slices were stir-fried. While the side ingredients were cooking, Bai Ye quickly mixed soy sauce, oyster sauce, rice vinegar, and cooking wine, adding starch to create a sauce. After tossing in the fried meat pieces for a few moments, he poured in the prepared sauce, stirred the wok a few times to ensure all ingredients were evenly coated with the sauce, and it was ready to be served. At this moment, the sauce on the shredded meat was perfectly balanced, neither obscuring the meat's appearance nor losing its flavor. When it was poured into the warming dish beside it, there was surprisingly little sauce left in the wok. Ignoring the wok for now, Bai Ye hurriedly grabbed the dish and rushed to his car. It was too cold outside, and if the dishes were left outside for too long, they would quickly lose their warmth. The previous 2 dishes had already been placed in the car. At this time, the pressure cooker could be opened. Bai Ye picked up a wooden spatula to fluff the rice, making it taste better. He filled 2 portions of rice, and then opened a small bowl nearby, which surprisingly contained a stack of fried eggs. The eggs were also coated with a layer of sauce, and everyone was puzzled about when Bai Ye had made them. Each meal box received a braised egg, and only then did Bai Ye finish packing the boxes and hand them to Director Chin's driver, saying, "Here are your 2 portions, the other 2 are 60. You gave me 100 earlier, and I have change, so you can keep it. Ew, I can't touch it myself." "Well, just give him the money directly, and keep the change for you," someone nearby said. "That works too." Bai Ye nodded with a smile. "Brother, what is this?" the driver asked in surprise. "Well, 30 yuan is not cheap, so I added another dish," Bai Ye said, momentarily taken aback. "You don't mind eggs, do you?" "No, I eat them," the driver quickly replied. "Thanks, little brother." Although 30 yuan isn't considered cheap, it isn't overly expensive either, especially since it was their ordered dish. But now the other party had given such a generous portion and even added a fried egg to ensure they wouldn't feel shortchanged. Though it was just 1 egg, the gesture. The driver looked at the young man with a red nose from the cold and thanked him again before leaving with the food. Bai Ye continued to pack for the others, adding a fried egg to everyone's meal. Although it was just an egg, he had casually cracked a few into the batter while frying the dishes. However, the others were much quicker when paying, and their smiles grew wider. When Bai Ye finished packing the last customer's order, he received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host, task 2 completed. Because the task was completed 1 hour early, the reward is doubled. Reward 120 experience points. Reward 2 888 yuan. Please check. Then his phone chimed with a notification. Bai Ye was so excited he nearly jumped up. 888 yuan. This is simply a windfall. For this one task, he bought 4 servings of noodles and sold them for 80, sold 7 meal boxes for 201 plus this 888, equating to over 1,000 yuan earned from one task. Bai Ye smiled as he finished packing 2 meal boxes for the last customer. Seeing that there was still warm food left in the pot which he originally intended to keep for himself, he thought for a moment and packed another box, walking to the black car in the back. The owner of the black car was a tall man who, upon seeing Bai Ye knock on the window, curiously lowered it. "Here, big brother, this portion is for you. Taste our cooking." Bai Ye enthusiastically handed over the meal box. "If it weren't for you buying noodles today, I wouldn't have made several hundred." Bai Ye was genuinely thankful to him. If it weren't for him taking the lead, Bai Ye wouldn't have received this random task, let alone earned over 1,000 yuan. He probably would have run out of money in the bank. On the other side, Director Chin's driver returned to the car with 2 meal boxes, jogging slightly, and handed one to the back. Upon opening the food box, Director Chin immediately smelled the fragrance and was astonished by the generous portion. He casually asked, "Such a large portion?" The driver smiled and repeated Bai Ye's earlier words, adding, "Director Chin, I think this little brother is quite sincere. He's really a good guy. Most people would seize the opportunity to charge a high price. I paid him 30 yuan, and he still felt it was too much." Director Chin nodded non-committally, remaining silent. It wasn't that he was indifferent to Bai Ye's actions, but rather he was completely captivated by the colors, aroma, and flavors of the meal box in his hand. The dried tofu was soft yet firm, having been blanched beforehand, so there was no trace of bean smell. The green peppers added a hint of spiciness that was perfectly absorbed by the dried tofu, though every bite was truly satisfying. In the hearts of northeastern people, stir-fried dried tofu is an indispensable home-cooked dish. While each family has a slightly different method, the slight variations in taste make all the difference. Bai Ye's preparation made Director Chin nod in appreciation. He liked this flavor. Looking at the decent xian, it was also a classic northeastern dish. After tasting a piece of potato, it was golden soft and fragrant. Taking a bite of eggplant, although it was deep-fried, it was unexpectedly not as mushy as the ones he had eaten before. It was just perfectly cooked at an exquisitely subtle stage. If one were to order a stir-fried dish in a proper restaurant, this would be quite normal. However, if one could enjoy such quality at the price of a meal box, then this dish was truly above standard. Director Chin scooped a bite of rice and looked at the final dish, the shredded meat. Leaving it for last to taste was not due to a lack of fondness, but rather because he had high standards for the shredded meat. Looking at the glistening sauce-covered meat pieces, Director Chin extended his chopsticks. The portion of tender marinated pork strips was generous, predominantly meat with only a few slivers of green bell pepper and carrot artfully scattered among the strips, unlike other boxed meals where one must hunt for meat amid the vegetables. Director Chin lifted a strip of pork with his chopsticks. The piece was perfectly sized, neither too large nor too small. With one bite, the crisp, yet supple starch crust yielded effortlessly, its thickness ideal for achieving just the right crunch, while still clinging beautifully to the rich savory sauce. Director Chin arched an eyebrow, impressed. The pork had been fried to impeccable doneness, and the seasoning was masterful, as such skill would rank solidly above average, even in a reputable local eatery. He took several more bites, then scooped a spoonful of steamed rice, and exhaled deeply, visibly relaxed. The driver in the front seat had already polished off half his meal when he heard the sound and glanced back at his boss. Director Chen, how is it? Not bad at all. How old is this young chef? Around 20, I'd guess. Certainly much younger than me, quite youthful looking. His technique doesn't bear the hallmarks of a culinary academy. It feels instead like a lineage passed down through generations. When you finish eating, leave him our business card. Sir, what are you doing? The driver looked genuinely startled. Though undeniably excellent for a takeout meal, it hardly seemed extraordinary enough to warrant the director's personal card. He's sincere, and I truly love this flavor, Director Chen remarked calmly. Understood. I'll go right after I finish. The driver hastened his pace, finished his meal, and stepped out of the car to find Bai Ye. Meanwhile, in the rear seat, Director Chen continued eating methodically until not a single morsel remained in the box. When the driver returned to collect the empty container, he paused in mild astonishment. His boss rarely ate so heartily, even for dishes he greatly admired. What he didn't know was that Director Chen had tasted something far deeper than mere flavor memory itself. These were classic northeastern dishes, but each household prepared them with subtle, irreplicable nuances. Excellence lay not in the size or prestige of the restaurant, but in whose version resonated most powerfully with the diner. For Director Chen, the ultimate standard, the pinnacle of taste, had always been his mother's cooking. Yet since her passing years earlier, this was the first time he'd encountered that unmistakable, soul-deep familiarity. Meanwhile, Bai Ye accepted the card and exchanged contact information with the driver. It was a transaction satisfying to both parties. As a gesture, the driver handed Bai Ye a pack of Su Yen cigarettes, premium brand costing dozens of yuan per pack. Bai Ye hesitated, then, after polite refusal, accepted with quiet delight. He planned to bring them home for his father to savor. Half an hour after Bai Ye stowed all his equipment back into the car, the long-stalled traffic finally began to stir. En route, Bai Ye called home just past the county town. Another hour's drive would bring him there. His village lay somewhat remote from the county seat, but with newly paved roads completed over the past 2 years, life had grown markedly easier. He hadn't returned home since leaving early this year, nearly a full 12 months. Most of his wages went straight home, only a modest portion covered his own living expenses. The village produced no distinctive local specialties, and farming alone yielded little income. His decision to become a chef had stemmed not only from the former master's kindness in taking him in and teaching him, but also because the restaurant provided meals, allowing him to save significantly. For the first 2 years, he served strictly as an apprentice, assisting the master chef, honing fundamentals, refining technique. Only after the master's passing did Bai Ye assume the role of head chef, and with it a salary raised to 6,000 yuan. Yet he'd never received a single cent of it. The closer he drew to home, the more apprehensive he felt. Perhaps it was simply the bittersweet tremor of nearing one's roots. But thinking of his parents and sister waiting, he pressed the accelerator, gently, steadily, speeding up. Daytime gridlock had cost precious hours. Now, as dusk deepened, his car pulled up before his family's gate, and he gave 2 soft, familiar honks. Their ancestral home might lack the polish of city dwellings, but it was vast, warm, and steeped in memory. Inside, Bai Ye's younger sister Bai Enin stood beside their mother, kneading dumpling wrappers, when suddenly she paused, ears pricked. Mom, Dad, the car horn. Someone's honking outside. Must be your imagination. Probably the neighbors. No one ever drives here. Bai Lao Ye didn't look up, his rolling pin steady on the dough. Why not? Annie's got a car. Bai Enin countered. Anin. Their mother Zhang Lan shot her daughter a gentle, knowing glance. Anin understood. Auntie's family had long regarded theirs with quiet condescension. An unexpected late-night visit was unthinkable. She'd only spoken idly, yet under her mother's gaze her eyes sparkled with sudden inspiration. Brother must be near the village entrance. I'll go meet him. She dashed outside, just as the horn sounded again, and hurried to the gate, unlatching the small inner door to peer out. Bai Ye spotted her instantly. Anin, open the gate. Brother. Her voice burst with joy. Ignoring his words entirely, she sprinted toward the car. Why so late? Where did this car come from? Open the gate first, then hop in. Got it. Without hesitation, she whirled and raced back inside, flinging wide the heavy main gate. With a rhythmic creak, the wooden gates swung open. Bai Enin dashed to the car and climbed into the passenger seat. Wow, so cozy. And warm. She chattered excitedly. This is nothing. Wait till I buy a better car and take you everywhere. Yage. Inside, Zhang Lan glanced toward the yard. Why didn't it open the gate? What's going on? Bai Lao Ye turned, but the dim glow of a single incandescent bulb beneath the eaves cast only faint, uncertain light across the courtyard. I'll go see. Setting aside his rolling pin, he stepped outside, just as Bai Ye brought the car to a smooth stop. Dad. Bai Ye leapt out. Look at you. Drove all the way home in this. Bai Lao Ye's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Where'd it come from? Let's talk inside. Bai Ye paused, choosing his words carefully. A faint crease appeared between Bai Lao Ye's brows, but he said nothing further. Anything else to carry in? Yes. Bai Ye opened the rear door, and together father and son unloaded everything into the house. They draped an old tattered quilt, once used to cover the tractor, over the car. By then Zhang Lan knew her son had arrived. and her smile, radiant and unwavering, lit up the entire room. She filled a basin with hot water. "Son, wash your face." "Yes, Mom." He washed his hands and face, though truthfully, aside from brief exposure, while cooking he'd stayed warm in the car throughout the journey. After drying his face, he noticed the cutting board and bamboo steaming rack atop the heated brick bed in his parents' eastern room. "Dumplings tonight. Acidic cabbage filling, the one you love most." Bai Ye chimed in. "Perfect." Bai Ye beamed. "Dad, I'll roll the wrappers. Rest a while." Bai Ye spoke little. The weight of life had tempered his laughter, but his love for his son ran as deep and steady as his wife's. "I've been driving all day. Good chance to loosen my wrists." "Makes sense. We'll finish faster if we work together." "I'm starving. Haven't eaten yet." "No. I was stuck in Hujiaji for 2 or 3 hours. Ate only 2 instant noodles." Bai Ye took the rolling pin from his father's hands, and with practiced, unhurried grace, began rolling out perfect, even wrappers. "What on earth happened?" Jianglan asked. "I heard the road iced over. Some big trucks skidded and overturned. Supposedly, it was carrying chickens, many escaped, and everyone scrambled to catch them." Bai Ye relayed the gossip had heard. "Oh dear, how dreadful. Such bitter cold." Jianglan exclaimed, shaking her head. "And what about your car?" Bai Ye interjected gruffly. Instantly the other 3 turned their eyes toward Bai Ye. "This car belongs to my employer." "Dad, Mom, my young boss fled after paying out a huge sum in compensation." Bai Ye explained how his young boss had vanished, leaving him unpaid for 6 months, how the shop staff had dismantled and taken everything, leaving him only this vehicle and the kitchen equipment. "Aren't you all taking advantage of the chaos?" Bai Ye frowned. "The young boss himself handed it over. Otherwise creditors would have carted it all away." Bai Ye offered a brief explanation. "The vehicle was effectively transferred to me as settlement along with whatever remained in the kitchen, but it cannot be sold, only used. And the money is gone." "If the money's gone, then it's gone," Bai Ye sighed. "The old shopkeeper treated you well back then. It's simply an unavoidable misfortune." Bai Ye exhaled deeply. Jianglan nodded beside him. "No money means no money, and at least we still have the car. We can haul grain to market later and earn a bit." "Dad, we can't sell the grain." Bai Ye protested urgently. His parents were honest, unassuming folk. His mother had never held formal employment, devoting her life instead to tending their land and raising him and his sister. His father was merely a farmer. During slack seasons, he'd help neighbors with construction or repairs to supplement their modest household income. They owned only a few mu of farmland where they grew corn, soybeans, and Chinese cabbage. This modest harvest barely sufficed for their own sustenance, and occasionally they'd barter surplus vegetables for other necessities. Selling it outright would fetch scarcely anything. "Don't worry about money. I'll earn it. Actually, there's still some saved up. Weren't we managing just fine before you went off to work?" Jianglan quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Now we're only supporting your sister, and you still send money home regularly. It's more than enough for us." Bai Ye silently rolled out dumpling wrappers. What income could possibly come from farming alone? Moreover, not only had he sent no wages home for half a year, but these past months' expenses had also drawn entirely upon his earlier earnings. Effectively, he'd contributed nothing to the household for an entire year. He'd hoped to return home at year-end with tens of thousands of yuan, only to be met with this turn of fate. "Don't fret. I've got a plan." "Don't worry. You haven't forgotten I'm a chef," Bai Ye said, lifting his head, thoughtfully, resolve already forming in his mind. "What plan, eh? With the Lunar New Year just around the corner, demand for meat will surge. I'll prepare spiced cured meats and sell them at the local market." "Hey, I think brother's idea is brilliant. I'll help him." Baiyanin declared, eyes wide with excitement. "What exactly can you do?" Jianglan chimed in from the side. "I'll assist, brother. Right, brother?" "Yes. Tomorrow we'll visit whoever's slaughtering pigs and buy some meat to cure." "Good. Husband." Jianglan turned to her man, awaiting his word. Bai Ye glanced at Bai Ye. "Do you still have money on you?" "Yes. I can afford the meat." Bai Ye smiled, recognizing his father's tacit approval. "There's a pig slaughtering in the village tomorrow. I'll take you all to see it." Bai Ye tossed out one last remark. "Hurry up and make the dumplings. Haven't you all been starving?" Bai Ye and Baiyanin both answered in unison, quickening their hands. Soon a large bamboo steaming tray brimmed with 40 or 50 dumplings, another tray prepared earlier and left in the courtyard, brought their total more than comfortably to capacity. Jianglan went to the outer kitchen to boil water. Though the household now owned a gas stove, they still relied most often on the traditional brick hearth, especially for baking corn cakes whose rich aroma and texture gas stoves simply couldn't replicate. The hearth was connected directly to the heated Kong bed. With her son home, Jianglan lit both large stoves, one on each side, ensuring warmth throughout the night. The dumplings were stuffed with fermented cabbage made fresh that autumn, the very flavor Bai Ye loved most. As the dumplings boiled, a bamboo basket was brought in from outside. A plastic bag inside held pig's head meat purchased days earlier. Bai Ye had bought half a head. He'd sliced only a small portion upon returning home, storing the rest carefully at his wife's instruction. Jianglan knew her husband had withheld it, saving every bite for his son's return. She swiftly sliced a generous plateful. By then the siblings had cleared the work table and were peeling garlic. "Peel plenty," Jianglan instructed. More than a whole head of garlic was peeled and pounded into fragrant paste, then mixed with vinegar and finished with a few drops of sesame oil, yielding the Bai family's favorite dipping sauce. Bai Ye set the heated Kong table, while Bai Ye placed 4 bowls of sauce at its corners. We've got pig's head meat, brother dad, and you love it most. Bai Ye set the platter on the table. Though the air outside was frigid, the Kang's warmth gradually softened the meat. Just as Bai Ye longed to sneak a slice, Jiang Lan called from the outer kitchen, "Anin, bring the dumplings." Bai Ye and Bai Ye hurried out to carry in the dumplings, while Bai Lao Yi retrieved a bottle of baijiu from somewhere unseen and fetched 3 tiny cups from the floor, filling each halfway. The dumplings soon covered the Kong table. Jiang Lan had boiled the first tray early, fearing they'd cool before anyone could eat. "Come, take your seats. Let's eat first." Bai Lao Yi gestured warmly. "Today Bai Ye's home. We'll share a toast. Dumplings with wine. Abundance grows with every bite." "Dad, what about mine?" Bai Ye pouted, staring at her empty place. Bai Ye smiled. "What about those things we carried in earlier? There's orange juice inside." That juice had been bought for the shop, an entire case stored in the kitchen which he'd brought along. Bai Ye's eyes lit up as she dashed off and returned moments later, beaming, cradling a 1.5-liter bottle of orange juice. The shop sold only large bottles, 6 per case, more than enough for the little girl. "Mom, I'll pour you a glass too," Bai Ye said, considerately serving 2 glasses, though her father never touched such sweet drinks. "Brother, would you like one?" "Just one. I'm afraid I'll get drunk." A sip of fiery baijiu followed by a tender dumpling, and occasionally 2 delicate slices of pig's head meat. It was the simplest of home-cooked meals, yet to Bai Ye it tasted profoundly, deeply delicious. Bai Ye had rarely drunk alcohol before. As a student he'd been too young, and his parents forbade it. Later, while working, his employer discouraged heavy drinking. For a chef, preserving acute olfactory and gustatory senses was paramount. Not that he couldn't drink at all, but certainly not to excess. Thus that half-cup of potent baijiu swiftly clouded Bai Ye's senses. He couldn't recall a word his father said afterward. Only the sensation of walking on cotton, dizziness swirling through his skull until he was gently tucked beneath warm quilts and slipped instantly into unconsciousness. Yet that night Bai Ye dreamed incessantly. Dreamed of sudden staggering wealth standing atop his roof, roaring with laughter, even the village party secretary, listening below, rapt and obedient. He was awakened once again by the crowing of a rooster in the yard. Bai Ye could still recall some details from his dream, surprised to realize that he was quite an exuberant person at heart, even going so far as to stand on the roof to address the entire village when he struck it rich, sparing not even the village head. Shaking his head, Bai Ye got up to wash his face. The bed was very warm, but as soon as he crawled out he felt the cold biting. Bai Ye hurriedly put on his clothes, reaching into the 2 layers of blankets to find a pair of cotton pants, unsure whether it was his father or mother who had tucked them in. The cotton pants weren't very thick, but in this area one couldn't really endure the cold without them. Some people were so afraid of the cold that they even wore leather pants. In fact, it had warmed up quite a bit over the past few years, feeling much warmer than in his childhood. However, for some reason it always felt colder here in the countryside compared to the city. When Bai Ye got up, his parents in the opposite room were also awake. His father had already finished washing up and was in the yard cleaning the car. Bai Ye wiped a spot on the frost-covered glass with his hand to look outside. His father hadn't mentioned it yesterday, but he actually seemed to like the car quite a bit. "Bai Ye, hurry up and wash up," Jiang Lan said, calling out towards the east room, "and then get up. Aren't you going to leave village with your brother?" "I'm up," Bai Ye shouted. Bai Ye could tell from her voice that his sister was definitely still in bed. "Mom, what's for breakfast?" "We have to wait a bit for the pig slaughter and leave village. You all can have fried dough sticks for breakfast." Jiang Lan replied. "That's great." Bai Ye immediately cheered. "And then get up quickly, Mom's making fried dough sticks." The dough must have been prepared yesterday, as it was now very soft. Jiang Lan brushed oil on the cutting board, took a piece of dough, patted it a few times, cut it into small strips, and laid them aside after brushing on another layer of oil. Finding a green onion, she inserted it into the oil pot to check the bubbling, indicating the oil temperature. Jiang Lan pinched a pair of slightly elongated pieces and placed them into the oil pot. The white dough embraced the golden oil, quickly bubbling up within seconds, simultaneously expanding and taking on the greasy color. Gently stirring, she quickly removed them once both sides were fried and placed them to the side. The fried dough sticks were known in other places as youtiao or fried ghosts, but they were all quite similar. Their hometown was far from the county town and markets weren't held every day, so most of the food was made at home. Jiang Lan's movements were fluid and graceful, making it a joy to watch. Though it might seem ordinary to outsiders, Bai Ye was utterly captivated. "Why aren't you washing up yet?" Jiang Lan asked, puzzled, as she noticed her son standing by the side with the mouthwash cup. "Oh right, I forgot." Bai Ye hurriedly lifted the curtain and went out. Hearing the noise, Bai Lao Yi pretended to pass by the car, hiding the things in his hands behind his back, saying, "You're up." "I'm up, Dad." Bai Ye smiled secretly, but didn't expose his father. By the time the two of them went in, Bai Ye was also up, while Jiang Lan was urging her daughter to wash up and serving the porridge onto the table. The fried dough sticks in the pot were all done, and Jiang Lan also brought out a bowl of egg sauce and a plate of fermented tofu. This was a little dish that both Bai Ye and his father loved, especially when spread on the fried dough sticks. It was particularly appetizing. After the 3 of them sat down, Bai Ye rushed in from outside, repeatedly exclaiming, "It's so cold, so cold." Bai Ye chuckled, getting up from the blanket to wash up, naturally feeling the chill. Leaning down to take a sip of the porridge, he noticed it was coarse corn porridge with red beans, already boiled soft. Knowing the two children loved it, Jiang Lan added an extra handful of beans, making the coarse porridge look quite festive. Bai Ye and his sister happily picked at the soft and sandy beans inside. So many beans, Bai Ye muttered. Bai Ye picked up a fried dough stick which had only retained some warmth after sitting for a while. Taking a bite, he found the exterior crispy, while the part connecting the two dough strips was soft. After several bites, Bai Ye sighed contentedly. My mom's fried dough sticks are the best. Brother, doesn't the restaurant you work at have fried dough sticks? The restaurant where I work serves lunch and dinner. Generally, breakfast is done at separate breakfast shops, Bai Ye replied after gulping down a mouthful of porridge. Some places make them well while others don't. The one across the road from our restaurant isn't good. It has a pungent smell. I won't eat out anymore. Bainan wrinkled her little nose. Is it really that bad? Nowadays many foods are made carelessly. You must always check before eating. If something seems off, don't eat it. Got it, Bai Ye advised his sister. Understood, she replied. Bai Ye took another fried dough stick, smeared a bit of fermented tofu on it, and after taking a big bite, he closed his eyes in bliss. So delicious. Seeing your son's expression, just go along with it, Jiang Lan said. Bai Ye chuckled softly. My son can't be unlike me. Dad, there's a market at South Village today. Should we take a stroll? Bainan quickly said, noticing her father's good mood. You didn't take me last time. Yes, let's go. The car is warm inside, and I also need to buy some ingredients for the sauce meat, Bai Ye said. When he returned home from the county town, he had filled the gas tank enough for their use during the spring festival. Then let's go, Bai Ye decided. Mom, come along. Oh, let's all go to the market together. Bai Ye turned to look at Jiang Lan. What for? There's still a lot of work to do at home. Jiang Lan waved her hand. Mom, come on, let's go. We can sit in the car. Bainan pleaded, tugging at her mother's arm. Stop pulling. Your hands are all oily and you're smearing it on my sleeve, Jiang Lan said helplessly. All right, let's go. Yage. After finishing their meal, Bainan took the initiative to clear the dishes while Bai Ye went outside to warm up the car. In this icy weather, the car was freezing. Before long, Bainan came out wearing a down jacket. Bai Ye glanced at his sister. It seemed she had been wearing that jacket for several years. He had initially thought about buying new clothes for his parents and sister for the new year, but alas. The back of Bai Ye's car had long since been stripped of seats, so Jiang Lan brought out 2 small stools, and Bainan ran to the back to sit with her. Bai Ye opened the large door, allowing Bai Ye to back the car out, then closed and locked the door again. In this village they were not affluent, so when Bai Ye brought out the car, the neighbors all gathered around. This year the amount of money earned was not visible to others, but owning a car was quite impressive. Although it was second-hand, being able to drive out to the market in this weather was something to be envious of. It's just a second-hand car, what's the big deal? Dad, once I graduate from college and earn some money, I'll buy you a small car. Someone suddenly interjected from the side. The speaker is a young man about the same age as Bai Ye named Zhang Shiliang, who lives next door to the Bai family. He and Bai Ye have been classmates since childhood, but Bai Ye has always outperformed him academically. After graduating from high school, Bai Ye did not continue his studies while Zhang Shiliang went to university. What are you blabbering about? Your mom is calling you for dinner. Old Zhang glared at him and sent his son away, then turned to Bai Ye's father. Don't listen to Xiaoer's nonsense. What are you two up to? Zhang De, we are going to Nanzhuang for the market. The new year is approaching, Bai Ye said with a smile, ignoring Zhang Shiliang's remarks. Although they are neighbors, they have never gotten along. Zhang Shiliang is the kind of person who loves to compare himself with others. He used to show off about the good food and clothes his family had, and after Bai Ye outperformed him in studies, he often spoke with a sting. After he gave up on university to work, he would throw in a sarcastic comment every time they met. Old Zhang were off. Bai Ye's father said nothing more, just urged his son to leave. Once the vehicle started moving, Bai Anan muttered from the back, Zhang Shiliang is so annoying. What's so great about going to university? Everyone knows he only got into a second-tier school. If only my brother. Anan, you take care of the university matter. Make sure to give our parents and brother some pride, Bai Ye said while driving. Bai Anan's expression darkened. Brother, I want to work after high school and not go to university. What do you mean not going to university? Bai Ye's expression turned serious as he looked in the rearview mirror. If you don't go to school, that means you don't want to study. You have good grades, always coming in first in exams. Why would you stop now? But, Bai Anan lowered her head. Are you worried about money? Don't worry. Your brother is skilled. Once I start selling the marinated meat at the market, it will surely attract everyone's attention and the money will roll in. Bai Ye said exaggeratedly. Stop talking nonsense, Jiang Lan chuckled and scolded. How could your meat be that aromatic? Of course I'm a master chef. Regardless of how exaggerated it was, the atmosphere in the car became much lighter, and Bai Anan even joined Bai Ye in daydreaming. Jiang Lan listened to the two kids inflate their own importance and couldn't help but laugh. You two are just talking nonsense. Amid the sounds of laughter, they arrived at Li village, where they heard that the pig slaughtering had already begun. The father and son quickly parked the car and ran over, leaving Jiang Lan and Bai Anan behind. The Bai father and son jogged into the village, where a patch of idle land was designated for pig slaughtering every year. As they approached, they already heard the sounds of pigs squealing. A fat pig was being held down and tied up by a group of young people. A man in his 40s stepped forward and expertly plunged a knife into the pig, causing a loud squeal to erupt. Bai Ye shuddered. Although he is a chef and has dealt with chickens and ducks, seeing this still made him feel that the animal was suffering. It would be better if it could die without pain. Fortunately, the butcher was very skilled. Someone was already placing a basin underneath to catch the blood, and once it had drained sufficiently, he began to clean up. After Bai Ye's father greeted a few familiar faces, noticing his son's pale complexion, he pulled him aside. He smiled at acquaintances, saying, "I haven't seen a pig slaughtering since I was little." Once the pig's hair was scalded off with hot water and scraped down to a white strip, and it was cut in half, the father and son squeezed in. Most onlookers were just there for the spectacle and wouldn't buy much meat. When Bai Ye asked for half a side, the others made way for him. Bai Ye examined the pork, which was still warm and looked good with at least 3 fingers of fat. He heard it had been fed grains and often allowed to roam, making the meat firm and the color excellent. "How much per pound?" "Others buy it for 12, but since you want half a side, I can give you a discount," said the butcher Zhang. "This is grain-fed pork, delicious. If you plan to buy, I won't let the grain-fed pigs come over to undercut me." They priced the whole side as one. All cuts were included. This price was slightly higher than in previous years. "How much?" 12. Bai Ye's father nodded, having heard about the rising prices this year, especially with the new year approaching. "Are you buying?" Bai Ye's father glanced at Bai Ye. "Yes." Bai Ye gritted his teeth and said. The Bai family decided on a large side as good pork was rare. Since this pig was raised by themselves, it weighed over 200 pounds. After slaughtering, half a side would weigh over 80 pounds. The butcher Zhang gave them a bit of a discount, calculating it at 80 pounds, which at 12 per pound amounted to over 960 yuan. Bai Ye transferred the money directly to the butcher Zhang. Luckily, he had received a system and completed a task during the traffic jam, earning over 1,000 yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford the pork. The father and son carried the half side of the pig out, and Bai Anan had been peeking out. When she saw them return, she opened the door from inside. The car often carried goods, and the pork was directly placed on large bags in the back. "This meat looks good. How much did it cost?" Jiang Lan asked as she looked at the meat. 12, Bai Ye's father replied. "That's not cheap. Mom, it's the end of the year. This is the price. And I think the meat looks pretty good." "It is quite good." Since they had already bought it, Jiang Lan didn't argue further. "Shall we go to Nanzhuang?" "Right." Bai Ye turned the steering wheel and headed straight for Nanzhuang. Nanzhuang is the largest market in their area, held only on the 5th and 10th of each month, attracting people from surrounding villages. However, the Bai family seldom went there due to the distance from their village. In other seasons, winter trips by tractor were quite a struggle. It would take nearly half an hour to drive from Li village to Nanzhuang. Fortunately, the car had heating, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. Bai Ye's father moved uncomfortably and said, "I heard that running the air conditioning in winter uses a lot of fuel." "Dad, the air conditioning uses fuel, but the heating doesn't," Bai Ye clarified with a smile, understanding his father's concerns. "Oh, that's good then." Bai Ye's father visibly relaxed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived after half an hour, and this time Jiang Lan and her daughter didn't wait in the car, but got down together. Bai Ye was the last to get out of the car. As he parked the vehicle and stepped onto the ground, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Within this market, there lies a marvelous secret recipe for marinated meat. Let's see if you can find it. Ding. Random task 3. Gather all ingredients for the marinated meat recipe 033. Completing the task will reward you with a substantial monetary reward along with random rare item drops. Failing the task will randomly reduce your current funds. Task difficulty 3 stars. Bai Ye's eyes brightened. If 2 stars earned him 888, how much would 3 stars yield? Furthermore, he truly needed the marinated meat recipe. This is truly a case of someone offering a pillow to a sleepy person. Perhaps it was the obvious smile on Bai Ye's face that caught the attention of the other 3. "Brother, what are you so happy about?" Bai Anan leaned over to ask. "Anyway, there's good news." Bai Ye looked at his parents and said, "Dad, Mom, you go buy what you need. I will go find the ingredients for the marinated meat. If you finish buying, just go back to the car first." Bai Ye handed the car keys to Bai Laodad. The other 3 naturally had no objections, and Bai Laodad only asked if the money was enough. Bai Ye still had over 1,000, which was certainly enough for the seasonings. However, the secret recipe for these 15 seasonings was not easy to gather, mainly because he did not know how to complete it. After thinking for a moment, he decided to start browsing from the seasoning section. Not knowing how to start completing the task, Bai Ye began to choose the seasonings he was familiar with. Fortunately, this street was filled with shops selling seasonings, and they had quite a selection. Sichuan pepper, star anise, longan grass, fruit, cinnamon, clove, nutmeg, galangal, licorice, white atractalodes, sand ginger, camellia, white pepper grass, cardamom, fennel bay, leaves, dried tangerine peel. Bai Ye gathered more than 20 types in one breath, and as the continuous notification sounds rang in his ears, his mouth nearly stretched to the back of his head. He never expected this task to be so simple. However, he still needed 7 more ingredients, and as Bai Ye pondered what else he could add, someone beside him suddenly spoke up. "Hey young man, you're buying so many seasonings to make marinated meat, right?" "Yes." "I see you're buying so much. Are you planning to sell it?" "Yes." "You seem to be missing a few things, though." The old man was sitting on a nearby tree stump. Bai Ye was taken aback. What was going on? Were there NPCs and system tasks now? Can I get pointers from conversations? "Old man, what do you think I'm missing? Have you seen this thing?" The old man pulled out small bags of white powder from his stall. "Use this to stew meat. It's incredibly tasty." Just as Bai Ye was about to take it, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. "Warning! Warning! Toxic substances are not allowed in the recipe." Bai Ye quickly withdrew his hand. "What exactly is this?" "This is called saltpetre. You put it in meat." Before the old man could finish, Bai Ye had already stood up straight. He knew what it was. Saltpetre is considered a food additive when stewing marinated meat. However, it has to be used in a specific amount. Exceeding the amount can lead to poisoning, and even small doses taken multiple times can be carcinogenic. Bai Ye worked in this industry, so he naturally knew some cases. Just 2 years ago, an elderly couple had put this substance in their marinated pig trotters. After cooking, not only did the pig trotters look particularly good, but the aroma was also incredibly rich, and they sold like hotcakes. Later, someone noticed something was off and reported them, prompting the couple to destroy all the saltpetre overnight. However, when the quality inspection department came, they found that the couple had used saltpetre in their broth. This substance is still used by quite a few people today. But since the system deemed this a toxic substance, he could not add it to the recipe under any circumstances. Bai Ye turned to leave. He still needed 7 more ingredients and couldn't think of any others, as he had already counted the seasonings he commonly used. While he was in distress, he bumped into someone. Bai Ye looked up and saw it was his father. "What are you thinking about, kid?" Bai Laodad saw that Bai Ye only had a few items in hand and handed over what he had bought. "You take it to the car, I'll go pick up your mom." "Okay." Bai Ye took the car keys and went to receive the items from his dad. Just as he got hold of them, the system notification sound rang again. Discovered recipe ingredients: ginger, green onion, garlic. 2,933. Bai Ye was surprised and raised his hand, unable to help but laugh out loud. "What's so funny?" Bai Laodad was stunned. "Hurry up." "Hey." Bai Ye, with a face full of joy, walked towards the car, still laughing. He was truly dumbfounded. He had completely overlooked these 3 essential seasonings. After placing the items back in the car, he noticed that some things were already there, presumably purchased by his parents earlier. After securely locking the car door, Bai Ye decided not to linger around this seasoning street anymore, as there were seasonings available elsewhere too. He wandered around the market again, looking for family, while also checking for seasonings, and this time, he found hawthorn. Bai Ye looked and saw that he was only missing 2 seasonings now. What else could there be? "Bai Ye, is there anything else you haven't bought?" Bai Laodad replied, holding 4 chickens. They raised a few chickens at home, but those were just for laying eggs. They couldn't bear to slaughter the egg-laying hens for marinated meat. Nothing else. Bai Ye had gone around several times without spotting anything and knew he couldn't find anything else in this market. "Then let's head back." Jiang Lan said they had been shopping for 2 hours and had bought everything they needed. "Anan, let's go home." Bai Ye turned back and called out to his sister, who was still looking around. Just then a donkey cart passed by them from behind, loaded with quite a few tree branches, all intact. It should have been brought back from somewhere to be used for firewood. "Brother, be careful." Anan pulled Bai Ye, but he was still scratched by the branches. Bai Ye's down jacket was several years old. The branch scratched a large hole in it, and the white fluff inside was protruding. "Ouch! You scratched my jacket." "Stop the cart." The owner of the donkey cart, upon hearing that someone's clothes were scratched, not only didn't stop, but instead sped away. Bai Ye's clothes were torn open, and the branch was also pulled down by his clothing. Discovered recipe ingredient: wood fragrance. 3,233. Bai Ye looked down at the branch hanging from his clothes. It was a shrub that had probably been uprooted with its roots and stem intact, and still covered in dried soil. "Look at this jacket, what are we going to do?" Jiang Lan said, covering the hole with her hand, feeling very sorry. "When we get home, Mom will sew it up for you." Bai Anan angrily stared at the fleeing donkey cart and was about to rip the wood fragrance off Bai Ye. Hey, Anan, don't move. What are you going to keep this branch?" "Of course. Your brother's clothes are ruined. Shouldn't we bring this back to deal with it?" Bai Ye laughed. Although his clothes were damaged, he felt no distress. He was only 1 ingredient away from completing the task. Once he completes it, not only could he earn cash rewards, but he would also obtain a perfect recipe. This was not a case of the donkey cart causing an accident and fleeing. It was clearly a blessing from a noble. Seeing Bai Ye smiling and not taking it to heart, those around them also let out a sigh of relief. "Young man, you're quite broad-minded." "Yes, what else can we do? If you can let go, you won't be angry." This young man has great tolerance. Despite Bai Ye's lack of sorrow, Jiang Lan still felt a pang of heartache, while Bai Anan was furious, her cheeks puffed up in anger as she got into the car. Bai Ye organized the items and started warming up the car. Bai Laodai glanced at the things Bai Ye you just mentioned needing to prepare seasonings. "Have you finished?" "Almost. But I was thinking I'm still missing 1 crucial ingredient," Bai Ye replied vaguely. "What are you still missing? What did you buy?" Bai Laodai asked. Bai Ye listed all the seasonings he had bought, many of which Bai Laodai and Jiang Lan had never purchased in their lives. At home, for stewing meat, it was usually just star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves. How could there be dozens like Bai Ye had? "That's impressive. I've never heard of so many seasonings. If you ask me, what we can't do without here is soybean paste. Without it, how can anything be flavorful?" Jiang Lan added. "Right, without soybean paste, it wouldn't have that flavor. Can we still call it soy sauce meat?" Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Yes, soybean paste. How could he have forgotten that? The reason it slipped his mind was that it wasn't sold at the market. In their area, soybean paste was made by every household, and on certain days, everyone gathered to prepare it together. The Nanzhuang market was filled with people from the surrounding villages who would come to buy soybean paste. Bai Ye had a guess in his heart, and his face lit up with joy. If this soybean paste was the last seasoning he needed, then he was all set. Yes, that makes sense. He'll go back and give it a try. Feeling happy, Bai Ye drove faster. Fortunately, the roads in their area had improved over the past 2 years, otherwise the journey would have been a pain. As soon as they arrived at the door before Bai Anan could get out of the car, Bai Loud Eye went to open the door. Bai Ye parked the car at the entrance and only moved it to the spot from yesterday after unloading the items. That spot had a roof providing some cover in case of snow. However, now that they had a car, it was time to consider building a parking space at home, and the back seat needed to be reinstalled for comfort. As soon as Bai Ye got out of the car, he saw the wood incense that Bai Anan had tossed onto the firewood pile and quickly dragged it down. This was a good item. If his mother used it for cooking later, it would have been wasted. But what part of this should be used? Bai Ye searched on his phone and found out it was the root. So that part was useless. Bai Ye efficiently removed the root, tossing the unnecessary parts back onto the firewood pile. Hey brother, what are you doing with this? Bai Anan happened to see this scene and asked curiously, do you think your brother would want anything? This is medicinal material, and it's also a seasoning. I actually need it. Bai Ye boasted in front of his sister. Oh, I see. Bai Anan exclaimed, her face lighting up with understanding. I knew my brother was capable. Ha ha ha. Bai Ye laughed heartily, scooping a ladle of water to wash both the wood incense and his hands clean. Bai Ye, hurry, and take off your clothes, I'll sew them for you. Jiang Lan took the clothes and kept talking. These clothes are several years old. I remember they were bought when Bai Ye was still in high school, right? Bai Ye nodded. Mom, once we make money from our soy sauce meat, let's all buy new clothes. After washing his hands, Bai Ye hurried to check their family's soy sauce jar. This was something every household had in their area, and this jar in the corner could last until the next year. By the time the soybeans were ripe next year, they would finish the old batch and make a new one. Just as Bai Ye scooped a ladle of soybean paste, the system's notification sound came. Discovered recipe, ingredients, soybean paste. 3,333 ding. Congratulations, host. Task 3 completed. Reward 1, 50 experience points. Reward 2, grade secret recipe for soy sauce meat upgradable. Reward 3, 2,888 yuan. Please check. The phone immediately rang with a notification sound, and combined with the remaining money, it instantly exceeded 3,000 yuan. Brother, your phone is ringing. Bai Anan said. Bai Ye was filled with joy, and not only had he obtained the secret recipe, but it was also upgradable. Dad, Mom, our family's soy sauce meat will definitely be delicious. When the time comes, we'll make a lot of money and buy new clothes. Brother, I want some too. Bai Anan ran over, pulling Bai Ye's hand and shaking it. Don't worry, there will be plenty for you. Bai Ye playfully poked his sister's nose. Come help. Okay. After being out for several hours, it was time to make lunch. Jiang Lan was busy cooking. Bai Loud Eye took advantage of the half-frozen pork to cut it into pieces according to the parts. As for Bai Ye, he looked at the secret recipe for soy sauce meat given by the system, preparing to mix it himself. The recipe was based on 50 pounds of soy sauce meat, and the required weight of each seasoning was different. This weight couldn't be easily changed. Sometimes just a fraction could make a big difference in taste. Anan, do you remember we have a small scale at home? Is it the copper one that Grandpa left behind? Bai Anan thought for a moment and replied, Yes, that's the one. Got it. Bai Anan ran to her parents' room and dug out a palm-sized scale from the cabinet opposite the bed. The scale was only as big as a palm, and its support rod was thin, even shorter than the chopsticks her mother used to fry big fritters. Bai Ye wiped the scale clean. Fortunately, it was made of copper. Although the surface had some dust, a few rubs with a dry cloth made it spotless. Anan, let me teach you what these seasonings are. Bai Ye picked up one seasoning and explained it to his sister, then placed it on the scale to measure the amount before pouring it into the large basin in front of Anan. The siblings had fun measuring the seasonings until they heard Jiang Lan calling them for lunch. They had dumplings for lunch, leftovers from yesterday, and then everyone continued to busy themselves with the soy sauce meat. Outside, the couple divided the processed pork into chunks, briefly scorching the skin over the fire. During the pig slaughtering, the hair removal wasn't that meticulous, so some hairs inevitably remained. Burning it a bit was just right to remove these. After Bai Ye measured the seasonings, he quickly washed them and soaked them in white wine. Making a pot of braising liquid was no challenge for Bai Ye. He had done it before in the shop, but now he had a more detailed secret recipe. Bai Ye took over the task from Bai Loud Eye, swiftly placing the meat into the pot of cold water. After bringing it to a boil, he skimmed off the foam and took it out to wash. Next came the process of simmering the broth. This was something Bai Loud Eye and the others couldn't help with, so Bai Ye had to do it himself. Bai Ye loved cooking, especially when encountering new recipes. He worked excitedly on his own. After a while, the three people sitting on the Kong munching on the freshly bought snacks and chatting suddenly caught a whiff of a wonderful aroma. The aroma was subtle at first, yet the moment it touched the nostrils, it tugged at the heart like an invisible hook. Irresistible, compelling one to draw a deeper breath. Bai Anan was the first to succumb. She leapt off the heated brick bed and dashed into the outer kitchen toward the stove, where Bai Ye sat quietly tending the fire, now reduced to a gentle, steady simmer, while idly playing a single-player mobile game. Brother. Her sudden entrance startled Bai Ye. What is it? Brother, your braised pork smells absolutely divine. The girl cooed, her voice laced with playful longing. Is it ready yet? Greedy little thing. Bai Ye chuckled, rising to his feet and handing his phone to his sister before seizing a slotted ladle and sifting gently through the simmering broth until he retrieved a strip of meat. This strip had been trimmed earlier, irregular in shape, set aside during cutting and tossed into the pot alongside the rest. Though the larger pieces were likely still underbraised, this slender cut had surely cooked through. He laid the strip directly onto the cutting board and sliced it into bit-sized morsels. Bai Ye quick-witted as ever hurried to set up the low dining table on the heated brick bed. Meanwhile, their father swept away sunflower seed shells scattered across the surface. What's going on? Already done. Not quite, but brother fished out a smaller one. Bai Ye snatched up chopsticks and perched eagerly on the edge of the bed, eyes wide and expectant. Though modest in name, the strip weighed nearly half a kilogram raw, tapered thick at one end and slender at the other. Each portion neatly arranged by Bai Ye onto a serving plate and brought to the table. Father, mother, please taste it. How does it fare? Bai Ye spoke with quiet, heartfelt anticipation. In truth, the moment that rich fragrance filled the air, he knew the braised pork would be exceptional, far more aromatic than anything he'd ever smelled while watching his former employer prepare it. Let me sample my son's handiwork, Jiang Lan said, lifting a piece rich with marbled fat and lean. How is it? Bai Ye asked, but Jiang Lan remained silent. Well, say something. Delicious. This flavor is simply indescribable. Her voice trembled slightly, for such exquisite depth and harmony had never graced her palate before. Bai Ye quickly reached for a piece, but bypassed the marbled cut entirely, instead selecting the tapered end. This narrow tip, trimmed by Bai Ye during preparation, consisted almost entirely of pure glistening fat. Bai Ye raised a thumb in admiration. Only father knows how to savor true delicacy. Bai Ye glanced between the generous cuts and the slender pieces, then finally chose a small lean morsel. Since the braising time had been brief, the color had not yet deeply penetrated, the fatty layers remained thick and translucent, daunting to her young palate. Ainen, try the fat. It's richer, more flavorful than the lean. Bai Ye urged gently. Bai Ye hesitated. Just one bite. Would your brother ever deceive you? All right, I trust my brother. She abandoned the lean piece and picked up a strip of 5-spice marbled pork, closed her eyes and bit down. The skin yielded with springy, tender resilience, the kind that clings softly to the teeth upon first contact. Beneath lay the pale, fatty layer she'd feared, yet it carried no cloying heaviness. Instead, it offered a delicate crispness, a testament to precise, restrained heat, not yet pushed to full tenderness. And the lean meat beneath, equally sublime, supple, succulent, never dry or fibrous. Brother, it's absolutely heavenly. Her eyes flew open alight with unfeigned wonder. Savor it while it lasts. The main batch still needs more simmering, Bai Ye replied, then turned toward his father, who remained wordless. Bai Ye nodded slowly. Son, you've truly come into your own. He had never imagined his boy could produce such extraordinary flavor. Yet the moment that first bite melted upon his tongue, his heart did not leap with mere gustatory delight. It swelled with quiet, profound pride. Years ago, Bai Ye had ranked first in his class, and among the top students across the entire grade. But during his senior year, Bai Ye fell gravely ill, draining every last coin from their household and plunging them deep into debt. They kept the truth from him, but Bai Ye, perceptive beyond his years, understood their plight. Without sitting for the national college entrance exam, he left home resolutely to seek work. When Bai Ye learned of it, grief knotted in his chest for days. Yet Bai Ye only smiled and said, university would delay me for years, and our local education can't match the city's. Even excelling here wouldn't guarantee admission to a prestigious institution. Better to begin earning sooner. That decision haunted Bai Ye for years, a bitter weight of guilt. He felt he'd burdened his son, especially as the boy, still so young, began sending money home regularly. In his mind, laboring one's entire life differed fundamentally from graduating, rising above circumstance, and securing a stable, dignified profession. Where did manual labor lead after all? Back to these few mu of land, tilling, sweating, bound by the same cycle he'd known since youth. Never able to offer his wife and child the life they deserved. Now tasting this braised pork, Bai Ye finally exhaled, a long, slow release of pent-up anxiety. His son hadn't just found work. He'd found mentors, earned trust, and acquired a treasured craft. Father, hearing those words, Bai Ye beamed so brightly his eyes nearly vanished into crescents of joy. 2 pork shanks, 2 trotters. We'll slice one of each to test. Pity we didn't buy offal today. It would braise beautifully too. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why bother with those? They're costly, Jiang Lan interjected swiftly. Your father also trimmed some extra meat earlier. I'll stew it with green beans tonight. Agreed. Both siblings chorused in unison. That evening brought steaming bowls of fragrant white rice and a generous cauldron of braised pork belly, potatoes, and tender green beans, its richness amplified by the generous cuts of meat. Lifting the lid released an intoxicating cloud of aroma, layered deep, mingling seamlessly with the lingering scent of the braised pork. Every stomach rumbled in unison. Each person received a heaping bowl of rice placed around the low table beside a steaming pot of stew and a side dish of perfectly braised pork, its texture now ideal, tender, but holding its shape ready for slicing. The 4 gathered around the table. Bai Ye produced small wine cups. Father, shall we share a cup? A cup indeed. Bai Ye replied, his spirits soaring. Only a modest amount of baijiu remained in the bottle. Jiang Lan abstained, leaving the rest to father and son, each taking a generous half-cup. With perfect timing, the braised pork had reached its zenith. Richer in flavor, yet retaining structural integrity, neither mushy nor falling apart. Its doneness was absolute, exquisite. Bai Ye took a bite and pounded the table with tiny fists. Delicious. Brother, it's utterly divine. The meat may be delicious, but the cook must remain untouched, Bai Ye teased. How's the fat? He asked. Delicious, she declared without hesitation. Indeed, the braised pork was magnificent, but so too was the hearty stew in the center of the table. Freshly slaughtered pork lent unmatched sweetness and tenderness. The local potatoes, earthy, starchy, and velvety, broke cleanly in half when pierced, absorbing every nuance of savory depth. The green beans were homegrown, broad, plump, and quick cooking, so thoroughly infused with meat essence that they rivaled the pork itself in sheer umami satisfaction. Bai Ye lifted his chopsticks, laden with tender pork, glistening beans, and soft potatoes, and shoveled the medley rice included straight into his mouth. With every bite, warmth bloomed, not just in the belly but in the soul. The next day, the Bai father and son loaded the meat from the steel pot onto the cart and headed straight for today's market. Last night, Bai Ye discussed with his parents that the meat was bought at 12 yuan per pound without dividing it by cuts, but the selling price would not be the same. When the pork is cooked, it will lose some weight, generally leaving only 70 to 80% of its original weight. This means that when a pound is cooked, it only weighs around 7 or 8 taels. Moreover, Bai Ye estimated that his sauce would weigh around 7 taels when it was ready. Just based on cost, it would require 17 or 18 yuan per pound, so he couldn't set the price too low, or he wouldn't even break even. Bai Ye thought that before the new year it would be better to earn a little more by selling at lower margins, so he set a price for each cut: one price for the elbow, one for the trotters, and one for the pork belly. As for the hindquarters and similar parts, they were not suitable for making sauced meat, so he cut those off to keep for his family. The pork belly was the most abundant and delicious, with the price temporarily set at 28 yuan per pound. The pork elbow was priced at 30 and the trotters at 35. There was also a promotional price written above, meaning that if sales were good, the price could be raised at any time. However, for now, they only had one front trotters and one front elbow. The prices for the rear trotters and elbow would be lower, but cheaper prices might attract some buyers. When they left home, Bai Ye found a cardboard box and wrote the word sauced meat in big letters on it. However, Bai Ye thought this lacked flair and changed it to ancestral secret recipe sauced meat. Regardless of whether it was truly an old recipe or not, it would definitely become the ancestral secret recipe sauced meat in the future. When Bai Ye saw him write ancestral secret recipe, he frowned and said, "Nonsense. Our family has no chefs in 8 generations. Where did this ancestral secret recipe come from? Dad, this will attract people, just trust me." The father and son drove to Liu's market, where there was a small market today, not too crowded, perfect for Bai Ye to try his skills. Before leaving, Bai Ye also brought along the gas stove and cooking platform. Bai Ye asked what he was bringing that for, and Bai Ye just smiled and said nothing. At the market, they found a suitable spot to park, took down the steel pot, and Bai Ye used 2 benches he brought from home along with some stones to set up a temporary table for the cutting board. The meat was in large chunks and needed to be weighed. Bai Ye put on a disposable glove as per Bai Ye's request, making him look somewhat professional. However, the unease in his heart was known only to him. After living for several decades, this was his first time selling anything. But after standing for a long time without anyone approaching to inquire, everyone was buying familiar cooked foods from other stalls. Moreover, those were laid out on tables which indeed looked more presentable than their invisible setup. Bai Ye felt a chill of disappointment and looked at the stalls around him, wanting to shout, but unable to open his mouth. "Bai Ye, what are you doing?" "Almost there, almost there." Bai Ye crawled out from under the table, set up the gas stove correctly, and began heating the sauced meat. "Dad, the fragrance of wine, fear not the narrow alley, but we must first have the aroma," Bai Ye said with a smile. Just as he thought, when the meat broth began to boil, he opened the pot lid to let the aroma waft out. In less than 10 minutes, passers-by couldn't help but twitch their noses, beginning to search for the source of the delicious smell. Unlike Bai Ye was willing to take risks, as just now he had received a random task from the system requiring him to sell 10 portions of sauced meat today. Bai Ye didn't care about saving face anymore, and besides, there was nothing embarrassing about it, so he began shouting. His shout indeed caught the attention of others, and with the strong aroma, people immediately gathered around. "Sauced meat. How much is it?" "Sauced meat is 28 yuan per pound. Look, it's all genuine pork belly, tastes great," Bai Ye said, while scooping out a small piece from the pot and handing it to the customer. The customer took a bite and immediately widened his eyes. "Wow, this meat. Give me 2 pounds at a discount." "Well, it really can't be discounted. It's the end of the year, and meat is expensive, plus we have good pork, just bought from Li Village yesterday." "Look at this meat," Bai Ye said, while picking up a large piece with a hook to show the customer. "Good pork with 3 fingers of fat is not common. You just tasted it, this meat melts in your mouth." Before Bai Ye could finish, the customer couldn't hold back any longer. "Give me 2 pounds. All right. Bai Ye, having been a chef for several years, was still precise with his measurements. He weighed it out and packaged it in a food bag slightly over 2 pounds. "Here you go, 2 pounds of sauced meat," Bai Ye shouted loudly. His shouting was not only a standard practice in the industry, but also served to announce the price and amounts. If there was any mistake, someone would point it out, which helped keep everything transparent. Additionally, such announcements served a promotional purpose. When others heard that they were selling portions, they would be curious and come over to take a look. Bai Ye was responsible for collecting money on the side. Nowadays, most people in the countryside used mobile payments, with only some elderly folks using cash. Bai Ye handled the money without getting his hands dirty. Bai Ye served the meat and kept his hands clean, which looked more hygienic. After collecting the payment, the buyer complimented little brother, "You're quite skilled with your hands." With this first sale, others began to cautiously inquire, and after tasting a bit, most of them would buy a pound or two. Seeing the pot of sauced meat diminish, both Bai father and son wore smiles on their faces. In the background, Bai Ye's display showed that they had already sold 4 portions. Among these 4 portions, the least was 1 pound, while the most was nearly 4 pounds. Dad, I think we should make another trip to Li Village shortly. Let's buy a whole pig this time. All right. Bai Ye nodded vigorously. However, this Liu's market was a small one, and the number of people couldn't be compared to the larger market in Nanzhuang. Moreover, not everyone loved sauced meat, so after selling those 4 portions, the rest were sparse, with very few customers. Bai Ye noticed they still needed several more portions to complete the task, and felt a bit anxious. He knew that the market only lasted until noon, and now it was already past 10, almost 11. If he didn't complete the task soon, it might become difficult. Thus, Bai Ye increased his shouting volume, and added phrases like "try before you buy, no charge if it doesn't taste good," which managed to attract a few more customers, who also bought his pork trotters and elbows. However, when the customers tried to bargain, Bai Ye reluctantly gave them a small discount. In this day and age, nothing is easy. Buyers always want to bargain, otherwise they feel like they're losing out. But when it came to selling my own stuff, every penny I reduced felt like a piece of my flesh being cut off. Taking advantage of no one being around, Bai Ye whispered to Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at his son and smiled. For the first time, "You've grown up." Bai Ye glanced at his father. Is he being stingy? After all, he was his biological father, protective of his son, and this could be seen as a compliment. The market had already emptied considerably, with many stalls closed down, leaving only a few scattered around. Bai Ye frowned, realizing he still had 2 portions unsold. Was this going to be a failed mission? If he lost money from his bank card over such a minor task, it would hurt him more than haggling over prices. Seeing that there were really no customers left, and even the cooked food stall was about to close, Bai Dad was ready to pack up. "Dad, why don't we wait a little longer?" Bai Ye said with difficulty. "Why don't you go warm up in the car? There's no one left. What are you staying here for?" Bai Dad did not understand Bai Ye, but thinking it over, he realized Bai Ye must feel there was still meat left, so he was unwilling to leave. "Bai Ye, let's go, but it's not necessary to sell everything out. Haven't we sold dozens of pounds already?" Bai Dad advised. He was worried his son was overthinking it, especially since the Lujiabao market was quite small, and selling this much was already a good business. "I understand," Bai Ye nodded. "Let's head back." Just as they were putting the table and stools into the car, and even had the gas canister packed, a vehicle pulled up in front of their stall. The person in the car opened the door and shouted, "I didn't know you hadn't packed up yet. That's great. Give me some of that marinated meat." Bai Ye looked up and recognized it was the first customer from earlier. "Yes, we still have plenty," Bai Ye enthusiastically called out. There were still 2 large pieces of meat left, which the man waved his hand to buy all of. Bai Ye had a clever idea. "Can you check out twice, big brother?" "Huh? Why?" The man was taken aback. What was the difference between checking out once or twice? "Just doing a favor," Bai Ye said. "They'll give you a pig's trotter to try, and if you like it, come back next time." This was the remaining hind trotter with little meat and tendon left, and not many people were willing to buy it. Today, this big brother had already bought over 10 pounds of meat, so giving him a taste was a good idea. All right then. The man settled the bill in 2 transactions, carrying 2 bags of meat and the pig's trotter as he got back into his car. "Let's go now," Bai Dad said. There was hardly anything left in the pot, just 1 pig's hind leg and some cut pieces of meat. "Let's go to Li Village and see if there are any pigs available. If there are, we'll buy some. If not, we can place an order." "All right," Bai Ye said, a bit dazed, and he snapped back to reality when Bai Dad gently nudged him. He was looking at the mission. He had clearly sold 2 portions just now, but he hadn't received the notification for completing the task. Sitting in the car warming it up, Bai Ye hurriedly called out to the system to inquire what happened. The system, which had previously been very enthusiastic and chatty, now responded in a very mechanical manner. "Please refrain from making illegal operations. These actions are not recognized by the system. If it happens again, a penalty will be imposed." Bai Ye's face turned pale. It turned out that the previous customer paying twice only counted as 1 transaction, and such trickery was not permitted by the system. Having been warned by the system once, Bai Ye didn't care much. He could just avoid it next time. However, this meant he wouldn't be able to complete his task. "Let's go, it's getting late, and the pork might be sold out by now," Bai Ye replied, and drove towards Li Village, looking quite unhappy along the way. He didn't know when this random task would end, or if he could just hold on until tomorrow. Completing the task would be easy. Unfortunately, there was no hourglass above his head this time. Bai Ye felt a bit uncomfortable. This uneasy feeling was truly. Bai Dad glanced at Bai Ye, feeling a bit puzzled. Logically, the sales of marinated meat today were good, so why did his son look unhappy? However, Bai Dad was not one to pry. He observed his son for a moment without saying anything. Bai Ye drove to the place they were at yesterday, and sure enough, the crowd had not dissipated. This butcher was busiest at the end of the year. Many came to find him to slaughter pigs, and his own pigs were mainly sold at this time. "It's almost 12 and still so lively," Bai Ye remarked. However, when the father and son got out of the car, they found the scene was even more bustling than they had imagined. They didn't know what had happened, but Zhang the butcher was in a fight with another person. Everyone else stood far away, and only the Bai family, unaware of the situation, rashly approached, only to realize it was too late. Seeing the opponent reach for Zhang the butcher's slaughtering knife, aiming to stab him, Bai Ye quickly grabbed Zhang's arm and pulled him towards himself. Having worked as a chef for several years, Bai Ye had quite a bit of strength. With this pull he actually managed to drag the tall and strong Zhang the Butcher away. Avoiding the attack, the others were also shocked and rushed to subdue the assailant. Song Laolio, have you gone mad? That pig was sent by your wife, oh, what does it have to do with old Zhang? Exactly, you can't raise your voice to your wife, but dare to pull a knife on others, oh, what kind of logic is that? You crazy thing, call the police and have him arrested. Bai Ye finally understood what was going on from the conversation around him. It seemed that Song Laolia's pigs which had been raised at home were slaughtered by his wife, and when he found out he came to confront Zhang the Butcher. Bai Ye felt speechless. This person is sick, pigs are raised to be slaughtered especially at the end of the year. If not now, when? How could one develop feelings for the pigs? Moreover, how could he run out and seek revenge on someone who slaughters pigs instead of discussing it at home? Saying it out loud would be utterly ridiculous. Just then a woman arrived. Bai Ye immediately understood why Song Laolu didn't dare to argue with his wife. His wife was tall and strong, easily over 1.7 meters, and looked quite robust. However, she had a pleasant appearance, clearly someone with a straightforward personality. On the other hand, Song Laolu was about 1.7 meters tall, looking a bit wilted, and it was unclear where he had found the courage to shove Zhang the Butcher. As soon as Song Laolia's wife arrived and saw her man being held down, she immediately exploded. Grabbing Song Laolia's ear, she exclaimed, "Oh, so you have some guts now, huh? That pig was slaughtered by Brother Zhang, oh, what can you do about it? Raising pigs is just for eating. Mama's been saying this for days, and I was wondering why you were so hesitant. Come on, tell me, what was your relationship with that pig? Are you related?" The surrounding people burst into laughter. Song Laolia's wife quickly apologized to Zhang the Butcher, and after a long while finally dragged her man home, with distant sounds of her scolding and Song Laolia's cries. "Little brother, thank you. If you hadn't pulled me just now, what would I have done during the new year?" Zhang the Butcher, now regaining his composure, expressed his gratitude to Bai Ye. "It's nothing. If you want to thank me, just buy a portion of marinated meat." Zhang the Butcher was momentarily stunned, failing to comprehend the meaning of the words. Bai Ye quickly corrected himself, fearing that the system would mark this as a violation. "We are here to buy pork." Bai Ye did not want to watch this. He turned to the side, while Bai Laoi remained standing nearby, eager to see if the pig was good. After a long while, Bai Laoi approached and knocked on the car window, urging Bai Ye to come down and take a look. "How is the meat?" "It's even better than yesterday's. The meat is quite fatty." The father and son walked over, and because of the earlier incident, everyone politely let them buy first. Bai Ye straightforwardly said he wanted the whole pig, causing everyone to be taken aback. "So much? How will you eat it?" Zhang the Butcher remembered the Bai family and recognized them, although they didn't usually buy much, just a little during festivals. He was quite surprised when they requested a pig shoulder yesterday, but now asking for an entire one was unexpected. "My son is learning a trade. We plan to sell some marinated meat at the market during the new year." Bai Laoye's tone was filled with unhidden pride. He was not usually like this, but he couldn't help it when talking about his son. It was quite natural. After a long while, Bai Laoi approached and knocked on the car window, urging Bai Ye to come down and take a look. "How is the meat?" "It's even better than yesterday's. The meat is quite fatty." Someone immediately inquired if there was any marinated meat left. Bai Ye's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes, there's still some fatty pork and a pig's hind leg." After saying this, Bai Ye ran towards his vehicle, and everyone followed. He didn't bother to set down the large pot, dragging it from the compartment to the side, and after opening it, he lifted a piece of meat. "There are only a few pounds left, all small pieces," Bai Ye said. Since they had just finished selling, the marinade in the pot still had some warmth, and as Bai Ye lifted the lid, a rich aroma of spices wafted out. "What is that smell, eh? Is it the aroma of marinated meat? So fragrant. He has some skill," several people exclaimed as they surrounded him. As Bai Ye lifted the meat, everyone felt a stir in their hearts. The pieces were all cut from one slab. They weren't bad, but some people preferred to pick a fresh piece, leaving several half pieces in the pot. These half-cut pieces of marinated meat clearly displayed their marbling, the fat white, and the lean a deep red, the texture firm and elastic. It was evident that they were made from quality meat. "This is the pork I bought from Uncle Jean yesterday, marinated last night. Let me serve a few pieces for you to try." Bai Ye scooped some from the pot, which had not broken apart, and pulled over a nearby cutting board. With a swift motion of his knife, he cut a piece and chopped it into several smaller chunks. Knowing that these people had unclean hands, he directly took out a few disposable gloves and handed them over, saying, "Give it a try." Enthralled by the enticing aroma and color of the marinated meat, they all accepted the gloves and grabbed a piece to taste. As soon as the meat entered their mouths, everyone was captivated. Seeing how firm the meat looked, they realized once they tasted it that it was thoroughly stewed. The fatty parts were tender and smooth, and rather than feeling greasy, it was infused with a fragrant marinated flavor that melted in their mouths after just a few chews. As for the lean meat, it was also soft and flavorful, not at all dry. Unconsciously, everyone finished off a piece of meat completely. It was only when they instinctively reached for more that they remembered this was a free tasting. "They'll take a piece, how much?" "We charge 28 per pound, and there are only a few pieces left." "How about 25? "All right." The group knew the market price of pork. After removing the hind leg and trotters, and the front and back hindquarters along with the ribs, there were only about 40 pounds of meat left from this half pig. Calculating the price, the cost alone would be over $20. Moreover, not many could achieve this flavor in marinated meat, so 25 was truly not expensive. Bai Ye actually knew that this price was hardly profitable, but since he had finally captured a few customers, he was eager to complete the task and didn't mind a few bucks. With just a few pounds left in the pot, he didn't incur much loss. The 4 who had followed him bought all the remaining marinated meat, but no one wanted the last hind leg. Bai Ye didn't mind. At worst, he could take it home for dinner. Last night, Anan had been drooling over that hind leg. After selling 4 portions in one breath, the system notification sound rang in Bai Ye's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task 4 completed. Reward 115 experience points. Reward 2666 yuan. Please check your rewards. Bai Ye let out a sigh of relief. Though 666 wasn't a lot, it was certainly not insignificant. The last time he completed a 2-star task, he had only received double rewards by finishing an hour ahead of schedule. This time, let alone finishing early, he felt lucky just to complete the task. He no longer sought double rewards, but simply wished to avoid failure, at least not having to worry about the system deducting money. This morning, he had sold about 30 pounds of marinated meat, most of which was fatty pork, bringing in over 800. Additionally, the trotters and hind leg accounted for over 100, recouping the money spent on meat and seasoning, and he still had the front and back hindquarters along with 10 pounds of ribs and a pork tenderloin left. Just as he was pondering, Bai Ye called him over, and Bai Ye hurriedly ran over. The pig that had just been slaughtered was fatter and larger than yesterday's. Zhang the butcher remembered the kindness of Bai Ye and gave the pig at the price he bought it for without charging him a single cent for the slaughtering fee. The Bai father and son exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Uncle Zhang, that was just a casual favor. Please don't take it to heart. We come here often, and in the future, who knows, maybe we'll come by every few days. Can you still give us such a low price? Zhang the butcher was also a man of pride. What you say is true. You did me a favor, but I also saved myself a knife cut. Let's think about future dealings later. Today, if I make money off you again, what would I be? After negotiating with Zhang the butcher, the Bai father and son found that he shook his head like a rattle, and they had to give up. This pig belonged entirely to the Bai family, yet the price was only 10 bucks. This price truly shocked Bai Ye. It should be noted that this was a grain-fed pig, and the price was originally not cheap. Moreover, it was close to the new year. Even a price increase to 12 would be acceptable to him. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. This pig weighed over 200 pounds, and Zhang the butcher could earn 200 to 300 bucks from selling it, which was quite normal. After all, butchering was not something just anyone could do, and butchers were simply waiting to earn money during the new year. Who typically slaughters pigs on ordinary days? Bai Ye expressed his gratitude and transferred the money. This pig was larger than yesterday's, weighing over 240 pounds. Bai Ye directly transferred 2,500 yuan and left the head, tail, and offal for Zhang the butcher. Leave the entrails and such. On one hand, it's a compensation for Zhang the butcher, as these clean bits are good resources, and on the other, he has a meat stall of his own, which can fetch a good price. Moreover, Bai Ye was too lazy to deal with those things. Although they would indeed be useful, when prepared it would take him half a day just to make sauce meat, and he was less inclined to handle those. Bai's father and son didn't want this or that, so Zhang the butcher could only go in and fill a bag with blood sausage for them. I just made these this morning. You can eat them right away. It's all cleaned up. All right then, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Bai Ye lifted the things, and he and Bai's father struggled to carry the pig, which was too large for the two of them. Bai Ye thought for a moment. Uncle Zhang, could I trouble you for another favor? Go ahead. Could you help me divide these meats by parts? Otherwise we will have to sort them when we get back. It's no trouble at all, Bai Ye said. Zhang the butcher took a knife and expertly cut the meat, splitting the half pig and dividing it into portions. Spare ribs, pig trotters, pork, belly, hind leg. In just a matter of 10 minutes, everything was sorted out clearly. Bai Ye went to the car to grab a few plastic bags, and by the time he returned they were almost done. Uncle Zhang, you're amazing. Bai Ye gave a thumbs up. Thank you for today. We are leaving now. May your business prosper. I hope you come here to buy meat every day. Ha, thanks for your kind words. Bai Ye also looked forward to that day. With about 10 bags of pork loaded into the car, the father and son finally returned home. Bai Ye, you didn't earn much from that sauce meat yesterday, did you? You can't put it that way. The main reason is that we sold so little. Besides, we still have over 10 pounds of spare ribs, and today we got more than 20 pounds. The price for sauce spare ribs is quite high. They usually sell for over 30. Bai's father nodded. In their area, spare ribs and large bones were very popular. They were also trying to sell today. They hadn't done the more expensive cuts yesterday. Today at the market, there were indeed inquiries. Actually, it's not just pork. Didn't Anan say yesterday that we could also make some pickles? Bai Ye pondered. His secret recipe for sauce meat was too useful to waste. With pork prices high at the end of the year, profits wouldn't be significant. But since they were just starting, they couldn't sell too high. Otherwise, not to mention making a profit, he might not even complete his tasks. However, a few days before the new year, they could raise the prices for sauce meat, and by then, they should have a good number of repeat customers. What pickles should we make? Anything will do, like potatoes, dried tofu, lotus roots, etc. I can even handle vermicelli, Bai Ye said while driving. We could also buy some chicken. We can make sauce chicken frames and pickled eggs. Bai's father was tempted by his son's words. All right. These are all great snacks for drinking. By the way, Dad, I received some money yesterday. It should be from the small boss. About 3,000. Shall we go to the county town in the afternoon and buy some new clothes? It's almost New Year. New clothes. That's fine. Buy for your mother, and sister too will pass. Your cotton jacket is in such bad shape. I see your mother sewing clothes, and she's not very skilled. It's better to buy a new one. Buy for everyone. Dad, you handle convincing Mom. Alright. When the father and son returned home, they were scolded by Jiang Lan. What time is it? Why are you back so late? You didn't even answer your phone. Bai Ye looked at his phone. Oh, indeed, it was almost 2 o'clock. Plus there were 2 missed calls, and he didn't even know how he didn't hear them. Oh, he remembered his phone was with his dad. Bai Ye quickly threw the blame, looking innocent. Mom, I didn't know. My phone was with Dad. Bai's father looked just as innocent. I can't use that thing, but it's not as good as our push-button phone. Jiang Lan was both angry and amused at the two of them. Are you starving? Quick, eat. Did you eat? Let's eat together. We already ate. What time do you think it is? Jiang Lan said irritably, taking out a large bowl of stew and hot rice from the pot. While the father and son were unloading the meat from the car, Jiang Lan turned on the gas stove and quickly cooked a scrambled egg with scallions for them. What is this? Pork. I haven't even asked how well you sold today. Sales were great. Bai Ye smiled. We are left with just one hind leg and some broth. So I discussed with my dad and decided to buy a whole pig. The pig was cheap today. Oh, it's all thanks to your son. Bai's father said, while washing his face recounting the events with Zhang the butcher. Jiang Lan exploded with anger. First, she scolded Song Laolu for being a piece of work, getting into a knife fight over a pig. Did he have a hidden connection with pigs? Then she turned to Bai Ye, scolding him to stay far away from such matters next time. What if he got hurt? Bai Ye interjected, Mom, it's almost New Year. What are you saying? Exactly, Bai's father muttered quietly. You still dare to speak? Jiang Lan glared at him, and Bai's father immediately fell silent. Mom, shall we go to the county town in the afternoon? Bai Ye said while eating. Jiang Lan was taken aback. What are we going to the county town for? Dad. Bai Ye looked at Bai's father. Well, Bai's father cleared his throat. The child was thinking of buying clothes for you and Anan. And look at what he's wearing. Ew, what kind of clothes did you sew for him? Going out like that would just be a laughingstock. That's true. Jiang Lan thought about the down jacket from yesterday. It had already been worn for several years, and the down had all escaped from the scraped area, leaving a hole in the jacket. When she sealed it yesterday, Jiang Lan stuffed a bunch of cotton inside, unsure if it would block the wind. Then let's go. Bai Ye and Anan should also get new clothes. Jiang Lan thought for a moment, and took out 1,000 yuan from the cabinet. Mom, you don't need to spend money, I have some. Bai Ye hurriedly repeated what he had told Bai's father earlier. Does buying a pig not cost money? Didn't you just buy a whole one today? Jiang Lan said this money was originally sent back by you and your dad, and I have been saving it for you. Bai Ye felt a lump in his throat. He had worked for 3 years, but hadn't really earned much back. The first 2,000 covered food and housing while teaching him skills, so the salary was low. This year he had more, but only in the first half later on. But his parents wouldn't spend a dime at home. Dad, Mom, you should spend this money, and my earnings are meant to ensure you live better. Otherwise, what am I working hard for? Bai Ye wiped his eyes. Don't worry, life will keep getting better for us. Bai Anan chimed in, brother, I'll work hard too. Jiang Lan and Bai's father exchanged glances, feeling both guilty and comforted by their 2 children. Hurry up and eat. After eating, we'll go to the county town together. The main reason for going to the county town was to buy clothes. Even in such a small county, there are delicious foods, and the prices are relatively low. While there are clothes costing over 1,000, those priced around 100 or 200 are much easier to find. After a round at the mall, they had bought clothes for both parents, spending less than 500 in total, which pleased them both. Bai Ye insisted on paying, and the two didn't argue further. The nearby sales clerk kept praising Jiang Lan for having such a good son, which made Jiang Lan smile widely. Bai Ye initially intended to settle for something simpler, but Jiang Lan had other plans. In their area, people usually start looking for partners early. Their family circumstances were not great, and until now they hadn't found a suitable match for Bai Ye. Jiang Lan thought about buying her son a nicer outfit, hoping that when the new year came, he might attract someone's attention. Fortunately, Bai Ye guessed Jiang Lan's intentions and hurriedly bought a discounted down jacket for 188, which was quite thick. Bai Anan bought a set of red clothes which looked a bit like sportswear and was quite soft. However, the price was quite cheap, just over 100 for the entire set. Bai Ye wanted to buy something nicer for his sister, but Bai Anan refused. Brother, look at me. Even wearing this 100+ outfit looks like a designer brand. Bai Anan said proudly. Do we really need to waste money on that? Wait until you make a fortune, then buy me something nice. Sure, Bai Ye said, putting his arm around his sister's shoulder. I'll get you the best next time. This trip wasn't in vain. After 2 hours, Jiang Lan suggested going to the county's market. Bai Ye slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering there was a chicken processing plant in their county where chicken carcasses were sold at a cheap price. Bai Ye immediately suggested they go there and buy Lao Pai, and Jiang Lan agreed. Bai Anan didn't mind. Bai Ye bought her 2 bags of spicy strips, and she obediently followed along. Passing by a repair shop, Bai Ye stopped the car and went inside to negotiate with the owner. Soon a worker came out with him. What's going on here? Jiang Lan wondered. Bai Ye, is our car broken? No. I'm just having 2 seats installed, Bai Ye explained, asking them to get out of the car first. Jiang Lan initially didn't want to spend this unnecessary money, thinking that moving a small stool back and forth wasn't too troublesome. However, once they installed the seats and sat down, they immediately fell silent. The 2 seats cost 230, and although they were secondhand, they looked quite clean and felt much more comfortable than the small stool. After settling the bill, they headed to wholesale chicken carcasses. In Northeast China, chicken carcasses are quite a unique specialty. In the 1990s, during the wave of layoffs, many workers from heavy industries lost their jobs. As a result, many places began raising chickens, and the meat was sold abroad and to other places with whole chickens available, but more often processed chickens. After removing most of the meat, such as chicken legs, feet, heads, necks, and breasts, what remained was just the chicken carcass. Although it's called a carcass, there is still some meat left on it. This was a good thing that improved the lives of many laid-off workers back then. For many nights, a chicken carcass served as the main meat dish for an entire family. As a result, even today, chicken carcasses remain an indispensable delicacy for many. There are various ways to prepare chicken carcasses: fried, grilled, on an iron plate, or braised. Home-cooked styles are even more common. In short, this dish is definitely popular. Many people come to the county to wholesale chicken carcasses, but mostly shop owners do that. Those who want to eat usually buy at the market where they come in whole boxes. It was only when Bai Ye arrived here that he realized chicken carcasses vary. There were smaller ones priced at just 2.5 per pound, which seemed reasonable, but Bai Ye frowned after taking a look. These chicken carcasses were too small and lacked meat. Clearly, they weren't suitable for making braised meat. He heard there were even worse options. Bai Ye then looked at the ones priced at 4 per pound and noticed a significant upgrade. Not only were the chicken carcasses larger, but there was also quite a bit of meat left on them. At 4 per pound, 56 in a box, and if you bought more you could get a discount. Bai Ye's heart stirred. What counts as a lot? The other party glanced at him and replied, 100 boxes. Bai Ye immediately dropped that thought. 100 boxes would weigh over 1,000 pounds, and even his large pot wouldn't fit that much. Speaking of which, he still needed to buy a large pot later. In fact, he did bring back a massive stainless steel pot, one of those that stand 1 meter high for boiling soup. However, it was quite old. While it was okay for raw meat, it lacked a lid for braising. Rather than go through the trouble of finding a matching lid, it would be more cost-effective to buy a new one. Bai Ye bought 10 boxes of chicken carcasses, and that was already several hundred gone. Then he wandered around the market again, spending a few hundred to buy a large soup pot, which was still double-layered with decent insulation. After this trip, Bai Ye had spent quite a bit of money. He only had about 1,000 left in his phone balance. However, Bai Ye didn't mind, as he believed with the secret recipe for braised meat from the system, he could definitely make a fortune. On the way back, the sky had already darkened. With the new year approaching, it got dark earlier, and by 5 o'clock it was already somewhat dark. Once they entered the house, the two of them didn't bother with anything else, and hurriedly took out the meat. Fortunately, they had previously asked Zhang the butcher to cut the meat by parts, so they just needed to burn off the feathers, and then wash it clean. Zhang Lan also helped to clean the large pot they bought, so it would be convenient for Bai Ye and his father to use. The main reason for buying this soup pot was to hold more. The previous large steel pot struggled to accommodate that several dozen pounds of meat, and after finishing selling the meat, they found there was only a shallow layer of soup left inside. Bai Laopai helped out while pondering, should we dismantle the stove in the southern room tomorrow and rebuild it? Can we just put this soup pot on it? Before Bai Laopai could finish his sentence, Bai Anan raised both hands in agreement. Sure, that way I can stop using the electric blanket. Bai Anan lived in a small east room next to her parents. The stove in that room was the kitchen of the southern room, which was usually unused, and only during the summer when it was hot did she use that kitchen. At that time, Bai Anan would run off to sleep in the small west room, which wasn't an issue. That's true. From now on, we can use the southern room stove every night, and Anan won't need the electric blanket anymore. That'll save money, Bai Ye laughed. Right, that'll save a lot of money. Bai Anan chuckled as well. Jiang Lan and Bai Laopai couldn't help but laugh. What do you want to eat tonight? Mom, there's still a piece of the hind leg. Once we heat it up, we can eat it. Also, you can cook a couple of the vegetables we bought today, Bai Ye replied. That works. Jiang Lan went to cook, while Bai Anan sat on a small stool watching her brother as he placed the meat into the pot and prepared the braised meat seasoning. Braised meat also requires an old soup, as over time the broth becomes richer and the meat tastier. However, it's not just this one pot of ingredients. Every day new meat, water, and fresh seasoning packs are added. Thus, Bai Ye had to add a new seasoning pack every day. Last night, he divided the seasonings he bought into portions totaling 12, which would last him until the new year. However, he could only buy the wood fragrance online. Brother, what are you buying? Bai Anan came over. Isn't that the branch you dragged back that day? Are you buying more? What's wrong with buying more? Bai Ye replied while choosing and preparing to place an order. We can also go to the mountains to collect some ourselves, Bai Anan said. Let's invite a few friends to go together. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He only had 1,000 yuan on him. If they could gather it for free, that would be great. Bai Ye was easily persuaded by a few words from his sister, and the next day, he brought Bai Anan along to sell braised meat. Just in time, Bai Laoda was thinking about fixing the stove in the morning, so Bai Ye took his sister and a childhood friend with him. As an experienced chef, he knows to prepare ample ingredients for any unexpected situations. Similarly, he prepared 7 to 8 extra bowls of steamed pork. The friend returned early this year and had been thinking about finding Bai Ye to hang out with him, so he was drafted by Bai Ye. They first drove to the neighboring village, and when they arrived at a house, Bai Ye shouted, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was tall and sturdy, having been 1.8 meters tall when he graduated from high school, and now he looked even more robust. Old Bai Ye finally made it. There was a spot in the back, and Bai Anan obediently sat there, leaving a place for Zhang Hao. Oh, Anan is here too. How's he? The three of them joked and laughed as they headed straight to the market today. There were 2 markets today, and they chose to go to the larger one. Bai Ye was already familiar with the route, while Zhang Hao, though unaware that Bai Ye was selling braised meat, had worked in sales for several years and quickly got the hang of it, joining in the shouting. There were many prepared food stalls at the market, but there weren't many young lads like them calling out to customers. Both of them looked pretty good and attracted the attention of many elderly folks. With Bai Ye beside them, their stall was quickly surrounded. Of course, the main reason for the crowd was the enticing aroma of the braised meat. On the way there, Jiang Hao had already sniffed the air, asking what the smell in the car was. At that time, the braised meat was still in a large pot, tightly covered. Now it was moved to an open space and gradually heated, the fragrance wafting out and naturally attracting people to stop. Bai Ye set up the sign from before, and Bai Ye scooped out a small piece of braised meat from the slowly warming pot, offering it to the surrounding elderly folks for a taste. Just as everyone was about to taste it, someone suddenly squeezed in. "I found you." This person was burly with a loud voice and a fierce appearance, and as he squeezed in from outside, he seemed quite impatient. This startled the crowd around them. Some thought he was seeking revenge, while more began to suspect that something was wrong with the braised meat, and that someone had come to confront them. Some even went to the extreme and immediately threw away the pieces of meat in their hands, fearing it might be poisoned. Jiang Hao was also taken aback and instinctively shielded by Yi and Anan behind him. "Who are you and what do you want?" "I know you misunderstood him, here to buy braised meat." The big man was taken aback, then reacted. "Yesterday at Liu's market, I bought a pound of your braised meat, remember?" "Oh my, you're here for the braised meat. I thought you were here to smash the stall." Bai Ye thought for a moment and indeed recognized him, just hadn't recalled him right away. Jiang Hao said irritably, "You scared us." The people around also realized that he wasn't here for revenge. Those still holding the meat continued to eat, and upon tasting it, their eyes lit up, and they began to praise how delicious it was. Hearing the constant murmurs of how delicious it was nearby made those who had thrown away the braised meat regretful, but they felt too embarrassed to ask for another piece, and had to squeeze out of the crowd. My bad, I was too hasty." The big man laughed loudly. "The braised meat I brought home yesterday was so good that my mom and my wife couldn't stop eating it. Even my twins, who usually have to be fed by my wife and mom, ate it up by themselves yesterday, without needing my wife to worry about them. Moreover, they used to refuse to eat fat, but yesterday, they only picked the fat to eat." Upon hearing the big man say this, the people around could relate. In the past, raising kids wasn't this exhausting. Each one was like a little starving wolf, afraid that there wouldn't be enough food. Nowadays, feeding kids is such a hassle. They have to be chased after to be fed, and even so, they hardly eat a few bites before the food gets cold, and one of them is still so thin. Hearing the big man say this again, and recalling the braised meat they just tasted, it was indeed rich, but not greasy, with a strong savory flavor, the best braised meat they've had in years, comparable to what they ate in their childhood. "Haha, that's easy," Bai Ye said with a smile. "How much do you want?" "We just started, and it's all good meat." "Give me a lot, I want 20 pounds of braised meat." The man waved his hand, saying, "They'll keep some for myself, and take some to my father-in-law." Seeing that this man was not short of money, Bai Ye seized the opportunity to promote. "Big brother, we also have braised pork hocks and braised ribs. The meat on the ribs is quite a lot." The man looked at the piece of rib Bai Ye pointed out, which was several ribs joined together and indeed thick with meat. He nodded. "Then give me 10 pounds of pork belly and 10 pounds of braised ribs packed in 2 portions. Also give me 2 pig trotters, my wife loves to eat those." The crowd around smiled knowingly. This man clearly dotes on his wife. 10 pounds of pork belly cost 280, 10 pounds of braised ribs 350, plus the 2 trotters, which would be around 60. The total for this sale was nearly 700. Unfortunately, the system had been silent today, giving him no tasks. Otherwise, if there had been a task to achieve a few thousand in sales, it would have been quite exhilarating. The system tasks were very random, and it was uncertain when there would be one. Bai Ye only knew that each task wouldn't be too easy to complete and would require his effort. This was good too, as it at least encouraged him to strive harder. Sales today were quite brisk, primarily because of the big man leading the way, combined with the positive feedback from the crowd's tastings of the braised meat, which quickly led to dozens of portions being sold. Some wanted whole pieces, while others requested a pound or half a pound. Don't be fooled, even though the ribs were over 30 a pound, they sold out the fastest. "In and see if there's anything to buy to eat," Bai Ye said. Having rushed out in the morning after eating a bit, he felt a bit hungry after busying himself for a while with Jiang Hao. "Okay." Bai Ye ran off with money, and soon returned with a bag of big fruit, some fried cakes, and 3 cups of hot soybean milk. The 3 of them took advantage of the lull at the stall to eat heartily. Before they finished eating, customers came to their stall again. Bai Ye stuffed the bag and soybean milk into his sister's hands, smiling sincerely as he welcomed the customers. By noon, around 12 o'clock, the crowd at Bai Ye's stall had dispersed. In the big pot beside them, only small pieces of meat remained. Checking his phone, he realized that he had sold over 3,700 today in just the morning. Bai Ye couldn't help but smile broadly. He had spent 2,500 on the pork, and now he had nearly made 1,200 profit all in just one morning. Bai Ye patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go to my house for a meal." Since most of the meat purchased the previous day had already been used up, Bai Ye handed the car keys to Jiang Hao for the drive home, while he hurriedly dialed Zhang the butcher. Zhang the butcher had already agreed with Bai Ye and his father the day before to reserve 1 side of pork daily. Now Bai Ye realized that a single side would certainly be insufficient. After all, an entire pig would barely last half a day. He promptly called Zhang the butcher to request a whole pig. Zhang, anticipating this, had already set one aside, and indeed his foresight proved correct. Friendship remained friendship, but business was business. Today's price could not possibly match yesterday's. Bai Ye accepted this, though he negotiated with Zhang to exclude the front and rear hams. That cut was exceptionally lean. ideal for stir-frying, but far less suitable for braised pork where marbled belly meat with 3 distinct layers of fat and flesh delivered superior flavor. Over the past few days they'd accumulated a surplus of front and rear hams, more than they could possibly consume. Zhang the butcher chuckled in agreement. Those cuts sold easily and at premium prices. After purchasing the meat and adding the vegetables they'd bought earlier at the market, they headed straight back to the Bai household. By then it was well past mealtime. Jiang Hao's parents, elder brothers, sister-in-law, and young nephew were all gathered at his home. No one would wait for him to eat. It was far more natural to return with Bai Ye instead. They arrived home shortly after 1 o'clock. With 2 robust young men present, Old Master Bai didn't need to lift a finger. Since neither of their children was at home, Bai Ye's parents, Old Master Bai and Jiang Lan, had yet to eat. Upon receiving Bai Ye's call, Jiang Lan immediately prepared several additional dishes. So many dishes. Jiang Hao exclaimed, stunned to see the table laden with food. You haven't visited our home in over a year, Jiang Hao. How could we not prepare something special? Jiang Lan smiled warmly as she spoke. Jiang Hao and Zhang Shiliang, the latter Bai Ye's neighbor, had grown up together and attended school side by side. Logically, Zhang Shiliang, as Bai Ye's neighbor, should have been closer, but the Zhang family was insincere, and Zhang Shiliang himself had harbored intense envy since childhood. Jiang Lan held them in quiet disdain. Jiang Hao, by contrast, was sincere and warm-hearted, a sturdy, lively boy since youth. Though his academic performance was unremarkable, in their community moral character mattered far more than scholarly achievement. The table held simple home-style dishes: shredded pork with cold skin noodles, stir-fried green peppers with dried tofu, minced pork with scrambled tofu, and braised pork cubes. The pork content in both the shredded pork noodles and the braised pork cubes was astonishing. Each chopstickful revealed no trace of accompanying vegetables. They still had an overwhelming surplus of front and rear hams, nearly 50 to 60 gene, and also possessed tenderloin. Jiang Lan, thinking of how hard her son and Jiang Hao had worked, generously added generous portions of meat to every dish. Old Master Bai guided Jiang Hao to sit on the heated brick bed, and he eagerly dug into his bowl, his face lighting up with delight. Mom, make me sweet and sour pork tomorrow, Bainan said between bites. Though sweet and sour pork originated from braised pork cubes and was essentially the same dish, the little girl naturally preferred its tangy sweet flavor. Of course, Jiang Lan replied with a smile. Jiang Hao, are you free tomorrow? Come join us for dinner. Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. Jiang Hao replied, bashfully scratching his head. Don't worry. Come work with me at the stall tomorrow. Not only will I feed you, but I'll pay you too, Bai Ye said. He knew his childhood friend like himself hadn't earned much working away from home. Moreover, Jiang Hao's family circumstances were equally difficult. His 2 elder brothers were already married and had children of their own. His future wedding dowry would rest solely upon his own shoulders. His parents, having exhausted their resources arranging marriages for his brothers, now had nothing left to offer him, and his brothers offered even less support. No need for wages, just feed me, Jiang Hao grinned. If it weren't for the New Year holidays, I truly wouldn't want to go home at all. His home was steeped in passive-aggressive tension. His elder and younger sisters-in-law openly despised each other, while his brothers clashed at the slightest provocation, leaving even his parents too intimidated to speak. Yet toward him, they stood united in cold exclusion, fearful he might somehow claim even the smallest advantage. Jiang Hao was kind-hearted, yes, but never foolish. Meals like those served at the Bai household had been absent from his life for years. Even during Spring Festival, when such a lavish spread was prepared, he rarely got to taste it. The children and sisters-in-law would descend upon the dishes with such enthusiasm that everything quickly became a chaotic mess, leaving him unsettled just to watch. Then it settled. You 2 young men sorted out yourselves, Jiang Lan said. Oh, and Bai Ye, I've already soaked the chicken frames for you. The chicken frames had been frozen solid. Having returned late the previous day, Bai Ye had only managed to prepare the braised pork before falling asleep, leaving the chicken frames untouched. Understood, Mom. After dinner, Bai Ye began preparing the braised pork. Earlier that day, Old Master Bai had cleaned and readied the southern kitchen, and the stockpot purchased the previous day fit perfectly onto its stove. The clean pork went straight into the pot along with a fresh spice bundle. Meanwhile, the seasoned broth from the previous batch remained simmering on the hearth in the main hall, now reserved exclusively for braising the chicken frames. Bai Ye had selected only the finest chicken frames the day before, priced at 4 yuan per gene, each frame rich, with meat weighing roughly half a gene. After soaking to remove blood water and blanching, they were ready for braising. Bai Ye deliberately added a handful of dried chilies, spice lent sole, to the braised chicken frames. Once the broth came to a boil, he reduced the heat to low, checking occasionally. Then he entrusted both pots of braised meat to his parents and set off for Nanzhuang Market with Jiang Hao and Bainan. Nanzhuang nestled against the mountains, and villagers from surrounding areas regularly climbed its slopes to gather dry branches for firewood. They parked by the roadside and joined the ascent. Neither Bai Ye nor his sister wore new clothes, opting instead for old ones lest the thorny branches tear them. Before setting out, Bai Ye had carefully researched the appearance of Muxiang root. Though found across China, it thrived predominantly in southern regions, making it unfamiliar locally, especially in winter when all leaves had long since fallen. After hours of searching, Jiang Hao spotted a cluster of uprooted shrubs and called Bai Ye over to examine them. Well, I'll be, this is it. Bai Ye laughed. The pile contained a dozen or so shrubs varying in size. All 3 knelt to break off the roots. Next time, brother, why not just order it online? This is exhausting work. Bai Ye remarked. A chill wind swept across the mountain, prompting the little girl to stamp her feet for warmth. I think so too, Bai Ye replied, and the three burst into laughter. If only we'd returned earlier. We could have gathered pine cones and even picked some pears. Jiang Hao mused. Had I known things would turn out like this, I'd have come home 2 months ago and taken home several 10,000 yuan wages. Bai Ye sighed in agreement. Brother, stay hopeful. After the new year, come with me to where I worked. I'll show you how change can breathe new life into circumstance. Jiang Hao had already learned of Bai Ye's recent experiences while selling braised pork that morning, and now clapped him reassuringly on the shoulder. We'll see. Bai Ye replied. In the past, he would have unquestioningly followed his childhood friend, but now with his system guiding him, his future promised extraordinary possibilities, and he awaited it with eager anticipation. Let's go. This amount will last me a good while, and it's nearly frozen solid. Just as the engine roared to life, Bai Ye's phone suddenly rang. Bai Ye saw the phone and felt it was unfamiliar, but still answered it. He thought it might be the young boss calling, as this guy owed money and surely wouldn't dare to use his original phone number. Upon answering the phone, it was a stranger's voice, but as soon as the person spoke, Bai Ye recognized who it was. Brother Zhao, is that you? This doesn't seem to be the phone number you gave me that day. Bai Ye chuckled. The person calling him was the brother he had ordered takeout from that day when they got stuck in traffic. If it weren't for the fact that the other party ordered the meal, he wouldn't have earned over 1,000 yuan, so Bai Ye had a fairly deep impression of him. Haha, Bai Shouty, how have you been? My phone ran out of battery, so I'm using my boss phone. I'm doing well. Brother, do you need something? Actually, I do have a favor to ask. Please help me out. The other party explained the situation, and Bai Ye then realized that it was the boss who had eaten the meal he made that day, wanting to invite him to help with the banquet. This wasn't a difficult task, and the location provided was only about 80 kilometers away, a little over an hour's drive, so it wasn't troublesome. Moreover, the price offered was quite good. For making 15 tables, he would receive 5,000 yuan, and he didn't have to prepare anything. He only needed to name the dishes, and all the ingredients would be handled by them. This was quite suitable. A banquet would at most take a day of work. Even if he went a day early, it would only take 2 days, 5,000 yuan. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand: his skills weren't anything extraordinary. Why would they ask him to prepare the banquet? The other party had only eaten 3 of his dishes, so it couldn't be that there was anything remarkable about those 3 dishes. Bai Ye thought and asked. But the other party couldn't explain it, only saying that if he was willing, he could come over tomorrow morning. The banquet would be in the evening, and he could stay the night and return the next day. Bai Ye thought for a moment and readily agreed. Apart from the 5,000 yuan, there was also a sudden task given by the system. Ding. Random task, 5. Undertake banquet preparation and earn 120 satisfaction points. Completing the task will grant massive monetary rewards and random rare item drops. Task failure will randomly reduce existing funds. Difficulty. The moment the task appeared, Bai Ye's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen such a task with 3 solid stars and 1 hollow star. After asking the system, he learned that this was called 3.5 stars. Not only did he have to undertake this banquet, but he also had to receive good reviews. It seemed the task wasn't easy. However, correspondingly, the benefits of completing the task would surely be considerable. Bai Ye pondered over this matter all the way home. As he still needed to send Jiang Hao back, he didn't drive into the yard, but parked at the entrance. As the 3 of them entered the house, carrying half a bag of wood incense, they were greeted by a rich aroma. The smell of the braised meat couldn't be detected in the main room. This fragrance came from the braised chicken frames. This is too fragrant. Bai Ye wiped her mouth, feeling her saliva almost flowing out. Bai Ye and Jiang Hao were no better off. With such a strong aroma in the house, who could resist? Just out of the pot, you all hurry and taste it. I'm going to start cooking. He took a basin of food out and placed it on the table. Bai Ye took out some wine and urged Jiang Hao to drink. Bai Ye couldn't drink much, but Jiang Hao had no problem. This kid could drink quite a lot even before high school. Bai Ye picked up a chicken frame. When it was raw, it weighed about half a jin, and actually when cooked it was about the same, not losing much weight at all. However, this thing wasn't sold by weight, but by the piece. The kind of chicken frame Bai Ye bought, large with plenty of meat, could sell for 4 or 5 yuan, and many people still bought them. Actually, there were even larger ones with more meat and heavier. Bai Ye felt that 5 yuan was about right, while those selling for 7 or 8 yuan felt overpriced. Chicken frames cooked faster than braised meat, especially those with necks and plenty of meat inside the chest. The chicken had absorbed the soup, bursting with freshness and a slight spiciness, making it very appetizing. I forgot I should have put some dried tofu and potatoes in there, Bai Ye suddenly said while eating. By the time you remember, the cucumbers will be cold. He brought in a plate of cut, dried tofu which had been marinated. Bai Ye was about to grab it with his hand, but Bai Ye knocked it down with his chopsticks, saying, "No manners." "That I wasn't using my hands," Bai Ye replied aggrievedly. "Brother, let me get some for you." Bai Ye picked up a piece and placed it into Bai Ye's mouth. "How is it?" Delicious. It's been soaked in the soup, flavorful, yet still retains its texture. This little brat has learned cooking well. Bai Ye laughed. The tofu skin was tied in bundles with kelp which he prepared, and he didn't expect his son to recognize it after just one bite. There's still kelp underneath, and there are potatoes too. Bai Ye simply wiped his hands and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. The kelp is a bit overcooked, but the potatoes are good, still a bit crunchy. Bai Ye commented one by one. "Tomorrow I'll buy some white tofu and marinate it in there too." "Sure." "Oh right, Dad, I'm going out tomorrow, probably won't be back for 2 days." Bai Ye thought for a moment and said, "Going out what for?" "It's like this, a friend I know asked me to help with a banquet, 15 tables, 5,000 yuan. I'll go over tomorrow afternoon, cook in the evening, and return the next day, or I might just come back that same day, so it won't delay selling braised meat tomorrow. Missing a day of selling braised meat isn't a big deal. We've made quite a bit of money these past few days. He'll be back late at night, and your mom and I want feel at ease." Bai Ye thought for a moment and said, "Is there a place to stay?" Zhang Lan was more concerned about this aspect. "Yes, they're prepared." "Then don't come back. If the banquet is in the evening, it might not be over until 10 or 11 o'clock. Some roads here are narrow and without streetlights, so it's not safe." "That's fine then. He'll hurry back in the morning. It's just over an hour's journey. I'll leave at around 6 and should be home by 7 or 8. Bai Ye calculated and said, "That works. At home you leave the ingredient package, and tomorrow bring back the pork from Zhang the butcher, and then you can set off. Your mom and I will be at home. It won't delay anything." The family discussed the matter while eating and drinking. That night Zhang Lan made several dishes, but everyone only ate a little rice, mainly focused on the chicken frames, creating a table full of bones. Looking at the pile of chicken bones, Zhang Lan suddenly spoke, "When the new year comes, we should fry the chicken frames so the bones will be crispy." The Bai siblings exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. The current chicken frames are tasty, but they have little meat and a lot of bones. If they can be fried crispy, that would be so delightful. After sending the slightly tipsy Jiang Hao home, Zhang Lan even packed a few braised chicken frames for him. She initially thought about giving him some braised meat, but Jiang Hao insisted he didn't want any, saying that even if he took it home, his parents wouldn't get to eat it. Jiang Lan sighed, "Oh, every family has its own difficulties." Bai Ye checked that the braised meat was fine and extinguished the fire. The family took advantage of the warmth of the blankets to go to bed early. However, Bai Ye couldn't fall asleep. The task seemed simple, but who knew what twists and turns lay within? Remembering that he had accumulated experience points from previous tasks, he hurriedly entered the system to check. The task list displayed several completed tasks, with the top row showing the amount of system rewards and experience points obtained. To his surprise, he realized that the rewards he had received since returning home had already totaled over 4,500 yuan. Goodness, it had only been a few days. Moreover, according to the system's step-by-step guidance, his family had also earned over 2,000 yuan from selling braised meat in the past couple of days. In the past, his parents would toil in the fields for months and still couldn't earn this much. As for himself, before being promised 6,000 yuan in salary, he was only making around 3 or 4,000, which was already more than he earned in a month. Bai Ye felt a surge of gratitude for the system for 3 seconds. Unexpectedly, the system responded with a "You're welcome," causing Bai Ye to chuckle. Looking again at the experience points, there were exactly 90. He had previously glanced at the system and knew that these experience points could be used to unlock other modules or upgrade them. However, in the past few days since returning home, he had quickly fallen asleep as soon as he got into the warm bed, waking up only at dawn. This time, Bai Ye took a serious look at the entire system. The system had several modules. Upon entering, he accessed the food processing module he had already activated. This module resembled a pyramid with the bottom row of functions already activated, the first being one-click cleaning. He had used it before, but surprisingly forgot to use it these past few days. However, it didn't matter. He planned to prepare a banquet tomorrow, so he would need it. Above the one-click cleaning function were several gray skills arranged in a row, likely belonging to the same category. They included functions like one-click shredding and one-click slicing. Bai Ye had no intention of activating them previously, as he felt they were unnecessary. Regardless of shredding or slicing, those were fundamental skills he possessed as a chef. Moreover, with so many functions, leveling them up one by one would be a waste of ability. The buttons further back were also gray, but without any labels, indicating that they could only be seen after activating the previous items. Regarding the food processing module, Bai Ye had no particular thoughts and clicked to view the homepage of the module. The entire system's various modules resembled a technological tree. It was not a simplistic version, but a true technological tree. It resembled a large tree with modules hanging from it like apples. The tree was incredibly lifelike. At least for a moment, Bai Ye felt as if he was standing beneath a giant tree that blocked out the sun. Looking up, he saw the branches were withered and the leaves were yellow, as if plagued by a serious illness. As he gazed, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He empathized with the great tree, knowing it was suffering from a severe disease, but unwilling to give up on life, still struggling to survive. The illuminated apple resembled a miracle cure. Not only was it vividly red and enticing, but even the branch it hung from was imbued with a touch of fresh green. Bai Ye observed closely and found that a total of 4 small branches had been revitalized. This coincided with the 4 tasks he had completed earlier. Bai Ye smiled, saying, "Don't worry, great tree. For the sake of money, I will also work hard on tasks to unlock the modules." Unlocking new modules was not that simple. After inquiring with the system, he learned that to unlock new modules he needed to use the lottery keyboard. Each spin of the lottery wheel required 50 experience points. With only 90 points in total, it wasn't the time to squander them indiscriminately, so he unhesitatingly refused the system's proposal. It was better to unlock the one-click shredding function instead. He had just seen that unlocking it only required 20 experience points, which could save him a lot of time. Bai Ye turned back to the food processing module, looking at the row of shredding and slicing functions. Just as he was about to press 1, the system suddenly popped up a dialog box. To unlock all one-click vegetable cutting functions at once, only 80 points were needed, and now it also came with a food carving training course as a bonus. Would you like to unlock it? Countdown 30 seconds. Bai Ye was taken aback and then clicked confirm. This was something he shouldn't miss. If he could unlock all one-click cutting functions, it would save him a lot of effort for tomorrow's banquet. Although there would be people helping to pick, wash, and cut the vegetables, they were not professionals, so the cuts wouldn't be very neat. The thickness and length of the cuts would vary, leading to differences in ripeness. This would certainly affect the final dish's flavor. He needed to achieve a satisfaction rating of 120 to complete the task. Although there were 15 tables, each generally seating 8 to 10 people, which meant he could serve between 120 to 150 people, getting the majority of them satisfied was quite a challenge. Family members understand their own affairs. Bai Ye's cooking skills were only at the level of a roadside diner. The taste was acceptable, but to claim he could compare with those chefs was nonsense. So handling the details well also counted as a small success. Additionally, the bonus items piqued Bai Ye's interest. Bai Ye learned to cook from the old boss, and their restaurant served various home-cooked dishes not requiring any fancy garnishing or plating. Thus in this regard, Bai Ye knew nothing. Now that there was such a training opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. He just wondered how this training would work. After Bai Ye clicked confirm, the second layer of the pyramid lit up completely. Functions like shredding, slicing, dicing, and cubing were all unlocked. Before Bai Ye could take another look, it was as if he were sucked away by several giant vacuum cleaners. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast open square. In front of him was a table with a knife and several radishes. Suddenly the person at the front knocked on the table. Everyone pay attention. You won't be allowed to leave if you can't learn. Bai Ye was dumbfounded. Was the so-called training class really like this? It was true class, and if you couldn't learn, you wouldn't be allowed to leave. Accepting his fate, Bai Ye began to listen carefully. However, having never encountered this form of education before, he stumbled over his words from the start. The teacher came down from the podium and saw the flower he carved, leaving him with just one comment: your hands are clumsier than your feet. This made Bai Ye feel both angry and ashamed. He couldn't believe he couldn't even carve a radish flower. As the crowing of a rooster echoed in his ears, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, still a bit disoriented as he looked at his hands. Last night, was that a dream or something that really happened? He had actually learned to carve flowers in his dream. Moreover, it wasn't just for decoration. There were also some very sophisticated three-dimensional and overall carvings. Recalling everything from the dream, Bai Ye's hands itched to start carving something right away. In the end, Bai Ye found no opportunity. Today was too busy. He had to go to the market to sell the marinated meat and then rush to the employer's house. Although he would only start cooking in the evening, there were many things to prepare in advance. He hadn't even decided on the dishes yet. Bai Ye's cart was loaded with 2 large pots, one filled with marinated meat and ribs, and the other with marinated chicken frames. There wasn't much marinated meat, but there were plenty of chicken frames piled up like a mountain. Today they had moved to a new location, and as soon as the stall was set up, people began to gather around. These were people from the nearby villages. Their marinated meat was particularly delicious, and in just a few days many had come to buy it. Word of mouth had given it some small fame. Just as the stall was set up, a random system task appeared. Ding! Random task 6, serve 20 returning customers. Completing the task will yield a massive monetary reward along with a chance to receive rare random items. Task failure will randomly reduce existing funds. Difficulty. A numeric value appeared above Bai Ye's head. 20 returning customers shouldn't be too difficult, but it was still a 3-star task. Yesterday's task was a 3.5 star, and today it was a 3-star. There had been quite a few tasks over the past couple of days. This task was purely a matter of luck, and Bai Ye couldn't force it. However, since it was a 3-star task, it should have some level of difficulty. But as the numbers above his head began to increase, Bai Ye felt relieved. In just half an hour there were already 7 or 8 returning customers, so it seemed that completing the task shouldn't be difficult. Just as Bai Ye was feeling pleased, someone suddenly shouted nearby, "Everyone, don't buy his marinated meat. It's not clean, it's made from dead pigs." This shout was heard not only by Bai Ye and Jiang Hao, but also by the surrounding customers. Everyone looked up to find the source of the voice, and Bai Ye and Jiang Hao frowned. Who is spreading such nonsense? When they looked up, they were even more puzzled, as it was a young man who looked somewhat familiar. However, they were certain they didn't know him, but he seemed to be looking for trouble. Since they had been working outside for the past few years, this person looked to be a few years younger than them. If they considered the last 3 years, the person would be even younger. How could they have enmity with such a child? Could he really be a customer who ate their marinated meat? That was even more impossible. They knew their own business. They only bought good pork and used a secret recipe provided by the system for their marinated meat, which not only tasted good, but was of high quality. The system had even rejected gunpowder back then. What are you talking about? Isn't your marinated meat made from pigs that are already slaughtered? Do you just throw live pigs into the pot? A middle-aged man in the crowd spoke up impatiently. As soon as he said this, the people around began to laugh. Bai Ye did not feel relaxed by this comment. He was more curious about where this half-grown child had come from. No, I misspoke, the young man stammered, correcting himself. I meant to say that he uses meat from sick pigs. Those meats are cheap goods he buys, otherwise how could this marinated meat be so cheap? Everyone looked at each other. Is that true? Is this meat from sick pigs, eh? I've bought it before, the meat was delicious and I didn't notice any problems. Let's take a closer look. There's no smoke without fire and flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. That's true. Wait, is this meat cheap? I can only say it's not expensive, but it's a pretty reasonable price. Pork prices have gone up today, but this meat hasn't increased much. However, that doesn't necessarily mean it's sick pig meat, right? Hey kid, do you have any evidence? Don't think just because they are rural folks they can be easily fooled. Casually slandering someone could ruin their business. Bai Ye quickly clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Everyone, since someone claims there is an issue with my meat, I will personally prove it. Bai Ye spoke up. Everyone looked at him. How will you prove it? Bai Ye smiled slightly. Just at that moment, Bai Ye received another random task, a simple one-star task. As long as he explained clearly to everyone that his meat was good and made them believe it, he would complete the task. This task was not difficult. Bai Ye randomly scooped a piece of marinated meat from the pot and placed it directly on the meat counter covered with a layer of plastic wrap. I will cut it for everyone to see right now, and I will also teach you all how to identify sick pigs. Everyone indeed looked over. Everyone, don't be fooled by my young age. I have been a chef for many years. Today I will explain to everyone how to determine whether pork is from sick pigs. Please take a look. Bai Ye turned the meat skin side up, pointing to it for everyone to see. First, look at the surface of the pork. The skin of sick pigs generally has irregular shaped rashes, spots, and bleeding points, and may even show dark red diffuse bleeding. Look at my marinated meat. Although it has a layer of sauce, you can still see that the skin underneath is spotless. Everyone nodded in unison. If the aforementioned issues occur, even the sauce color won't be able to cover it up. Maybe you just remove the problematic pig skin. The young man retorted stubbornly. Bai Ye smiled slightly. The marinated meat here is all made from the 3-layer fatty meat. If you don't include the pig skin, wouldn't that reduce the enjoyment? Everyone around chuckled knowingly. Indeed, this marinated meat is made from fatty pork. A big chunk of lean meat would taste quite different. Actually, if you encounter unscrupulous merchants who remove the pork skin, there's nothing to fear. We can also determine whether the pork is from sick pigs by observing the fat content of the meat. Bai Ye swiftly sliced the marinated meat in front of him in half, saying, the fat from sick pigs appears pink, light rose, or red, exhibiting abnormal colors. In contrast, the fat from healthy pork is white. Everyone looked where Bai Ye pointed. Although the surface was saucy, once cut open the fat was pure white, and the lean meat a rich red. Just looking at it made one feel appetized. Lastly, check if the meat itself has elasticity. Sick pig meat has no elasticity and carries a bloody smell, foul odor, and other unpleasant scents. Those smells cannot be completely masked even with strong spices. Seeing everyone nodding, Bai Ye quickly sliced the half piece of meat into neat slices, saying, everyone can try a sample. Oh, that's not necessary, young man. Oh, we trust your word. I believe you too. I've eaten pork for half my life, and I can tell the difference between good meat and sick pig meat. Hey kid, did you offend someone? That guy looked like he came to cause trouble. What about that little brat? Such a young age, and already so malicious. Let me see if I can beat some sense into him. He ran off a long time ago. I don't know whose child he is. Young man, you better be cautious. Exactly, I've bought meat from them, and it was delicious. Ah, who knows, nowadays people have lost their conscience. Right, we won't eat the meat now. Give me 2 pounds. I want some too. The system notification sounded in his ear, but Bai Ye had no time to look at it. Because of the ruckus caused by that half-grown child earlier, their stall was surrounded by layers of people. Now that everyone understood, they set aside their concerns and eagerly began to place orders. Among them were many old customers who had been anxious moments ago. Now that they heard Bai Ye's explanation, they felt relieved and bought even more than the new customers. The numbers above Bai Ye's head increased rapidly. When it reached 20, it didn't stop there and continued to rise significantly. While selling braised meat, Bai Ye also promoted his new product, braised chicken frames. Just like the braised meat, he pulled out 2 chicken frames, directly chopped them into small pieces with a kitchen knife for everyone to taste. Someone even asked directly, is this made with the same broth as the braised meat? After receiving Bai Ye's affirmative answer, the customer immediately ordered 10. The chicken frames are great. Yours are $5 each, but they really have meat on them, and they smell wonderful. My daughter, I can't let her eat too much of the braised meat, afraid it will make her gain weight. But she won't mind this chicken frame. I'll buy a few more for her to enjoy slowly. I also love chicken frames, they are flavorful. 1 chicken frame and a bottle of wine, and my neighbor and I can drink all afternoon. The crowd chimed in, causing those nearby to laugh, and creating an atmosphere livelier than during the New Year. Since Bai Ye had limited meat for the afternoon, and so many people had bought from him, everything was sold out before 11. How's you drive? After moving the large pot onto the vehicle, Bai Ye said. Okay. Jiang Hao took the driver's seat. Do you need me to go with you? Bai Ye looked at Jiang Hao. I mean, you're going to the banquet. I can drive while you rest a bit. Jiang Hao said. Thanks, brother, but it's only a little over an hour. Bai Ye smiled. All right, then I'll help Uncle by this afternoon. I have nothing to do at home anyway. Okay. Jiang Hao drove straight to Li Village while Bai Ye pretended to rest his eyes, actually checking the completion status of his tasks. He had been too busy earlier to look. Opening the system, 2 task notifications popped up immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host, task 7 completed. Reward 110 experience points. Reward 288 yuan. Please check. This minor task posed no difficulty and took only a few minutes, so it was a breeze for Bai Ye. Ding. Congratulations, host, task 6 completed. Due to exceeding the task requirements, rewards are doubled. Reward 150 experience points. Reward 3,888 yuan. Please check. Bai Ye's face instantly lit up with joy. What's up, Lao Bai? Why are you suddenly so happy? I didn't expect the chicken frames to sell so well. Haha, indeed. The braised chicken frames I took home yesterday were enjoyed by my parents too, and they both said it was great. They went to Bai Porkinli village and hurried back home. Lunch had long been prepared at home, and after Bai Ye quickly finished eating, he took his usual tools and set off, of course not forgetting to bring a seasoning package. The braised meat was his best dish at the moment, and he wanted to rely on it to earn satisfaction points. Yesterday the brother Zhao Tonghu sent him a location. Now he opened the location and followed the path, finding the road not difficult to navigate. It could only be said that although they were all in the countryside while they were a poor village, the village ahead was prosperous, and the road was easy to travel. This was indeed true. Qinjiao village was the wealthiest in the neighboring area, especially at the home of the elder Chen Guangzong, who was celebrating his birthday today with 3 sons. The eldest son was the county magistrate of Yushu County. Although his official position wasn't high, he managed many affairs. The second son was doing business outside, and was said to be quite successful. The 3-story villa they lived in was built with the second son's money. The youngest son was remarkable. He was a director. Some of the films he directed were quite famous. At this moment, Director Chun and his 2 older brothers were sitting in the living room. The 2 older brothers wore dissatisfied expressions and pulled Director Chun outside. Little brother, organizing this birthday party for dad is no small matter. You wouldn't let us hire a chef, and the chef you hired still hasn't arrived until now. What's going on? The second brother Chen Jigang was the first to express his displeasure. Yes, little 3, what's the plan? You should tell us as well. The eldest brother Chen Jigua also spoke. Director Chun was the youngest, originally named Chen Jibin. He looked up at his 2 brothers and said calmly, for dad's birthday we could have just had a meal together as a family, but you 2 invited so many people. Moreover, since I have already hired a chef, we should be patient and wait. He will arrive in the afternoon. I wanted to invite a famous chef from the provincial capital. How can the chef you hired compare to a famous one? The second brother said, well, chefs who are famous or not, their dishes may look good, but taste bad. I think hiring a village banquet chef would be just fine. They know the tastes of our village and won't make overly fancy dishes. Besides, you have to spend a lot of money, right? And the ingredients alone cost a fortune. The eldest brother stated. Big brother, money is not the issue. I will cover the expenses. Second brother, it's not just about the money. The key is for dad and our relatives and friends to eat well. The flavors of those big restaurants are not suitable for people in our village. Big brother, second brother, you don't need to argue. My people won't change. Why not? Both the elder and second brother asked in unison. This. You'll know when you eat it. Besides, this matter is also for dad. Director Chen said. The elder and second brothers looked towards their father, who was resting in a recliner. Dad hasn't had much appetite lately. Once this person arrives, dad will have an appetite. Director Chen left only this remark. Bai Ye rushed on the road and arrived at the destination before noon. At this moment, the Chun family was just about to eat. Hearing someone knock at the door, they all turned to look outside just as they were about to eat. Who would come to visit during mealtime? It was Zhao Tonghu, who stood up and said it should be Bai Ye, the young brother. I'll go open the door. The Chun family exchanged glances. Who is Bai Ye? Only the elder Chun and the second elder speculated that he was the chef invited by their brother. When they saw Zhao Tonghu bring in a young man, everyone was taken aback. Especially the Chun brothers, who immediately looked at Director Chun. Little 3, is this the person you invited? You are being quite childish. They thought it was absurd to bring such a young child when it was uncertain if he had ever cooked before. Director Chen ignored them and said, Bai Ye, it's our first meeting. Bai Ye sensed the other party's extraordinary temperament and quickly smiled. You must be my brother Zhao's boss, right? I won't shake your hand since my hands are dirty. May I see the kitchen and the prepared dishes first? As soon as Bai Ye arrived, he wanted to check the kitchen and ingredients, which pleased Director Chen greatly. The handshake was inconsequential. He simply liked this straightforward, no-nonsense young man. He immediately asked Zhao Tonghu to take Bai Ye for a look. The venue for the evening banquet was right in front of the villa. It was a spacious rural villa with a large house and an equally large yard. The tents and similar setups were already prepared, just waiting to be opened in the evening, capable of accommodating 10 tables, and 5 tables could also fit in the living room on the first floor of the villa. 15 tables would be more than enough. Zhao Tonghu led Bai Ye through the center and headed straight for the kitchen. Although called a kitchen, it was actually just a makeshift space. The inner area was used for chopping vegetables and preparing seasonings. Outside were several large stoves hastily set up, since the home kitchen's fire wouldn't suffice for such a banquet. Bai Ye, my younger brother, take a look at this stove that was built yesterday. Do you think it's suitable? If there's anything inappropriate, or if we need to add something, we still have time. Bai Ye looked around. The people handling it were experienced and knowledgeable, and there were no major issues. However, according to his habits, he pointed out a few minor adjustments to make things more convenient. We invited a few helpers from the village, and I'll call them over now, Zhao Tonghu said. What dishes are we making? Is there a menu? I actually don't know. If everything is fine here, I'll take you back inside to ask. Just a moment, I'll make a dish to send over. Although Bai Ye had never hosted a banquet himself, he still knew some things. It was normal for everyone to be skeptical of such a young person. At this time, he needed to prepare a few dishes for everyone to taste. If they didn't suit their palates, it would be best to part ways promptly and not disrupt the important occasion. Bai Ye quickly made a dish of stir-fried meat and another of scrambled eggs with scallions. From washing the vegetables to chopping and cooking, his movements were clean and efficient. With the 2 dishes ready, Bai Ye and Zhao Tonghu each took a plate into the room. Inside, everyone was halfway through their meal when they were surprised to see more dishes arrive. Once they understood Bai Ye's intention, the eldest and second Chen brothers exchanged glances and each took a bite. Chen Jigua and Chen Jigang, realizing what was happening, excitedly exclaimed in unison, "Not bad, just right, he's the one." The remaining members of the Chen family were taken aback and also took a bite, feeling somewhat confused. Chen Jigua and Chen Jigang chewed in silence. Initially, they were somewhat displeased with such a young chef handling the banquet, and upon seeing the dishes they thought they lacked the expected experience and didn't think much of it. However, as the meat was chewed between their lips, they were taken aback in just a few seconds and instinctively looked up at Chen Jibin. "Eldest brother, second brother, how is it?" Chen Jigua and Chen Jigang, realizing what was happening, excitedly exclaimed in unison, "Not bad, just right, he's the one." The remaining members of the Chen family were taken aback and also took a bite, feeling somewhat confused. The dishes were good, but not extraordinary. Why were these two so excited? Even Bai Ye himself couldn't understand what was happening. Only Director Chen and Chen Jibin knew the score. Hearing Bai Ye ask about the menu, Chen Jibin quietly exchanged opinions with his 2 brothers before saying, "For the other dishes you can decide, but we must have stir-fried meat, black cabbage, spicy tofu, and braised fish." Rest assured, Bai Ye promised. For the 5,000 yuan and the rewards from the system, he would certainly do his best. As soon as Bai Ye left, Chen Jigua couldn't wait to speak up. "Second and third brothers, don't you think the flavor is?" Chen Jigang nodded. "The moment I tasted it, I realized I didn't expect it to be so similar. Now Dad can have a good meal." Chen Jibin also nodded silently. His mother had passed away several years ago. In the past, on his father's birthday, there would always be a few dishes made by his mother on the table. For the past 2 years, the old man had been unable to eat anything around his birthday. As their children, they knew their father was missing their mother. When Chen Jibin tasted the lunchbox made by Bai Ye, he felt the flavor was very reminiscent, and he had already made plans in his heart. "Third brother, you did well with this," the eldest said. "I hope Dad will be in a better mood tonight." After Bai Ye came out, he became busy like a spinning top. The banquet was set to begin at 8 in the evening, and it was already 1 o'clock. He truly had little time left. When Bai Ye returned to the kitchen, outside a few assistants had already arrived. Just some aunties from the village who could help with washing and prepping vegetables. Zhao Tonghu's phone rang, and after stepping aside to answer, his expression turned rather grim. Bai Ye did not inquire further. While calculating the menu in his mind, he handed over the ingredients he had already confirmed to the aunties for cleaning. The built stoves had 4 burners, each with varying degrees of heat. Bai Ye called for someone to come and put pots on all 4 burners to boil water, as they would need hot water for processing the ingredients. He also went to the car to retrieve his usual knives and seasoning packets. For this banquet, the Chen family had clearly prepared a lot of ingredients. After inspecting everything, Bai Ye had already decided on half the menu. While chatting with the helpers as they worked, he inquired about the tastes of the Chen family, further solidifying his understanding. He selected neatly shaped pieces of pork belly, cubed them, put half in the pot, and tossed in the special seasoning packet. The other half was blanched and then deep-fried until the skin wrinkled before being sliced into large pieces. The meat slices, which had more fat than lean, were marinated and once flavored would be steamed thoroughly. This meat needed to be marinated for a while longer so that the made powder steamed meat would be flavorful. Bai Ye was busy in the kitchen while the helpers outside continued washing and picking vegetables, astonished. "Did you all notice? This young chef is quite impressive." "What? I didn't notice." "I also don't understand what the Chen family is thinking. Why hire such a young chef? Can the dishes be delicious?" "Probably to save money." "That can't be. If the Chen family had no money, they wouldn't be able to host such a lavish banquet. Plus, their 3 sons are all quite capable. Could they not hire a good village banquet chef?" "I also think that since he was invited at such a young age, he must have some skills. By the way, what were you going to say earlier?" "I was saying, don't you all think this young chef's knife skills are remarkable? The bowl of shredded potatoes I just brought in was already sliced into fine strips. Shredded potatoes contain a lot of starch and will gradually turn reddish-brown when exposed to air. Moreover, they won't be fresh when stir-fried. Therefore, after cutting, the shredded potatoes need to be soaked and cleaned in water. Once they are washed here, they will be sent to the kitchen door, and the kitchen will also bring out the chopped ingredients. But the speed is truly astonishing. Let me take a look." One of the women stood up and reached into the basin of shredded potatoes, pulling out a handful. She noticed that the potato strips were not only slender, but uniformly cut, as if measured meticulously with a ruler. "Wow, this knife skill is truly remarkable." "Hey, this is going to be interesting," a woman whispered softly. "What kind of excitement? Don't you find it odd that only a few of us came to help with this banquet? In the past, when there were banquets, the hosts would invite many helpers. Besides those like us who pick and wash vegetables, there would also be people skilled in chopping and preparing side dishes." "That's true. Usually they would hire skilled knife workers within the village or have the village banquet chefs bring their own apprentices. Now there's only one young chef here. Can this really work? Is that the funny part? The better the banquet, the more generous the red envelopes from the host. Moreover, the Chen family is quite honorable. The eldest brother leads the entire township to prosperity. The second brother runs a factory, and many from nearby villages have gone to join him, right?" One of them sneered. "Exactly. That's not the point. Actually, the Chen family did invite those people too. But you know that Chef Ma from the neighboring village? Yes, I know him. Although he's somewhat famous, another said with a smile, but not for good reasons. Everyone knows his cooking is decent, but he excels at stealing. He can turn ingredients meant for 20 tables into enough for only 15. Haha, a chef who doesn't pilfer grains isn't a proper chef, but he really isn't reliable. Indeed, I heard from my relatives. Listen carefully, don't spread this. Ma once came to offer his services for the Chun family's banquet, but was refused by Director Chun. Of course the Chun family is wise and experienced, they definitely wouldn't employ him. If they had hired that famous chef Ma, he would have accepted it. But somehow it was decided to bring in a young chef from outside instead. Ma wasn't pleased and immediately issued a warning. What did he say? What warning? He threatened that he would make things difficult for this young chef. Moreover, anyone from the surrounding villages who helps him with chopping or preparing side dishes would never be able to work in this line again. Why is he so domineering? My goodness, he's just a chef. What makes him so arrogant? The Chin family is not to be trifled with. How could a mere village chef dare oppose them? He has the nickname Chef Tyrant, but I doubt he truly dares to confront the Chin family. I heard he has prepared himself and is just waiting for this young chef to fail so he can step in and take over. When that time comes, if he makes the Chun family patriarch's birthday banquet splendid, who would dare cause him trouble? Back and forth, it's really this young chef who suffers. Yes, taking on a job only to be sabotaged is especially harsh when the Chun family has such a reputation. If the banquet fails, it will ruin his own standing. Ordinary village women could handle washing and picking vegetables, but for banquet-level knife work and side dish preparation, one must be an expert, at least with a solid foundation. Such skilled people are never plentiful in the village. Facing Chef Ma's intimidation, who could stand against it or avoid it? There are many banquets before and after the new year. If they don't go to the Chun family, there are other places to go. Chef Ma had already calculated that one chef plus a few vegetable pickers and washers would not suffice, so he dared to play this trick. He didn't know this young chef's knife skills were so good, cutting both swiftly and neatly. If he had known. Is everything you said true? Suddenly someone asked from behind them. The women were startled and turned around to see Chun Jigang standing silently behind them, listening to their gossip. It was unclear how long he had been eavesdropping. Judging by his expression, he had likely heard both what he should and shouldn't have. The women exchanged glances, dared not lie, and nodded in agreement, even adding a few more details. Very well, Ma Desui. Do not speak of this matter to anyone else. Chun Jigang sneered and turned towards the kitchen. Inside, Bai Ye was busily preparing various ingredients. The banquet was to start at 8 in the evening, so he needed to have all dishes ready before 6. Fortunately, he had unlocked a one-click chopping technique last night, saving him significant effort today. He had already processed all the ingredients that could be prepared in advance. While he was trimming a chicken, someone suddenly entered. Bai Ye had just caught a glimpse of Chun Jigang, knowing he was Director Chen's brother, but unsure if he was the eldest or second brother, so he simply greeted hello. The visitor nodded silently, examining the neatly cut meat and vegetables, then watching Bai Ye sculpting the food garnishes with evident admiration. After asking a few questions, he turned and left. Chun Jigang returned to the villa and summoned his brothers, recounting everything he had overheard without reservation. The three brothers all filial wished to conduct a splendid celebration for their father's 70th birthday. Yet they never expected someone to dare scheme at their patriarch's banquet. And it was just a humble village banquet chef. Had he eaten too much lard to become so brazen? Chun Jigwa sneered. I think he's courting death. In a few days I'll have someone investigate him, see if his arms are thicker than my thighs. What should we do now? Should we find more helpers? Chun Jibin frowned, recalling that Zhao Tonghu had mentioned several helpers had suddenly said they couldn't come. Chun Jibin had been pondering the situation and now realized someone was sabotaging them. You need not worry, third brother, Chun Jigang chuckled. The young chef you hired is actually quite talented. Oh, what do you mean second brother? I just went to observe. That young man's knife skills are impressive, fast and precise. Even without a dedicated chopper, I believe he can manage alone. Still, we should find a few assistants to lend a hand. I think we should call on those who will help serve later, together they can manage. Chun Jigang shook his head with a sigh. If I had hired that famous chef, he might have been tricked by Ma. That chef had already refused me, saying his apprentices were all on holiday, and he couldn't handle it alone. The three Chun brothers laughed quietly. Some chefs only handle the final seasoning. All the preparatory work is done by assistants and apprentices. When the apprentices are on holiday, the chef simply cannot take on banquets alone. Young people really have vigor. Chun Jigwa remarked. Big brother, your words are too formal, someone teased. Outside, although Bai Ye possessed the golden finger of one-click chopping, he was still extremely busy. He had no assistants and had always worked alone. When the old boss was around, Bai Ye served as the helper. After taking over the old boss's duties, he only had a young worker occasionally come to assist. Today, except for a few aunties helping wash vegetables, there was no one else. Zhao Tonghu even came over to apologize and help him with the work. Only then did Bai Ye realize that such troubles had arisen. Call over those aunts washing the vegetables. After all, the ingredients that need to be sorted and washed are almost ready. The steamed pork is not difficult, having been marinated already. The rice flour, made from a mix of glutinous rice and regular rice, has been rinsed and dried, ready to be crushed and layered with the meat in a bowl for steaming. When the time comes, just cover it with a plate and invert it for a beautiful and delicious presentation. The only labor-intensive part now is packing the meat. After washing their hands, each ant began working earnestly. Bai Ye already had a plan in mind for the overall menu. As for the cold dishes in front, they are straightforward. The shredded potatoes cut earlier are one of them. The shredded potatoes are rinsed, dried, and then fried in oil until golden and crispy, surrounded by a circle of puffed crispy shrimp chips and garnished with fried peanuts, onion slices, and cilantro, creating a well-known cold dish called 3 shreds with beans. Additionally, the big starch noodles cannot be missed. With carrots and cucumber shreds as decoration, the red, green, and white colors are vivid, making it both visually appealing and delicious. There will also be garlic sauce with pork and meat jelly. 4 cold dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetarian, are quite appropriate. However, these 2 dishes will take a while to finish cooking. Especially the meat jelly, which needs to be cooked for a long time to extract the gelatin from the skin and ensure the yellow beans are stewed until soft. After it's finished, it will cool, solidify, and be cut into pieces for plating. Only in this northeastern region can they achieve that. Elsewhere, it wouldn't be possible to serve it the same day. For them, they just need to serve it onto a plate and set it in the courtyard. It will quickly cool and set. In addition to the cold dishes, there should be several hearty meat dishes. The hearty dishes are all pure meat dishes without any side vegetables. Bai Ye has prepared well. Aside from the steamed pork and steamed meatballs that the ants helped to pack, there will also be braised pork knuckles along with the sauce-marinated meat he made, totaling 4 dishes. With these 4 hearty dishes and 4 cold dishes, there will be 8 in total. Adding another 8 dishes, 4 stir-fries and 4 stews, will make 16 dishes, which is quite sufficient. Finally, there will be a soup and a dessert, making a total of 18 dishes, which sounds auspicious. Once the steamed pork is arranged, it can be placed in the steamer. One steamer can hold 8 bowls. 2 layers will make 16 bowls. Besides the 15 bowls needed for the banquet, one must also be set aside for those helping and cooking. 16 portions are indeed quite auspicious. While the ants arrange the meat, Bai Ye begins frying the meatballs. He chose not to use minced meat for the meatballs, as minced meat is convenient but lacks texture. Relying on a dicing machine, Bai Ye directly prepared a basin of diced meat, adding various seasonings and starch along with a few eggs before repeatedly kneading it in the basin until it formed cohesive clumps. He then mixed in the chopped water chestnuts and shaped them into fist-sized meatballs. A table with 4 large meatballs means 64 meatballs in total. Before the large meatballs go into the pot, Bai Ye first fried a plate of smaller meatballs about the size of vegetarian meatballs. This serves 2 purposes: to test the flavor and the oil temperature. The small meatballs fried easily, quickly developing a crispy exterior while remaining soft inside. There aren't many small meatballs, just around 10 merely for testing the flavor. This is also a convenience for chefs who wouldn't want to taste their own cooking. The weather is cool, and once the meatballs are taken out, they cool down quickly. But this is merely a facade. Once bitten into one, will find they are still quite hot inside. Though small in size, the flavor of the small meatballs is excellent. They are dry on the surface, but retain juiciness within. With hands in short supply, Zhao Tonghu also stepped in to help. After tasting one meatball, Bai Ye waved to Zhao Tonghu, "Brother Zhao." "Hey." Zhao Tonghu ran over asking, "What's up?" "Come and taste the flavor together. I can't judge the taste alone." Although Bai Ye said this, it was merely a pretext. Zhao Tonghu understood it was a chance to sample something good. Zhao Tonghu chuckled and picked up a meatball to taste. Bai Ye wanted to remind him, "Be careful, it's hot." But Zhao Tonghu had already swallowed the meatball, asking him. Bai Ye twitched his mouth, saying, "It's fine." "How is it?" "Delicious, it tastes really good." Although Bai Ye's culinary skills were honed in a small restaurant, it is often in such places that one truly learns the craft. Many things require hands and effort. If a dish is poorly made, the diners might complain right there. Thus, Bai Ye, having learned cooking from the old boss, excels in home-style dishes that genuinely taste good. Home-style dishes, yet they are more to one's liking than what is made at home. Zhao Tonghu devoured 3, and seeing Bai Ye continue to fry the meatballs, he encouraged the ants, helping to taste as well. The ants stuffed meatballs into their mouths, without pausing their work, showering praises even as they chewed. Bai Ye smiled as he carefully slid the fist-sized meatballs into the hot oil for frying. The frying pot is large, filled with 2 barrels of oil. 16 large meatballs gradually rise from the bottom of the pot, taking shape. Bai Ye checked and scooped them out. These meatballs won't be fully cooked just by frying, they're meant to be steamed. Only when they are thoroughly steamed will the flavor truly shine. Though the dish requires 64 meatballs, Bai Ye doesn't plan to fry just 64, he intends to fry around 70. As an experienced chef, he knows to prepare ample ingredients for any unexpected situations. Similarly, he prepared 7 to 8 extra bowls of steamed pork. After frying the meatballs, it's time to fry the pork knuckles. Although the knuckles also need to be steamed, they require frying first for better flavor and to reduce cooking time. The marinade for the knuckles is something Bai Ye has recently developed. It must be said that it is related to the secret recipe for the sauce-marinated meat he acquired. Since obtaining this recipe, Bai Ye has studied why these ingredients make the marinated meat so fragrant. As a chef, he understands a bit about seasonings. Previously unused seasonings have become his subjects of research. Adjusting slightly based on the recipes he previously used for the knuckles and steamed pork, he has indeed figured out something new. It was during the marination of the steamed pork and the knuckles that Bai Ye received 2 systematic notifications. The changes in the steamed pork were minor, merely an enhancement of his original restaurant recipe. The system determined it to be a crade marinade. The braising ingredients for the knuckles were developed by Bai Ye himself. Because the ingredients weren't precise, but complete, the system evaluated it as a crade braising ingredient. It was at this moment that Bai Ye realized that any complete recipe could gain recognition from the system, thereby providing clearer insights into the levels of his recipes. Bai Ye's action left Zhao Tonghu momentarily stunned. Brother, why did you drop the braised pork knuckle into the water? He assumed Bai Ye had simply misjudged and fumbled, immediately snatching up a skimmer to retrieve it. Senior brother Zhao, I did it on purpose. Bai Ye calmly halted his motion. What? Why? This perfectly prepared knuckle. Won't plunging it into cold water leach away its flavor? Not at all. Just wait and savor it, senior brother Zhao. In truth, this was an innovative dish Bai Ye had just devised. Today's banquet featured only himself as chef. Repetition among courses was inevitable. For instance, steamed pork belly and meatballs both belonged to the steamed category. Similarly, braised pork knuckle and soy-braised meat overlapped in texture and technique. He thus needed distinct flavor profiles to differentiate each dish. Bai Ye multitasked deftly, preparing other dishes while simultaneously refining his concept for the braised knuckle. After much deliberation, inspiration struck. In southern China, there existed a delicacy known as tiger skin phoenix claws. Clean chicken feet were first deep-fried until golden crisp, then plunged into icy water to wrinkle the fried skin before braising. This method not only enhanced the claw's plump, succulent appearance, but also allowed the blistered skin to absorb braising broth far more deeply. One dish soy-braised pork, another horseshoe-shaped meatballs, a third steamed rice pork, and the fourth tiger skin braised pork knuckle, each boasting its own unique aroma and character. Truly, Zhao Tonghu finally lowered his hand, then chuckled. Little brother, Bai, I've never seen this technique before. It must be delicious. Ha ha ha. You place far too much faith in me, senior brother Zhao. Bai Ye burst into laughter. To be honest, this is my very first attempt. Zhao Tonghu was about to reply when an intoxicating fragrance suddenly wafted into his nostrils. He inhaled deeply. What scent is that? How incredibly fragrant. Bai Ye gestured toward two large cauldrons behind him, both bubbling vigorously with aromatic marinade. One already held thick slabs of pork belly, the soy-braised dish. The other simmered only broth, intended for the tiger skin knuckle. Unlike chicken feet, knuckles couldn't soak long. Once their crisp surface softened, Bai Ye promptly transferred them into the pot. He then lifted a strip of braised pork from the first cauldron, sliced it neatly into bit-sized pieces, and offered it to Zhao Tonghu. Senior brother, Zhao, please taste it. The moment Zhao Tonghu savored it, his eyes lit up, ready to lavish praise, when Chen Jinbei strolled over from behind. What are you doing? The morsel nearly lodged in Zhao Tonghu's throat, triggering a violent fit of coughing. Bai Ye swiftly stepped behind him, delivering firm, rhythmic thumps between his shoulder blades, all while maintaining perfect composure as he addressed Chen Jinbei. Mr. Chen, your timing is impeccable. We're conducting a final taste test. Would you kindly advise whether any adjustments are needed? Zhao Tonghu silently raised a thumb in admiration. Truly unflappable. Little brother Bai didn't flinch or falter, his words flowing smoothly and assuredly. Bai Ye turned, retrieved another strip of pork, and sliced fresh portions for Chen Jinbei. He couldn't possibly offer the host leftovers. Chen Jinbei, a man of refined bearing, revealed no outward emotion, merely offering a slight dignified nod upon hearing Bai Ye's request. When the dish arrived before him, he sampled a small piece, then nodded impassively. Acceptable. Proceed as planned. With that, he carried the entire plate away. Very well, let's continue. Meanwhile, several aunties had already finished preparing the rice pork steamed dish, loading it directly into massive bamboo steamers, alternating layers of rice pork and large meatballs. Steaming would require at least 1 hour. Longer would yield even richer tenderness. Today's guests included both Chen family relatives and village elders. 4 cold appetizers and 4 main dishes were now set in motion. Among the 4 stir-fried dishes, 3 were already decided: sautéed pork strips, black fungus with cabbage, and green peppers with dried tofu. Bai Ye added a 4th guobao roe, a sweet and sour crispy pork dish. Many restaurants deliberately avoided serving both sautéed pork strips and guobao roe together, as they shared common origins despite differing flavors. Guobao roe evolved from sautéed pork strips, the techniques nearly identical, diverging only in final seasoning. Yet Bai Ye reasoned, since elders would attend, children surely would too. At least one dish should delight young palates with sweetness, and adults too would surely relish it. Only 4 stewed dishes remained. Beyond the host requested quested fish, braised pork with vermicelli was indispensable, additionally sour cabbage with fatty pork and blood sausage, and chicken stewed with wild mushrooms. As dusk deepened, Bai Ye completed preparations for every dish. Fortunately, he'd brought his personal toolkit, including the heavy-duty pressure cooker he'd borrowed from his restaurant. Dozens of plump chickens, chopped and seasoned, were divided across 2 pots, pressure-cooked for 10 minutes each, then gently simmered with mushrooms. The banquet began at 6. It was already 5. Zhao Tonghu's assistants switched on the canopy lights, arranged tables, and covered them with plastic tablecloths, cigarettes, and liquor already placed precisely. Bai Ye had just finished preparing porkskin jelly. Golden crisp potato shreds were being lifted from hot oil to drain, while shrimp chips, dropped into the wok, swelled instantly into delicate bowl-like shapes. Several assisting aunties wearing disposable gloves worked efficiently. One hand held empty plates, The other portioned out jellied pork skin chilled noodles with sesame sauce and tender slices of pork dressed with soy sauce, vinegar, and minced garlic. Once the potato shreds were ready, the aunties began plating that dish. Bai Ye's earlier edible floral carvings, placed atop the cold appetizers, elevated these humble home-style dishes into something distinctly refined. As the 4 cold appetizers began arriving, murmurs stirred in the courtyard. Bai Ye knew the guests had assembled. Chen Jibin stepped out again. Xiao Bai, most guests have arrived. You may begin cooking. Understood. I'll start stir-frying immediately. Bai Ye acknowledged, directing the aunties to continue preparing the main dishes while he began crafting the stir-fries. Dishes would be served in careful sequence, not all 4 mains at once, to maintain visual appeal and prevent palate fatigue. Bai Ye wielded his large wok with practiced ease, but it couldn't produce 15 full servings in one go. Each dish thus required 2 or 3 separate batches. 2 stir-fried dishes would precede steamed rice pork and tiger skin knuckle, then came either braised pork with vermicelli or chicken stewed with wild mushrooms. Every dish was slow-cooked to perfection. Sufficient time ensured depth of flavor. Inside the pavilion, villagers feasted eagerly. Meanwhile, in the villa's grand hall, the elderly patriarch, who'd reluctantly taken only a few bites under his children's urging, sat utterly transfixed. A single heavy tear traced a path down his weathered cheek. The younger generation may not fully understand the story behind this, but the 3 daughters-in-law realized it the moment they tasted the dish. Every year on the old man's birthday before their mother-in-law passed away, they would enjoy a dish that tasted quite similar. However, in recent years during this month, the old man has lost his appetite. The 3 sons and their wives were busy attending to the guests while the main table was filled with longtime friends who could tell what was happening with just a taste. While everyone was comforting the old man, they also couldn't help but lament. Just look at other people's sons so filial. They even managed to find someone with such culinary skills. Before they arrived, they had heard some rumors. It was said that the famous chef Ma from the neighboring village also wanted to take this job, but he failed to secure it, boasting that the young chef would definitely come begging him today. Now that they taste this dish, it's no wonder he could get this job. It was likely arranged by the Chen brothers. Thinking of the chef Ma who was taken away by the police, everyone couldn't help but snicker. This chef Ma has always been known for his bullying tactics, strong-arming, and swapping out quality ingredients for inferior ones. He has offended more than one family. However, because his culinary skills are decent and he has a wide network, offending him could mean that it would be difficult to find a chef for village banquets in the future. So in the end, everyone chose to take a step back and swallow their anger. This also fueled Chef Ma's arrogance, but he finally hit a brick wall this time. The 3 Chen brothers may not be significant figures, but in this area, they are certainly well known. Now, during their father's birthday banquet, someone actually dared to pull such stunts. Regardless of who it was aimed at, this action was tantamount to going against the Chen family. While preparing everything at home and sending someone to gather information at the Chen family's door, he was just waiting for the young chef, who took his business to throw in the towel, so he could take over immediately. Little did he know his talent had already been captured by the Chen family members at the door. The eldest Chen instructed the officials to check whether his hygiene was up to standard, while the second Chen casually remarked that not only in this village, but even from outside the county, nobody would invite Chef Ma to cook again. As for the third brother, he didn't need to do anything, just ensure that the small chef he hired remained steady and made no mistakes. Bai Ye was unaware that while he was busy in the kitchen, the 3 Chen brothers were quite occupied. Dishes were continuously brought in, and although there was more meat than vegetables, the meat was stewed to be tender without being greasy, and the flavor was excellent. Several stir-fried dishes were also quite delicious. Though it resembled the culinary skills of the late Mrs. Chen, Bai Ye's skills were actually superior, as he could support a small restaurant. As the dishes were served, everyone eagerly reached for their chopsticks and indulged. While eating, they couldn't stop discussing it. This stewed pork knuckle is really well done. The skin is chewy and flavorful, it's so satisfying. The meat skin jelly is good, the skin is chewy, and it melts in your mouth. This chicken stew is so tender, I was worried about it getting stuck in my teeth, but when I pulled the bone it came off cleanly. No wonder this is a Chen family banquet. Not only is the food delicious, but it's also particularly hearty. The presentation is gorgeous too. Exactly. Those big restaurants, I never leave feeling full. It looks fancy, but there's hardly anything of substance. By the time all the dishes are served, I find I'm still not full and need to order another fried rice. I know what you mean. Today's young people only care about the restaurant's name and presentation. At a table for 10-8 shrimp, who eats and who doesn't? Our dishes are beautifully plated, as well. Look, there are flowers. Someone picked up a bright orange chrysanthemum only to find it was a carrot. The carrot, for some reason, was juicy and delicious. Hey everyone, come try this, the decoration is actually edible. This person exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly took a bite, and indeed the decoration was not only edible, but also tasty, unlike the mere embellishments found in big restaurants. This is still practical. I was wondering why there was so much meat. I didn't expect the chef to have already prepared the garnishes for us. It's us who were clueless, haha. Haha, that's right. This is truly a substantial meal. The presentation is not only beautiful, but also delicious. I'll go ask the chef for his number, so I can have a few tables prepared for New Year's at my place. While everyone ate, drank, and chatted, they all felt quite satisfied. Even the main table was no exception, except for the 3 Chen brothers, who appeared to eat very little. Everyone thought they were mainly there to accompany the guests, so they were too busy to eat, but in reality the three brothers were secretly saving room. Earlier when the three Chin brothers dealt with Chef Ma Chin Jibin had the easiest task, he just needed to ensure that there were no issues in the kitchen. For this Chin Jibin diligently made a round at Bai Ye's side, but on his way back, he brought back a plate of meat. When Chen Jigua and Chun Jigang returned after dealing with the outside issues, they saw their youngest brother sneaking a taste, and hurried over to try some as well. This was simply astonishing. Unfortunately, there was too little meat. They were just waiting for the main dishes to arrive, so they could eat a few more pieces. Finally, all the meat dishes arrived at the table, and the braised meat was also served. A large block of braised pork cut into slices while maintaining its shape on the plate. Due to the unique recipe Bai Ye's braised pork had distinctive characteristics, as the color of the pigskin was deeper than that of ordinary braised pork, creating an enticing contrast against the white fat inside. However, although this plate of braised pork looked tempting, it was not as eye-catching amidst the array of meat dishes on the table. The three Chin brothers were seated among the guests at 3 separate tables. When the braised pork was brought out, everyone caught a whiff of its aroma, but because the weather was cold, the scent did not travel far, and quickly mixed with the other dishes on the table. The three Chin brothers in unison urged everyone to eat, while discreetly placing a few slices of braised pork onto their own plates. A bite of the fatty yet lean braised pork was soft and not greasy, while the lean meat was tender and soaked with the meat juice. Each hot mouthful brought an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. The three brothers thought in unison that if this braised pork were served with steaming hot rice, it would surely taste delightful too. Perhaps their expressions of enjoyment drew the attention of others at the table. Moreover, they had already reminded their father to eat a couple of extra slices when the plate of braised pork was served. The old man was particularly happy today, he hadn't felt this cheerful in years. Upon seeing that his sons had specially reminded him about the braised pork, he called over several esteemed guests at the main table, saying, "Quick, try this, my sons say it's delicious," and reminded me to eat a couple of extra pieces. Several old friends laughed. "Which son is that?" The old man paused. "It seems like all 3 of them have said it." Everyone was taken aback, then laughed. "Old Chun, have you forgotten who actually said it? Old Chun is truly amusing. What kind of meat could be so delicious that all 3 of your sons reminded you about it?" Everyone was skeptical, and then as if by cue they each picked up a piece and took a bite. Wow, this meat. Several people were caught off guard. This is too delicious, right? The commotion at the main table remained the focal point of attention across the entire venue. Upon tasting the dish, the patriarch and his distinguished guests exclaimed in delight, drawing immediate curiosity from neighboring tables. Inside the villa's grand hall there were precisely 5 dining tables, 1 hosted by the patriarch himself, 3 attended by the 3 Chin brothers, and the 5th presided over by their 3 sisters-in-law. No sooner had praise echoed from the main table than guests at every other table instinctively glanced down at their own plates, searching for the dish that had earned such acclaim. The menu was largely uniform across all tables, and most dishes had already been sampled, except for the newly served platter which still sat untouched, its first bite yet to be taken. Braised pork, and could it truly be that delicious? And let's try it. And without hesitation, everyone reached for a piece, and their eyes instantly lit up with astonishment. Exquisite, and truly extraordinary. And the Chun family's hired chef is exceptional. The flavor of this braised pork ranks among the finest I've tasted in years. For me, it's the best I've savored in half a lifetime. Braised pork is commonplace, but this rendition is extraordinary. Rich yet never greasy, melting upon the tongue. I've never before associated these words with braised pork. A chorus of praise erupted, reaching even the ladies' table. Female guests, traditionally more restrained in their eating, had largely set down their chopsticks by now, sipping beverages and conversing leisurely. Hearing of the dish's acclaim, most declined to partake further, not out of disinterest, but sheer lack of room in their stomachs. Even the 3 Chin sisters-in-law shared this initial reserve. They knew the young chef had been invited precisely because his technique evoked the late matriarch's signature style. Yet the matriarch's own braised pork had been unremarkable, and none of them held the dish in particularly high regard. But the moment one of them took a single bite, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Try it. Hurry, try it. This braised pork is unlike anything you've ever tasted. How extraordinary could it possibly be? Merely well marinated. Unusually tender." And skeptical, they divided each slice between 2 people, fearing even an extra bite might leave them uncomfortably full. The instant those half slices touched their tongues, their composure dissolved. Hands darted forward, snatching another piece, while the slower ones found the plate already bare, left only to discreetly snatch a stray vegetable to mask their disappointment. "This braised pork is too good, and I'm barely satisfied. And what secret ingredient could it contain? If only we could ask." Unlikely. The recipe is surely guarded. A professional chef never reveals his craft, and indeed, and before long the praise rippled beyond the villa's 5 tables, spilling into the 10 additional tables beneath the outdoor canopy. Meanwhile, Bai Ye's banquet preparation had entered its final phase, when suddenly a rapid cascade of system chimes erupted, sharp and insistent. Yet Bai Ye smiled, because the number hovering above his head tied to his mission had finally begun to surge upward with accelerating speed. The metric tracked how many banquet guests would express genuine satisfaction with his culinary artistry. Initially, only 5 or 6 approvals registered, gradually climbing, yet never surpassing 50. At one point he'd asked Zhao Tonghu, roughly how many guests have arrived today? Zhao Tonghu paused then replied, for the patriarch's birthday nearly every household in the village sent representatives, though typically just 1 or 2 per family. The elders dined indoors while the younger generation gathered beneath the canopy outside, crowded yet surprisingly warm. Still, it's no match for springtime warmth. Few brought children, so each table accommodated no more than 10 guests, totaling roughly 130. Bai Ye's heart sank. He'd hoped for around 150 attendees, and counted on his braised pork to earn enough acclaim to fulfill his objective. Yet reality fell short, only 130 had come. To win approval from 120 of them seemed even to him impossible. Still he pressed on, completing the banquet with unwavering focus. Moments after the braised pork was served, the approval count leapt from 50 to 70, and then exploded upward, soaring past 100 in an instant. Yet the figure ultimately settled at 111, and held firm. Among 130 guests, such widespread endorsement should have filled him with pride. But the thought of failing his mission, and forfeiting part of his reward, left him utterly unmoved. All main courses had been served, only 1 soup, 1 noodle dish, and 1 dessert remained. The dessert required no effort. It followed local tradition using canned fruit. The noodles, however, constituted the staple course, typically paired with stir-fried rice to complete the meal's numerical harmony. Yet this being the patriarch's birthday banquet, stir-fried rice could be prepared casually, or replaced entirely with plain steamed rice, whereas the noodles demanded meticulous care. Bai Ye first prepared a hotanser soup, directing assistants to serve it immediately. Though not native to northeastern cuisine, he chose it deliberately, to cut through the richness of the abundant meat dishes and awaken the palate. As he pondered the noodle dish, Zhao Tonghu reappeared. Little brother Bai, may I speak with you? Brother Zhao, please go ahead. You're preparing noodles, correct? Yes. After all, it's a birthday banquet. For the patriarch's simplicity suffices a bowl of shredded chicken noodles with a poached egg. That's simple, precisely. Zhao Tonghu smiled gently. Each year on his birthday, his late wife prepared exactly this dish, for decades. She passed away several years ago. Bai Ye understood instantly. Understood, I'll prepare it accordingly. Also, Zhao Tonghu lowered his voice. Do you have any braised pork remaining? My employer requested a portion. He couldn't get enough. Bai Ye laughed warmly. Plenty. This was the most abundant dish I made. The Chen family had slaughtered several pigs in advance for the banquet, along with ample poultry, fish, and other meats. With such abundance, Bai Ye had intentionally prepared extra braised pork as a precaution. Beyond what was already served, at least 4 large square cuts remained, yielding 4 to 5 additional platters. He pointed them out, whereupon Zhao Tonghu's face broke into a broad grin. More than enough. After Zhao departed, Bai Ye turned his attention to the noodles. Shredded chicken noodles posed no challenge, a classic northeastern broth-based noodle dish. Freshly boiled chicken breast or thigh, finely shredded, seasoned, harmoniously crowned with a perfectly poached egg. The dough, kneaded hours earlier, had rested thoroughly, allowing him to hand-pull a single unbroken strand for the patriarch's bowl. For other guests, store-bought hand-rolled noodles would suffice. Within minutes, the bowl reached the table, delicately slender, its single continuous strand symbolizing longevity. The patriarch took one bite, and was enveloped in fragrance. At his age, no lavish seafood nor sumptuous delicacy compared to the profound comfort of this humble bowl. With the final staple and dessert served, the banquet concluded. Wiping sweat from his brow, Bai Ye exhaled deeply, having weathered the entire celebration. Yet his mission remained unfulfilled. Chef, Bai, it's time for us to eat, a kindly aunt called out. Bai Ye's eyes flared with sudden brilliant light. Whether it be guests or the kitchen helpers, they all count as attendees of the birthday banquet. Those helping in the kitchen not only manage the meals, but they are also expected to eat well. Typically, a table with the same dishes is reserved for them, and the hosts will come over to express their gratitude. Today, there aren't many people dining, just Bai Ye, Zhao Tonghu, and a few kitchen helpers. With Bai Ye leading them and tasting the dishes, it's safe to say that neither Zhao Tonghu nor the helpers are left hungry. While they may not be hungry, they still have to eat. There isn't room for another table in the tent, so Chen Jigua personally arranged a table for them in the small living room of the villa, and the helpers each carried dishes inside. There are indeed some dishes on the main table: rice noodles with meat, tiger skin, pork knuckle, steamed meatballs, and braised meat. However, Bai Ye prepared a dish of pickled cabbage stir-fried with vermicelli, and a large plate of sweet and sour musu vegetables. Both are very appetizing and go well with rice. Once the meal began, the values above Bai Ye's head started to fluctuate. In fact, both Zhao Tonghu and the helpers were quite satisfied with Bai Ye's cooking. However, it seems that the system does not recognize the informal start of their meal. At this moment, the satisfaction values of these individuals began to register. Ding, 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 ding. 6 notification sounds rang out in succession, and Bai Ye noticed that the value above his head jumped directly to 117. Bai Ye was first delighted, then stunned. As he counted the people in front of him, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bai Ye was left speechless. How could he be so happy yet forget to count how many helpers there were? After counting, he realized there were still 3 missing. Bai Ye sighed inwardly. How could he be so happy? Can't even count to 10. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Zhao Tonghu asked with his mouth full. It's nothing, just not very hungry anymore, Bai Ye replied, mustering his spirit. Had he known earlier, he would have brought Jiang Hao along. At least he could have gained an extra satisfaction point. However, it didn't seem to matter much. As the guests gradually dispersed, Bai Ye accepted the reality. He just hoped that when the task failed later, the penalty would be reduced, preferably kept under 5,000. The three Chin brothers came over to express their thanks, each giving a red envelope. Bai Ye's envelope was particularly thick. He knew it contained the promised 5,000 from the Chin family, so he didn't decline. Xiao Bai, you're heading back early tomorrow, right? Zhao Tonghu said. You don't need to worry about tidying up, I'll take you to rest. Yes, chef, go rest. Rest well. With such delicious dishes, I wonder when we'll get to enjoy them again. Today's meal was really good. The young man worked hard today, go rest now. Bai Ye left with Zhao Tonghu amidst the praises of the helpers. The banquet started at 6 o'clock, and it was still not even 9 when it ended. Bai Ye's room was on the first floor in a guest room. It wasn't very big, but it was clean. Knowing the room was ready, Bai Ye went out to tidy up his tools. At this point, there were not many guests left in the tent. The few who remained were mainly packing leftover food. The dishes today tasted superb, and since the ones sitting outside were all young people, they were packing up leftovers to take home for their dogs. Bai Ye went to the kitchen to put away his knives and pots, but he left the pot of braised meat sauce behind. He informed Zhao Tonghu that the pot of braised meat could still be used to braise meat twice more as long as the meat is cleaned and briefly blanched, it can be put into the sauce. Zhao Tonghu eagerly agreed. Bai Ye took a quick shower in the bathroom across the way, washing off the smell of oil and smoke, feeling refreshed when he returned to his room, ready to check his red envelope. Before he could open the envelope, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Bai, are you asleep? Bai Ye opened the door, revealing his half-dry hair. Xiao Ge, what's the matter? You just took a shower. Zhao Tonghu said a bit awkwardly. Well, it's like this. A few friends of the old gentleman. Upon hearing Zhao Tonghu, Bai Ye realized that a few of the old gentleman's children had come to celebrate Chun Lao's birthday. They wanted to surprise the old gentleman, so they hadn't mentioned it in advance. They just verified the date and came directly. However, they encountered unexpected road conditions and were delayed by the icy roads. The three Chin brothers were accompanying the guests and asked Zhao Tonghu to check if Bai Ye could prepare another table. Bai Ye was stunned. He wondered why the system hadn't declared the task a failure yet. It turned out there were still guests who hadn't arrived. Xiao Bai. Zhao Ge, it's fine. I'll change my clothes right away. Bai Ye hurriedly said. Then you should dry your hair first. You can cook in the villa's kitchen. If you need any ingredients, I'll help you bring them in. Anything will do. It's a bit late for large dishes, so let's focus on stir-frying. All right. Zhao Tonghu replied and went out. Bai Ye changed back into his earlier outfit and rushed to the kitchen. The kitchen in the villa was on the first floor, quite spacious with a gas stove, but there were only 2 burners. Soon Zhao Tonghu returned dragging 2 boxes of ingredients with everything from chicken, duck, and fish to meat. Bai Ye looked through the ingredients and picked out what he needed. There were plenty of large dishes, pork knuckles, meatballs, braised meat, all available. However, there were hardly any stewed dishes left. So apart from these 4 main dishes, Bai Ye planned to make the rest stir-fried. Just as he contemplated what to make, Chen Jinbei walked in from outside. Bai Ye, thank you for your hard work. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Bai Ye replied amid his busy preparations, flashing Chen Jinbei a bright smile. How could he consider this hard work? This wasn't a hassle. These were valued guests bringing him satisfaction points, and he would treat them well. Bai Ye, it's getting late. Just make a few dishes, enough to make a pair. Sure, mister. Chen, don't worry. Bai Ye joyfully replied. I guarantee that both guests and hosts will be satisfied. His beaming smile had a contagious effect on Chen Jinbei. Chen Jinbei thought this young man was indeed a rare find. He was enthusiastic and sincere, doing things steadily and responsibly. There seemed to be a unique energy in him that inspired others. Many of the kitchen helpers hadn't arrived today, yet he had no complaints and performed splendidly. Now, with guests arriving again in the evening, although it was unavoidable, Bai Ye had already showered and was preparing to sleep, making it a bit awkward for them to wake him up. Unexpectedly, this young man not only had no complaints, but also didn't take the opportunity to ask for anything. Instead, he cheerfully got up to cook for them. Thinking of this, Chen Jinbei patted Bai Ye on the shoulder. Then I'll trouble you. Ding. Task alert, the task is about to fail. Do you accept the hidden task? Bai Ye, of course I have to accept. Is this a hidden task? This is his financial savior. After asking around, Bai Ye learned that 7 guests had arrived in total, 3 elders and 4 younger men. They were not locals, so Bai Ye adjusted the menu accordingly. Bai Ye pondered for a moment, selected his ingredients, and began to prepare. Since there was only 1 portion to slice, he did not bother with the one-touch chopper. It was unnecessary. As a chef, knife work was his foundational discipline. In the 2 years apprenticing under the old boss, he had started at the cutting block, chopping, preparing ingredients, and watching the master stir-fry. Altogether about a year and a half of steady training. The old boss had called him a gifted lad, quick and excellent at every task, yet patient enough to endure the daily rigors of practice. Bai Ye's knife skills were in no way inferior to the golden precision of a one-touch cutter. Zhao Tonghu stood by to trim and wash vegetables, handing them to Bai Ye, who dispatched them with swift, graceful cuts. Zhao Tonghu admired him openly. Xiao Bai, your knife work is something else, he said, giving a thumbs up. Bai Ye smiled at him and returned to his work. How many stir-fries shall I make? We already have 4 substantial dishes. I'll make 6 more stir-fries, Bai Ye replied, pointing to the large pot nearby. On one side, the steamer held meatballs and braised pork belly, and on the other lay a pork knuckle. The marinated pork could be eaten cold, Later it would simply be sliced and plated. Bai Ye was preparing cold dishes, simple fare the lapai cold sheets already ready, and the steamer also held a dish of steamed eggplant. Once steamed, the eggplant would be split and shredded into fine strips, drizzled with sauce, sprinkled with minced garlic, and finished with a spoonful of hot oil. Served. Zhao Tonghu sniffed appreciatively and carried the garlic eggplant and the large la pie to the table, then returned with the thoroughly steamed meatballs and braised pork belly. The third course brought the tiger skin pork knuckle and the marinated pork. "Ah, this knuckle is very well done," one of the three elders said with a smile after picking up a piece. The third course brought the tiger skin pork knuckle and the marinated pork. "Ah, this knuckle is very well done," one of the three elders said with a smile after picking up a piece. "Nonsense. Your grandfather is not so undignified. This knuckle is simply delicious. Don't believe me? Try it yourself," the old man chuckled, half teasing. The young man picked a piece, and with a small sound of surprise, said, "Hey, it really is tasty. Let me try." Another elder, an old woman, exclaimed. Instead of the skin, she chose a slice of the lean meat from where it had been set aside. "Grandmother, don't eat the lean meat. Pork knuckle is for the fatty parts. The lean is tougher and less flavorful," the young man beside her urged. "Yes, madam, eat the knuckle skin, but it's not greasy at all." The old woman paid no heed to the young man, and instead savored the lean slice with careful attention. Indeed, the knuckle skin and fat were the most delectable, especially served hot. Yet the lean meat was far from unpalatable, tender, juicy, unexpectedly well-seasoned, and carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. "What seasonings did you use?" the old woman asked, closing her eyes as she savored it. "Very good, truly very good." The three Qin sons and the patriarch had already tasted the dishes earlier and knew these four hearty courses were all above standard. Of all the dishes on the table, the marinated pork shone the brightest. Next came the hearty mains, and the remainder were simply the familiar fare of ordinary restaurant cooks. Not that the other dishes were bad, but they were not stunning. After the elders had sampled the knuckle, the eldest Qin son smiled and said, "Uncle Song, Auntly Uncle Son, you might try the marinated pork." "Oh, is there a reason to try that marinated pork?" Old Song, who had been first to taste the knuckle, asked, looking toward Qin Jigua. He had eaten the hot dishes but left the cold ones untouched, a detail the three Qin sons had surely noticed. There must be a purpose to urging him now. "You'll understand once you taste it," Qin Jigang added with a smile from the side. Both Qin sons spoke up, stirring the diner's curiosity. They reached for their chopsticks, took a slice, and tasted it thoughtfully. If the crade braising of the tiger skin knuckle had already won unanimous approval, then the grade recipe of the marinated pork naturally pleased them even more. Though served cold, it lost none of its merit. After one slice, several instinctively reached for a second. Compliments poured forth incessantly. Because the evening's table was filled with elders, Bai Ye prepared dishes that were softer and more tender. Since they were not locals, he did not confine himself solely to northeastern cuisine, but incorporated several dishes of different regional flavors. Kung Pao-style diced pork, lightly fried tenderloin, black pepper beef strips. After making a bowl of cucumber and egg drop soup, Zhao Tonghu suddenly returned. "Xiao Bai, can you make basi, the sugar-pulled candied dish?" "Yes." Bai Ye looked up. "You want it as a dessert?" "Right, basi, but they have given you a challenge." Zhao Tonghu scratched his head. "They asked you to make basi but softer, because they are elderly and their teeth aren't strong." Zhao Tonghu was a little puzzled as to why guests would attend a banquet and specify dishes. Bai Ye paid it no mind. He considered for a moment and nodded. "All right, have them wait a while." Fortunately, with the dishes newly laid out and the guests still eating, he had time to prepare. "It's just basi, hardly a challenge." Bai Ye selected 2 large sweet potatoes, washed and peeled them, sliced them thinly, lined a plate with plastic wrap, and steamed them. Thinly sliced, they steamed through easily. In 15 minutes, they were utterly tender. When removed, he mashed the sweet potatoes with a spoon, tasted the mash, and added a little glutinous rice flour, stirring until smooth. He shaped the mash into small balls and deep-fried them until they set, then lifted them out. Having fried quite a batch, Zhao Tonghu slipped one and tasted it. Hot and delicious. "Xiao Bai, you've truly outdone yourself," he exclaimed, thumb raised in admiration. By turning the sweet potato into a mash before coating it in syrup, the basi would break with only gentle pressure, so even someone without teeth could eat too. The idea was brilliant. Bai Ye tilted his head and asked, "Shall I save you a few basi?" "Yes, please," Zhao Tonghu answered eagerly. One batch had produced dozens of sweet potato balls, so sparing a few caused no harm. He changed to another pan and put rock sugar in to simmer into syrup. Bai Ye called, "Brother, Zhao, take the cold water over first." Once the syrup was ready and the balls dropped in, there would be only a minute or two before it was too late to cool them with water. "Got it." Zhao Tonghu took a bowl of cold water and hurried off. Bai Ye kept his eyes fixed on the bubbling syrup. When it reached the perfect stage, he quickly tumbled the balls in and then extinguished the heat. The sweet potato balls rolled in the syrup and were soon uniformly coated in a glossy, shimmering glaze. As Bai Ye ladled the glutinous balls out of the wok, he carefully set aside a dozen or so in a small side dish. En route, he encountered Zhao Tonghu and flashed him a knowing glance. "Hurry on." Zhao Tonghu beamed and quickened his pace. When the dish arrived chilled on ice, everyone recognized that the caramelized delicacy was imminent. Recalling their earlier requests, they speculated eagerly about what form this pulling sugar creation might take. "I'd wager it's fruit-based, easier to bite into. I suspect he'll innovate with the caramel itself. I can't imagine how one could reinvent pulling sugar at all." The young diners were still exchanging theories when Bai Ye appeared at the door, tray in hand. Here it is, coming right up. Young man, come quickly. Bai Ye placed the tray at the center of the table. Several plates had already been emptied. Glancing briefly, he recognized them as braised meats. A clear space had been left precisely at the table's center, awaiting his arrival. As he set down the dish, all eyes turned to the plate, where sat a cluster of delicate golden brown balls. Caramelized balls. Blimey, I never saw that coming. Can balls even be caramelized? What an imaginative twist, meat or vegetarian. The three elders exchanged startled glances, then chuckled warmly. This dish must not cool. We'll taste it first. Bai Ye remained standing nearby, watching as guests reached for their chopsticks. Elder Song wielded his chopsticks with practiced dexterity. The instant he lifted a ball, a crisp, crystalline snap echoed, a fine, glistening thread of sugar stretching taut between the chopsticks. Wow, how incredibly long, exclaimed the two young women in unison. Others followed suit, some even rising from their seats and lifting their arms high, determined to test just how far the sugar threads could stretch. Ultimately, the length surpassed all expectations. Even fully extended arms failed to break the strands. Relenting, they gently lowered their wrists. The caramel snapped cleanly, leaving only a fragile silken veil, half clinging to the chopsticks, half adhering faintly to the balls. The syrup was scalding hot, so each guest dipped their morsel briefly into chilled water before tasting. Moi. Elder Song's expression shifted instantly to astonishment. A thin, translucent glaze coated each ball. Dipped in cold water, the soft molten syrup transformed into a delicate, brittle shell. That shell was astonishingly thin and crisp, shattering effortlessly upon the first bite, releasing an aromatic sweet fragrance of roasted sweet potato. It's made from sweet potatoes. Elder Song murmured, surprised. Caramelizing sweet potatoes is quite common, observed Madame Li with a gentle smile. But turning them into delicate balls. This is my first time tasting such a rendition. Excellent, and truly inventive. The balls are tender, fragrant, and sweet. The sugar shell impossibly thin and shatteringly crisp. Both technique and imagination are masterful. Young man, you used rock sugar, didn't you? Bai Ye nodded. Indeed, rock sugar yields greater crispness and leaves no sticky residue. The elders paused after several bites, setting down their chopsticks and studying Bai Ye intently, while the younger guests continued eating with unrestrained delight. The sweet potatoes Bai Ye selected were exceptional, vibrantly crimson and naturally rich in sweetness. Deep fried to golden perfection, they became irresistibly succulent. Young man, what is your surname? Bai Ye. Ye as in leaf. Fine, a name both simple and dignified. Bai Ye offered a wry smile. Even praise like this echoed his parents' style. Xiao Bai, are you from a culinary lineage? This caramelized ball dish is brilliantly original. Bai Ye gave a modest, sheepish grin. Truthfully, I was inspired by street-side candied hawthorn skewers. Candied hawthorn skewers abound across northeast China, and unlike those of Beijing, their regional variation embraces boundless experimentation, not only hawthorns and fruits, but also green peppers, bitter melon, and even spicy strips. In short, anything can be candied. So coating humble sweet potato balls in caramel hardly qualifies as radical. Meatballs perhaps would fare equally well in such treatment. The elders asked further questions, and Bai Ye answered candidly, revealing he hailed from no culinary dynasty, but had apprenticed for 2 years under a local restaurant owner. They reacted with genuine surprise. Especially Madame Li, who took an immediate liking to Bai Ye and even added him on WeChat. If there's nothing else, I'll go tidy up now. Bai Ye smiled and returned to the kitchen. The moment he stepped out of the dining room, a soft chime sounded in his ear, and glancing upward, he saw his satisfaction score had risen to 123. Mission accomplished. In the kitchen, Zhao Tonghu was devouring the dish with unrestrained gusto. Bai Ye blinked in amazement. How on earth do you manage to eat so enthusiastically? I accidentally stuffed several into my mouth at once, Zhao Tonghu admitted, flustered. Bai Ye stared, then burst into laughter. You weren't even afraid of burning your tongue. Well, it did sting a little. Let's change the subject. Xiao Bai, I saved you a few. They're delicious even when cooled. Bai Ye glanced over. The plate held 3 remaining balls. It was his first attempt, and curiosity tugged at him too. The 3 balls stood solitary and distinct. Zhao Tonghu had thoughtfully separated them beforehand to prevent sticking. Bai Ye hesitated, then speared all 3 onto a single pair of chopsticks, forming a miniature whimsical skewer reminiscent of candied hawthorn. Hey, that's a brilliant way to eat them. Zhao Tonghu laughed. Bai Ye took a bite, closed his eyes, and reflected. Delicious, but room for refinement remained. The balls themselves were not flawless, yet their ingenuity combined with the exceptional quality of the sweet potatoes carried the dish. Truth be told, the caramel syrup had been cooked slightly too long, leaving a subtle lingering bitterness mercifully masked by the sweet potatoes' natural richness. Moreover, though he believed the sugar shell exceptionally thin, it proved marginally thicker than ideal upon tasting. That explained why the elders sampled only a few pieces before pausing, while the younger guests kept eating. And yes, the quantity of sugar was excessive. The serving platter concealed this flaw, but examine the dozen leftover balls, and one would see the base of the dish pooled with hardened amber syrup. Bai Ye coughed awkwardly and swiftly plunged the plate into the sink to erase all evidence. After tidying the kitchen, Bai Ye hurried back to his room. He changed clothes and sank onto the bed eager to review his system notifications. The satisfaction score task had been completed. Rewards included 888 yuan in cash, 100 experience points, and one additional bonus. This bonus marked his first completion of an intermediate level mission. No such reward accompanied the prior 1, 2, or 3-star tasks. Apparently, only missions rated at 3.5 stars qualified as intermediate. He wondered what constituted an advanced level mission. Scanning his rewards, he found, unexpectedly, another recipe: hollow luminous glutinous balls. Bai Ye opened it immediately and understood why the system had granted it. The technique bore striking parallels to his caramelized sweet potato balls, yet demanded far more precise control over heat and sugar ratios. As for the hidden task, though its monetary and experiential rewards were modest, a mere 200 yuan and 10 experience points befitting a 1-star assignment, it yielded a concise tutorial on sugar boiling mastery. Because of the short course on food sculptures last time, Bai Ye was eagerly looking forward to the sugar boiling class, hastily washed up, went to bed, and entered the dream classroom, forgetting to even check the red envelope from the Chin family. That night, Bai Ye learned everything from candy pulling crystal syrup to sugar coloring. Each step required precise heat control, which could change in just a few minutes, or even seconds, demanding enough skill and experience from the chef. Some states are fleeting, like the state of crystal syrup. Bai Ye had made candy pulling yesterday, but the transition from candy pulling syrup to crystal syrup only took 2 to 3 seconds. While making sugar colors sounds simple, it's not that easy in practice. Nowadays, many chefs mostly use dark soy sauce and other seasonings for coloring, not only for convenience, but also because mastering sugar coloring is quite difficult. If it is too soft, the sugar color will taste sweet, affecting the dish's original flavor. If it is overcooked, the sugar color will taste bitter and cannot be used at all. Bai Ye considered himself fairly skilled in making sugar colors, but after being critiqued by the 4 teachers in the small classroom, he realized he was truly unqualified. In just one night, Bai Ye had transformed. If he were to make candy pulling with sweet potato puree again, there would definitely be a tremendous change. He was awakened by his phone alarm early in the morning at 6 o'clock. Bai Ye hurriedly changed his clothes and freshened up. He had already informed the Chin family that he needed to hurry back in the morning, so he packed his things and left the villa. The yard in front of the villa had been cleaned up. The tent from yesterday was gone, leaving only a few large stoves in the distance, remnants of the banquet held here. An elderly man was practicing Tai Chi in the yard. He greeted Bai Ye as he saw him come out. "It's old Master Chun." Bai Ye also went over to greet him. "Little Bai, are you leaving?" "Yes, I need to hurry back. There's something at home." "You're always smiling, kid," old Master Chun said, having noticed it since yesterday. This young man, who was only a couple of years older than his grandson, always had a smile on his face. It wasn't a fake smile, it was pleasant and made him look good, just like a child from his own family. "You've really troubled yourself this time." "Not at all. Mr. Chun has given me money." As he mentioned money, Bai Ye smiled even brighter. "Mr. Chun is truly my benefactor." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Bai Ye briefly explained how his small boss had fled after a failed investment, causing his 6-month salary to go down the drain. Mr. Chun had promised him 5,000, ensuring his family's life before the new year. This child, old Master Chun felt quite pained. A child of this age should mostly be in college, and being able to help with household chores was already commendable, yet he had been working for 3 years. Moreover, encountering such a big event and losing half a year's salary. Yet he could still face life with such enthusiasm without the slightest hint of negativity, truly rare. Just then Zhao Tonghu also got up. Little Bai Ye didn't even say goodbye before leaving. Tiger old Master Chen suddenly waved at Zhao Tonghu and whispered a few words in his ear. Little Bai, wait a few minutes. Bai Ye didn't know what was going on, but since the old man said so, waiting a few minutes was no trouble. Soon Zhao Tonghu came out holding a red envelope. Little Bai, this red envelope is for you, old Master Chen indicated for Bai Ye to take it. You've worked hard this time. Old Master, there's no need, Mr. Chen has already given me enough money. Bai Ye shook his head in refusal. I can't accept more than what is deserved. You take it first. Old Master Chen insisted. What my son gave you is your rightful salary. What I'm giving you is a red envelope from an elder. I hope that when you're not busy you can come and visit me more often and cook a few dishes for this old man. That's no problem. Oh, I won't accept the money. Bai Ye looked at the thick red envelope, hesitating to take it. After several rounds of refusal, seeing that Bai Ye truly wouldn't accept it, old Master Chen could only regretfully relent. Then will you come back in the future? Yes, just give me a call when you think of it. Although he didn't accept the extra red envelope, Zhao Tonghu had packed several large gifts for Bai Ye, which were said to be prepared at Mr. Chen's request. Not accepting money, he couldn't refuse the gifts. Bai Ye expressed his gratitude and drove back home. There were no cars on the road. He sped back home, arriving at 7:30. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Bai Ye pushed the door open and shouted in the yard. Soon Jiang Hao and Bai Anan came out from the house. Brother, you're back. We've been waiting for you to have dinner. Jiang Hao hadn't left last night and had been busy making soy sauce meat with Bai Ye's father sleeping in Bai Ye's room at night. Perfect, come help me carry things. Bai Ye called out while Bai Anan picked up the several gift bags, and Bai Ye and Jiang Hao carried the pots and pans that wouldn't be needed for a while. Inside, Jiang Lan was cooking. The porridge had been simmering for a while, just waiting for the big fritters to be fried. Hearing the commotion outside, she quickly added more firewood to raise the oil temperature, preparing to fry the fritters. By the time they finished moving things and washed up, the fritters were also ready. Bai Ye, come eat. How's he? Don't worry about where to put the things. After Bai Ye brought the gifts inside, she squatted there and looked. Brother, did you buy all of these? They look really expensive. What do we have? I was in a hurry to get back and didn't check. I think there's some alcohol. Bai Ye asked while washing his hands. 2 bottles of Lao Lonco and 2 packs of Changbai Mountain 777 cigarettes. Bai Ye replied. Also a daily nut mix and a box of chocolates. The old man sitting on the Kong suddenly spoke up, and Bai Ye handed the items over. These cigarettes aren't cheap, right? A pack costs over 100. Jiang Hao said, sitting beside Bai Ye's father. Our manager often smokes these, they sell for 15 when bought individually. The wine isn't cheap either, it's in a porcelain bottle costing at least 200 a bottle. So expensive. Bai Ye's father murmured, Bai Ye, where did this come from? This was given to me by old Master Chun when I was leaving. Bai Ye then pulled out a red envelope from his pocket. This is the 5,000 that the Chun family promised me. Jiang Lan, who had been looking at the gifts beside Bai Ye's father, was instantly attracted by the mention of money. While Bai Ye and the others ate, Jiang Lan counted the money. What are you waiting for? Come eat. Jiang Lan remained silent for a moment before looking at Bai Ye. Bai Ye, did you not take the wrong amount? This isn't 5,000. What? Is it less? Bai Ye was taken aback. He had just begun to count the money yesterday when Zhao Tonghu called him to cook, and he hadn't thought to count it again when he returned. He subconsciously thought that the Chun family would not shortchange him. It's not less, that's more. There's 8,000 here. As Jiang Lan finished speaking, everyone at the table was stunned. 5,000, 8,000, that's a difference of 3,000 yuan. Though it may not seem like much, their monthly income from working outside is just about that. I'll count it. Although Bai Ye knew her mother wouldn't make a mistake, she couldn't help but count again. 8,000, that's right, it really is 8,000. Bai Ye looked at old Bai. I didn't have time to count yesterday, so they probably made a mistake, right? Then hurry and give them a call. Don't you have that mobile for transferring money? Quickly return the money, you can't take more than what's due. Bai Ye quickly called Zhao Tonghu and explained the situation. Zhao, go check Mr. Chen's account, I'll transfer the money to him. On the other end of the line, a light laugh was heard, and only then did she realize it was Mr. Chen who had answered. Bai Ye, there's no mistake with that money. 8,000 is all for you. You're really bold taking the money without counting it. Aren't you afraid I'd shortchange you? How could that be? But Mr. Chen, didn't we agree on 5,000? How did it become 8,000? It startled my parents. When you came to be the head chef, that was 5,000. However, due to our oversight yesterday, many of the helpers didn't show up. Thankfully, you were there to prevent any issues. Mr. Chen, on the other end, seemed to sigh. Moreover, yesterday's banquet was a great success. Now everyone is saying the Chun family is generous, and the dishes were delightful, even the garnishes were delicious. Bai Ye, keep the 8,000, you've earned it. 8,000 yuan is not much for the old master of the Chen family, or for the 3 Chen brothers. Well, Bai Ye didn't know what to say. I was thinking of adding another table of dishes and giving you a bit more money this morning. I didn't expect you to leave so early. The old master gave you a red envelope, and you didn't accept it. If you return this money, I won't dare invite you next time. Then I'll accept it. Mr. Chen, if you have any tasks next time, call me. I guarantee I'll get the job done. Bai Ye quickly said. This is a big client. Hosting a banquet earns 8,000 yuan plus so many gifts along with the task fee that could be nearly 20,000. Then it's settled. Mr. Chen cheerfully hung up the phone. Bai Ye exhaled and relayed the situation to her family. Since that's the case, let's accept it. Bai Ye was fortunate to encounter benefactors whenever she went out. Jiang Lan said, and old Bai nodded in agreement. After a hasty breakfast, Bai Ye took old Bai and Jiang how to sell marinated meat. With the new year approaching, even the small market was more crowded than usual. Many families were out in full force, spending more generously than normal. Bai Ye's marinated meat was now somewhat famous. Mainly because it tasted good, was reasonably priced, and besides marinated meat, they also offered marinated chicken frames. With hundreds of marinated chicken frames sold daily, due to their affordability and great taste, they sold out in just 2 short hours. After packing things into the car, they went to purchase some New Year goods. On the way back, they not only brought pork, but also bought chicken frames. The chicken frames sold well, and Bai Ye directly ordered 100 boxes. However, their small car couldn't carry it all at once, so they planned to go again in the afternoon. Seeing the Bai family once again exuding delicious aromas, the villagers gathered to chat. Is the Bai family making marinated meat lately? I passed by their house behind the mountain and could smell the aroma. I've heard that in Li village they sell a big fat pig daily. This business must be thriving. Looks like the Bai family has made it. The old Bai family was struggling, but thankfully they have such accomplished children. Ye Bai Ye and Nen are both good students. I initially thought it was a pity that Bai Ye didn't go to university, but now it seems this capable child can succeed at anything. The other day, I saw them selling marinated meat at the market, and there were so many people around. Didn't they make over 1,000 in a day? Yeah, that's really quite a bit of money. We should go buy some too. The villagers discussed among themselves while only old Zhang remained silent and turned back home. After returning home, old Zhang started drinking in solitude. Why are you drinking so early? The new year is approaching, and there are still many things to buy. Why don't you go to the market and see what you can get? Old Zhang was instantly furious. Go wake him up. What's the matter? Why are you so angry? Sun Suizhuan was puzzled. He hasn't gotten up yet. You know him, he sleeps until 11 every day. Sleep, 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 that's all he does. He's grown now, he doesn't get up during the day or sleep at night. What else can he do? Old Zhang was instantly furious. Go wake him up. What's the matter? Why are you so angry? Sun Suizhuan was puzzled. Look at the neighbor Bai Ye. Even though he didn't go to university, he's already making money. I heard he earns over 1,000 every day. Isn't that several tens of thousands in a month? You should take a look at your precious son. Old Zhang felt angry just thinking about it. He hasn't made any money, but has spent quite a bit. Every day he wants to buy this and that. Our son is a university student. Sun Suizhuan protested. How many university students are there in this village? Just this one, isn't he worth several tens of thousands? Once our second son graduates and starts working, his salary won't be something those high school graduates can compare to. Old Zhang fell silent. Our son getting into university has given you quite a bit of face, but you still want him to get up to help you work. Is our son's hands meant for labor? But even if he's a university student, he shouldn't be so lazy. Old Zhang hesitated, saying, look at the neighbor Bai Ye. Pa, what's so good about the Bai family's son? He couldn't even go to college, he's destined to a life of hard labor. Upon hearing her husband mention the neighbor's son, Suizhuan instantly flared up. She and Jiang Lan had never gotten along. Sun Suizhuan and Jiang Lan had both married into this village one after the other, and being next-door neighbors led to constant comparisons between them. Although the Zhang family was much wealthier than the Bai family, Sun Suizhuan felt she had overshadowed Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan's appearance was considerably better than Sun Suizhuan's, and she was warm and cheerful, making her much more popular in the village, which secretly fueled Sun Suizhuan's jealousy. Later, Jiang Lan was married for several years without having children, while Sun Suizhuan's family had already given birth to a little girl early on. Many in the town and village spread rumors that Jiang Lan was a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan quickly found the source and had a huge argument with Sun Suizhuan. In the midst of their quarrel, both women ended up with stomach pains only to discover they were already pregnant. The Bai families Bai Ye and Sun Chuiwan's unborn child is naturally Zhang Shiliang. It can be said that although these two families are close neighbors, they have always been at odds. From the two daughters-in-law back, then to Bai Ye and Zhang Shiliang now, they have never been on good terms. Now hearing her husband say that their son is not as good as Bai Ye's Sun Chuiwan couldn't help but feel angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Zhang is different from his wife. He is a kind-hearted man and has a decent relationship with Bai Lao Dai. However, his wife is truly a handful. Don't just think that the Bai family's kid is good. I have heard that just a few days ago someone said there was a problem with their marinated meat. Everyone loves eating it, but I suspect they must have put something inappropriate in it. Chuiwan, you can't say such things recklessly. Old Zhang hurriedly interrupted his wife's words. No evidence, no slander. What do you mean there's no evidence? Seeing Old Zhang's unwilling expression, Sun Chuiwan in anger grabbed a handful of hair clips and turned to leave. After lunch, Bai Ye and Jiang Hao began preparing today's marinated meat. Bai Lao Dai and Jiang Lan were busy cleaning a pile of chicken carcasses. Some of the chicken carcasses were not very clean, so the couple would check them while tidying them up as they went. After putting the pork and chicken carcasses into the pot, Bai Ye and Jiang Hao went back to the county town to collect more chicken carcasses. As the new year approached, the weather became increasingly cold, and Bai Ye dared to buy 100 boxes at once. Based on the current sales, about 10 boxes could be sold daily, and with increasing demand, they would be sold out just in time for the new year. Business for marinated meat has been good lately, and Bai Lao Dai has started to think of new ideas. Every winter, they would make some smoked tofu skin, and the chicken carcasses could also be made into a smoked version. In the afternoon, he rummaged through the rice husk that came out during the rice milling at home. Dad, what are you up to? Bai Ye drove the cart into the house and saw Bai Lao Dai coming out with a bag. I'm planning to make some smoked chicken carcasses. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Let me do it. Smoked flavor is delicious and not difficult to make. In the past few days selling chicken carcasses, there were always customers asking if they had a smoked variety. Alright, I'll clean up this stove outside first. Bai Ye and Jiang Hao moved the chicken carcasses down and piled them in the yard. In the northeast, the large yard serves as a natural warehouse. With water freezing and droplets turning to icicles, anything left outside won't spoil. After moving all the chicken carcasses down, Bai Lao Dai also cleaned the pot, and the brown sugar rice husk was ready. Bai Lao Dai cleaned the large stove in the yard. In the countryside, there are many stoves. Whenever they prepare a big dish or something that creates a lot of smoke, they would do it outside. It was just the right time to make smoked chicken carcasses. Bai Ye had his own ideas about smoking. Besides the simple rice husk and brown sugar, he was also planning to try other methods. Their small mountain village is not far from the forest, and much of the firewood they burn consists of dry branches brought down from the mountains. This is also the convenience of the small mountain village. Bai Ye thought of trying brown sugar first, and then using pine branches, but now cutting down trees is not allowed, so they could only gather some dry branches, unsure if they would be useful. As for the lychee wood used in the legendary Beijing roast duck, which gives it a natural fruity aroma, he might try that as well. While there is no lychee wood, there is a patch of oak trees nearby. However, that forest seems to be contracted by someone else, so he didn't know if they could get some dry branches from there. If it's possible, he would bring some back, otherwise he would just buy some. While contemplating this, Bai Ye also kept busy taking out a batch of already marinated chicken carcasses to try with the brown sugar rice husk. As the fire was increased, rice husk and brown sugar were placed at the bottom of the pot. A large sieve was added on top, and then over 20 marinated chicken carcasses were evenly spread out on top before quickly covering the pot. In just a moment, thick smoke began to rise from the edge of the pot lid. Jiang happened to come out of the house and saw this scene, immediately scolding. You silly son, you can't do smoked meat like this. Hurry up and find some towels to cover the edge of the pot lid. Bai Ye suddenly realized. He had a feeling something was off, and indeed he had missed a step. He hurriedly found 3 towels, dampened them, and carefully sealed the entire edge. Phew, I almost forgot about this part, Bai Ye chuckled foolishly. I remember watching my dad do this when I was a kid, but I haven't seen it for years. Bai Laodai also laughed. I thought you had already grown up. The whole family began to laugh. Soon the pot of chicken carcasses was smoked to perfection. When lifting the pot, Bainan insisted on helping, and Bai Ye and Bai Laodai tacitly remained silent. When Bainan opened it, a plume of residual smoke burst out, causing her to cough. Bai Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter. Only then did Bainan realize, turning around angrily to look at Bai Ye. Brother, you knew this would happen, didn't you? You're so mean. Saying this, she waved her little fist and chased Bai Ye around the yard. Bai Ye ran quickly in front, but Bainan, being physically strong since childhood, was not any slower than him. Seeing this situation, Bai Ye had no choice but to run towards the front gate. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the gate, someone was coming in, and Bai Ye nearly lost control, shouting, Zhao Yi. Here there are not so many formalities, especially since the yard is large, and in winter people tend to stay indoors, so villagers generally just push the door open and yell a couple of times to notify the hosts. So when Bai Ye saw someone come in through the main gate, he wasn't surprised and greeted them with a smile. However, while Bai Ye managed to stop Bainan did not, and with a bang she crashed into Bai Ye's back. Bai Ye took a sharp breath. This girl is like a rocket. It hurt him, but Bainan, who crashed into him from behind, felt even worse, covering her nose and tearing up. Dad, Mom, Zhao Yi is here. Before Bai Ye could finish his shout, he noticed several others following in behind. Bai Laodai hurriedly stepped forward to welcome them. Zhao Go. Everyone hurry up and come inside to warm up. After greeting Bai Laodai, everyone turned their eyes to the large stove in the yard. Because the Bai siblings had just been playing around, the smoked chicken carcasses in the pot had not yet been taken out. At this moment, the smoke had dissipated, revealing the neatly arranged chicken carcasses, each one presenting a rich reddish color, not only looking beautiful, but also very appetizing. With the faint aroma still lingering in the yard, everyone swallowed hard. Come just in time, our smoked chicken carcasses are done, come help us taste. Bai Ye. Bai Laodai called everyone inside. Bai Ye responded, transferring the pot of chicken carcasses into a basin, letting Bainan take it inside, while he and Jiang Hao prepared another pot. In the room, everyone gathered around the Kong table, as Anan placed a pot of smoked chicken frames on the table. Old Bai, your chicken frames look so delicious. Come on, wash your hands, and let's eat together, Old Bai said with a simple-hearted tone. Everyone washed their hands again, and began to eat without reservation. However, it was still 2 or 3 people sharing one just to taste the flavor. These chicken frames aren't expensive, just dig in. Jiang Lan. Old Bai called for his wife. Get us a bottle of liquor and slice some of that sauced meat for us. Jiang Lan responded, and went to fetch a piece of good meat to slice and bring over, then opened a bottle of white liquor and got some cups. Although their family's life was tight, they were not stingy, especially since the guests they invited had a good relationship with them. This liquor is great, isn't it? Brother Zhao exclaimed, Old Bai, your life is indeed getting better. I can hardly afford such good liquor. This was brought back by the boss of Bai Ye. Old Bai shook his head and said, since everyone is here, let's all taste it together. Let's taste it, others chimed in. After Bai Ye placed the chicken frames on the table, he went to the kitchen to stir-fry 2 side dishes. With his knife skills and techniques, these dishes took less than 10 minutes. One dish was a stir-fried yellow vegetable, and the other was a small stir-fry of meat, both perfect as side dishes with liquor. With the 2 dishes served, the atmosphere became even more lively. Brother Zhao said, Old Bai, we didn't come here for anything else today. We smell that sauced meat of yours every day, and we came to buy some. That's easy, just taste the flavor first. If you like it, then buy some. But I'm not exaggerating my Bai Ye skill. Old Bai, usually not talkative, became quite chatty when it came to praising his son. The others understood as well, whose child wasn't a treasure in their hearts. After a few people ate the chicken frames, they were quite satisfied, and after tasting the sauced meat, they were even more pleased, as Bai Ye brought out more side dishes, making everyone more enthusiastic in their conversation. Bai Ye thought for a moment, took out the already sauced meat, and started to sauce up the bean skins, dried tofu, potatoes, and other ingredients that were bought today. Bai Ye thought for a moment, took out the already sauced meat, and started to sauce up the bean skins, dried tofu, potatoes, and other ingredients that were bought today. That night, Jiang Hao still stayed at Bai's house. His own home was a chaotic mess, and after having 2 grandchildren, Jiang Hao had become an outsider in his own family. He was better off at Bai's, helping out during the day and chatting with Bai Ye before going to bed at night. Jiang Hao, tell me about your work situation, Bai Ye said. In the darkness, Jiang Hao didn't speak for a long time. Just when Bai Ye was about to ask again, Jiang Hao said, Bai Ye, actually, I haven't found any proper job in these years. I've been working as an extra in the film city. Off. Bai Ye immediately sat up halfway. Really? Yeah. Jiang Hao gave a bitter smile. In the darkness, for someone like us who graduated high school, there aren't really any good jobs out there. I tried to find a few jobs, but none lasted long. Over 2 years ago, I went to the film city with a few acquaintances to work as an extra, and I've been doing it for 2 years now. Is it easy being an extra? Is there anything easy or hard these days? Making money is tough. It's like eating shit. Jiang Hao's tone was filled with regret. Many people think that by being an extra they might get recognized, and eventually become famous actors making big money. That's the hope many have when they become extras, and I was the same. But later I understood. There might be a few extras who succeed, but that is truly a rarity. Just in our province's film city, not a single person has transitioned from being an extra to a lead character. So now I consider this as a profession, or if I get older, I can always come back and open a shop or something. Is that lucrative? It's not a lot, but it's better than digging in the dirt. If luck is good, I can stay with a film crew for a few days, and they provide meals. For those that pay well, I can earn a few hundred a day, or for those that pay less, it's just dozens. At the end of the month, I can save up 1,000 or 2,000. That's not too bad. Look at me, I haven't received my salary for half a year. They said they'd pay at the end of the year, and now it's all gone to waste. Bai Ye smiled bitterly. Working is never easy. Ding. Main quest, 10 start a business in a new city. Completing this quest will yield a massive monetary reward and random rare item drops. Quest failure will randomly reduce current funds. Difficulty level 6 stars. Bai Ye was startled. Indeed, this was a main quest with a 6-star rating. However, he was determined to complete this quest, for after the new year he intended to venture out and start a business. The two brothers reflected for a moment before going to sleep. The next day was the Southern Village Market, the largest market where Bai Ye had the most anticipation. So today they brought not only sauced meat and chicken frames, but also plenty of pickled vegetables. As always, they brought a small pot to boil, and the fragrant aroma of the bubbling sauced meat soup wafted out, soon attracting many customers. Bai Ye, Old Bai, and Zhang Hao were all busy attending to the customers. Suddenly someone shouted loudly from the side, "Everyone, don't buy their sauced meat, they put things in it that shouldn't be there." Who is talking nonsense? Bai Ye frowned. Last time a young man spread rumors to ruin their business, and now he was back again. Had their sauced meat really reached a point where it was so hated? Everyone turned around to see a middle-aged woman standing behind, looking at the sauced meat on their stall with disgust. At such a young age you don't learn well, and put that kind of thing in the sauced meat soup? How shameless. Madam, what are you talking about? What are the things that shouldn't be there? Don't spread rumors. I don't know how our business has disturbed you, but this has happened once or twice, isn't it enough already? Zhang Hao also shouted loudly. Bai Ye secretly praised Zhang Hao. Indeed, after a few years of venturing out, he had grown wise, unlike him, who had only learned how to cook in the back kitchen. With these two sentences, Zhang Hao first refuted the other party, then connected it to the previous time someone had also slandered them, putting the other party in the group of people jealous of their business. Zhang Hao's words immediately gained the approval of many, as Bai's sauced meat was well known, and many people bought it, leading to some stories circulating. For instance, previously a young man had slandered them for using sick pigs. At that time, although many bought it, even more people secretly inquired afterward. Zhang the butcher was quite famous for slaughtering pigs. His skills were good, and the prices were fair. Moreover, one thing was that he never accepted sick or inferior pigs. So people from the surrounding villages preferred to go to him for slaughtering pigs or buying meat. When they heard that Bai's sauced meat was bought from Zhang the butcher, everyone was basically at ease. A few skeptical people even went to Zhang the butcher's stall to casually ask a few questions, and Zhang the butcher openly admitted it, and even promoted Bai Ye, saying he only bought the best pigs. Knowing that someone was deliberately slandering Bai's sauced meat, most people didn't believe it. A small number of skeptical individuals turned to the middle-aged woman. You say they use things that shouldn't be used. Oh, what exactly did they use? Speak clearly. The middle-aged woman couldn't articulate anything substantial, yet she stubbornly refused to back down, which annoyed Bai Ye. Auntie, this is not the past. If you want to smear someone, it's as simple as touching your lips together. You will be held legally responsible. Bai Ye, fed up with the other party's entanglement, declared, "Your nonsense has already caused me economic losses. We will call the police now." Zhang Hao nodded. Yes, let's call the police. As he spoke, he took out his phone. We have nothing to hide, and fear no authority. It's up to you now. Seeing Zhang Hao and Bai Ye being so aggressive, the middle-aged woman finally cowered and shouted uneasily, "What are you doing? What do you want? Don't think that you are powerful just because there are many of you. And to you people, I kindly reminded you, since you don't recognize a good person's intentions, I won't bother being a meddlesome good Samaritan." The woman continued speaking as she walked away, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Is this person sick? Who knows, maybe it's hysteria? It's obvious they are deliberately slandering, just like everyone else. Exactly, she looks like a crow and still dares to blacken others' names. Come, young brother, don't get worked up over such people. First give me 5 pounds of sauced meat, and then 10 pounds of sauced chicken frames. Bai Ye replied, sure thing. We also have a new product today, smoked chicken frames. As Bai Ye spoke, he picked up a smoked chicken frame and quickly chopped it into small pieces, putting them into a plastic bag for everyone to taste. In fact, there was no need for him to say much. The flavor of the smoked chicken frames was even more intense than that of the sauced meat. Those nearby grabbed a piece to taste, while those further back, realizing they wouldn't get any, anxiously shouted, "We can't get any." Bai Ye looked up in that direction and reassured, "Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. There's enough for all." Saying this, Bai Ye quickly chopped 2 more smoked chicken frames, packed them into bags, and passed them around. No one was so shameless as to take more. After all, they were all locals and couldn't afford to lose face. Everyone passed the food around, and they all expressed that the smoked flavor was excellent. Thanks to the good reputation and flavor, the pot of sauced meat was sold out in no time, and the sauced chicken frames and smoked chicken frames had already been completely sold out. especially the smoked chicken frames, as it was the first day making them. There were only over 100 available. Thus later on they limited purchases to 5 per person to ensure most could buy some. Young brother, you need to prepare more chicken frames. 2 pounds of sauced meat can last for 2 meals, but your sauced chicken frames are just never enough. Yes, I bought a few chicken frames to chat over drinks with my buddies, but they were all devoured by my wife. Ha ha ha, same here. My wife initially refused to eat, saying there wasn't much meat, but once she tasted it, I didn't get a single bite. I bought them for my kids. They are so mischievous, always tearing the house apart like dogs. But after buying the chicken frames, I've had much quieter ears. Ha ha ha. Our whole family loves them. We specifically bought a few smoked ones today since my mom loves the smoked flavor. Hey young brother, do you have smoked meat? Time is tight, I'll think about it, Bai Ye replied. Although they arrived late and faced some disturbances, by around 11, they had sold everything out. Now the market hours have been extended. As the new year approaches, those smaller markets will shut down, and from now until the 30th, only the Nanzhuang market will be open. This is a customary arrangement. Moreover, it has changed from being open only in the morning to all day long. On the way back, Bai Ye said they shouldn't waste these days, and Zhang Hao and Bai Laodad shared the same sentiment. In just 2 to 3 hours that morning, they could sell over 4,000 with pure profits reaching over 1,000 or even close to 2,000. At this point, even if it was tiring, it was worth it. Bai Ye also knew that in their small town, even if their sauced meat was delicious, they could only earn this kind of money right before the new year. On ordinary days, they wouldn't have such a crowd. As the saying goes, opportunities are fleeting. If they missed this time, they'd have to wait until next year. That day, Bai Ye and the others discussed and mobilized the whole family. The Bai family of 4 along with Jiang Hao split into 2 teams. One team went to sell sauced meat, while the other stayed home to prepare. Bai Laodad began to busy himself at home, not only with sauced meat, but also the smoked chicken frames. He had no issue with either. His skill in smoking food was something Bai Ye had learned from him. Meanwhile, Bai Ye drove directly to the back mountain to negotiate with the management of the oak tree grove for some branches. To show his sincerity, Bai Ye brought over 10 smoked chicken frames. As a result, the negotiation was smooth, and the oak tree grove half sold, half gave a huge stack of branches cut down this year to Bai Ye. How much was there? It was likely that the fuel money for the round trip to haul the branches was more than the cost of buying the branches. Bai Ye tried it out. Even if it failed, it wouldn't matter. He could dry them and use them as firewood. However, the results of the experiment left Bai Ye and his father astonished. The smoked flavor from the oak branches was very unique, with a kind of oily fragrance that was different from the greasy smell of meat. This flavor even surprised Bai Ye. Then he and Bai Laodad meticulously experimented with different ratios, perfectly combining oak branches with brown sugar and rice bran, and Bai Ye even added some finely chopped dried tangerine peel. The chicken frames were no longer treated with sauced meat. Instead, they were boiled in salt water until cooked through and then directly smoked. The final flavor was refreshing and appetizing, making it simply irresistible. At the moment the experiment succeeded, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding. Hidden task. 9. Completed. Discovered grade smoking recipe. Task star rating. Reward 1 cash, 5,888. Reward 2 experience points 50. Bai Ye was taken aback. He just studied a recipe for smoked meat, and he received so much money. What kind of divine system has he encountered? It was simply saving him from peril. This was no ordinary restaurant system. It was practically a money-making fairy. Bai Ye didn't know how to express his good mood. He almost wanted to kiss the system in delight. Seeing his son so happy, Bai Laodad also smiled. This flavor is indeed wonderful. Tomorrow we'll take this to sell. Yes, Dad, tomorrow Jiang Hao and I will sell the sauced meat while you continue to cook at home, and when we've sold enough, we'll come back to haul some more. Alright, Dad, brother, you don't need to. Bai Anan smiled mischievously. Actually, I can go with my brother, and Hao Ge. When Hao Ge comes back to load the goods, I can stay with my brother to continue setting up the stall, saving a lot of time. Bai Anan's suggestion was indeed reasonable, and after some thought, everyone agreed. The next morning, Bai Ye, his sister Bai Anan, and Jiang Hao loaded up their cured meat and headed straight for the South Village Fair. They returned to the same spot as the day before, so regular customers quickly found them again. Though new flavors had been introduced today, patrons' deep-rooted trust in the Bai family's cured meat meant no tasting was necessary. Money was handed over without hesitation. With the Lunar New Year approaching, pork prices rose slightly once more. Though Zhang the butcher had no intention of raising Bai Ye's procurement price, Bai Ye insisted on paying the fair market rate. Mutual affection is built upon reciprocity. Though Zhang the butcher still remembered Bai Ye's timely assistance from before, upon reflection, that act had been minor, and Zhang had already sold them an entire pig at cost. Even in subsequent transactions, he always reserved the finest cuts and most favorable prices for them. That was enough. Greed breeds resentment, and sooner or later such a partner would be lost. Accordingly, their cured meat prices rose modestly. The cured meat now sold for 35 yuan per jean, while ribs reached 41 yuan per jean. Yet the price of chicken frames remained unchanged at 5 yuan each. Since Bai Xiang began wholesaling them, Bai Ye's acquisition cost had dropped significantly. Originally, one carton weighed 14 jin, 56 yuan, and contained over 20 frames averaging under 3 yuan per piece. Now with the lower wholesale rate, each frame cost only 2 yuan. After smoking and marinating, the pure profit per frame stood at 3 yuan. 3 yuan profit per frame meant 300 yuan for 100 frames, and they sold over 1,000 frames in a single day. From chicken frames alone, their daily net profit reached 3,000 yuan. Adding in revenue from cured meat, their total daily net income soared to 5,000 yuan. By days end, the entire family was utterly exhausted. But even as they collapsed onto the heated brick bed, every face shone with quiet joy. After a brief rest, Bai Ye rose again. He still needed to purchase more chicken frames and refill the vehicle's gasoline tank. For 3 consecutive days, he worked tirelessly, returning home only on the 29th afternoon, then announced they would cease making cured meat the following day. Huh, why? Bai Ye's father blinked in surprise. His mother Zhang Lan also turned toward him puzzled. Father-mother, Bai Ye smiled. Today is already the 29th. The 30th is tomorrow. Let's skip selling cured meat and go shopping instead. He added, wasn't our original plan to earn a tidy sum before the new year so we could celebrate lavishly? Bai Ye's parents exchanged glances and broke into laughter. Look at us. We've grown so busy we nearly forgot. We'll follow Bai Ye's lead. Fine, tomorrow we'll go shopping. Mother, how much have we earned these past days? You might not believe it, Zhang Lan said, her eyes brimming with delight. We've earned just over 20,000 yuan. And with the 8,000 Bai Ye brought back earlier, our total stands at 30,000 yuan. Of that sum, the lion's share came from the last few days. Daily net profits of 5 to 6,000 yuan. Exhausting as it was, it had also been exhilarating. Bai Ye transferred 2,000 yuan to Jiang Hao, who glanced at the amount and asked why so much. Per their prior agreement, Jiang Hao received 200 yuan per day for his assistance. That wage was already exceptionally high for their small town. I only helped for about a week, maximum 1,400 yuan. Do we really need to dwell on this? Bai Ye slung an arm around Jiang Hao's shoulders. After the new year, we'll head out together to work. Well, all right then. Jiang Hao. Zhang Lan chimed in, pulling out a red envelope and pressing it into Jiang Hao's hands. This is from your uncle and me. Annie, why give me a red envelope? I'm not a child anymore. At 20-something, what else are you but a child? Take it. These past days you've worked harder than anyone. Who else deserves it more? Mom, I helped too. Do I get a red envelope? Bai Annen's eyes sparkled as she clung to Zhang Lan's arm, breathless with excitement. Of course. Zhang Lan gently tapped her daughter's nose. Greedy little thing. Eyes fixed on money before anything else. Jiang Hao was about to speak again when Bai Ye's father interjected. Bai Ye, if you're not selling cured meat tomorrow, what will you do about the pig you ordered from Zhang the butcher? Father, we deserve a New Year holiday too, Bai Ye replied. I'll go fetch the pig right away. He turned to Jiang Hao. How's he? Hop in. I'll drop you off on the way. Jiang Hao had intended to return the red envelope, but the interruption caused him to forget entirely. He accompanied Bai Ye to Li village to collect the pig, then disembarked directly at his own home. Only after he'd returned to his room did it occur to him again. Opening the red envelope Zhang Lan had given him, he found 500 yuan inside. Jiang Hao's throat tightened. From childhood, he'd been the unloved son, neither doted on by his father nor cherished by his mother. Though the old saying goes the youngest son and eldest grandson are the patriarch's treasures, Jiang Hao's father had already sired his true eldest grandson, while Jiang Hao was still very young, leaving the unplanned younger son comparatively neglected. From infancy onward, Jiang Hao had always been expected to yield to his cousin who was barely younger than himself. An uncle must never compete with his nephew. If he dared protest or cry, not only would his brother and sister-in-law cast cold, disdainful glances his way, but his parents' open palms would strike him without mercy. Growing up under such suppression left Jiang Hao introverted, and his demeanor inevitably somber. 3 years working away from home had rescued him. At least now Jiang Hao was far more cheerful. Collapsing onto the cool brick bed of his tiny room, he recalled Bai Ye's words from earlier in the week, and warmth swelled within his chest. Good. Then he'd venture forth alongside his brother. Meanwhile, Bai Ye brought the pig home, and the four-member household immediately set to work preparing it. The pork was easy to process, each cut portioned precisely according to its intended dish. This whole pig was destined solely for their own New Year feast, and Bai Ye had already planned every detail during the journey home. This time Bai Ye had ordered the entire pig, including the head and offal. Since the pig's head was still covered in bristles, Bai Annen dashed indoors, retrieved a pair of tweezers, and prepared to pluck them, only to be stopped by her parents. Bai Ye laughed heartily. And your method is far too tedious. Then what else could there be? Bai Annen wrinkled her little nose. Last time I visited the supermarket, I saw a butcher using a razor to shave bristles off pork. Surely you won't do that. Then wouldn't we still find stubble when eating it? Hearing her distaste, Bai Ye shook his head. No, just watch. True to his word, amid Bai Annen's skeptical gaze, her father entered the side room, rummaged through a cabinet, and emerged holding a small sack. Inside lay a dark yellow substance. Her father scooped a handful into an iron basin. He placed the basin atop the gas stove and began heating it. What is this? Oh, pine resin. Bai Annen asked curiously. Bai Ye ruffled his sister's hair. Pine resin. It's the best for removing bristles. How do you use it? Bai Annen asked, bewildered. Pine resin gradually melted into a translucent viscous liquid under the heat of the fire. Old Bai retrieved an old stainless steel ruler from somewhere and stirred it gently through the resin. Bai Ye recognized it instantly. Wasn't that his high school stationery? He never imagined it would acquire such an unexpected new function. Old Bai carefully coated the pig's head with the thick resin, layering it evenly. No patch of fur was left uncovered. Then they waited for the resin to cool and harden once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan was preparing the offal. Not all of it was needed. Only the large intestine pork liver and 2 pork kidneys were selected. The rest, which the Bai family rarely ate, remained with Zhang the butcher, available for whoever wished to purchase them. Zhang Lan was now cleaning the large intestine. Though the attached fat rendered it richer in flavor, neither she nor her daughter Bai Ye favored it. So the Bai men could only watch wistfully as she turned the intestine inside out and meticulously scraped away every trace of fat. While delicious, the large intestine demanded painstaking preparation. Zhang Lan asked Bai Ye for vinegar and soybean flour, then scrubbed the surface slowly and thoroughly, removing all slimy residue and excess fat, until no unpleasant odor remained. Some people cherished the distinctive aroma of offal, claiming authenticity vanished if washed too thoroughly. Yet in truth, that scent bore no relation to cleanliness. Even when impeccably cleaned, offal retained its unique fragrance. Beside her, old Bai squatted to rinse the pork liver, a task requiring repeated washing, though far less laborious than preparing the large intestine. By the time old Bai finished rinsing the liver, the pine resin had solidified sufficiently. Bai Ye leaned in curiously. Old Bai located a firm edge and began peeling it back. Sure enough, a patch of pig bristles lifted cleanly away with the resin. Bai Ye gazed at the newly exposed skin and gasped in wonder. Indeed, it was immaculate, smooth, hairless, and delicately pale. She even reached out to touch it with her fingertip. Spotting Bai Ye strolling over, she tugged him closer to share the spectacle. He chuckled dryly. "Little sister, I love how utterly wide-eyed you look, like you've never seen anything like this before." "Humph, how could I know? I've never seen it done. Besides, brother, if mom and dad are working, why aren't you? I'm not much help now, but wait until New Year's Eve dinner, that's where I truly shine." "Alright then, make sure you prepare several outstanding dishes." "Done. Name it, and I'll cook it." "So what's for dinner tonight?" "We'll eat the pork liver tonight, plus 2 stir-fried dishes." "Oh no, I wish I'd kept Hao Go here. I didn't know we'd be feasting tonight." Bai Ye suddenly exclaimed. "It's fine. He'll have plenty of chances to eat with us later," Bai Ye replied. "Besides, he's staying on. He'd face trouble again if he returned home with all those brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law breathing down his neck." "Ugh, his family really is a mess." Bai Ye wrinkled her nose. "And don't even get me started on Zhang Shiliang and his mother." Indeed. Bai Ye shared her exasperation with the neighboring mother-Anson duo. Meanwhile, the Zhang household buzzed with unusual activity. Their eldest daughter had returned, accompanied by a young man. Zhang Yuliang, Zhang Shiliang's elder sister, was 24, 3 years his senior, and had left home after graduating high school to work elsewhere. Each month, she dutifully transferred her wages into her mother's son, Suizhuan's bank account. Son Suizhuan claimed these funds were being saved as her daughter's dowry, yet in reality they had long been diverted to finance Zhang Shiliang's personal expenses. This time, son Suizhuan had planned to arrange a match for Zhang Yuliang, someone local, preferably from a wealthy family. Over the past year, she had cultivated numerous connections toward this end, and indeed she had identified a promising candidate. The family lived near their village until the son, having lost his state job, founded a furniture factory. His venture prospered, enabling them to relocate to the county town with wife and child. Rumors claimed they owned 3 apartments in the county, held millions in savings, and had only one son, though he stood short, possessed unremarkable features, and lacked ambition. After visiting the family, son Suizhuan declared herself thoroughly satisfied. "What use is good looks? A man doesn't earn his bread by his face. Wealth is what matters most. And oh, those spacious houses." Yet everything unraveled the moment Zhang Yuliang returned, with her boyfriend in tow. Enraged, son Suizhuan struck her daughter across the face, without hesitation, shouting, "How shameless can you be?" Zhang Yuliang burst into tears, and her boyfriend refused to remain silent. They had known each other for 3 years, finally becoming a couple only this year. He had never so much as raised his voice to her, so to witness her slapped without cause ignited his fury. Old Zhang had not anticipated such an uproar. Watching his furious wife on one side and the young man standing resolutely before them, shielding Zhang Yuliang with wary vigilance, he found himself quietly impressed. Suizhuan calmed down. "Yuliang, come in quickly with your boyfriend. It's freezing outside." Reassured by her father's composure, Zhang Yuliang finally led her boyfriend into the house. Zhang Shiliang, meanwhile, stood apart throughout, observing the commotion with detached curiosity, as if watching a neighbor's domestic drama, utterly unconcerned about its relevance to himself. "Don't hold a grudge against your mother. She only worries for you." "Young man, where are you from?" "Uncle, hello, I'm Lang Jing. I've courted her for 3 years, and we only became a couple this year." "Wife, say something," old Zhang urged son Suizhuan with a glance. Frankly, he still hadn't grasped the source of her outrage. After all, their daughter was 24, finding a partner was perfectly natural. Moreover, the young man seemed decent, and even if certain flaws emerged, surely such extreme reactions were unwarranted. Son Suizhuan rolled her eyes dismissively. "Don't speak to me of this. You two must break up, immediately. Go back to whatever you were doing." "Annie, may I ask why?" Lang Jing asked, restraining his anger. "I've already arranged a match for my daughter. She and that man will marry for certain. Tomorrow she'll merely go through the motions. Book your return ticket and leave, now." "Mom, on what grounds?" Zhang Yuliang shot to her feet. "If I had no boyfriend, I'd attend the match without question. But I do have a boyfriend. We've chosen each other. Why then must I still attend?" "On what grounds?" "Because I am your mother. Your match is Zhou Dawei. I've already visited his home. He owns a Mercedes 3 apartments and a thriving furniture factory. Marry him, and you'll live as a lady of leisure." What could possibly be wrong with that? At the name Zhou Dawei, Zhang Yuliang's expression darkened instantly, while Zhang Shiliang beside her let out a derisive snort. Huh, sister, you're going to marry that fool Zhou Dawei. Zhang Yuliang immediately glared at her brother. Lang Jing also frowned, looking at his future brother-in-law. What's wrong? Old Zhang asked, puzzled. Dad, Zhou Dawei is not a good person. I will definitely not marry him. His family has some dirty money, but he is not a decent man. He indulges in drinking, gambling, and he has a history of domestic violence. His last wife left him because he beat her. What? He's been married before. Old Zhang was immediately displeased, darkening his face as he reprimanded his wife. What kind of person are you looking at? Old Zhang initially thought Sun Shui-wan was unaware of this matter and had been deceived. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shui-wan pouted. What does it matter that he's been married? There are no children. Besides, his family is so wealthy. If it weren't for his previous marriage, would someone like us have a chance? Without waiting for Old Zhang to speak again, Sun Shui-wan turned to Zhang Yuliang and said as soon as they heard it was you, they agreed, and even said they could provide a bride price of 300,000. Perfect timing. Your brother said he wants to buy a car. Let's go meet him, and after the new year we can finalize the marriage. Sun Shui-wan's words shocked everyone else. Zhang Yuliang said in disbelief, Mom, you want me to marry a man with a history of domestic violence? What domestic violence? When a couple lives together, is there no conflict at all? I've been married to your dad for so many years, and haven't we fought? Our village girls are not that delicate. Zhang Yuliang's eyes turned red. She looked at her mother, her eyes filled with disappointment. She had studied far more than her brother, yet her mother insisted that as a girl she didn't need to read so much. The family didn't have enough money to support her, and after graduating from high school, they sent her out to work. But her brother barely managed to get into a second-tier university, and her mother acted as if he had won a top scholarship, bragging about it from their village to her grandmother's village. Later, when she went to work, she arrived in a strange city with only 500 yuan. By the second month, when her salary had not yet been paid, her mother's call came asking her to send her salary back, without considering that she was left with only a few dozen yuan and couldn't make ends meet. For 6 years, she struggled alone in a strange city, thanks to Lang Jing being by her side and advising her to save some money for herself instead of sending it all back. At first, she thought Lang Jing was trying to sow discord between her and her mother, but when she returned home and tried to ask her mother for some money, as Lang Jing suggested, she only got a few dozen yuan. In her mother's words, that money was meant to be saved for her. Yet she witnessed her brother asking for pocket money, and her mother would toss out hundreds. And the clothes on her brother, and the shoes on his feet. Those were not purchases her parents could easily afford, they were clearly bought with her money. By this point, she understood everything. Every cent of her salary sent home would never come back. However, Zhang Yuliang wasn't too upset. Life had never been fair. After returning home following Lang Jing's advice, she quietly saved a portion of her salary, sending the rest back. Fortunately, she worked hard enough to establish herself in the big city, and her relationship with Lang Jing stabilized, just waiting to bring her boyfriend home to meet her parents and planning to marry next year. Unexpectedly, things turned out this way. Meanwhile, old Zhang was also very angry. He knew that his wife favored one child over the other. But his son was still young, so he could understand a little leniency towards his sister. However, this situation was beyond his expectations. No way, I don't agree with what you said. Our daughter has a boyfriend. Oh, why should she find a divorced man? The atmosphere in the house suddenly became tense. Nearby, Zhang Shiliang, indifferent, rubbed his stomach impatiently, saying, Are we eating or not? I'm starving. Sun Shui-wan started cursing as she went to cook. Lang Jing wanted to help to ease the atmosphere, but Zhang Yuliang pulled him back. Knowing her mother well, Zhang Yuliang understood that Sun Shui-wan's decisions would not change. Even if her father opposed it this time, it wouldn't matter. As long as her mother made a fuss a few times, the final result would still follow her mother's wishes. Let's go, Zhang Yuliang whispered. Lang Jing was taken aback and then felt a sinking feeling, but now we can't leave. Not to mention it is already evening. Even tomorrow during the day we can't leave. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Where can we buy tickets? Unexpectedly, old Zhang silently crushed his cigarette and said, Yuliang, Lang Jing, come with me to visit some neighbors. Zhang Yuliang was still a bit confused, but Lang Jing and old Zhang exchanged a glance, and the unspoken understanding between men prompted him to nudge Zhang Yuliang. Sun Shui-wan wanted to stop them, fearing they might run away, but seeing the luggage nearby, she didn't care anymore. Their things were still there, they couldn't escape. Old Zhang did not take them anywhere else, but turned to the Bai family next door. At that moment in the Bai household, Bai Ye was cooking, and as soon as they entered the yard, Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing couldn't help but sniff the air. Is the Bai family cooking? It smells so good. Is this family really that good at cooking? Yes, my uncle Bai Ye is a chef, though I haven't tasted his cooking, it must smell good. As they were talking, they heard old Zhang raise his voice and call out, Old Bai. Soon Bai Lao came out to welcome them in. After everyone introduced themselves, old Zhang sent the kids outside, and he and Bai Lao began discussing family matters. Despite the two wives not getting along, old Zhang and Bai Lao had a good relationship, though both men were relatively introverted and didn't talk much. While the adults discussed serious matters indoors, Zhang Yuliang pulled her boyfriend Lang Jing to chat with the Bai siblings. She had always liked Bai Ye and Baiyanan. Compared to her younger brother Zhang Shiliang, Bai Ye was much more sensible, and Baiyanan was cute and charming. Who wouldn't like her? Bai Ye brought a plate of 3 delicacies, saying, and then grab some chopsticks. Let's eat first. What? Aren't we taking it inside? Bai Ye asked, puzzled. Uncle Zhang is here for a reason. If we wait, the dishes will get cold. Since Sister Yuliang is back with her husband, let's try my cooking while it's hot. The four of them sat around a small Kong table outside on 4 little stools. Lang Jing had a good impression of Bai Ye, and the fact that Bai Ye got along well with his girlfriend and called him brother-in-law made him feel comfortable. Thinking of Zhang Yuliang's younger brother Zhang Shiliang, who ignored them and watched his sister get slapped as if it were a show, he knew he was a selfish and cold person. Moreover, the other party wanted to use his sister to exchange for 300,000 to buy a car. He was simply not a decent human being. Bai Ye's cooking was exceptionally delicious. Lang Jing took a single bite and immediately praised it effusively, not only for its exquisite flavor, but also because he cherished Bai Ye himself. Yet Bai Ye, watching from the side, sensed something amiss in Zhang Yuliang's demeanor. Sister Yuliang, what's wrong? She asked gently, her eyes catching the faint, unmistakable imprint of a slap across Zhang Yuliang's cheek. It's nothing, Zhang Yuliang murmured, lowering her head in quiet desolation. But Lang Jing glanced at her, his voice firm, yet tender. There's no need to hide it. And so without hesitation she recounted the matter swiftly. Bai Ye and her younger sister exchanged a stunned, wordless glance, utterly incredulous. Then what will you do, Sister Yuliang? I will never marry Zhou Daowei. He was my junior high classmate, a cruel, despicable man. Marrying him would be worse than death. Zhang Yuliang spoke with seething resentment. Lang Jing instantly pulled her into a protective embrace. I'm here. I won't let you wed such a man. Then let's get married, right away. But, didn't you say we'd wait for your parents' consent and hold separate ceremonies on both sides? No, I've changed my mind, Zhang Yuliang replied with a bitter wry smile. Before I thought my mother merely favored my brother. Now I see clearly to her I am nothing more than merchandise, valued only for the price she can extract. Don't speak like that, Lang Jing whispered, holding her tighter, his heart aching. We'll marry, and visit occasionally afterward. That's all we need. No, we must leave immediately. But we've just arrived. Let's stay until after the new year. Besides, tickets are surely sold out now. Lang Jing paused thoughtfully. Don't worry, I'll make sure you never have to attend another arranged meeting. You don't know my mother. She rules our household unchallenged. Even if my father objects now, she'll wear him down, twist his thoughts, and ultimately force his agreement. Zhang Yuliang spoke with quiet sorrow. All her life, she had borne countless injustices. Only in recent years, working away from home, had she found even a sliver of respite. The young couple murmured softly while Bai Ye and Bai Ye remained respectfully silent, listening quietly. Meanwhile, in the inner room, after old Zhang recounted the incident, Bai's father and Zhang Lan sat utterly stunned. What? Sun Suizhuan actually did this? Zhang Lan gasped in disbelief. She'd long known Sun Suizhuan's fiery temper and favoritism, but never imagined she'd coldly calculate her own daughter's worth as a commodity to be sold. Brother Zhang, I won't mince words, even if you dislike hearing them. I've heard of the Gao family too. They're not easy people to deal with. Sun Suizhuan may dream of a grand match, but reality rarely bends to such fantasies. You risk sacrificing Yuliang's lifelong happiness for nothing. Old Zhang lowered his head, puffing silently on his cigarette. That's exactly what worries me. Besides, Yuliang already has a boyfriend, and this young man seems decent enough. He came all the way to our countryside during the spring festival, never once showing disdain for our humble home. So what's your decision? I've decided we won't yield to her. At the very least, this matter waits until after the new year. For now, let us celebrate the holiday. Yes, that's wise. Truth be told, none of us outsiders hold sway here. In the end, it rests solely with Yuliang. She's a fine girl. She must never be forced into such a marriage. They spoke for a long while inside the house, until finally old Zhang escorted the two young people back out. His first intent was to draw them away, easing the tension between them. Secondly, he simply needed to unburden his heart and confide in Bai's father. After hearing the couple's words, his resolve hardened further. Yuliang was his only daughter, and this time, he would absolutely not allow his wife to wreak havoc. Yet his noble intentions crumbled the moment they returned home, where chaos erupted anew. Sun Suizhuan had prepared meals for only 3 people, for Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing. Not a single dish, not even a pair of chopsticks awaited them. Zhang Yuliang burst into tears on the spot. Only when old Zhang smashed a bowl in fury did he lead them out again, then after much deliberation brought them to the Bai residence. Seeing them return, the 4 members of the Bai family were dumbfounded. Old Zhang stood there humiliated and ashamed, but night had fallen, leaving him no choice but to swallow his pride and ask hesitantly whether the 2 young people might stay overnight. With the house turned into a battlefield, lodging there was impossible. Bai's father and Zhang Lan exchanged a glance, and then nodded in quiet agreement. Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing were welcome to stay. Bai's father even invited old Zhang to join them for dinner, but the elder man couldn't bear the shame of remaining. Even Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing wore awkward, strained expressions. This was no longer a casual visit. It was refuge. Uncle Bai, Aunt Bai, we're terribly sorry to intrude, Zhang Yuliang said, forcing a fragile smile. Oh, nonsense. Zhang Lan laughed warmly. Are you hungry? Just wait a moment. The meal will be ready soon. In truth, dinner had long been prepared, but guests demanded extra dishes. especially since the earlier stir-fried, 3 delicacies of the earth had already been devoured. I'll cook right away. Sister Yueyang, brother-in-law, please sit on the heated kong. And help me stoke the fire. Yes. Bai Ye chirped, skipping merrily after her brother toward the kitchen. The Bai household had abundant ingredients. Preserved pork and chicken frames still remained. Yet lately these dishes held little appeal, having eaten them daily, even familiarity had dulled their charm. Jiang Lan sliced portions of each, set out chopsticks and wine, and urged Bai's father and Lang Jing to begin eating. Zhang Yueliang rose to help, but Jiang Lan gently restrained her. Sit down, dear child. You've suffered enough. You've been traveling all day. Eat something quickly. Bai Ye cooked swiftly and well. Jiang Lan spoke truthfully. Zhang Yueliang and Lang Jing had journeyed tirelessly, arriving only at dusk, never foreseeing how swiftly their world would shatter. Exhaustion weighed upon them. Hunger gnawed, but neither compared to the ache in their hearts. Then as Jiang Lan clasped her hand and spoke softly, Zhang Yueliang dissolved into helpless, tearful relief. Aunt Bai. Zhang Yueliang knew crying on the cusp of the new year was ill-mannered, but her sorrow overflowed beyond control. Jiang Lan soothed her with gentle pats and hushed tender words. In the outer room, Bai Ye reflected briefly. Today's freshly cleaned pig liver must be used. Without delay, she prepared a delicate stir-fried liver dish, crisp and savory. The 3 delicacies had already been consumed, so she recreated it. While frying potatoes and eggplants, she also deep-fried the thoroughly cleaned pork intestines until golden and firm. Thus emerged a sumptuous spread: 3 delicacies of the earth, crispy braised intestines, a generous pot of sour cabbage and fatty pork, and freshly simmered and steaming hot a platter of tender pig's face, the crowning centerpiece of the feast. By now Zhang Yueliang's spirits had lifted considerably. A genuine smile graced her lips as Bai Ye and Bai Enin carried in the final dishes. Bai Ye, you've worked so hard today, and Enin too. It's all because of us. Why dwell on that? We all need to eat, don't we? Bai Ye smiled lightly. How is the food, brother-in-law? Excellent. Truly outstanding. Especially the preserved pork and the pig's face. They're superb. I think the chicken frames taste even better, Zhang Yueliang teased with a soft, knowing smile. But he's too lazy to pick at bones. He prefers thick, succulent cuts of meat. Ah, what fortune indeed. Bai's father chuckled warmly in agreement. After eating and drinking to their fill, Bai Ye tidied up his room and brought out 2 bedding sets from the cupboard. Their house didn't have any extra space, so they had no choice but to let Lang Jing stay with Bai Ye, while Zhang Yueliang went to stay with Bai Enin in her little room. The Kong A heated sleeping platform in the 2 rooms was quite warm, but since no stewed meat was made today, the Kong In Bai An's room was cold. Bai Ye thought for a moment. Since tomorrow was the 30th day, he hurriedly decided to deep fry some of the necessary items today, which would also help warm the Kong. In the rural areas of northeast China, there are many items that need to be deep fried for the new year. There are big twists, knife, fish, small miscellaneous fish, fried dough twists, fried tofu, and various fried meatballs. The dough for the twists was prepared by Jiang Lan while steaming rice the previous night, and it had already risen on the stove. They also had knife fish at home, but they couldn't make it today. The oil for frying fish has a distinct smell, and it's usually fried last. Tofu needed to be bought tomorrow. With the temperature in their area, it was fine to fry it the same day, but if left overnight, it would turn into frozen tofu. Fried twists, also known as fried dry snacks in their area, are distinct from the large fried pastries eaten for breakfast. Their twists are not the crispy kind found in Tianjin, but soft and very delicious. Now, not only are they found locally, but they are also often seen in the Beijing-Tianjin region. When Jiang Lan was kneading the dough, she deliberately added milk, white sugar, and honey. The honey is a creamy linden honey sent by a friend. The first big twist is a test product used to check the oil temperature and whether the dough is in the right state. Bai Ye's fingers moved skillfully, and soon a raw twist was dropped into the pot of oil. In no time, the twist slowly rose from the center of the rolling oil. At this point, it was still close to white. Bai Ye was busy while Bai Enin helped to tend the fire, and Zhang Yueliang and Lang Jing watched nearby. Lang Jing had never seen twists being fried before. Watching with great interest, he asked Zhang Yueliang, "Do you all fry twists for the new year here?" "Yes, we do." Zhang Yueliang nodded. Fried twists and dough twists are essential for the new year, and they are one of the reasons they looked forward to the festival as children. The Zhang family also makes these foods. Although Sun Chui-wan is stingy and prefers boys over girls, she is quick in her work and has decent cooking skills. Every year during the new year, she would make them, and her younger brother would always have greasy little lips after eating. Yet she could only receive a symbolic piece when relatives and friends came over, and she would be told, "You're already so big, still fighting with your brother for food every day." "Sister Yuliang." Bai Enin suddenly called out to Bai Yuliang, holding out half a twist to her. It turned out that the big twist was ready. The freshly fried big twist had a shiny, oily surface, slightly crispy outside, and a special fragrance from the fermented dough inside. Zhang Yuliang pushed aside her unhappy thoughts and split the half twist in two, handing the larger piece to her boyfriend Lang Jing. "Try it, it's really delicious." Lang Jing took a bite and exclaimed, "Surprisingly, it's soft." He was soon conquered by the sweet and soft taste of the twist. "It's really delicious. I didn't expect the snacks made for the new year here to be so good. It's Bai Ye's skill. Bai Ye, you must have added quite a bit of honey here, right?" Hee, Bai Ye chuckled foolishly. "My mom prepared the dough, I think. Later I will make some fried rings." "What are fried rings?" "It's another type of fried snack, different in texture from the big twists, but also delicious. Bai Ye continued to fry the twists while instructing Bai Yan on how to wash and knead the dough. Bai Yan listened obediently as Bai Ye explained clearly and simply how to knead the dough and what to add. Even Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing listened attentively. Lang Jing whispered to Zhang Yuliang, "I'll listen carefully too, and I'll make some for you when we go back." Soon a dozen big twists were fried, and Zhang Yuliang brought them into the main room for Bai Lao Dai and Jiang Lan to eat. The fried rings needed to rest the dough, so they fried the dough twists first. Unlike the big twists, the dough twists are savory. Lang Jing smiled and said, "I've had dough twists before, we have them too, and there are dough twists in the halal snacks in the capital." Yes, Bai Ye nodded. Many snacks in the capital and northeast are the same. I will make some fried cakes later. Brother, let's make the fried cakes tomorrow morning. Today we can't eat anymore. Tomorrow morning, we can fry big pastries and make fried cakes for breakfast. That sounds good. That sounds good, Lang Jing said. Just in time, we have no more room in our stomachs. Bai Ye nodded. All right, but you must get up early tomorrow. If you wake up too late, we won't save any for you. Brother, you're so mean. How could I sleep in? Bai Yan protested, her little face turning slightly red. After frying so much food, everyone was full, and the Kong Inn Bai Yan's little room was warm. She and Zhang Yuliang quickly tidied up and washed up before diving into their cozy bedding. Zhang Yuliang and Bai Yan were familiar with each other, so they quickly became close. However, Bai Ye and Lang Jing weren't as familiar, and after washing up and getting into bed, they had almost nothing to talk about. However, they felt a bit too full from dinner, and neither could fall asleep. Lang Jing complimented Bai Ye's cooking skills. "I heard from Yuliang that you are a professional chef. I just worked in a small restaurant before and later learned to cook from the boss. Oh, I was only officially hired for half a year when the restaurant closed." "Oh, what happened?" After learning the cause, Lang Jing felt quite sympathetic towards Bai Ye. He didn't expect that his girlfriend's neighbor's younger brother was so unfortunate. He looked at Bai Ye, who maintained a calm demeanor and always had a smile on his face, and thought who would have guessed. "By the way, do you know Zhang Shiliang?" After hearing Bai Ye's story, Lang Jing inquired about Zhang Shiliang. Lang Jing knew the most about Zhang Yuliang's family, particularly her mother, who was known to be biased and greedy. That's why he had previously reminded Zhang Yuliang to save some money for herself and not to give everything. This time it was because they had confirmed their relationship and wanted to seek the approval of the girl's parents. However, upon arriving, Lang Jing realized the biggest issue was Zhang Yuliang's brother Zhang Shiliang. Bai Ye didn't expect Lang Jing would ask him about Zhang Shiliang. After hesitating, he didn't speak too bluntly. He has a rather irritable temperament, and he often thinks more about himself. If you want to smoothly get Aunt Zhang's consent, you may need to gain his support first. Bai Ye's words were indirect, but Lang Jing understood. In plain terms, Zhang Shiliang was rather selfish. How could they satisfy him? Unless they also took out 300,000 to buy him a car. Lang Jing silently chuckled in the dark, but his voice remained calm. "I understand." The next morning, Bai Ye got up early to prepare breakfast. His precious younger sister had said she wanted to eat fried cakes in the morning. Being her only brother, he naturally wanted to pamper her. Fried cakes can be found in many cities in the north, with an outer layer made of glutinous rice flour wrapped around a filling of red bean paste, and then deep fried in oil until golden and puffed up. The red bean paste had been made by Jiang Lan a couple of days ago, filling a large basin. Since they needed to make both fried cakes and sticky bean buns, she made a big batch. This bean paste is primarily made from red adzuki beans cooked until mushy with the floating skin scooped out. Then the beans are mashed with a spoon and mixed evenly with brown sugar. The resulting bean paste is sweet, but not cloying, unlike the overly sweet bean fillings sold outside. Occasionally there are a few whole beans that slipped through, adding a pleasant texture. The dough for the fried cakes and large fruit pastries had been prepared the day before, and after a night of resting it was already soft and smooth, having partially risen as it sat on the stove. Jiang Lan was in the living room cooking porridge while chatting with Zhang Yuliang, while Lang Jing sat in the kitchen washing up and watching Bai Ye fry things. The fried donuts they had planned to make last night had not been made, as everyone was too full. Now was the perfect time to prepare them. The dough was pulled and twisted into rings for the simplest fried donuts. Homemade food doesn't need to be overly refined. The more casual it is, the more appealing it becomes. Once the basin of fried donuts was finished, Jiang Lan's coarse porridge was ready as well. She called out to Bai Yan to wake up, while letting Bai Ye know it was time to fry the large fruit pastries. Alright. Bai Ye quickly began frying the pastries, and since Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing were there, he made more than usual. It didn't matter if they couldn't eat all the pastries, any that became soft could be chopped up and used in fillings for buns or dumplings. After frying a batch of large fruit pastries and figuring it was enough to eat, Bai Ye started making the fried cakes. The method Bai Ye used to make the fried cakes was not just the typical technique from Northeast China. There they tend to be softer. However, last year a place selling fried cakes near their restaurant had learned their craft from a popular shop in the capital. The fried cakes from that shop had a crispy exterior and puffed up like little round balls. I must say they tasted quite different from the usual, but they were truly delicious. At first Bai Ye bought some, but when the prices kept rising until they reached 4 yuan each, he stopped purchasing them. They simply couldn't afford that. Ordinary ones were only 1 yuan and 50 cents. However, being a chef, he had observed some of their techniques and figured he could give it a try today. To his surprise, after he finished frying, Lang Jing looked a bit dazed and said, "Hey, this tastes like a shop back in our area." Bai Ye chuckled to himself. Of course it did. He learned from that fried cake shop, which had learned from the popular shop in the capital. Lang Jing, being from the capital, had naturally tasted it. Indeed, during the meal Lang Jing took a bite and said this flavor is quite good, very authentic. Yuliang, give it a try and see if it resembles Jing Tian Hong's. Zhang Yuliang nodded, it does. I was just thinking how this fried cake tastes like that. But it's really delicious. Jiang Lan, trying her son's cooking for the first time, said, this is surprisingly tasty. Oh, Bai Ye has never made this for me before. Stop it. Your son is busy making money every day. Oh, when would he have time to make this? That's true. Just as they were enjoying their meal, someone entered through the front door. It was old Zhang and his wife Sun Shui Wan. Sun Shui Wan entered with a cold face. Yuliang, come back with me. You're going to meet the young master of the Gao family. Zhang Yuliang's expression darkened. Mom, I've told you I have a boyfriend. I won't go on a blind date, especially not with Gao Daowei. You. Little girl, after a few years you think you can turn the tables. Do you believe I won't hit you? I can't even get back a car for your brother, and I've wasted my effort raising you. Let me tell you, either you go on this blind date, or you can just die. Mom. Zhang Yuliang finally reached her breaking point after Sun Shui Wan's barrage of words. Am I just a pawn to trade for money for my brother? Sun Shui Wan raised an eyebrow. Women are like this. If they can't provide some money for their family, I would have sent you off long ago. Sun Shui Wan. Even old Zhang couldn't listen anymore. No wonder Yuliang got lost twice as a child. Was it you who caused it? In that moment, Sun Shui Wan felt a bit uneasy being exposed, but quickly regained her composure. So what? They all say that girls are a financial burden. Bai Ye, who had been listening, couldn't stand the derogatory remarks about girls being financial burdens. She whispered, letting sister Yuliang go to high school is just to fetch a good price later. Unexpectedly, Sun Shui Wan had good hearing and shot a glare at Bai Ye. And you little brat, what does it have to do with you? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Bai Ye's face darkened as he stepped in front of and you dare. Jiang Lan was also furious, and she had never tolerated Sun Shui Wan saying, Sun Shui Wan, if you're going to throw a tantrum, do it at your own home. Don't do it here. This is the Bai family. If you dare to touch my girl, I'll be the first to tear your mouth apart. Seeing the Bai family glaring at her, as if ready to beat her up if she said one more word, she panicked. Fine. All right. Zhang Yuliang, you get back home right now. With that, Sun Shui Wan turned and stormed out. Yuliang. Old Zhang wanted to say something, but ultimately held back and left with Sun Shui Wan. Yuliang, don't be upset. Later, Aunt will take you to the market to cheer you up. This year's spring festival will be celebrated at our home, Jiang Lan said, holding Zhang Yuliang affectionately. Zhang Yuliang immediately hugged Jiang Lan and began to cry while Lang Jing's face darkened. He had accompanied his girlfriend back out of respect. However, facing a future mother-in-law who repeatedly tried to separate him from his girlfriend and push her into the fire pit, he truly couldn't bear it any longer. Moreover, hearing her repeatedly refer to girls as financial burdens ignited a fierce anger within him. Sun Shui Wan, a woman herself, favored sons over daughters. What kind of mother was she? Yuliang, since we're not welcomed here, let's go back, Lang Jing said resolutely. Once we return, we'll register our marriage. Don't worry if they may not care for you, but I will love you and my parents will too. Zhang Yuliang hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, let's go. However, there wouldn't be any vehicles available at this hour. Lang Jing made several calls on his phone and returned in a much better mood. Uncle Bai, Aunt Bai, I haven't been to the market yet. Can you take me and Yuliang along? Uncle Bai, Aunt Bai, I haven't been to the market yet. Can you take me and Yuliang along? Of course, no problem. Jiang Lan readily agreed, choosing not to mention the earlier incident to avoid dampening the spirits of the young couple, and instead began recounting amusing stories from the market. The Bai family had planned to go to the market today, and Zhang Yuliang accompanying Lang Jing was no issue, but merely added a little stool to the mix. They installed 2 chairs in the back and took up 2 small stools, ultimately allowing Zhang Yuliang and Bai Ye to sit closely together at the back. As they left the village and headed towards the South Village Market, the scenery ahead brightened her heart significantly. Bai Ye kept chattering away, intentionally diverting her attention, which made Zhang Yuliang unable to suppress a smile. The neighbors, including uncles and aunts, siblings, all understood her pain, yet her own mother forced her into this situation. Even her younger brother, fully aware that his sister was being pushed into a dire situation just to get him a better car, feigned ignorance. What was there to cherish in such a family? Let's go. Once she left this time, no chains could bind her anymore. With her burdens lifted, Zhang Yuliang immediately felt lighter and began joking with Bai Ye. Although Lang Jing in the front did not turn around, he had been paying close attention to Zhang Yuliang's emotions. Noticing that Zhang Yuliang's tone had become more cheerful, he finally felt at ease. Turning around, he whispered to Jiang Lan, Aunt Bai, because of the new year we couldn't buy tickets home, so we might have to trouble you again. Child, I've already said you'll celebrate the new year at my place this year. Jiang Lan glanced back slightly. This girl Yuliang, I have seen her grow up, she is a good child who listens and is sensible. You must treat her well. Yes, Aunt Bai, I understand. Thank you, Lang Jing nodded. These words, which should have come from his mother-in-law, were instead heard from a neighbor, one with whom the Zhang family had always had a poor relationship, which felt rather ironic. Upon arriving at the South Village Market, the Bai family began their shopping. Since there were many items to buy, they stuck together, with the Bai siblings taking on the role of transporters, carrying the purchased goods back in turns. On their way back, they saw Jiang Lan pointing at the spot where their stall had been set up a few days ago, speaking about something. Seeing the smile on Jiang Lan's face, Bai Ye knew that his mother was praising him. He and his sister had always been the pride of their parents. Their stall had been set up here for the past few days, and they had already notified regular customers that they would not be selling on the 30th. To avoid anyone being unaware, they had even left a sign here to notify. As Bai Ye returned, his family prepared to continue browsing, but suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. Their family has been arrested for putting things they shouldn't in the soup. Of course, I exposed them publicly a few days ago. They even wanted to hit me. How wicked and sinful creatures, they deserve a bad end. Although some in the crowd rebutted her, she relied on her loud voice to cause quite a scene. Upon hearing these comments from the crowd, Bai Ye's brows instantly furrowed, and he squeezed into the crowd. I caught you spreading rumors again. Bai Ye grabbed the woman's wrist as he entered, repeatedly slandering us. Do you really think I won't report you? Suddenly seized by the arm, the woman panicked, shouting loudly about being molested while trying to break free. With Bai Ye's background as a chef, his arm strength was formidable. How could she escape? At that moment nearby, people recognized her. Ha ha ha, the rumor monger has encountered the real deal. I know him. This young man is the owner of Bai family's sauce meat. Is this considered catching her red-handed? Call the police, call the police. This kind of person should be taken to the station to celebrate the new year to teach her a lesson. However, some people were skeptical. This woman can't just falsely accuse without reason. Oh, let's not wrong a good person. Yes, one hand can't clap, and a fly doesn't land on a seamless egg. At that moment, others also pushed in. Zhang Yuliang was taken aback when she saw the woman. Second aunt, why are you here? The crowd immediately fell silent. The woman did not expect this, looking at Zhang Yuliang. You are Yuliang. Why have you returned? You should let this young man go. Zhang Yuliang, however, did not move, instead staring intently at her second aunt. Second aunt, why did you say such things just now? What words? Zhang Yuliang's second aunt Sun Shui Fan stammered in response. Why accuse Bai Ye's family of having problems with their sauce meat? Did you really discover a problem, or are you deliberately framing them? Zhang Yuliang pressed on, causing the crowd to show expressions of curiosity as the family relationship was exposed. What's going on? It seems this woman is slandering the sauce meat, and now she has been recognized to be related to this girl. How this is interesting. There must be some past grievances, right? Even if there are grievances, you shouldn't slander like this. Besides, I see that the sauce meat owner and his son hardly recognize her. What motive could she have to frame them? Isn't this a bit insane? Sun Shuifan overheard this and immediately turned around to shout back. Who slandered him? There is a problem. My nephew said it himself. Can my nephew be wrong? Who is your nephew? Just because your nephew said it, it must be true. You have a severe illness. How can you be sure your nephew doesn't? Little boss, call the police. Let the police handle this matter. At that moment, Bai Ye's phone connected and the other side inquired about the situation. Bai Ye looked at Zhang Yuliang. Originally, he had intended to report it, but it turned out this person was Zhang Yuliang's second aunt. Report your situation. Zhang Yuliang said decisively. Bai Ye replied and connected the call, and upon seeing the situation, Sun Shui Fan immediately sat down, starting to act. Oh dear, this is unbearable. My dear niece is sending me to jail. This young girl is quite the character. Right and wrong are clear. Haha, cutting ties for justice. Lang Jing frowned nearby. Let's get her up. Making such a scene is too embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuliang did not move at all, while Bainan chuckled and added, Don't worry, brother-in-law, she'll get up by herself in less than 3 minutes. Lang Jing curiously asked, Why is that, Anan? Please tell me. Anan leaned in and whispered a couple of words in Lang Jing's ear, causing his eyes to widen in surprise, followed by hearty laughter. Before Lang Jing could finish laughing, Sun Shuifan, who was sitting on the ground, got up. There was no helping it. In this cold winter, the ground was frozen solid, and sitting for a while would make her rear end freeze to the ground. Soon after, the police arrived, not due to being quick, but because it was nearing the new year and the local police station was stationed at this largest market. Yuliang, you must testify for me. Sun Shuifan panicked upon seeing the police coming to arrest her. Your mother paid me to do this. The police probably had never encountered someone as foolish as Sun Shuifan, as before they could even ask, she had already implicated those behind her. The onlookers around were astonished. They did not recognize Sun Shuifan, as she had married out of town many years ago. However, the Bai family and Zhang Yuliang were familiar faces, even if Zhang only returned during the new year. People immediately began discussing the relationship between the Zhang and Bai families. Oh, neighbors. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Having such neighbors is truly unfortunate. Do they have grudges? Most likely, but I suspect jealousy over their success is a greater possibility. That seems to be the case. Everyone was chattering away while Sun Shuifan had already been taken to the police car, followed by the Bai family. Once things were clarified, the police with a stern face lectured her. Tell me, you're a grown person. Don't you know what can and cannot be said? Now that someone has called the police, what do you plan to do about it? What can I do? My elder sister told me this. My nephew said there was something wrong with their meat soup, so there must be an issue. I just spoke out of righteousness. Oh, what wrong have I done? The police couldn't help but chuckle. All right, let's head back to the station. Let me tell you, false accusations can also lead to imprisonment. And not just you, but also your elder sister and your precious nephew will be going to jail. Oh my, how can I go to jail? I just said a few words. Enough with the nonsense, come with us. The police pushed Sun Shuifan into the police car, saying, You all need to go with us to resolve this matter. In the end, Bai Laodai and Zhang Lan also went along. Before leaving, Zhang Lan slipped a note to her son saying, Son, make sure to buy all of this. After the police car left, the onlookers dispersed contentedly. However, some old customers were reluctant to leave and asked if Bai Ye would be selling today. After getting the answer, everyone felt a bit disappointed but understood. The atmosphere was not as lively as before after such an incident occurred. However, Lang Jing was quite pleased to see the troubles of Sun Sujuin's family, saying, "What happened to your second aunt? She has always been like this, as she has been a pawn in my mother's hands since childhood. Especially after she married poorly, she returned to her family after the divorce a few years ago. I heard she fights with my aunt every day at my maternal grandparents' place. My aunt is not an easy person either. With such a big sister-in-law, returning with children and not contributing to production conflicts are inevitable. But my second aunt has my mother backing her. It's quite lively. However, their slandering of the Bai family shows their poor character." Although they had only interacted for one night, Lang Jing had a very good impression of the Bai family. Bai Laodai is the kind of honest man who works quietly, bearing his wife's nagging with a simple smile, not saying much. Jiang Lan is quick and enthusiastic in her work, fiercely protective of her own. This morning, Sun Sujuin scolded Bai Anan a couple of times, which immediately made Jiang Lan angry. That feeling was not only envied by Zhang Yuliang, but also felt good by Lang Jing. When a child is bullied, don't they just hope their parents can protect them? It's rare to see someone like Sun Sujuin treating her daughter as a commodity. The four young people, Bai Ye and the others, quickly collected the items on their shopping list and then drove straight home. Upon returning to the village, they learned that the police car had already come, and even the village head stopped them to explain what had just happened. The police station had already come by and taken Sun Sujuin and Zhang Shuyang away. I really didn't expect them to do such a thing. It must be jealousy, but since they are from the same village and neighbors. The village head felt a bit at a loss for words. Since Sun Sujuin married into the family, she has never gotten along with your mother. After so many years of quarrels, I hope she learns a lesson this time. The old village head spoke relatively gently while others were not as polite. Sun Sujuin is really a disgrace. Exactly, no one from our village has ever been taken away, let alone that she is a woman. She had previously hinted at us that your family's sauce meat had issues. I knew something was wrong. Yes, she mentioned it to me too. She said the smell was so fragrant that it couldn't be anything good. She also said that your family lives right next door, so she knows everything that happens. She and her son are now caught. Zhang Yuliang did not get out of the car, but she heard everything clearly. Lang Jing squeezed her hand, and Zhang Yuliang looked up and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine. I've let it go. Lang Jing, I want to give the things we brought back to Bai Ye and Anan." "Okay. Actually, even if you didn't mention it, I was thinking of doing the same," Lang Jing said. "I see Bai Ye and Anan as your younger siblings. As for your family." Lang Jing sneered. Zhang Yuliang gently leaned her head on Lang Jing's shoulder, saying, "I was wrong, you were right. I shouldn't reveal my true identity to them." "Ha!" Lang Jing laughed. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone take advantage of those who treat my wife poorly." "Lang Jing, when can we buy the plane tickets? I want to go home," Zhang Yuliang said softly. Although the Bai family treated them well, after all, it was not their home, and they might disturb others while staying here. "The tickets have been secured. Oh, we have a flight tomorrow afternoon. We are destined to celebrate the new year here." After Bai Ye finished chatting with the village head, they got into the car, and the village head indicated that they would let them off this time. Bai Ye agreed. Even if he disagreed, his parents would surely make the same choice. However, since things had escalated to this point, the police station would undoubtedly keep a record. After arriving home, everyone moved the items to the main room and kitchen. Lang Jing was quite strong, especially when he rolled up his sleeves, showing his obvious muscles. "Do you work out regularly, brother-in-law?" "Yes, occasionally lift weights." Lang Jing laughed. "Bai Ye, I have a favor to ask of you." "What favor?" "Just say it if you need anything." "My sister and I have bought plane tickets for a flight tomorrow afternoon. Could you please give us a ride? Just to the county town, we'll be fine. There are buses to the airport from there." "What? Leaving tomorrow? Why don't you stay a few more days? Look at how many firecrackers we bought, and how much delicious food we have prepared." Bai Ye was taken aback. Bai Anan also heard this, and quickly grabbed Zhang Yuliang's hand. "Sister Yuliang, it's so hard for you to come back. Oh, just stay with me for a bit." Zhang Yuliang was also a bit reluctant, saying, "The tickets have already been bought. How about this next year? I'll take you to Beijing for a trip. You have your high school entrance examination next year, right?" "Yes, next year is the entrance exam." "It's settled then. After your exam, I'll come to pick you up and take you to Beijing for a good time, alright?" "Okay." With his parents away, the necessary cooking could not wait. Bai Ye displayed the professionalism of a chef, swiftly preparing various ingredients. Seeing Bai Ye busy, Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing came over to help. "Sister Yuliang, brother-in-law, you don't need to help. Just Anan can tend the fire for me." "Don't. This is so much fun," Lang Jing said with interest. "What should we do first?" "Let's fry meatballs and vegetarian balls first. And then help me wash the radishes." "Okay, coming." In the end, the task of washing and grating the radishes was taken over by Zhang Yuliang and Bai Anan. Bai Ye then took a piece of pork and went to the kitchen to prepare it for chopping into minced meat. At such times, having a golden finger was definitely advantageous. He quickly chopped the pork into minced meat with a single action, adding scallions, ginger pepper powder, and various other seasonings. Bai Ye also took a piece of fatty pork, cutting it into pieces the size of a fingernail. This was prepared to be stuffed inside the meatballs later. He then cleaned the pork, slicing it thinly, and marinated it in scallion and ginger water to remove the fishy smell, adding a secret marinade. This was to be used later for steaming braised pork. Not just for braised pork, but also for rice noodle meat and steamed meatballs. Bainan grated the carrots into thin strips, using salt to draw out excess moisture, which would keep the meatballs drier and prevent them from being too soft. Additionally, it would make the carrot strips softer, easier to form into balls. The oil pot from yesterday was reheated, and after adjusting the batter, the carrot strips were added along with salt and simple seasonings. Bai Ye dipped the scallion into the oil to check the temperature, then, with his left hand, he squeezed out a round meatball, with a light touch of his fingers using his right hand to scoop it up and place it into the oil pot. The whole action was smooth and fluid, and in the blink of an eye a group of small meatballs was floating in the pot. The stove was large, and this pot would hold dozens of meatballs. Zhang Yuliang, fearing that Bainan would get burned by the oil, took the strainer from her hands and scooped out the meatballs that had changed color and were fully cooked. "Come on, taste if the meatballs are cooked through." Zhang Yuliang waved at Lang Jing. "Are you trying to put me in danger? Let me try something so hot." Lang Jing protested with a frown. "How hot can it be? In this weather they can be eaten right after taking them out." Zhang Yuliang laughed. Lang Jing believed her, took one, and instantly yelped. Of course the yelp was half genuine and half a performance to amuse his girlfriend. After frying the vegetarian carrot balls, Bai Ye quickly crushed the tofu bought from the side, adding salt, egg white, and a little flour, also squeezing them into round balls. Tofu, both dried and fresh, was a common dish in their area. With abundant soybeans and good water quality, the tofu made here was delicious. In addition to frying tofu balls, they also needed to fry tofu puffs, which were a wonderful addition to the mixed stew during the new year. After finishing the tofu balls, Bai Ye poured the cut tofu pieces into the pot. Soon the tofu pieces turned golden on all sides, gradually puffing up. Finally, it was time to fry the meatballs. Bai Ye squeezed out a meatball stuffed in a small piece of meat, then reshaped it before placing it in the oil pot. "Why do you put a small piece of meat in there?" Lang Jing asked curiously. "It's my brother's preference. He has loved eating fatty meat since he was little." Bainan replied. "It's delicious with the fatty meat bits," Bai Ye said. "Brother-in-law, give it a try." Lang Jing picked one that was slightly cooler and took a bite. The surface was cool, but the inside was still quite warm, and Lang Jing inhaled while eating. When he reached the middle, he found that small piece of fatty meat. At this point, the piece of fatty meat had turned semi-transparent, and biting into it was not greasy, even a bit crunchy, which was quite special. After finishing frying the small meatballs, Bai Ye also fried 8 large ones, each the size of a man's fist. "How long does it take to fry these until they're cooked?" "Not long," Bai Ye shook his head. "It's just to shape the meatballs. They still need to be steamed to be fully cooked." "Oh, I see." After finishing frying what needed to be fried, they started frying fish. Bai Ye poured out quite a bit of oil, as the oil used for frying fish would carry some flavor, so not all of it could be used. Leaving half the oil, Bai Ye first fried small mixed fish. These small fish were unique to their area, similar to small yellow croakers, with a similar way of cooking. Fried until the bones were crispy and tender, they ate the whole fish, head and tail included. After frying the small mixed fish, they still needed to fry ribbon fish. In their area, they called ribbon fish knife fish. They picked out the marinated scallions, ginger, and peppercorns, dropping them into the pot to fry. The knife fish was best right after it was fried, and just as Bainan was about to reach out to sneak a taste, they heard a noise from the front door. Bainan and the others rushed out, and indeed it was Bai Lao Dai and Jiang Lan returning, escorted back by the police station. "Oh no, cooking was delayed. I'll get to it right now." As soon as Jiang Lan returned, she downplayed the incident at the police station, mainly to avoid worrying Zhang Yuliang. The officer reprimanded Zhang Shiliang and had Sun Shui Wan and Sun Shui Fan apologize to Bai Lao Dai and Jiang Lan, but their attitude was less sincere than that of old Zhang. In the end, Jiang Lan softened her heart and didn't let Zhang Shiliang leave a criminal record. After all, he was just a child the same age as her son. However, she was not so lenient with the Sun sisters. This record must be kept, otherwise this woman might cause trouble again next time. With this, the matter concluded. It could be considered the best outcome. At least they could spend the new year peacefully. Zhang Yuliang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Lan had started steaming rice and began stir-frying dishes. Bai Ye, on the other hand, brewed the fried vegetarian meatballs with cabbage, made a dish of sauerkraut with vermicelli, and stir-fried a small vegetable with tofu puffs. Finally, there was a plate of home-style braised knife fish. These fried small fish, knife fish, and meatballs were also to be served on the table together. Once Jiang Lan's meals were ready, Bai Ye's meatballs, braised pork, and rice noodle meat were also placed in the steamer. They needed to steam for 2 to 3 hours for the best flavor. Bai Ye stuffed a split tree root into the stove, which was sufficient to burn for over an hour. Just because they finished frying didn't mean they had nothing else to do in the afternoon. They still needed to make sticky bean buns. After eating, Bainan cleared the table and washed the dishes while Jiang Lan moved the dough and bean filling to the kong. Zhang Yuliang had helped Sun Shui Wan make these in previous years and was quite skilled. Lang Jing also curiously joined in and surprisingly managed to do it quite well, earning praises from Jiang Lan. Halfway through, old Zhang came by and gave Zhang Yuliang a few words of advice. Actually, there was no need to ask. Sun Shui Wan was definitely causing trouble at home again. Zhang Yuliang spoke frankly. "Dad, we're going back tomorrow." Old Zhang's body stiffened for a moment, then he slowly replied, "All right, going back is fine." As soon as old Zhang left, Jiang Lan eagerly asked, "Yueliang, are you leaving tomorrow?" "Yes, Aunt Bai. Lang Jing has already bought the tickets, and Bai Ye will take us to the county town tomorrow." As the three of them entered the house, carrying half a bag of wood incense, they were greeted by a rich aroma. The smell of the braised meat couldn't be detected in the main room, This fragrance came from the braised chicken frames. Zhang Yuliang shook her head, and Jiang Lan could only sigh. The sticky rice dumplings were steaming in the main room, with both stoves steaming together. They were placed directly in the pot on a bed of perilla leaves. Once they were cooked, a whole steamer was placed outside, and in a moment it had frozen solid. Bai Ye came back carrying a steamer, her face full of excitement. It's snowing. It's not a rare thing for it to snow here. We usually have several snowfalls throughout the winter, and each lasts for days, and it's always heavy snow. However, this winter was not very cold, and this was the first snowfall so far. By the time they finished making and steaming all the sticky rice dumplings, a thick layer of snow had already covered the ground outside. Bai Ye glanced outside. Sister Yuliang, with this much snow, are you still going back tomorrow? Exactly, Yuliang, stay a few more days. Well, Zhang Yuliang looked at Lang Jing, who seemed indifferent, but Zhang Yuliang still felt uneasy in her heart. It wasn't because of the Bai family, but because the Zhang family lived next door and her mother and brother didn't care about them at all while her father was indecisive. Seeing Zhang Yuliang like this, they had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, after a while the snow stopped. Although it snowed in the capital, there have been very few heavy snowfalls in recent years. Often there would just be a thin layer on the ground, or it would melt as soon as it hit the ground. Lang Jing took Bai Ye out to play in the snow while Bai Ye stood at the door listening as they talked about making a snowman. In reality, this little bit of snow wasn't enough to make a snowman, so Bai Ye calmly took out 2 brooms, saying, "Here." The 2, one big and one small, thought Bai Ye was asking them to sweep the snow together to build a snowman, but in the end, while they piled the snow up, the snow in the yard was also swept clean. Zhang Yuliang wanted to laugh, but held it back, knowing that Bai Ye was indirectly making the 2 sweep the snow, while the 2 working seemed quite happy. Today is New Year's Eve, and Jiang Lan was busy preparing the dumpling filling, leaving all the cooking to Bai Ye. Old Bai was holding a stack of window paper cutouts and fu characters. Today is New Year's Eve, and Jiang Lan was busy preparing the dumpling filling, leaving all the cooking to Bai Ye. Old Bai was holding a stack of window paper cutouts and fu characters. He also had a paste made from white flour that he was heating over the fire, sticking the window paper cutouts and fu characters all over the house. Outside the main door, a brand new couplet was posted along with 2 big fu characters on the door. Their outer door frame also had couplets with a pair of door gods on the door. On the wall behind the stove, a paper of the kitchen god was also pasted. On the windows, there were round paper-cut window decorations and small fu characters, and even the trash can had a fu character stuck upside down. By the time Old Bai finished his work, the house looked brand new, radiating a strong festive atmosphere that made everyone involuntarily smile. Old Bai pulled out another bottle of wine that Bai Ye had brought back and placed it on the Kong table, where fried meatballs, fried rings, and fried small fish were placed on the windowsill, ready to be taken at any time. Outside, Jiang Lan, with Zhang Yuliang's help, prepared several types of fillings. The most important was, of course, the pickled cabbage filling, which the whole family loved. The pickled cabbage they had fermented themselves was just right to eat now, mixed with pork filling that was 7 parts fat and 3 parts lean. This pickled cabbage filling must use a bit of fatty meat. It's not a problem if there's a lot of fat, as it makes it fresh, tender, and sour, while too lean meat would make the filling dry and tough. In addition, there was also celery filling made from tender small celery, finely chopped with more meat than celery. There was also a mixed seafood filling. They had water here with fish and shrimp. The mixed seafood dumplings were also a popular filling. The main filling was chives and pork with a shrimp inside each dumpling. However, even during the New Year, dumplings couldn't all be meat fillings, so there were also vegetarian fillings. One was made from cabbage, black fungus, mushrooms, and eggs, while the other was chives and eggs. However, this year Jiang Lan added some new ideas. This year she made quite a bit of money before the New Year and wanted to treat the kids, so she bought a lot of expensive tomatoes, which she heard were from province. When Jiang Lan returned home and ate one, the tomato was not only rich in flavor, but also quite sweet. She decided to mix in some scrambled eggs, preparing to make a tomato and egg filling. Of course, at this moment, Bai Ye and the others were still unaware of this. Over at Bai Ye's side, the big stove was busy cooking with 1 pot steaming rice, and on top of it, the already steamed pork belly, rice noodle meat, and big meatballs were being reheated. In the main room, 2 stoves were at work, one side stewing ribs. The 20 or so pounds of ribs from the pig they bought yesterday were mostly stewed directly. In another pot, they were stewing pork belly with chunks of fatty meat bubbling in the broth, and beside it a basin of pre-soaked sweet potato noodles filled the room with the aroma of stewed meat. By the time Lang Jing and Bai Ye had finally played enough, and frozen dishes had already started coming to the table. Old Bai called Lang Jing over to drink, while Jiang Lan sliced a piece of pork jelly and brought over a plate of sauced meat. Bai Ye brought over the freshly made dry-fried mushrooms and guabao meat. You all drink first, these 2 dishes are out of the pot, and I'm just finishing up my dishes here. During the New Year, there naturally couldn't be a shortage of dishes. They had set up 2 Kong tables side by side. Even this might not be enough. The stewed ribs cooked quickly, and after Jiang Lan served them, she also brought up the pork belly, rice noodle meat, and meatballs. On the other side, Bai Ye's stir-fried dishes were also ready, including a fish that had been fried earlier in the morning, and now they made a dry-fried fish dish. The last dish out was pork stewed with vermicelli. The dark red chunks of meat wobbled with fat, surrounded by sweet potato vermicelli, soaked in broth, piled high in a small basin, placed in the center of the table. Since Lang Jing is here, we should make a small chicken stew with mushrooms. Old Bai looked at the table full of dishes and said, in their place, when a son-in-law comes to visit, they must have chicken stew with mushrooms. Although Lang Jing was not their son-in-law since Zhang Yuliang was here, making one more dish would surely make Zhang Yuliang happier. Oh, it's all my fault. Jiang Lan said, I was actually thinking about this matter originally. Aunt Bai, there's no need for that. Zhang Yuliang held Jiang Lan's hand and said, exactly, Uncle Bai, and Aunt Bai, you have already treated us very well. To be honest, I'm quite touched. When I first came here with Yuliang, I was almost driven mad. How could there be such a cold place in the world? You all made me change my perspective. Without saying anything else, I toast you all a glass cheers. Old Bai and Bai Ye clinked glasses with him and drank it all in one go. Bai Anan was the happiest among them all. From childhood to adulthood, this was the best New Year meal their family had ever had. With a table full of dishes, Bai Anan hurriedly snapped some photos before burying herself in the feast. There were at least 10 different dishes, not to mention the fried small fish and fried meatballs on the windowsill. As for the knife fish and meatballs, they didn't even make it to the table. There was simply too much food. A few bites of each dish left her feeling full. Are you all full? I still have one dish that hasn't been served yet. Bai Ye said as she noticed several women had stopped moving their chopsticks. What? There's more food. What dish? Isn't there supposed to be a caramelized dish? Bai Ye said as she got up from the table. If you really have no room, I won't be responsible for it. This child, why didn't you say so earlier? But I can still manage to eat one piece of caramelized dish, Jiang Lan laughed. When those two were little, our family was struggling. During the New Year, we had very few dishes: pickled vegetables, big bones blood sausage, and white meat, along with a pork stew with vermicelli, which mostly consisted of vermicelli and kidney beans. We would also make a scrambled egg with pork skin jelly and big cold skin. That was about it, Bai Laudat said. At that time, to please the two of them, we would always make an extra caramelized dish. Lang Jing quietly listened to Bai Laudat occasionally chiming in. Bai Ye was in the living room making caramelized sweet potato balls. Ever since he learned to make syrup in a dream class, he had been wanting to find an opportunity to recreate it in reality. But he hadn't found the chance until now. The recipe he had previously received was for hollow balls, but he personally preferred sweet potato balls, so when he was frying the mushrooms, he also fried the sweet potato balls. Now all that was left was to glaze them with syrup. Bai Ye took a deep breath and began to carefully prepare the syrup. Even though he could skillfully make it many times in his dream class, this was the first time he was doing it in reality. A portion of rock sugar quickly melted in the oil. As it began to bubble at just the right moment, Bai Ye poured in the refried sweet potato balls, quickly stirring them to coat each ball gently with syrup. The fire had long been turned off, and the syrup was meticulously calculated by Bai Ye, ensuring that aside from coating the sweet potato balls, there was no excess. The temperature in the living room was still not too cold, and Bai Ye carried the plate to the doorway. The cold air quickly solidified the syrup on the surface, turning it into a translucent shell that looked like candied hawthorns. Bai Ye poked at it with his chopsticks, and the thin sugar shell cracked crisply. Bai Ye smiled with satisfaction. What is this? The people at the table were astonished. These round balls glistened and reflected light, looking nothing like a dish, but more like a plate of glass beads. Lang Jing's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out his phone to start recording a video. This is called glazed sweet potato balls. It's slightly different from the caramelized dish, but it's just as enjoyable to eat. Lang Jing carefully filmed the video, capturing a pair of chopsticks picking up a sweet potato ball. It seemed that he used a bit too much force, and there was a clear cracking sound as soon as the chopsticks applied pressure, quickly revealing cracks on the ball. Despite the fact that the sugar shell had cooled rapidly, the inside of the ball, having been refried, was not only crispy on the outside, but also soft and warm inside. Thus the ball was cool at first, but then warm in the mouth, with a texture that transitioned from crispy to tender, ending with a soft sweetness. Jiang Lan, Bai Laudat, Bai Anan, and Zhang Yuliang each ate one, and after a brief period of silence they quickly grabbed another. The response time was so short that Lang Jing hadn't even recovered when the others had already eaten 3 or 4. Seeing the sweet potato balls in the plate diminishing, he hurriedly shouted, "Save 2 for me." Having snatched the last few, Lang Jing quickly stuffed one into his mouth. Delicious. Ha. This is really good, made by Xiao Yi. Moreover, the sugar on top is both crispy and sweet, not sticky at all. Yes, the sweet potato balls are easy to bite into. Brother, you're amazing. Not bad, really not bad. This is my first time eating it, came Lang Jing's muffled praise. The video Lang Jing filmed was later posted online along with several clips he had taken previously, and then he tossed his phone aside and went outside with Bai Ye to set off firecrackers. During the meal, they had already set off a string of firecrackers totaling 10,000 pops, which lasted for a long time. Lang Jing sighed. Firecrackers are banned in the capital. Ooh, I haven't heard this sound in ages. That's not a problem. Bai Ye laughed. They'll go get the flowers I bought today, and let's have some fun. Even without counting the money made from selling braised meat, Bai Ye's rewards from the system have exceeded 20,000, so, while buying fireworks, he picked out a huge pile, fulfilling the childhood wishes he and his sister had missed out on all at once. However, when it came time to pay, he was a step slower than Lang Jing, who had already scanned the payment code and sent the money as soon as the boss calculated the total. That pile of fireworks cost several thousand. Lang Jing couldn't help but exclaim, "Firecrackers are really cheap here." Bai Ye's lips twitched. No one in their area sells those large fireworks that cost thousands, mainly just firecrackers, sky monkeys, and other old-fashioned fireworks, which are naturally cheap. But Lang Jing not only didn't mind, but he was also beaming with joy. These are exactly the fireworks I wanted. They remind me of my childhood. Bai Ye attempted to give Lang Jing money, but he refused, wrapping an arm around Bai Ye's shoulder. Brother, I'm not short on money. Let's just enjoy ourselves, otherwise I won't be happy. As soon as the topic of setting off firecrackers came up, Lang Jing's excitement was palpable. After lighting another string of firecrackers, they all began to set off fireworks. There were ones that could be stuck in the snow piles, and handheld ones. Bai Ye was too scared to set off the big ones, so she surrounded a large circle with snow and placed dozens of small spinning tops inside, then called her parents to come and watch. Everyone bundled up in thick cotton jackets and down jackets stood in the yard watching Bai Ye ignite one of the small tops. In the darkening sky, a small top spun wildly, and the sparks ignited the other small tops one by one. Just as this small top stopped and ignited a cluster of flames, the other 10 or so ignited small tops began to spin rapidly. In that moment of brilliant fireworks, it was no less impressive than large fireworks, bringing immense satisfaction to the few people surrounding them. After all, they had always wanted to do this since childhood. After all the small tops extinguished, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The brilliance was indeed dazzling, but it was too short-lived. Those dozens of tops lasted only a few minutes. Jianglan had a smile on her face but complained, "What a waste setting off so many at once. Dozens of dollars just went up in smoke." Mom, wasn't that beautiful? Bai Ye, however, didn't have the awareness of being scolded. She giggled and rushed over to shake Jianglan's arm, acting cute, until Jianglan smiled and said it was beautiful, and then she happily ran back. Little did they know, while they were joyfully setting off so many fireworks, Zhang Shiliang from the Zhang family next door was so angry that he tossed his incense aside and turned back into the house. The fireworks from the Bai family lasted for quite a while, showcasing various patterns that drew many children from the village to their home to enjoy the spectacle. They prepared some harmless sparklers and small spinning tops to share with the village children, also handing each of them a lit incense stick, creating a lively atmosphere at the Bai residence. After setting off a few fireworks, Lang Jing joined the village children in their play. Feeling unsatisfied, he wished to dash out and buy more, but fortunately Bai Ye held him back. They played until after 9 o'clock, and when the parents of the children came to take them home, they finally went back inside. These little ones are not afraid of the cold. Once inside, Lang Jing realized just how cold it had been as his ears began to feel itchy. "Quick, have a couple sips of wine, or we can't let you catch a chill," said Old Man Bai. Old Man Bai and Jianglan had returned long ago. The dishes on the table had been cleared, replaced with peanuts and the unique pine nuts and hazelnuts from their area. These were not purchased from outside, but rather gathered by Old Man Bai during a trip to the mountains with the villagers, and then roasted by himself. Additionally, there was a plate of frozen autumn pears on the table. A few people took off their outer coats and warmed themselves by the Kong, while Bai Ye and the others picked up the frozen pears. After eating too much meat, one must eat frozen pears. Lang Jing had never eaten these before, but he had heard plenty about them from Zhang Yuliang. These frozen pears were taken from a large jar when Old Man Bai went out to enjoy the fireworks. This fruit freezes solid in the courtyard and needs to be soaked in water. While soaking, an icy shell forms on the outside. Although this kind of pear tastes average when eaten directly once frozen, and then thawed, it becomes sweeter and juicier, requiring 2 sips for every bite. Lang Jing praised it, endlessly devouring 2 of them. However, he was stopped from eating more as Old Man Bai poured him a bowl of hot tea, worried he might upset his stomach. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Lan went out to bring in several bowls of filling. It was time to start making dumplings. Bai Ye was in charge of rolling the dough while the others covered the fillings. Even Lang Jing was quite interested, bringing over the vegetarian cabbage filling and saying, "We also eat vegetarian dumplings during the New Year back home. My dumpling making skills are quite good." "I've never seen you make dumplings before," Zhang Yuliang remarked. "Today you'll get to see." Unexpectedly, Lang Jing was indeed quite skilled at making dumplings, producing them quickly and beautifully. Listening to the praises from the Bai family, Lang Jing grinned foolishly. The finished dumplings were placed outside to freeze, and by the time they wrapped up the last batch, it was almost midnight. "Bai Ye went to boil water for cooking them." "I've never seen you make dumplings before," Zhang Yuliang remarked. "Today you'll get to see." Unexpectedly, Lang Jing was indeed quite skilled at making dumplings, producing them quickly and beautifully. As the dumplings were served on the table, Bai Ye went outside to set off a string of firecrackers to welcome the new year. On the television, the hosts were also wishing everyone a happy new year, but the entire village was filled with the sounds of firecrackers, making it difficult to hear the television. "Mom and Dad, happy new year." Bai Ye and Bai Ye wished their parents. Lang Jing and Zhang Yuliang followed suit. Old Man Bai chuckled and pulled out red envelopes, which included gifts for the Bai siblings, as well as Lang Jing and Zhang Yuliang. "Actually, we have gifts for you too," Lang Jing said. "Yuliang, go get them." Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing had come with large bags filled with nutritional supplements, but since they had taken them out, Sun Shui Wan's character would not allow them to take them back. However, the real gifts were still in Lang Jing's suitcase. They had never expected Sun Shui Wan to have such an attitude, so these items did not get a chance to be taken out. Before Jiang Lan and the others could decline, Zhang Yuliang ran to the neighboring room and returned with a pile of items. Some supplements were for Old Man Bai and Jiang Lan. There was also a new phone for Bai Ye and for Bai and a beautiful bracelet. This collection of items left the Bai family of 4 stunned. "These are for your parents, right? They'll send them over later," said Lang Jing. "No, they are for Uncle Bai and Aunt Bai," Zhang Yuliang replied. "Yes, they are for Uncle Bai and Aunt Bai. You must not give them to anyone else." Lang Jing made a disgusted face. If I have to give them to them, I would be utterly frustrated. Lang Jing had no fondness for the Zhang family next door. Not only was Sun Chuiwan biased, but also Zhang Shiliang, who was inherently cold-hearted. Even old Zhang, he looked down upon. As the man of the house, old Zhang's indulgence of his wife was understandable. Even after marrying Zhang Yuliang, he was willing to spoil his wife to the heavens. There was also a new phone for Bai Ye and for Bai and a beautiful bracelet. This collection of items left the Bai family of four stunned. He could not believe that after all these years old Zhang could not see his wife's bias. Even if he couldn't see it before now, they were even selling their daughter to buy a car for their son, and he didn't stop at his solution was simply to send the daughter to stay with the neighbor. What a truly foolish person. Well, at least before marrying, his Yuliang saw through this family, preventing it from affecting their little home. As for the Bai family of four, he had no objection to befriending them, as they were genuinely kind-hearted people. Please accept this, Aunt Bai. This time we found warmth only in your home. If you refuse, it would make us feel even worse, Zhang Yuliang said dejectedly. All right, well, accept it, but don't feel bad. We can visit your parents when we have time. No need. Lang Jing waved his hand. We might come back during festivals. If they want to see us, we can meet. If not, well, just visit Uncle Bai and Aunt Bai. As for anything else, we are even afraid they might sell my wife. With this statement, Jiang Lan fell silent. Sister Yuliang, is this phone for Zhang Shiliang? Bai Ye looked at the phone. From now on, you are our brother, Lang Jing said decisively, and Zhang Yuliang nodded, as long as you don't dislike it. Then Sister Yuliang, who is this for? Bai Yan looked up at Zhang Yuliang with her adorably naive face. The bracelet was beautiful, adorned with crystal charms. That is for you, Zhang Yuliang chuckled. You're my only little sister. Who else could it be for? Ah, then I will accept it with peace of mind. Bai Yan immediately put it on with delight, shaking her wrist joyfully. After midnight, the noisy outside suddenly fell silent. Bai Ye was awakened by the sound of firecrackers outside. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed that Lang Jing had already gotten up. He pulled back the curtains to look outside, where the glassy mountain was adorned with a layer of ice flowers gradually melting as he pressed his hand against it. In the courtyard, it was Lang Jing who was setting off the firecrackers. After getting dressed and stepping down from the Kong, Bai Ye opened the door to be greeted by a rich aroma. It was the smell of stewed chicken. Bai Ye lifted the lid of the pot for a peek, only to have Jiang Lan slap him on the back. Hurry up and wash up. Bai Ye laughed and scampered off. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, dumplings were naturally on the menu with various fillings boiled together. This was suggested by Bai Anan, who described it as a blind box-style dumpling feast. No one knew what the next filling would be, creating a sense of surprise, but in any case, none of them were unpalatable. Additionally, some sticky bean buns were heated up soft and sticky. By the time Lang Jing returned, the dumplings were also cooked, and everyone had gathered around the Kong to prepare for the meal. Last night was just for a little tasting. However, today was the real dumpling day, and the table was set with garlic paste and vinegar along with a drizzle of sesame oil. There was also chili oil. If anyone wanted any dipping sauce, they could mix it themselves. The experience of eating dumplings today felt distinctly different from yesterday. They tasted particularly delicious. After breakfast, it was only around 8 o'clock, and villagers began to visit each other to pay New Year's greetings. Bai Ye took Bai Anan out to do the same. On the Kong table at home, there were peanuts, pine nuts, and candies along with clean teacups filled with tea. The candies were a gift from old Master Chun when Bai Ye went to cook for the Chun family, consisting of high-end chocolate. Their village was not large, consisting of only a few dozen households. Some families had moved to the county or town to buy houses, and others had been split off, so there weren't many families to visit for New Year greetings. Bai Ye and his sister finished their rounds in just over an hour, but unlike previous years, both siblings were wearing new clothes this year. Anan, later, I'll take you to the county to buy a few more outfits, Bai Ye said. Originally, he had planned to earn some money and buy clothes for his parents and sister. It was because there was no money before and our parents wouldn't have spent much. Once there's money, we can always buy some nice things. I didn't expect that with everything being so busy. It was already the 29th, and something else came up on the 30th, so I didn't have time. Brother, no need, this outfit is just fine, Bai Anan shook her head. We celebrated New Year without new clothes in previous years, and besides this year, we still have some. Our family will have better days ahead. Bai Ye ruffled his sister's hair. Come on, let's go home, it's time to eat. When they got home, it was just past 11, but the food was indeed ready. Besides the chicken mushroom stew that had been cooking since morning, there were also catfish stewed with eggplant and pickled cabbage with pork blood sausage. Bai Ye, hurry up, we've been waiting for you to stir fry. The dishes at home were all prepared, and Bai Ye quickly got to work frying a few dishes, all of which he was skilled at. Stir-fried, 3 delicacies, braised short ribs. They had to catch a flight in the afternoon, so Bai Lao Yi and Lang Jing sipped on half a small cup, while Bai Ye didn't drink at all. They finished lunch early to pack their luggage. Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing hadn't brought out much luggage, mainly watching Jiang Lan pack. Frozen dumplings, frozen autumn pears, frozen sticky bean buns, as well as fried knife fish, small miscellaneous fish, and meatballs, all packed in bags that Zhang Yuliang couldn't stop. The little bit of space they had cleared out last night was once again filled up. In the end, even pine nuts and hazelnuts were packed into 2 bags for them to take. Zhang Yuliang declined, but Lang Jing was quite fond of them, his eyes sparkling. Jiang Lan liked children like this who appreciated everything given to them. It was the kids who loved to eat everything that she cherished. Zhang Yuliang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and could only accept everything. As a result, both of their suitcases were stuffed to the brim, and they even carried large and small bags in their hands. Bai Ye checked the time and realized it was already time to start the car. The flight was in the afternoon, but it would take an hour to get to the county and another hour from the county to the airport, plus checking in luggage and the like, so it was getting late to set off. Bai Lao Yi and Jiang Lan sent them to the door watching as the car drove away. The heavy snow had stopped last night and the roads were clear of snow and ice, but as they set off the snow started to fall gently again. After about 10 minutes they arrived in the county, which was the only thing Bai Ye could do for them. Lang Jing and Bai Ye had exchanged contact information beforehand, and just before getting in the car, he patted his shoulder. Bai Ye, if you run into any troubles, just call your brother-in-law. Zhang Yuliang nodded beside him. Call us if you need anything. Sure. Bai Ye nodded happily. Sister Yuliang, remember to send me a message when brother-in-law arrives. Okay. Hurry back. The snow is heavy, be careful on the way, drive slowly. After parting from the two, Bai Ye returned slowly. At this point there was no need to rush. He even stopped to refuel and bought a few sugar-coated haws at the bus station. At this time it was only the bus station that still had some business going on. Fearing the sugar haws would melt, Bai Ye directly pinned them to the back of the car using the Highland barley paper. When Bai Ye got home and told Bai Anan that he had bought sugar haws and put them in the back, Bai Anan saw a few sugar haws poking out from the gap of the car door. The snow on them piled up thick like a finger. When he brought in the sugar haws that looked like little snowmen, Jiang Lan laughed so hard she almost fell over. Bai Anan disdainfully brushed off the snowflakes before taking a bite. So cold, so sweet, really delicious. There were various kinds of sugar haws, and Bai Ye bought the more common ones. There were hawthorn yam orange segments and strawberries. Among them the strawberries were the most expensive, costing 12 yuan for one, with only 3 strawberries on it. The orange segments were also not cheap, costing 6 yuan, and it didn't even have half an orange. They were indeed delicious, as the cold and sweet fruit coated in sugar was naturally more delightful. However, when Jiang Lan asked about the price, Bai Ye didn't dare to tell the truth, only saying that the seller was in a hurry to get home, so it was 10 yuan for 320 for 7, thus managing to evade her scrutiny. That night it was just the 4 of them left in the family. Bai Ye wanted to stir-fry another dish, but Jiang Lan stopped him. What are you frying for? There are so many dishes left over. This leftover food continued to last until the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. That evening around 8 o'clock, Bai Ye received a safe phone call from Zhang Yuliang and Lang Jing, and they chatted for a bit before hanging up. Bai Ye got a new phone, happily switched it on, and gave his old phone to his sister. Originally, Bai Anan had an old-fashioned one-button phone, and now that she had a smartphone, she was all smiles. The days of the new year can be quite dull, especially for those who are used to a busy routine and suddenly find themselves at a standstill. With nothing to do during the winter, the villagers gathered together to pass the time, primarily by playing cards. Some played mahjong, while others played poker. In the Bai family of 4, none were skilled at mahjong. Today is the 2nd day of the new year, a day for all the aunts to return home. Jiang Lan's parents had passed away, and although she had an older brother from her maternal family, their relationship was average, and they did not keep in touch. Therefore the 4 of them were genuinely bored. The television was filled with reruns of the Spring Festival Gala, which only Bai Lao Dai found somewhat interesting. Why don't we do something? Jiang Lan suggested. Mom, what do you want to do? Why don't we play cards? After Jiang Lan finished speaking, Bai Lao Dai and the siblings fell silent. They didn't even have any cards at home. That's easy, Bai Ye, go buy a deck at the village shop. Bai Ye replied. In this frigid weather. Since the heavy snowfall yesterday, it hadn't stopped since Bai Ye returned. The snow had piled up to her calves, and if it weren't for Bai Ye and Bai Lao Dai taking turns to shovel it, their front door would have been blocked. Mom, let's stop playing cards, we'll teach you how to play a game. Bai Ye had even downloaded a mahjong app for Jiang Lan to enjoy on her phone. Just as Bai Ye wanted to watch the rerun of the Spring Festival Gala with Bai Laodi, Bai Anan suddenly exclaimed, Brother, come look. Bai Anan was scrolling through Douyin. Previously her phone was an old button phone, and though she knew Douyin existed, she couldn't watch it. Bai Ye had it on his phone, and once Bai Anan switched to her own number, she opened it to play. At this time the Douyin account still belonged to Bai Ye, and since Bai Ye and Lang Jing were friends, his videos were naturally recommended. Among them 2 videos received very high likes. One featured a video of them lighting fireworks in the yard at night, showing several minutes of small spinning tops, Bai Anan running around with a handful of firecrackers, and a group of children sneaking over to join them. This video was filled with nostalgia and heartfelt comments, accumulating over 10,000 likes and hundreds of comments. The other video, which Bai Anan stumbled upon, was about the dinner they had on New Year's Eve. This video not only received an astonishing 80,000 likes, but also had thousands of comments with a barrage of reactions expressing desire and salivation. Some even remarked that looking at the food from this family was what celebrating the new year was all about, while they lost their appetite upon seeing it. From the cold dishes at the start to the various stews and stir-fries later on, these dishes were indeed exemplary in flavor, aroma, and appearance. However, the ultimate highlight was Bai Ye's glazed sweet potato balls. When a plate of these crystal-clear balls, seemingly coated in glass, was served, the barrage instantly filled with question marks. As the first pair of chopsticks picked up a sweet potato ball, the video reached its peak, and the barrage became so dense that it nearly obscured the video itself. What is this? Did I see it wrong? Is there a layer of glass on top? No, it must be a layer of ice, right? I suspect it's ice because it's translucent. How could something that looks like glass be on a hot dish? But ice. No, that's not ice. It's definitely ice, did you see? The part where the chopsticks hold it broke. What else could that thin layer be? How could it possibly be ice? If you look closely when you bite into it, the balls still have steam coming out. How could such a thin layer of ice stay on hot food? It would have melted by now. Just as everyone was debating whether it was ice, a comment suddenly flashed by. That's definitely not ice, but sugar. A layer of sugar coating that is as transparent as ice. The barrage paused for a few seconds and then exploded again. It's sugar. Oh, that makes sense. So it's sugar. How is that possible? A layer that thin, so transparent and uniform. How did they wrap it? For those in front, you must not have eaten candied hawthorn before. This is hilarious. Who the heck makes dishes by rolling them out one by one? Are you joking about candied hawthorn? Otherwise, what do you suggest, a wise one? How do you think it's made? I don't know, but I won't just spout nonsense like you. The barrage had clearly turned into a heated debate. Fortunately, it was just a barrage. Bai Ye and Bai Ye laughed as they watched, and Bai Ye even joined in the fun. After watching the video, Bai Ye quickly exited the comments section. Although the barrage did not show names, the comments certainly did. At this time, the top few comments had received tens of thousands of likes, almost rivaling the video itself. Bai Ye wasn't fond of watching online arguments, and he felt that these netizens were wasting their time. Scrolling down, he switched to a funny video, and the siblings burst into laughter like a chorus of ducks quacking. At that moment in the capital city, a young man was watching the video on his phone and turned to show it to his grandfather. "Grandpa, do you recognize this dish?" The elderly man put on his reading glasses and took a look. "Oh, this is. Grandpa, isn't this the recipe for our hollow crystal ball? How can outsiders make it too?" The primary difficulty of this dish lies in melting the sugar. It only takes a few seconds, and without years of experience, it's really hard to replicate. The rest isn't that difficult. The elderly man chuckled. "Although it's a dish from our restaurant, it's not illegal for others to make it. But looking at this skill, it must take several years to master." "Oh, really?" the young man responded. "Is this a cooking tutorial on Douyin?" "No, it's just an ordinary account. There aren't many videos on it. The recent ones are all rural style. I checked, and the account is based in the capital, so they must have filmed it while visiting relatives or friends. Can you help me get in touch with them?" "Sure." The young man immediately posted a comment, hoping to contact Lang Jing. Unfortunately, the comments on that video were too numerous and quickly buried his message. The young man then tried to send a private message to Lang Jing, but it also disappeared into the void without any response. Meanwhile, in the rural Bai family, on the morning of the third day of the new year, Bai Ye hurriedly drove out, leaving Zhang Lan puzzled about what was happening. Zhang Hao had received 2,000 yuan and a red envelope from the Bai family during the spring festival. On his way home, he handed the 500 yuan from the envelope to his parents. As for the 2,000 yuan, Zhang Hao kept it concealed, not out of filial neglect, but because if he gave it to his parents, it would vanish into his elder brother's wife's pocket before half a day had passed. Such incidents were countless. He had long grown weary of even arguing about them. Yet his elder brother's wife somehow learned, from who knows where, that he had recently accompanied the Bai father and son to the market to sell cured pork and that the business was thriving. She demanded he contribute his earnings to the household. Zhang Hao flatly refused. In response, she stormed off and returned shortly with his elder brother, accusing him of neglecting their parents all year round and now hoarding wealth while refusing to share it. Even his own parents joined in pressing him to hand over the money, or else the new year would be ruined. It was not the first time he had been cornered by his brother and sister-in-law using their parents as leverage. Had the money truly gone toward his parents, even half of it, he would have gladly given it. But Zhang Hao fought back tears. It was the spring festival, and he was in his brother's home, yet his eyes burned with helpless crimson. From the moment he was born, he had never been welcomed. No matter how much he did, his parents' gaze held only his elder brother's family. As he stepped out, his second brother and sister-in-law leaned silently against the doorframe of the opposite side room. His second brother said, "Lucky we have you. Otherwise it'd be us bearing the brunt." Upon hearing it all, Bai Ye pulled Zhang Hao into a firm, wordless embrace. Zhang Lan sighed beside them. Such a fine boy. What a cruel twist of fate. Favoritism toward sons is bias. Failing to balance the scale equally is bias too. Often such matters are steeped in helplessness. Unspeakable to relatives or friends, for too much complaint invites only this retort: parents can do no wrong. Zhang Hao's composure cracked, but only briefly. After all, he was a man and had long since grown accustomed to being treated as lesser within his own family. Bai Ye led Zhang Hao to his room to stow his luggage. Bai Ye, beaming with quiet relief, whispered, "Dad, Mom, I'm so blessed." "Huh? What do you mean?" Zhang Lan asked, puzzled. "You treat me and my brother the same. No favoritism toward sons, no preference for the youngest. Though we're poor, we all grew up joyful and whole." Zhang Lan paused, then smiled warmly. "They're all my flesh and blood. I could never love one more than another." With Zhang Hao present, Zhang Lan turned her thoughts to cards and sent Bai Ye to the village convenience store to buy a deck. Bai Ye knew his mother's intent to gently shift Zhang Hao's focus. He rose at once. "Come on, Haozi. Let's go together. Brother's so lazy. He needs company just to buy playing cards." "Exactly. And we'll pick up some treats too." Bai Ye cast a teasing glance at his little sister still lounging on the Kong. "Whatever Haozi fancies, I'll buy it. No hesitation." Bai Yen's eyes lit up. She shot upright. "Brother, if I come with you, will you buy me treats too?" Bai Ye pretended to ponder deeply, then reluctantly nodded. "Fine, but only this once." Bai Ye shrieked with delight, tumbled off the Kong, and hurriedly pulled on her down jacket, hat, and gloves. Jiang Hao stifled a smile as he walked behind Bai Ye, watching Bai Ye dash gleefully ahead. The convenience store at the village entrance had long since expanded into a small supermarket, though locals still used the old name. Its shelves were well-stocked grains and oils, eggs and scallions, soap and detergent, and a counter displaying tobacco and alcohol. Near the entrance stood large baskets overflowing with firecrackers. The moment they entered, Bai Ye bolted straight for the snack aisle. Bai Ye, aren't you selling cured pork these days? The shopkeeper called out. Technically, Bai Ye should call him cousin-uncle, but they shared no real blood tie. No more sales. We just made a little extra before the holiday. Bai Ye smiled. Still, you must have earned quite a bit. Everyone knows chefs earn well, just at the cost of exhaustion. True enough, it's exhausting. Right now I just want to lie down at home. Tell me about it. I work 365 days a year without pause. The shop occupied a converted courtyard house, its rear serving as kitchen and living space where the entire family lived and worked. The shopkeeper watched television while minding the store. Haven't seen Cousin Aunt today, Bai Ye asked, glancing around. 2 more decks of cards, please. She's off playing mahjong, he replied, handing over 2 boxes of fishing-themed playing cards. Who knows how much she'll lose today? Nonsense. Luck's always best during the new year. Bai Ye chuckled, then asked Jiang how to select some firecrackers before they paid and left. Look at you. You've spent hundreds on this trip. Just wait till Mom scolds you when we get home. Bai Ye stuck out her tongue. I picked only what Dad and Mom love. Do they love potato chips? Better yet, I'll fry some for you later. Brother, you can fry potato chips. Of course. Not just chips. I'll make sweet potato chips too. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled. Brother, I want some. Let's go home and make them. When Bai Ye returned with the bulging bag of snacks, Jiang Lan's fury ignited instantly in. Did you pick all this? These things are expensive, and what are they even called? Her husband interjected calmly. Junk food. Exactly. All junk food. Mom, it's the new year. Let her enjoy them. Bai Ye pleaded. I haven't even started on you yet. Think you're rich now, splurging like this on nonsense snacks. The moment Bai Ye spoke, Jiang Lan erupted, launching a torrent of reprimands. Bai Ye fled, hands over his head, while Bai Ye and Jiang Hao chased after him, laughing. In the kitchen, Bai Ye selected sweet potatoes and potatoes. Jiang Hao peeled them with a grater, then passed them to her for rinsing. After lighting the large stove, Bai Ye poured oil into the wok, sliced the potatoes and sweet potatoes into translucent thin sheets, rinsed off excess starch, and laid them on a shallow tray to drain. By the time the oil reached perfect heat, the slices had nearly dried. Bai Ye dropped them into the sizzling wok. The oil surged and spat in golden bursts. Bai Ye shrieked with laughter and darted away, though the oil barely flickered, posing no real danger. Bai Ye saw through her ruse immediately. She simply wanted to sneak back for snacks. He gave her a sidelong look. Run, and you won't get a single bite. Exposed without mercy, Bai Ye stuck out her tongue and obediently returned. Jiang Lan discovered that several children had wandered off and circled around to see what they were up to. Seeing the freshly fried potato chips and sweet potato slices waiting to cool, she picked one up and smiled, nodding. The sweet potatoes we grow ourselves are the best. Mom, I made them. Bai Ye said weakly. All you did was slice and fry them. What's so impressive about that? Bai Ye fell silent. Once everything was fried, everyone gathered to play cards. It started with 5 people playing a fast-paced game, but later Bai Ye played poorly and was eliminated by Jiang Lan, leaving the other 4 to play with 2 decks. Bai Ye wasn't disappointed. With so much delicious food and the fun of TikTok, it was more enjoyable than playing cards. Jiang Lan and Bai Laodai formed one team, while Bai Ye and Jiang Hao formed another. Neither team usually played cards, but they were still familiar with the rules. They stumbled through the game, unable to finish a single round before dinner. Bai Ye and the others reached a J, but Jiang Lan and Bai Laodai won, resetting the game to start again from 2. That night, they didn't prepare anything new for dinner. They just heated some sticky rice dumplings, steamed some rice, and cooked some side dishes, continuing their efforts. Entertainment truly is a good way to pass the time. Initially, they thought they could play until the 15th before going out to find work, but unexpectedly on the afternoon of the 5th, Jiang Hao received a call from a familiar group leader. A production needed more extras, and they wanted him to come fill in, suggesting that if he did well, he might even get a line. No extra doesn't want to stand out. Even if they know they might not become famous, they don't want to refuse. Jiang Hao prepared to leave, and Bai Ye thought for a moment before telling their parents she wanted to go too. You're going as well, eh? Originally, Jiang Hao and I planned to go work together, and since it's the 5th day, it's not too early. Bai Laodai and Jiang Lan looked at Bai Ye, and although they felt a bit reluctant, they still prepared supplies for the 2 of them. With Bai Ye going along, Jiang Hao wouldn't have to rush for a long-distance bus. They would drive directly. They loaded their luggage into the van, and Jiang Lan prepared a lot of food for them, even more than what she had packed for Zhang Yu. Bai Ye was speechless. With so much stuff, won't it spoil if we can't fit it in over there? What kind of weather is it? It can't spoil. Just find a place to stay, and we can hang it outside the window. With no other choice, Bai Ye had to take everything, including the items he had brought back from the restaurant. On the morning of the 6th, Bai Ye and Jiang Hao set off. Before leaving, Bai Ye left 10,000 yuan for their parents, saying it was money given to him by his boss. You child, what can we spend money on at home? You need it more when you're out. Mom, I still have money. Don't worry about me. Your son is skilled enough not to go hungry. I asked Jiang how to find me a job, and I'll start working as soon as I get there. Though he said this to reassure his parents, Bai Ye himself was quite confident. In this world, as long as one is willing to work hard, even if luck isn't on their side, they can still progress step by step. After driving for nearly 12 hours, the two finally reached their destination. This city was much warmer compared to Bai Ye's hometown. Zhang Hao's workplace was in a film and television city which had produced many hit dramas, attracting many people who came to work as extras, hoping to get familiar with the television industry and eventually become actors. With more extras around, the area became more vibrant. There were rental houses, shops selling various costumes and props needed for film and television, and small restaurants. Originally, Zhang Hao rented a small hotel room with other extras. This wasn't like standard hotel rooms elsewhere. It was a room with 3 or 4 bunk beds accommodating 6 to 8 people, similar to a dormitory. The place was incredibly cheap, costing only 20 yuan a day and 600 yuan a month with electricity and hot water included. It wasn't the cheapest, but it allowed weekly or even daily payments, making it ideal for those without money trying to make their way. When Zhang Hao left, he returned the room, since even if he didn't stay, he would still have to pay, which was a considerable expense. However, he left his luggage with the owner to pick up when he returned. Bai Ye followed Zhang Hao to see his place, but immediately pulled his brother out. The room was dirty and messy, and Bai Ye, who liked cleanliness, couldn't stand living with so many untidy people. Later, they found a small room nearby, a small flat in a larger courtyard which was suitable for 2 people. The location was a bit remote, but the price was low and there was space to park his van for free. This will do, Bai Ye decisively decided. Zhang Hao had no objections, noted the address, and promptly contacted his group leader to rush off to work. Bai Ye began to unload the items from the car and arrange their beds. This was also one of the reasons Bai Ye liked this place. Although it was a single room, it was quite spacious and had 2 beds reportedly previously occupied by 2 brothers. After setting everything up, Bai Ye brought in the gas stove. Although it was a flat, it had heating, not overly warm, but enough to keep them from feeling cold. The food his mother had brought was still in the car, and Bai Ye didn't bring it in yet. He wasn't hungry at the moment. Now that he was with Zhang Hao, he needed to plan what to do next. The main task previously indicated he should come here to start a business, but he hadn't decided what exactly to do yet. However, one thing was certain: he was a cook and could only do related work. Opening a small shop isn't that easy. The first thing needed is money. He would need to rent a suitable storefront and hire staff. He could only cook, he couldn't manage the cash register. Without hesitation, Bai Ye sat up and prepared to cook himself a pack of noodles. Just as he got up, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Main task, 11. Using your culinary skills, open a small shop. Completing the task will reward you with a massive sum of money and a chance for random rare items to drop. If the task fails, your existing funds will randomly decrease. Difficulty: open a small shop. Bai Ye widened his eyes and then sighed as he communicated with the system. This is too much of a compliment. He only had a bit over 10,000 yuan, not to mention he had just paid the rent, leaving him with a neat 10,000. Opening a small shop isn't that easy. The first thing needed is money. He would need to rent a suitable storefront and hire staff. He could only cook, he couldn't manage the cash register. So he would need to hire servers, have someone to handle the cash register, and take care of restaurant decoration and furniture. This was not a small expense. Yet the system remained silent. The system's tasks have never been optional. Fortunately, there was no time limit. Bai Ye simply decided to skip eating and hurried out to find a suitable storefront. Zhang Hao returned quite early that day, coming back around 6 o'clock. He even received a salary of 120. Bai Ye teased, "Your job isn't bad, it's all cash flow." Zhang Hao chuckled, "What do you mean cash flow? The restaurant owners are the ones with real cash flow." Upon mentioning restaurants, Bai Ye's mood instantly plummeted. What's wrong? Bai Ye couldn't bring himself to reveal his true situation. The system matter was not something everyone could accept, and besides, he was afraid of leaking information and being taken away for dissection. Bai Ye merely pushed it off, saying he hadn't found a suitable job. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment, and then pulled Bai Ye up, saying, "Come on, it's on me today." "What? He'll take you out to eat." Zhang Hao continued, "Who are you calling brother? I'm your brother. Hey, don't waste money. We agreed once I make it big, he'll take you out to eat. Have you forgotten?" Zhang Hao said, lowering his head. Bai Ye was speechless. They were about the same age, only a few months apart, and they were classmates and roommates back in high school. Not only did they want to be each other's brothers, but they even wanted to be each other's fathers. In high school, both of them were quite poor. One was from a poor family, and every week, when he returned home, he would bring back homemade egg sauce and various pickled vegetables. The other one came from a wealthy family, but he couldn't spend any of it. Just being able to afford high school was something he had to beg for. His weekly pocket money was minimal, barely enough for steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and fermented tofu. The two would often sit together sharing a plate of pickles, dividing a piece of fermented tofu, and each having a bowl of plain water. The idea of going out to eat together had only existed in their imaginations before. One would say once he had money, he would take the other on a grand feast, while the other would scoff, saying they should wait until he was rich to feast like kings. Now they still had no money, but going out for a meal was finally something they could do. All right, let's go eat. The two left their rented courtyard and strolled towards the busiest street. It was only the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, and the weather was still quite cold. The two wrapped themselves up tightly as they walked past one restaurant after another. Let's go to this one. One night after a late shoot, I passed by here with an empty stomach, and the aroma wafting out nearly made me drool. Sounds good. Bai Ye was the first to step inside. This restaurant wasn't particularly small compared to others, with 2 rooms, 3 tables inside, and 5 outside. They chose a table near the door in the inner room. This table wouldn't obstruct the serving of dishes, and it had a small window. Since it was just the 6th day, there weren't many people returning to work, mainly the extras, and there weren't many shoots during the new year. Even the stars had to go home for the holidays. Usually things wouldn't get lively until after the 15th, and most restaurants would even be closed at this time. They ordered 3 dishes: dry fried fish, spicy dried tofu, and a plate of spicy shredded meat. All were dishes that went well with rice. However, when the dishes arrived, Jiang Hao took a bite and suddenly wore an odd expression. "What's wrong?" Bai Ye asked. He was busy sterilizing his chopsticks in hot water, not just for cleanliness, but also because the bowl still had ice shards in it. He didn't know where it had been placed. "The taste isn't great." Jiang Hao's expression darkened. "I don't know if I was just starving before or what, but I feel this is nowhere near as delicious as what you make." Bai Ye had made all these dishes before. Especially the dry-fried fish, he had just made it yesterday. He had also made spicy dried tofu several times. Only the spicy shredded meat was new to him. The spicy shredded meat had both dried red peppers and green pepper slices along with stir-fried pork tenderloin, making it fragrant, spicy, and great with rice. Although Bai Ye had never made it before, he had cooked a small stir-fried meat dish last night that tasted even better. Jiang Hao took a few more bites. "I guess I was overthinking it before. I wanted to treat you to a nice meal, but it turns out." Bai Ye laughed heartily, winking at Jiang Hao. "Now you know my cooking skills are good." "It really is good. If you opened a restaurant, you'd definitely make a fortune," Jiang Hao said honestly. "I wish I could, but running a restaurant costs a lot of money. I can't afford it." Bai Ye said self-deprecatingly. "Actually, you don't necessarily have to open a restaurant." Jiang Hao thought for a moment and replied. "What? Lunch boxes? You know those lunch boxes?" Jiang Hao lowered his voice. "Actually, we ordinary extras generally don't eat at restaurants like this. This place is only for those who have a bit of fame. There are many types of extras. Some are quite successful, although they aren't famous. They can act in many plays, making tens of thousands a month isn't exaggerated. They eat in the production team when they have a role, and when they don't, they're still dining out." Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was the latter, living on a 20-a-day dormitory bed as an ordinary extra. He had to fight for roles as a corpse lying on the ground, all for 50 or 60 yuan a day in a lunchbox. After a month, saving 1,000 yuan would be considered thrifty. How could he dare to eat out? These people either eat with the production crew or instant noodles. Previously, someone sold lunchboxes, but they were truly terrible and the dishes were particularly poor. If they were good, they would have long been chosen by the production team. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Street vendors selling lunchboxes. This was something he could do. His skills were definitely up to par, and that Jinbei vehicle he currently drove was originally meant for selling lunchboxes. If he just tidied it up, he could put it to use immediately. With this thought, Bai Ye's face broke into a smile, and he gave Jiang Hao a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Brother, it's all thanks to you." This was a solution to his task dilemma. As for whether opening a mobile lunchbox stall counted as opening a small shop, that would depend on how the system judged it. Even if it wasn't considered a small shop for now, he could still gain experience and customers. If he saved enough money, he could eventually open a small store. Wouldn't that complete the task? Having resolved his concerns, Bai Ye's mood improved significantly. What ordinary taste! He thought the dishes were quite good. With a chopstick full of spicy shredded meat, he took a big mouthful of rice, and couldn't help but shout behind him, "Boss, add another sour and spicy soup." The boss readily responded. Jiang Hao stared blankly at the suddenly revitalized Bai Ye, unsure of what he had come to realize, but as long as his brother was happy, he happily continued to eat. 2 young men, 3 dishes, 1 bowl of soup plus 6 bowls of rice. They had traveled all day, and apart from that meal they had before leaving in the morning, this was their first proper meal, so naturally they ate a lot. When they left, the plates were clean. When the boss came to clear the table and saw it so tidy, he hummed a tune and even waved Jiang Hao's tab. Finally, someone appreciated his culinary skills. After returning, Bai Ye immersed himself in his thoughts, and after a while he got up to grab a piece of paper, making a list of everything needed to open a takeaway food stall. Currently, he still lacked enough pots and pans and needed to acquire more. Additionally, he required a kitchen. Although their small room could be used for cooking, making several dishes consecutively would render the space uninhabitable. He also needed to purchase some food containers, but that could wait for a couple of days. The most important thing was the ingredients. He needed to explore the area to find the freshest and cheapest ingredients, as well as rice, flour, oil, and various seasonings. Seeing Bai Ye had made a long list, Jiang Hao understood he had formulated his ideas and chose not to disturb him, turning to wash up and go to bed. Bai Ye was busy until late. The next morning, he cooked dumplings and had breakfast with Jiang Hao, who then went off to work. Bai Ye found the landlord of the courtyard and discussed the kitchen situation with him. Their landlord was an elderly couple, both appearing to be in their 50s, not yet 60. The man, surnamed Jiang, was very thin, and everyone called him Uncle Jiang. The woman looked like a middle-aged person who had gained weight, referred to as Aunt Jiang. However, they both seemed quite amicable. Upon hearing that Bai Ye wanted to rent a kitchen, Aunt Jiang smiled and assessed him, saying, "Little Bai, are you a chef?" "Yes, I used to work in a restaurant. This year I returned to do something on my own, so I came out with my brother, hoping to open a takeaway food stall." "How coincidental." "Come with me," Aunt Jiang said, leading Bai Ye through the courtyard. The courtyard was large, and it seemed it had once been a small factory. Now that the factory had ceased operations, apart from the 2-story dormitory, there was a small public bathroom where one could shower every evening for a fee. Additionally, there was a kitchen that had been the factory's canteen. The tenants living here were either extra performers or individuals from related industries mostly eating out. Even when they returned, they would merely plug in an electric pot to boil noodles or dumplings. Uncle Jiang and his wife lived on the second floor, which had a small kitchen, so the downstairs kitchen had remained vacant. Bai Ye was overjoyed. Since half of his wages had been swindled away by a small boss, he realized that his fortunes had taken a turn for the better. Everything he did seemed to go exceptionally smoothly. On the way home, he lacked money, but gained a system that allowed him to earn several thousand on his way back. After arriving home, he wanted to make some money and devised a recipe for marinated meat, earning tens of thousands in the process. In fact, when they found this place yesterday, it was also unexpected. Although it was somewhat remote, a room costing 1,000 per month was much better than the 20 per night small inn. Moreover, since he and Jiang Hao shared the cost, it was even cheaper than the small inn. It was just unfortunate that Jiang Hao had to walk 10 minutes to catch a bus every day. As for this house, it was the last available room in the large courtyard. A young man, unable to make ends meet, had vacated the room, and Uncle Jiang planned to post a rental notice after the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, just as they happened to stroll by. Now working with his brother and wanting to make takeaway food, he had a ready-made kitchen at the place he rented. Bai Ye was filled with delight, although the kitchen had not been used for a long time and looked a bit dirty. A cleaning would suffice. This kitchen isn't usually used, but it's much larger than the room you live in, plus it has heating and hot water. What do you think about 1,000 a month? Bai Ye grasped Aunt Jiang's hand, expressing his gratitude profusely. Sure, he'll rent it. 1,000 wasn't too expensive, and the kitchen had a decent area with some equipment. For instance, there was a gas stove and a workbench. There was also a small room that could serve as a storage area. The heating indeed passed through here, though it was minimal, just enough to prevent the water pipes and gas tanks from freezing, but 1,000 wasn't too much. After signing the contract with Aunt Jiang, Bai Ye began a thorough cleaning. Jiang Hao had the afternoon off, and upon returning at noon to learn that Bai Ye had rented the kitchen, joined him in tidying up. The two also visited the market, which Aunt Jiang had pointed out to them, a place locals frequented to buy vegetables, known for its cheap and fresh produce. Bai Ye drove over to take a look and found it quite good, although the prices weren't exactly cheap. Not buying any ingredients at this stage, he first purchased some buckets, cleaning agents, baking soda, and other necessary kitchen supplies. This trip cost Bai Ye over 1,000. After a whole afternoon of cleaning, the two were exhausted, but the results were significant. The originally greasy floor and walls revealed their concrete and white tile surfaces. The cooking and stove areas shone with stainless steel brightness, and even the glass was sparkling clean. Bai Ye and Jiang Hao exchanged smiles. Finally done. I'm exhausted. Can you make a few dishes to treat me tonight? No problem. Do you need my help? No, just wait at home. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao looked incredulously at the two large bowls of dumplings in front of him and turned to Bai Ye, saying, "Is this what you cooked?" Hee. Bai Ye chuckled awkwardly. "We didn't buy any ingredients today, did you forget? Fine, I'll go buy some tomorrow. No need, I'll take you in the morning and then go buy ingredients." After finishing a hearty meal and taking a shower in the bathroom, Jiang Hao fell asleep immediately, while Bai Ye found it difficult to sleep for a while. The next day, Bai Ye indeed woke up early and dragged Jiang Hao along, dropping him off at the film studio's entrance before leaving. When Jiang Hao finally came to his senses, it was already 10 minutes later. "Bai Ye," he yelled, "it's only 6 o'clock, work hasn't even started yet." Bai Ye had already rushed into the vegetable market he had found out about yesterday. A wholesale market opened in the early morning. This wholesale market opened around 6 in the morning and closed at 3 in the afternoon. The goods were cheap, though the distance was a bit far, as he had learned while shopping yesterday. The vegetables here were indeed fresh and genuinely cheaper than at the market. However, for restaurant supplies, it wasn't considered cheap. After buying the vegetables, Bai Ye went to a repair shop, removing the 2 previously added seats and checking the original temperature control system, replacing it with a new battery. This entire process also cost over 1,000, but it was essential. Once everything was set up, he could store the ingredients in insulated stainless steel containers, ensuring excellent temperature retention. On the way back to the courtyard, Bai Ye conveniently stopped to obtain a permit. He had a chef's certificate, a health certificate, and a kitchen location, successfully acquiring a business license. Once everything was settled and he returned to the courtyard, it was already nearly 11 o'clock. Bai Ye unloaded the ingredients he bought and directly began to steam and stir-fry. Despite being alone, he had a 1-button cleaning function and a 1-button chopping function, leaving only the preparation and cooking time. On the first day, it was just a trial, so he didn't need to prepare too many portions, but his attitude towards cooking was still very serious. There were a total of 8 dishes, 2 hearty meat dishes, 2 meat stir-fries, and 4 pure vegetarian dishes. One meat dish was meatballs, and the other was braised chicken pieces. Additionally, there was fish-flavored shredded pork and sliced pork with green peppers. As for the vegetarian dishes, they were even simpler: stir-fried eggplant with sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shiitake mushrooms with bok choy, and spicy dried tofu. Although they were purchased wholesale from the morning market, the prices were still higher compared to what Bai Ye had previously paid at the restaurant. Part of the reason was that it was still the New Year period and various ingredients were inherently expensive. Another reason was that he bought a small amount and did not have a fixed supplier yet. Previously, he worked in a restaurant making small stir-fries, which were priced higher. Now he was making lunchboxes, and if they were priced too high, he wouldn't be able to sell them. Bai Ye calculated for a long time and let out a sigh. He delivered all 8 dishes to the insulated food compartments, poured the rice into the thermal container, and turned on the car's insulation system. This insulation system was actually quite simple. There was hot water beneath the stainless steel food compartments. Using a battery to heat the hot water kept the dishes at a certain temperature. Bai Ye prepared the sign and drove directly to the film and television city. What frustrated him was that the film and television city started serving lunch around 11 o'clock, but it was already past 12 and most people had already eaten. Bai Ye had no choice but to turn the car around and look for other opportunities, otherwise these lunch boxes would go to waste and the leftover food would be enough for him and Jiang He to eat for several days. As he turned onto another road, Bai Ye saw a few small stalls. His eyes lit up and he immediately drove over. There weren't many stalls, but it was clear that they were cooking. As Bai Ye slowly approached, he noticed one stall selling dumplings with a pot on hand and neatly packed dumplings beside it while a customer was waiting for their order. On the other side, there was a stall selling rolled pancakes. Bai Ye had eaten them before. The pancakes were as big as 2 palms, hollow in the middle. They were cut in half and filled with various vegetables and meat, making for a delicious meal. There were a few other stalls, but none sold lunchboxes. Bai Ye felt relieved and stopped the car, then set up a large sign. This city was a bit warmer than Bai Ye's hometown. Standing outside, it was just a bit chilly, but it was bearable. Nearby should be a construction site, and those in front were the early risers. As more people came out, they headed towards other stalls without anyone noticing him, mainly because the other stalls were small and it was clear what they were selling. His vehicle was like an ordinary parked car here. No one realized it was a stall. Ding. Random task 12. Sell out all the lunchboxes. Completing the task will yield a massive monetary reward and random rare items. Failing the task will randomly decrease current funds. Difficulty. Hey, the system gave a task. Before he could finish reading, he saw potential customers walking past him, and Bai Ye quickly shouted out. To make money, Bai Ye was completely fearless. Lunchboxes. Come and get your lunchboxes. We have meat and vegetarian options you can choose according to your budget, and if you're still hungry, you can get more rice. Freshly made. This shout rekindled Bai Ye's confidence from when he previously sold braised meat. However, his sudden shout startled the people passing in front of his car. Oh my, what's happening here? A robust man shivered. Bai Ye quickly smiled and said, Big brother, are you eating? I have lunchboxes here hot and ready. If you're still hungry, you can get extra rice. Lunchboxes. The big man finally reacted to what Bai Ye had shouted earlier. How much? What dishes do you have? Bai Ye quickly opened the car door and lifted the lids of the food compartments one by one. 8 dishes, 2 hearty meat dishes, 2 meat stir-fries, and 4 vegetarian dishes. On the first day of business, the vegetarian dish is 10 yuan, 2 meats, and 2 vegetables is 12 yuan, and all meat is 15 yuan. Adding a box is 1 yuan, and rice is free to eat as much as you want. Bai Ye cheerfully introduced. He had previously calculated the costs, and this price was not cheap, but he only made a thin profit. Because the ingredients were indeed expensive right now. However, if he completed the task plus the system's subsidies, the profit would be quite good. What? 10 yuan for a vegetarian dish? The man murmured, feeling it was a bit expensive. After all, the rolled pancakes over there were only 5 yuan each, and although they were also vegetarian, buying 2 came with a free braised egg. Bai Ye didn't want to let the first customer slip away. How about this, big brother? If you want 2 meats and 2 vegetables, I'll give you 2 hearty meat options. My 2 meats consist of 1 hearty dish and 1 lighter dish. The hearty ones are purely meat dishes such as pork knuckles, meatballs, and chicken drumsticks. The lighter ones refer to meat stir-fries. Seeing that the big man seemed tempted, Bai Ye quickly added, and all my dishes use quality ingredients. The vegetables were just picked from the field this morning, and the meat is also top quality. If it's not delicious, I won't take your money. Watching Bai Ye speak while eagerly staring at him, the big man felt embarrassed to refuse. Then give me 2 meats and 2 vegetables. Alright. Bai Ye grabbed a lunchbox first, serving the big man some rice, then a spoonful of chicken pieces, followed by 4 meatballs. Big brother, which 2 vegetarian dishes would you like? Just 4 meatballs. The big man murmured. Although the meatballs are few, I guarantee they are flavorful and definitely satisfying. Give me stir-fried persimmons and 1 dried tofu. Bai Ye quickly served the dishes and handed over another box filled with rice. The big man scanned the QR code to pay and took the box, not walking far, but sitting down on a pile of bricks by the roadside to start eating. The first bite was naturally to taste the meatball. After all, Bai Ye had promised that if it wasn't delicious, he wouldn't take his money. The meatball wasn't large, or it looked like it had been fried first and then stewed. The surface was a deep brown color, quite tempting. Since it had been kept warm in the food compartment, both the dishes and rice were at a good temperature. The big man took a bite and bit off half of the meatball. As a result, with that bite, his mouth was filled with meat flavor. The meatball was tender, yet had a chewy texture, seeming to be made of meat chunks rather than minced meat, so the gaps between them were filled with juice, all tasting like meat broth. The big man truly hadn't expected this and instinctively swallowed. His eyes then showed a look of bewilderment. This flavor was indeed good. At that moment, several more people stopped in front of Bai Ye's food truck. After hearing Bai Ye shout, they asked the same question as the big man. Is it good, oi? Bai Ye was about to respond, but before he could finish, he heard someone nearby mumbling. It's delicious, really delicious. This skill is much better than my wife's. The man speaking was the first bento vendor, a burly fellow with his mouth full, devouring his meal with gusto. Hey brother Dachi, you're eating this one too? The 2 newcomers burst into laughter upon seeing him. If brother Dachi says it's delicious, then we'll have this one too. Bai Ye's smile widened. What would you 2 like to order? We offer fully vegetarian, fully meat-based, and mixed options. 2 meats, and 2 vegetables. Both chose the mixed set. The burly man beside them added warmly, "They're my brothers. Give them the same discount." Bai Ye chuckled, amiably unbothered. "Sure thing. It's our grand opening day. We'll absorb the loss." Laughing heartily, the two took their steaming rice and dishes and joined Brother Chi at his table. As soon as they began eating, nods of approval spread across the crowd. "The flavor is truly exceptional. Not bad at all. 12 yuan may seem steep, but it's worth it. Hey little brother, can we get seconds on rice?" Bai Ye nodded vigorously. "Absolutely, there's plenty left. Eat your fill." More customers trickled in steadily, drawn by the trio's lively chatter and hearty enjoyment. As the bento portions dwindled, Bai Ye's smile grew ever broader. Though the price wasn't cheap, each box delivered hot, well-balanced meals, rice and dishes alike freshly prepared and piping warm. And once tasted, the extraordinary flavor instantly dissolved any lingering grumbles. Indeed, the taste rivaled that of stir-fried dishes from fine restaurants, and even compared to those served by nearby eateries, this bento held its own with remarkable finesse. Moreover, Bai Ye generously portioned every dish, even with an extra half serving of rice. The vegetables remained abundant, prompting delighted exclamations of value well earned. The tasks had been completed effortlessly. With a cheerful farewell to the crowd, Bai Ye locked the food truck door and strolled back toward the compound, humming a light tune. Ding. Congratulations, host. The task 12 has been successfully completed. Reward 15 experience points. Reward 299 yuan. Please confirm receipt. The task posed no real challenge. It was essentially free money. Returning home, Bai Ye tallied the day's inventory. All dishes sold out, with only a modest amount of rice remaining. Each 8 yuan fully vegetarian bento, for instance, incurred a 1 yuan deficit. And the earlier orders, lavishly filled with premium meats to win over customers, had yielded no profit either. This wouldn't do, absolutely not. At this rate, he'd earn nothing at all. Lately, ingredient prices had surged, not just meat but vegetables too. Each 8 yuan fully vegetarian bento, for instance, incurred a 1 yuan deficit. And the earlier orders, lavishly filled with premium meats to win over customers, had yielded no profit either. Bai Ye sat brooding in the kitchen, searching for ways to increase revenue and cut costs. Vegetables were undeniably expensive, though potatoes remained affordable and Napa cabbage still reasonable. Eggplant, rape greens, and other off-season produce, however, carried steep price tags. Then it struck him. He'd finally grasped the core of his problem. In his former role as a restaurant's back kitchen chef, he'd simply replicated the establishment's best-selling dishes, never calculating raw costs since menu pricing already accounted for peak ingredient expenses. Such margins were unsustainable for a humble bento stall. Yet relying solely on inexpensive ingredients risked dulling his appeal. Stumped, Bai Ye opened the system interface. As the interface loaded, his gaze fixed on the top row of values, and he slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten the experience points? The system had explicitly stated they powered upgrades and module draws. Each time he completed a task, he'd fixated solely on the monetary reward, overlooking the experience points entirely. These points were far more precious than cash. While money could be earned through ordinary means, experience points were exclusive to task completion, and always scarce, often awarded in single digits. His eyes widened with sudden delight as he scanned his experience points. Totaled 235. 5 of which came from today's minor task. Before the Spring Festival, while catering a banquet for the Chen family, he possessed a mere 90 points, insufficient even for a single draw. Now, astonishingly, he had amassed so many. Without hesitation, Bai Ye selected the lottery function. At 100 points per draw, his eyes widened in breathless anticipation. A massive spinning wheel accelerated rapidly, then gradually slowed, its needle settling decisively on a crimson option above. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the synthesis module. The module is now activated. Instantly, a new interface appeared before Bai Ye. Unlike the prior ingredient processing module, this synthesis module displayed 2 empty square slots side by side. Only after rereading the instructions did Bai Ye grasp its function. The synthesis module allowed merging of ingredients of identical grade, resulting in upgraded quality. Ah, I see. Exiting the system, Bai Ye rummaged casually through the kitchen. While preparing tomato and egg stir-fry earlier, he'd noticed 2 spoiled tomatoes among his purchases. He certainly hadn't selected them himself. This was clearly the vendor's sleight of hand, slipping rotten tomatoes into his bag unnoticed during the transaction. During the one-click cleaning process, the system had automatically discarded both. Such substandard produce was outright rejected, yet now they would serve perfectly as test subjects. But how exactly did one activate synthesis? Previous functions, like one-click cleaning or slicing, had prompted clear selections, vegetable type, quantity, and so forth. This time, however, no prompt appeared. Yet as Bai Ye focused his intent, the 2 rotten tomatoes vanished from his hand and reappeared precisely aligned within the module's twin slots. So that's how it works. Far more intuitive than I imagined. He mentally confirmed the synthesis command. A flash of light shimmered, and in less than a second, the 2 mangled tomatoes disappeared from the upper slots, replaced by a single whole one in the lower frame. Huh. The 2 damaged tomatoes have merged into one flawless fruit. Bai Ye lifted the tomato from the prep counter, plump, radiant, vividly fresh. No trace remained of its former rot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully utilized the synthesis module. The ingredient identification function is now enabled. Bai Ye blinked in surprise. then noticed faint characters appearing on the tomato's surface: wholesale, substandard, fertilizer-grown tomato. The text faded within seconds, leaving no lingering distraction. Substandard. But this is just an ordinary tomato. Bai Ye frowned, incredulous. After buying produce for 2 years, could it truly be that every purchase had been subpar, and his judgment so severely flawed? He picked up 2 eggs at random. Sure enough, fleeting annotations flashed across their shells: wholesale, substandard, feed-fed eggs. He placed them side by side. Instantly, their designation shifted to standard-grade free-range eggs accompanied by revised nutritional metrics. Understanding dawned. Bai Ye quickly retrieved 2 more tomatoes and synthesized them. Their label transformed seamlessly from wholesale, substandard, fertilizer-grown tomato to standard-grade, farm-grown tomato. Fascinating. It turns out that it wasn't his poor eyesight, but rather that this type of tomato was deemed inferior by the system. However, the synthesized tomato at first glance appeared to be no different. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed quite unique. The natural ripe, red hue reminded him of the tomatoes grown in his family's yard during childhood. Without hesitation, Bai Ye washed the tomato and took a bite. Indeed. It was sweet and tangy with a rich tomato aroma, completely different from the tasteless tomatoes available in the market today. Bai Ye synthesized several eggs and tomatoes, planning to prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes using these ordinary ingredients as classified by the system. The tomatoes were diced, the eggs whisked, and soon a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was swiftly served. The eggs were soft and fragrant, and the tomatoes were sweet and tangy, merging to create a delightful flavor. Although it wasn't particularly astonishing, it must be said that it was indeed much better than the usual taste. In light of this, Bai Ye served himself a large bowl of rice, pouring the entire plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes over it, and began to eat heartily. This meal left Bai Ye feeling very content, and he lingered over the taste afterward. Starting a new module truly inspired him to come up with a great way to save costs. Since it was possible to synthesize, this presented a loophole to exploit. When he visited the wholesale market in the morning, he had taken down a few vendors' phone numbers. With that in mind, he decided to make another trip. He still needed to buy a large quantity of rice flour and oil. The prices at the previous market were not low, so he had only purchased a small amount. Bai Ye drove back to the wholesale market he had visited that morning. Although it mainly catered to the morning market, it was open all day for staples like grains and oils. While vegetables could be bought daily, grains and oils were typically purchased in bulk, often in hundreds of pounds at a time. Bai Ye inquired about the wholesale prices for grains and oils, ultimately finding the cheapest vendor, whose prices were lower than what he had previously obtained. Rice was priced at 1.3 per pound, while flour was even cheaper at 1.2. The owner, noticing Bai Ye's frown at the price, discreetly pulled him aside to recommend these options. Bai Ye immediately requested to see the goods. The owner brought out 2 bags, and Bai Ye was presented with the quality assessment results for both grains. Inferior rice: note, stale rice that won't sell. Inferior flour: note, poor quality flour. Bai Ye was not a shady dealer. Although he was buying the cheapest grains, he had a synthesis system that would ultimately turn them into quality food. The system didn't care whether the rice and flour were old, as long as they were placed in the synthesis module, they could be merged into a higher quality. Seeing Bai Ye buy 1,000 pounds of rice and 1,000 pounds of flour, without blinking, the owner smiled and even offered him a cigarette. Little brother, are you running a school cafeteria? Elementary or middle school? If you need this kind of rice and flour in the future, just tell your big brother, I have sources. Bai Ye chuckled. He didn't explain that he wasn't running a cafeteria, but he felt furious at the thought of someone buying such inferior grains for children. Others didn't have his golden finger, or wouldn't that be outright harmful? With this in mind, Bai Ye tried to keep a calm expression. I will often come to restock, brother Song. Please ensure a steady supply for me. The owner was taken aback, but then smiled even more broadly, thinking he was right. Don't worry, little Bai, I will prioritize supplying you from now on. The owner and his assistant brought the 2,000 pounds of rice and flour to Bai Ye's car. Bai Ye thought for a moment. Brother Song, do you have any other friends to recommend? Like for meat, poultry, eggs, and vegetables? I'm looking for cheap options. The owner pondered for a bit and really did recommend a few people, giving Bai Ye their phone numbers. Bai Ye expressed his gratitude, and after they left, hopped into his car to get busy. His old van would likely struggle to carry 2,000 pounds of food back, so he decided to synthesize these grains in the car right now. Each of the rice and flour bags weighed 1,000 pounds, packaged in 50-kilogram bags. Bai Ye was uncertain whether they could be synthesized as whole bags, but he decided to give it a try. Once the 2 bags of rice entered the system, Bai Ye sighed in relief, hoping they could be synthesized all at once. Doing it pound by pound would be too tedious. Bai Ye proceeded to synthesize them 2 by 2, and in an instant the 2,000 pounds of grains dwindled to 1,000 pounds, 5 bags each of rice and flour. Ding. Synthesized ordinary grade rice, note, fresh rice from this year. Ding. Synthesized ordinary grade flour, note, decent flour. Alright, ordinary grade is sufficient. 1,000 pounds of grains were still heavy. Bai Ye first delivered the grains back to the courtyard, and on his way back he happened to see his landlord, Old Man Jiang, who lent him a hand truck. You can use this, so we only need it when storing winter cabbage and potatoes. Well, ask for it when we need it. Thank you, Old Man Jiang. Bai Ye said gratefully. I'll treat you and Old Lady Jiang to dinner tonight. It's just a small matter. Old Man Jiang waved his hand. Besides, thanks, it's also to let you 2 taste my cooking. That's settled. I'm going to buy vegetables now. Hey, little Bai. Old Man Jiang watched Bai Ye drive away and shook his head. At this time, what good vegetables can you still find? This kid, like an old woman, is a bit too cautious. When Bai Ye returned to the wholesale market, he already had a target. The person recommended by the previous owner, Brother Song, must indeed be very cheap, and he believed the situation would be similar with problematic goods. Sure enough, Bai Ye walked and asked along the way, eventually heading straight for one of the vendors. This vendor, surnamed Chen, sold eggs, and restaurants like his used a considerable amount of them. Not to mention scrambled eggs with tomatoes being a very popular dish. Other dishes also often required eggs. Sometimes they were even used in batter for frying food. Thus, Bai Ye was the first to rush here. He directly stated that he was referred by Boss Song. The owner Chen looked at Bai Ye and said, "Old Song mentioned you. My prices are indeed low, but the purchase volume must be high, at least 100 pounds at a time, and at least once a week." Bai Ye nodded. "No problem. What's the price?" Chen had quite a few types of eggs available. There were regular eggs, free-range eggs, black-bone chicken eggs, and quail eggs. Although they were indeed cheaper by a few dimes per pound than elsewhere, it wasn't enough. Seeing Bai Ye's less than satisfied expression, Chen slowly spoke, "I do have cheaper options, but..." Chen led Bai Ye to a corner where a few boxes contained eggs that were somewhat cracked. Recently, the price of eggs has skyrocketed, with the ordinary price in the market reaching 7 yuan. Even the wholesale price here at Boss Chen's has exceeded 6 yuan. However, for these few boxes of cracked eggs, the price is only 3 yuan per jin. Although the final price seems the same, the quality of the combined eggs has already upgraded to that of free-range chicken eggs. At this season, even 10 yuan would be considered cheap. Boss Chen explained some of these eggs are just slightly cracked, and some have a broken yolk. At least half of them are still usable. He was worried that Bai Ye might be dissatisfied with the price. Bai Ye was more than satisfied. Regardless of whether they were cracked or had half remaining, they would all be counted as normal in the system. He was essentially exploiting the system. Bai Ye immediately took all 3 boxes. Boss Chen, being a meticulous person, even fetched an empty box from the side, peeled it, and weighed it for him. In the end, the 3 boxes weighed a total of 110 jin, costing 330 yuan. Bai Ye had come with Grandpa Jiang's little cart, so he didn't need the boss help and dragged it back himself. Not bothering to combine the eggs, yet he still needed to buy oil and vegetables. The wholesale market closes at 3 in the afternoon, and it was already nearly 2. He had to hurry. He first went to buy oil. The oil from the 3 manufacturers was cheaper than in the market, and Bai Ye had no time to haggle. Even if he wanted to combine, he would never buy any gutter oil. Those stale rice and flour were once good. Most eggs are just slightly cracked. Ordinary people can't eat them before they spoil. But for them who could use a large quantity on the same day, a crack was no big deal. He was merely buying ingredients that couldn't fetch good prices in the market and upgrading them into quality ingredients. The so-called 3 manufacturers were actually just like the oil he had eaten since childhood, made from oil extracted by the village oil mill. Without brand promotion, the price was naturally low, but the taste was excellent. However, gutter oil is essentially a crime, a heinous crime at that, and he would never touch it no matter how cheap. One must have principles. His principle was that he would not support such unethical practices if there was no trade. He still remembered when the small boss brought in a batch of oil last year and delivered it directly. Bai Ye was responsible for receiving it and felt something was off about the oil. He insisted on testing it, and as soon as it heated up, there was an unpleasant odor. At that moment, Bai Ye understood why the oil was so cheap. He firmly refused to accept it, even when the small boss called him. At that time, the old boss was sick in the hospital and had not yet passed away. Upon learning of this incident, he gave the small boss a good scolding. It was then that Bai Ye truly learned what gutter oil was. After loading 4 large barrels of oil into the cart, Bai Ye rushed into the vegetable market. The vegetables and meats in the wholesale market are mainly available in the morning, generally after 8 or 9 o'clock. There are only a few left. However, this is also when the prices are the cheapest. The freshest and best have already been bought. What's left are either wilted or damaged. Relying on the sharp tongue he cultivated over the years in the market, Bai Ye managed to buy all these vegetables at prices lower than the market rate. The vendors were actually quite happy about it. If they didn't sell the spoiled vegetables that day, they would be completely unsellable the next day. With closing time approaching, they naturally sold them at half price or even gave them away. Bai Ye exchanged contact information with some stall owners he negotiated with, smoothly expressing that he would come every day. After finishing buying various vegetables, he rushed to the last stop, the pork stall. There were about 7 or 8 stalls selling pork, but by this time the good cuts had basically sold out, leaving only the less appealing ones. Bai Ye's gaze landed on the pork at one of the stalls, which was very fatty, without a hint of lean meat. He inquired about the price, which was very cheap. In a market where meat typically costs between 15 to 18 yuan, this fatty pork, without any lean meat, was only about 5 yuan per jin. People nowadays are also health conscious. 5-layered pork is the maximum acceptable. Even if making braised pork, it should be made with a mix of fat and lean meat, so nobody buys pure fat. Thus, Bai Ye immediately bought all the fatty pork from this stall. In total, it weighed over 40 jin, costing about 200 yuan, and the owner even gave him 2 meaty bones as a bonus for buying so much. With experience, Bai Ye swept through other stalls, as well, snatching up pork belly and some irregular cuts that were left behind at extremely low prices. Fatty meat certainly has its benefits, but Bai Ye's main goal was to combine it. Once back at the cart, he combined the fatty pork. Fresh feed, pig fatty pork combine. As he split it in half, about 20 jin of fatty pork instantly merged together. Ding! Combined into mixed fatty and lean pork. Bai Ye was overjoyed and in disbelief. He initially thought only the quality of the fatty pork would rise, but unexpectedly this ordinary fatty pork transformed into 5-layered pork. Moreover, looking at the distinct 3-layered color of the pork, it was clearly top-quality 5-layered pork. What a huge profit, what a huge profit. The meat that cost 5 yuan instantly doubled in value. Even if only half remained, it would still be 10 yuan. This is a big city, not the village back home, and since he wasn't buying a whole pig, the price for individual cuts would at least start at 15 yuan. After buying the pork, there was about a quarter of an hour left. With the mindset of making the most of his trip, Bai Ye dashed into the poultry section. Just before the vendors closed for the day, he purchased 5 boxes of frozen chicken breast, which had been frozen for a bit too long. Fresh chicken breast costs 9 yuan per jin, while frozen chicken breast is 6.9. However, Bai Ye got these 6 boxes of 100 jin of hanging chicken breast for only 3 yuan per jin because the boss was offering a low price. Feeling satisfied, time to head home. Back at the courtyard, Bai Ye moved all the ingredients into the kitchen warehouse, which lacked heating. Bai Ye also saved money on buying a refrigerator directly, putting both the pork and chicken inside. Before storing the chicken, he casually combined it. Quickly, low-quality frozen chicken breast note chicken that has been frozen for too long, merged into free-range chicken breast note, very delicious chicken, but only the breast. Bai Ye chuckled softly. Looking at the time, it was already 4 o'clock. He dared not delay further and quickly began cooking. He had to prepare for the evening rush. He directly steamed rice in the second-hand rice steamer he bought and tidied up the vegetables. These vegetables were all half-priced, directly combined into higher-quality ones, and the price was even more favorable than what he bought in the morning, allowing him to make a small profit. Spicy chicken cubes, let's go. From low-quality chemical fertilizer green chili peppers to ordinary-grade farm-fresh green chili peppers, Bai Ye suddenly grew curious about what would happen if he continued combining. Casually combining 2 ordinary-grade peppers, he indeed obtained high-quality farm-fresh green chili peppers. It had already reached high quality. Could it be combined further? Green chili peppers are not expensive, and they are all bad vegetables. Just low-quality green chili peppers combined into high-quality ones already used 4 peppers. Combining again would require 8. Bai Ye gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Combined. Bai Ye took more peppers and continued to combine. This time he achieved an even higher level, delicious farm-fresh green chili peppers with a deliciousness value of 1. The deliciousness of a dish cannot be determined by mere observation, one must taste it to truly know. Moreover, Bai Ye currently lacks the funds to elevate the green peppers to gourmet ingredients, so he simply chopped them along with the other ordinary peppers. The most important thing now is to quickly combine the remaining ingredients and prepare dinner for the day. During lunchtime, while selling boxed meals, he inquired with a few older brothers about their work schedule. They finish work at noon, but in the evening they stay later around 5:30. There's still an hour and a half until then. With over 100 pounds of eggs totaling several hundred, Bai Ye couldn't synthesize them individually, so he tried to synthesize them by the box. However, the number of eggs in each box varies, and he wasn't sure if it would succeed. When selecting to synthesize, Bai Ye discovered there was a button nearby for selecting quantities. He could choose a single quantity or a one-click all option. If neither worked, he would have to select individually. Bai Ye selected the one-click all option, and in an instant the synthesis was complete. He then realized he had purchased 873 eggs. After the synthesis, the system notified him that he had obtained 436 ordinary food eggs, with 1 remaining single egg in the box. With all the ingredients ready, Bai Ye began to cook. Since he was selling boxed meals at the construction site behind the film city, he didn't plan to make overly complicated dishes. It was crucial to make simple, delicious meals that are filling. Stir-fried tomatoes and eggs is a must for boxed meals. A generous spoonful over rice is delightful. Stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers is savory, especially when made with a mix of fatty and lean pork, which brings a rich aroma that pairs well with rice. Spicy diced chicken, also great with rice. If stir-frying chicken, it should definitely use thigh meat, but smaller shops typically use chicken breast. He hoped today's ordinary chicken breast would add a touch of excellence to the dish. Additionally, there were shredded potatoes with green peppers, braised tofu, and hand-torn cabbage. Finally, 2 meat dishes, 1 braised pork and 1 lion's head meatball. As before, during lunch there were 8 dishes. Bai Ye cut half of the meat into small pieces, blanched it, caramelized it with sugar, and after boiling it over high heat, he added the chopped potatoes into the pressure cooker. Although slow cooking on low heat would be tastier, there wasn't enough time today. Meanwhile, in a large pot, oil was heated for frying the lion's heads. These lion's heads were significantly larger than the small meatballs from lunch, each about the size of a baby's fist. Half was made from pork belly, and the other half from fatty pork. Although these meatballs were slightly fatty, they were more flavorful and aromatic, each resembling a tiny baby's fist. Bai Ye calculated that by adding fatty pork the cost was reduced, allowing him to make 2 portions. Additionally, 2 pieces of meaty fan bones gifted by the butcher were simmered into a large pot of meat broth topped with grated white radish and offered as a free treat. As several dishes were cooked one after another, the aroma attracted nearby tenants finishing work. Xiaobai, what are you planning to do this yourself? It smells amazing. Xiaobai, your skills are incredible. Are you selling over at the construction site? With your talent, how much is a portion? I won't cook tomorrow, I'll just come buy from you. Braised pork was the last to be finished. After coming out of the pressure cooker, it needed to be transferred to a pot to reduce the sauce and remove the seasoning pouch, so it was only now considered fully done. The people present were stunned to see the 3-layered pork belly. This xiaobai, this meat is too good. The color is deep red with 3 layers, and the sauce is thick. Oh no, the boiled noodles I have suddenly don't seem appealing anymore. The fried pancakes I just bought aren't appetizing anymore. Me too. The crowd dared not linger any longer, they had lost their appetite for dinner. Bai Ye poured the braised pork into the food container, separately serving a portion that included all 8 dishes, handing it to Old Man Jiang. Old Man Jiang, I'm treating you to this meal. This portion is packed full with all 8 dishes. After handing the dishes to Old Man Jiang, Bai Ye hurriedly drove off. He was running out of time. Just as he arrived at the street corner, he spotted Jiang Hao returning. Bai Ye parked directly and let Jiang Hao hop in, taking him to the construction site. When they reached the construction site entrance, many workers had already come out looking for suitable dinner options. The two didn't dare be slow. They quickly parked the car, pulled out the sign written on a large cardboard, and began their calls. By the time they arrived at the construction site entrance, many workers had already come out searching for suitable meals. Not wanting to be slow, they quickly found a place to park. Jiang Hao went to open the car door, while Bai Ye pulled out the large cardboard sign and began to call out. Although he felt embarrassed, as well he was willing to do whatever it takes to make money. Besides, he knew the quality of the dishes he made, the ingredients he bought today, even the tofu was synthesized, and the taste was bound to be good. Especially that braised pork, he didn't believe no one would come. At first no one showed up, but there's no such thing as a shop that never opens. Seeing Bai Ye's enthusiastic call, someone actually came over. Upon seeing the glistening 3-layered braised pork and then looking at the other dishes, the eyes of the few workers widened. This boxed meal is 10 yuan. All dishes included. The first man to arrive said in disbelief. No, we're doing a trial run with all vegetarian meals for 10 yuan, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes for 12, with 1 large meat, and 1 small meat option, either braised pork or lion's head meatball. All meat dishes for 15 yuan. Would the older brother like a portion? I have meal boxes here, but it's an extra yuan. Bai Ye warmly invited. No, I brought my own box. The older brother shook his stainless steel lunchbox. These people had experience. Using their own boxes actually meant less food, so bringing their own was more cost-effective, plus, they saved a yuan. Alright then, older brother, would you like the 12 yuan option? Look at our meat, it's absolutely good pork with 3 layers. I'll take the 12 yuan option. The older brother gulped, surprised by his own words. When he came out, he had actually planned to eat 2 pancakes rolled with pickled vegetables and vermicelli, plus another roll with shredded potatoes. Buying 2 for 10 yuan would also come with a free marinated egg, which could fill him up. But when he stepped out, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, and without realizing it, he wandered over. Upon seeing the deep red braised pork trembling in the spoon, he immediately changed his mind and decided to have a boxed meal tonight. As Jiang Hao served the dishes, the older brother's face still showed signs of regret for spending an extra 2 yuan unnecessarily. However, once he held the meal, feeling its warm temperature and inhaling the aroma, he immediately beamed with joy. Just as the older brother left, a few more people arrived. Sure enough, those who had eaten at noon gathered around, and even those who hadn't, upon seeing the beautifully layered red braised pork, couldn't help but be captivated by the other dishes as well. This lunchbox costs 12 yuan. 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, an older brother said incredulously. Yes, we are in a trial operation offering 1 large meat dish, 1 small meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and unlimited rice. Bai Ye enthusiastically beckoned Jiang Hao to pick up the lunchbox. How many servings would you like, older brother? Just 1, I brought my own lunchbox, the older brother replied, shaking his stainless steel bowl. These individuals were experienced. If they used their own lunchboxes, the portions would indeed be smaller, so bringing their own containers was more economical. Alright, older brother, would you like a serving for 12? Just look at our meat, it's definitely high-quality pork with 3 layers of fat. Bai Ye collected the payment, while Jiang Hao served the dishes. The older brother ordered red braised pork, stir-fried, shredded meat with green peppers, and 2 vegetable dishes, braised tofu, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes are a favorite for most people, especially when having a lunchbox, as one could simply pour a spoonful of the dish over the rice, making it particularly quick to eat. After this older brother took his food, another group of acquaintances arrived, led by the first person who bought their lunchboxes at noon. Seeing Bai Ye smiling, he said, "These are my co-workers, your lunchboxes are delicious, so I brought them over. Quality is guaranteed. Rest assured, tonight we have red braised pork and lion's head meatballs." Bai Ye and Jiang Hao quickly opened the lids, revealing a succession of dishes before everyone's eyes. Red, yellow, green. Various dishes and aromas wafted out. These lion's head meatballs are larger than the meatballs at noon. 1 serving can be shared between 2. While these meatballs look quite impressive, they're way too cheap. Such large meatballs. Actually, my meatballs are a bit fatty, and since fatty meat isn't that expensive right now, they're relatively cheaper. However, it's either meatballs or braised meat. If you want both, it'll cost 15 yuan, Bai Ye preemptively warned. But everyone thought it over. 12. 15. It meant 3 yuan more, but they would get 2 meatballs. That seemed worth it. Although they were all working to earn money and were being frugal compared to a serving of vegetable stir-fried noodles or pancakes priced at 5 or 6 yuan, 15 yuan for 4 meat dishes was still quite a bargain. They could afford to indulge today. As a result, many chose 4 meat dishes. A large spoonful of red braised pork, 2 plump meatballs, and small portions of the remaining 2 meat dishes, all served over a generous helping of white rice. The rice can fill you up and you can get more. Bai Ye reminded them. Tonight there's also pork bone and radish soup. You can help yourself after the meal. And there's soup. Pork bone soup, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I bought a lot of meat and got a few pork bones, so I made this soup. Bai Ye said sincerely. The group laughed heartily at the honesty of the young boss, each finding a place to sit down and quickening their eating pace. In fact, there was no need to rush. Their eating speed was already quite brisk. They ate quickly at noon due to time constraints, but they were quick tonight simply because the food was too delicious. Watching everyone settle down to eat, Bai Ye and Jiang Hao also took a seat at the front of the cart. He had prepared a lot of food for the evening. As he had anticipated, the number of diners tonight was significantly higher than at noon. I searched all around for you at noon, but didn't see you. Did you not come out? At that moment, Jiang Hao had the opportunity to ask. I came out, but when I got to the Film City gate, I realized that everyone was already out eating around 11 o'clock. I arrived after 12 with just a few stragglers. Bai Ye laughed. I was just driving around a bit, but when I reached the back of the Film City, I discovered a construction site here. You were quite lucky. There's construction in the northern district, and I didn't expect you to end up over here, Jiang Hao chuckled. Are you hungry? Should I serve you a box to eat first? Bai Ye asked, worried that his brother might be hungry since he had just finished work. Not hungry, just my legs are a bit sore, Jiang Hao replied. Today I played a soldier living a good life. Except for resting at noon, or I stood all the time as a background character, my legs are almost stiff. Go home and soak your feet to relax. Bai Ye suggested. Enough about me, how about you today? I bought less than 300 at noon, and when I calculated it, I actually lost over 10 yuan. Jiang Hao was taken aback, then laughed until tears streamed down his face. How did you calculate the costs? It's just that I didn't calculate it clearly, Bai Ye lamented. The evening won't incur losses, right? Jiang Hao said with a mix of laughter and tears. I thought you were good at math since childhood. It shouldn't be a loss. After lunch, I went to find affordable ingredients, so this evening's batch should earn a profit, Bai Ye said confidently. I bought good ingredients, you'll have a taste soon, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Don't be fooled by how good the meat and fresh vegetables look tonight. The costs have actually been drastically reduced, with some even have compared to previous ingredients. It shouldn't be a loss. After lunch, I went to find confidently. I bought good ingredients, you'll have a taste soon, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. But tonight the vegetables are all ordinary natural ones, along with grain-fed pigs and free-range chicken. The taste is inherently different. There's no need for him to say much. Once they take a bite, they would understand everything. Jiang Hao silently nodded. He already knew this without Bai Ye telling him, as he was the one serving the dishes. The aroma, the color. If it weren't for the mask, he would have almost drooled. This feeling wasn't just Jiang Hao's. Everyone having lunchboxes tonight shared the same sentiment. Each serving of red braised pork had exactly 6 pieces, each of standard size. The lion's head meatballs were 2, each larger than a walnut, resembling a small baby's fist. Most people's first chopsticks went straight for the red braised pork. As they took that first bite, all those who tasted the red braised pork had the same thought. This red braised pork is just too delicious. Even before tasting it, just looking at the color of the meat, everyone already knew it would not be bad. Tender and fragrant, the skin was slightly sticky yet elastic, and although there was a lot of fatty meat, it was not greasy at all. With just a gentle chew, there was even a lingering oil fragrance and sweetness in their mouths. Before they could fully comprehend that flavor, they discovered the fatty meat had already melted between their lips and teeth. Yet the aroma still lingered in my mouth. The last pieces of lean meat were tender, a clear sign they had been stewed to perfection. Unknowingly, everyone staged a disappearance act for the braised pork. This braised pork is simply wonderful. It's so delicious. It reminded me of my childhood. One year during the new year, my family slaughtered a large fat pig, and that night we made braised pork that tasted just like this. Indeed, it's a delightful flavor reminiscent of the grain-fed pigs from my hometown. Yes, I find this pork particularly flavorful, unlike the kind we usually eat. Right, the pork in the market nowadays is not firm at all. It's full of fat, lacking in texture. The little boss is a good person to use such quality ingredients for us. He probably won't make much profit. Don't just eat the braised pork, try the lion's head too. Actually, we had some for lunch, but those were a bit smaller, though we had 4 of them. I also had those meatballs for lunch. The taste is different. The pork meatballs from lunch and the lion's head from dinner were indeed different. The pork meatballs at lunch were firmer, with a slight burst of juiciness when bitten into. However, the lion's head at dinner had a soft and rich texture, filling the mouth with fragrance. However, one shouldn't eat too many of these meatballs. 2 is just right, as too many could become a bit greasy since half of it is fatty meat. So delicious. I hope this little boss can come every day. Yes, 2 vegetarian rolls for 10 yuan, at most a single egg. But here for just a couple more yuan, we can enjoy meat that's this tasty. Have you tried the spicy chicken cubes? It's really good. Quite spicy and invigorating. Stir-fried tomatoes with eggs is also delicious, with a sweet and sour taste. It goes particularly well with rice. It's just too fragrant. Oh, I feel like I might run out of rice and need to ask the little boss for more. Speaking of soup, the little boss said there would be soup tonight, but he doesn't have soup bowls. We can only serve it after finishing our boxed meals. Tomorrow I'll bring my own lunchbox. It's just a matter of washing one more bowl. Saving a bit for the little boss is a good deed. There are not many conscientious people left. We must not let him incur a loss. Haha, true, I'll also bring my lunchbox tomorrow. It'll be easier to have soup that way. Everyone chatted and laughed, and many coworkers who were not very familiar gathered together to eat and converse. It was already 6 o'clock and the sky had long darkened. Fortunately, there were 2 particularly bright streetlights at the construction site entrance along with many stone blocks and bricks, making the atmosphere lively, as everyone ate and chatted. After finishing the warm meal, they enjoyed a bowl of hot soup and walked back feeling warm and full. On their way back, they didn't forget to greet Bai Ye, asking if he would come tomorrow and what dishes would be available. Bai Ye smiled and answered each inquiry, and seeing that no one was coming out anymore, he finally closed the car door and returned to the courtyard with Jiang Hao. Upon returning, they first turned off the warming equipment in the car, then took apart the food container. The remaining dishes inside would be their dinner, and the food container also needed to be cleaned and dried. There weren't many leftovers, only a few pieces of braised pork were left, and just 2 meatballs, but there was plenty of soup. However, there were still plenty of other dishes left, especially the vegetarian ones. Do we need to stir-fry a couple more dishes? Bai Ye asked. With so many dishes, why stir-fry more? These are all fresh, not leftovers. Jiang Hao replied, isn't it just that there's a bit less braised pork? Are we really worried about not having enough to eat? Alright then, you serve the rice and I'll take out the dishes, Bai Ye said. As they were serving, Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang strolled over. Little Bai, we both wanted to discuss something with you. Oh, come sit down. Do you want to eat a bit more? No, the portion you served us is enough for both of us, Grandma Jiang said with a beaming smile. So what do you want to talk to me about? Bai Ye looked at them in confusion. The meal you delivered today, my wife and I enjoyed it. The taste was truly excellent, especially better than my cooking, right? Grandma Jiang shot her husband a disapproving glance. Little Bai, here's the thing, we were thinking, could you deliver a portion of meals for us every day? Yes, 1 for lunch and 1 for dinner, and we won't charge you rent. This kitchen will be yours to use as long as you want. Grandpa Jiang added. Huh, Bai Ye didn't expect this elderly couple to come to him for this matter. However, it was not a loss at all. The cost of 1 lunchbox was only about 10 yuan, calculated at the highest cost of 4 meat dishes, allowing an average profit of 3 to 4 yuan per box. Delivering 2 portions a day would mean over 20 yuan, and the monthly cost would be around 6 or 700. Previously, Grandma Jiang had discussed a price of 1,000 yuan per month. This would save him several hundred yuan without him even realizing it. You don't need to pack our boxes, we'll leave our lunch boxes here, and you can serve the food inside, and we'll come to pick it up ourselves. You also don't need to prepare the meals for us, we can steam them ourselves. Bai Ye smiled, that's fine. My rice might be a bit harder, but you can adjust the softness according to your preference. Bai Ye knew that older individuals prefer their rice to be softer, while the big brothers at the construction site preferred their rice to be less soft. We should leave now, you two hurry up and eat, don't let it get cold. After sending the 2 off, Bai Ye sat down again. Each had a meatball. There were 3 pieces of braised pork, 2 for Jiang Hao, and Bai Ye took a small taste. The spicy chicken cubes and shredded pork with green peppers had sold out, and there were no tomatoes left. However, there was enough shredded potato and green pepper, as well as braised tofu. Additionally, there was plenty of bone and radish soup left, and both of them had a bone to gnaw on which had quite a bit of meat on it. After a hearty meal, Jiang Hao still wanted to help, but Bai Ye shooed him away. I'll clean up, you go soak your feet, and wrap that foot in a hot towel. Got it. Jiang Hao left, and Bai Ye cleaned everything, washing all the utensils, then organized the ingredients, preparing what he needed for tomorrow before returning to the room. Jiang Hao was indeed tired. He fell asleep as soon as he lay down, even before drinking the water. Bai Ye felt a bit guilty. Had he known Jiang Hao was this exhausted, he shouldn't have dragged him out. By the end of the day, he had lost a little money at noon, but made quite a profit in the evening. He sold nearly 50 boxes of lunch that night, netting almost 200 yuan after deducting various costs. This is just the beginning. He is still not very skilled in cost control, and it remains unstable. Once spring arrives and the prices of vegetables and meat drop, his income will become more stable. Early the next morning, Bai Ye did not wake up too early. Jiang Hao was not busy in the morning either. He only remembered that he had forgotten to throw out the foot-soaking water after getting up, and it must have been Bai Ye who helped him with it, making him feel a little embarrassed. Scratching his head, he went out to buy some tofu pudding and large fruit as a token of gratitude. Bai Ye scoffed, what's that? When we were in high school, we both soaked our feet in the same basin. Have you forgotten? Speaking of high school, Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. The two of them leisurely had breakfast, and Jiang Hao asked, aren't you going to buy vegetables? No need, I have already made arrangements with the vegetable stall owners. They are saving some for me. Besides, I have enough ingredients for this morning, so I don't need to buy any. Bai Ye shook his head and began to eat his third large fruit. That's fine. I'll go around 10 o'clock. Do you want me to shout out for you and advertise a bit? No need, I should sell most of these at the construction site. Bai Ye replied. Knowing that people would come out around noon from the construction site, Bai Ye started to prepare food at 10 o'clock. However, he specifically asked Jiang Hao not to eat lunch for a while, as he would bring it over when he went. Jiang Hao acknowledged and went to work. He remembered that Jiang Hao and the older workers at the construction site really enjoyed braised pork, so Bai Ye made it again today. The other main dish was stewed pork. After marinating the fatty slices of meat, they were steamed until tender with the meat juices mixing with the marinade to create a dark and thick sauce that was perfect for rice. Stir-fried shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes were essential. However, today he made sweet and sour shredded potatoes, adding dried red chilies and aged vinegar, The moment it came out of the pot, the entire house was filled with a fragrant sour aroma, making one's appetite soar. Additionally, there were black cabbage spicy dried tofu shredded meat with dried tofu and wintermelon meatballs. He prepared 8 different dishes, and the rice in the steamer was already ready. The ordinary rice was similar to the 10-kilogram small bags usually bought at home. As soon as he opened the steamer, the aroma filled the room. Bai Ye first served a box of rice and a box of vegetables for Jiang De Yi and his wife, and also set aside a portion for Jiang Hao. Jiang De Ma didn't need Bai Ye to deliver it, as she came to pick it up herself and praised Bai Ye profusely. Bai Ye hopped into the car and drove straight to the entrance of the film city. When he arrived, he called Jiang Hao and saw him as expected at the entrance. "Let's go." Bai Ye stepped on the gas and headed straight for the construction site, arriving 10 minutes early. Although he arrived early, as soon as he drove up, he noticed someone was already waiting there. Bai Ye parked the car in his designated spot, and soon people surrounded him, greeting him with enthusiasm. Bai Ye waved back with warmth. "Brothers, I'm here." Everyone cheered and clapped with their lunch boxes, even more enthusiastic than Bai Ye. Although 8 or 9 yuan for fried pancakes or fried rice rolls was cheaper, they were willing to spend a few extra yuan to eat boxed lunches, as they not only had real meat, but also generous portions, and the taste was absolutely great. Today there was also soup. Without boni in soup, Bai Ye opened a box of delicate tofu, sliced it thinly, and added some shredded wood ear mushrooms and egg flour, making a hot and sour soup. He added a lot of pepper, ensuring that after drinking it, everyone would feel warm. Bai Ye even suggested that everyone first ladle a spoonful of soup to drink before getting their rice. Everyone followed Bai Ye's advice, drinking a spoonful of hot soup, which made them feel warm all over before getting their rice and vegetables. Many people got their lunch and found places to sit. They were all very satisfied with the different dishes each day, and some even expressed what they liked to eat, wondering if Bai Ye could add them. Bai Ye took note of these suggestions and tried to accommodate as much as he could. While chatting with these older brothers, another person came out rushing to his food cart and glancing around. "I'll take a box lunch." After inquiring, Bai Ye prepared a 12 yuan meal for the person with 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The person also brought their own lunchbox, which looked quite fancy, but only had vegetables inside, while Bai Ye packed the rice separately. "This person is quite particular," Bai Ye curiously asked a nearby worker. "Is he a leader at your construction site?" Bai Ye's question was not without reason. The lunchbox held several compartments, and the meat dishes were packed separately by Bai Ye. He also requested another box solely for rice. To prevent the soup from mixing with the rice, he added an extra yuan for that. This was a person with standards. Looking at his attire, he was certainly different from the average worker. "You don't know? That's Secretary Zhang from our construction site. He often follows the boss around," one of the workers said. "So is he buying lunch for your boss? Why hasn't your construction site set up a canteen?" Bai Ye curiously asked. Of course, he was just asking if there really was a canteen. Where would they find a place to make money? Actually, we have someone cooking at our construction site. However, the meal service was contracted out to a relative. Not only is there no profit, but the food tastes bad and is inedible. We haven't paid this month and just come out to eat instead. Yes, the food has no oil at all, and the taste is terrible. We don't like eating it, and the boss surely doesn't either. I just saw Secretary Zhang buy food over there, and it seems like there were fried pancakes and fried rice. How much can this boss eat? Someone suddenly remarked. Oh, it seems so. Moreover, the boss is so thin he can't eat that much, can he? Who knows? While everyone was chatting, Bai Ye didn't take it to heart. However, less than a quarter of an hour later, Secretary Zhang surprisingly came out again. He glanced at the food stall outside with a hint of urgency on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over to Bai Ye's food cart. Bai Ye was the only vendor here, and since Secretary Zhang had just bought food from him, he was definitely not coming for anyone else. Bai Ye nervously got out from the front of the cart. He thought there might be an issue with the food. However, as he approached, he heard Secretary Zhang asking him what other food he had. Hey brother, are these dishes all made by you? Are they not to your taste? Bai Ye asked. Oh, so you made them? Secretary Zhang looked Bai Ye up and down, surprised by his youth. Hearing Bai Ye's question, he hurriedly explained the situation. Just as he was speaking, a system notification sounded. Ding. Random task, 13, cure boss, Zhou's anorexia. Completing the task will reward a massive sum of money and random rare item drops. Task failure will randomly reduce current funds. Difficulty. Bai Ye was taken aback, becoming increasingly serious as he listened to Secretary Zhang speak. It turned out that every time Secretary Zhang accompanied the boss to inspect the construction site, such a scene would unfold. This boss often visited the construction site, but he had a poor appetite, almost to the point of suffering from anorexia. Therefore, Secretary Zhang frequently bought food from various places, hoping the boss would manage to eat a few more bites. Although the meals varied greatly each time, most of it was shared with others. Today, this box of food, which included wintermelon meatball soup, was an exception where the boss had eaten a few more bites, but it was only a few. Thus, Secretary Zhang rushed over to ask Bai Ye if he could prepare some lighter dishes. Bai Ye initially wanted to refuse. Anorexia should be treated in a hospital. He was just an ordinary cook, not a doctor. Just as the words were about to leave his lips, Bai Ye suddenly stopped. He recalled that after returning yesterday and synthesizing green peppers, he had encountered the concept of deliciousness value. Perhaps the deliciousness value could stimulate the other person's appetite. Therefore, Bai Ye changed his suggestion, saying, how about noodles? Clear broth with shredded meat noodles. Oh, that works. Our boss doesn't have a good stomach, so noodles are best if they're kept light. Okay, but we need to wait a bit. That's fine, Secretary Zhang waved his hand. After all, as the big boss, he naturally had more freedom with time. At this point, most people had finished eating. Bai Ye glanced at the remaining 1 or 2 portions of food in the food compartment and resolutely closed the car door and headed home. Making noodles is quite simple. It requires mixing the dough and rolling out the noodles. However, he first needed to combine the flour to produce the deliciousness value. From ordinary level flour to premium flour, then synthesizing into delicious flour. Note deliciousness value 1. Whatever noodles are made, they will be delicious. Bai Ye felt a surge of joy. Here it comes. Just as he was about to take the delicious flour from the compartment, he accidentally pressed the synthesis button, and the flour inside unexpectedly synthesized again. Ding! Synthesized delicious flour that can treat anorexia. Huh. Bai Ye was surprised and then delighted. Didn't that secretary just say that his boss had anorexia? At this moment, Bai Ye almost wanted to kiss the system in gratitude. This was simply like someone handing him a pillow when he was sleepy. The system was truly his dear little treasure. Since he had such flour, he would use it to make noodles. He mixed the flour with an egg, found some lean meat, and took out a pickled vegetable. After preparing the broth, Bai Ye quickly made a serving of hand-pulled noodles paired with shredded pickled vegetables and meat topped with an egg and a couple of small bok choy leaves. He quickly finished packing it up and hurried back to the construction site entrance. The workers had already finished eating and left with only Secretary Zhang still waiting at the entrance. Brother Zhang, I'm back, Bai Ye said as he handed over the meal box. How much is this? This, although it looks like ordinary noodles, the ingredients are different, so it's a bit more expensive. Bai Ye chuckled awkwardly. So, Secretary Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Generally, when someone starts with such a line, the price isn't cheap, and he was already prepared to be overcharged. Bai Ye estimated the cost. This serving of noodles had been synthesized 4 times with a total of about 2 pounds of noodles. Synthesizing 4 times meant a quantity of 16 pounds, and just the cost would be nearly 20. Although only half was used, adding in various ingredients like shredded meat, eggs, and bok choy, Bai Ye raised his head and said, "You can give me 50. $50 for a serving of shredded meat noodles is definitely not cheap. But if this is a serving that even someone with anorexia can eat, then it's actually very, very inexpensive." This $50 quote relieved Secretary Zhang, but he still felt it was expensive. After scanning the payment, he left in a hurry without saying another word. Bai Ye drove back, cleaned up, and rested without further mention. On the other side, Secretary Zhang brought the serving of noodles back to the boss office. The boss had just hung up the phone and casually asked as he entered, "Where have you been?" "I just saw you ate a couple of bites of that dish, so I went out to get that cooked to make a serving of noodles." Secretary Zhang opened the food box, freshly made. "Have a couple of bites." "All right, thank you for your hard work." The boss actually had no appetite, but seeing how diligent his secretary was, he still complimented him and casually took it. However, Secretary Zhang felt a bit indignant beside him. "Boss, you don't know those small vendors outside are a bit excessive. They only earn money because of our construction workers, but they actually overcharge us. This serving of shredded meat noodles, other places only charge 10 or 8, and that kid actually asked me for much." "How much?" the boss asked with his mouth full of noodles, his words unclear. "These noodles are really delicious. I feel like I've never had such delicious noodles before." Quickly finishing his sentence, the boss continued to eat vigorously. Secretary Zhang was dumbfounded. Was this still the boss? The super picky eater, the one suspected to have anorexia? These noodles were so delicious that in just a moment he had eaten several large bites, significantly reducing the portion. The aroma was truly enticing. Under Secretary Zhang's watch, the boss finished the entire serving of noodles, leaving no soup behind. Phew. The boss let out a long sigh. These noodles are simply too delicious. I haven't had such a satisfying meal in a long time. Alright, how much did you say these noodles cost? 50. Worth it. So worth it. This is simply a lifesaver meal. You go discuss with that cook to bring me a serving of such noodles every day at noon. Got it? Secretary Zhang nodded, then asked in confusion, "Boss, are they really that good?" Delicious, extremely delicious. Although it's just a bowl of ordinary pickled vegetable shredded meat noodles, the flavor. I'm now starting to be interested in his other dishes too. That's simple. He'll definitely come again for dinner, and he'll get all his dishes again. The boss, feeling full and energetic, went out to work. Because the big boss was in an exceptionally good mood, rarely seen, with a smile, many were curious and inquired. Thus, by the afternoon, many people on the construction site learned that the boss, who had difficulty eating, had his anorexia cured after eating a boxed lunch from a vendor at the entrance. After Bai Ye returned home, he tidied up his things and prepared the dishes he would make for dinner before driving to the wholesale market. Rice, flour, and oil can be bought in bulk, but various vegetables and pork still need to be fresh. The dozens of pounds of pork he bought yesterday had almost been used up after 2 meals. Seeing Bai Ye approach, the meat stall owners all smiled and greeted him. Come, I have plenty left today." The vendors at the meat stalls breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Ye. Yesterday, Bai Ye had bought all the pork they couldn't sell, and although he claimed he would return today, they couldn't bring themselves to believe it. After all, which industry could use over 100 pounds of fatty meat in a single day? Even a cafeteria wouldn't require that much. For making lard, they could just buy pork fat directly. They all purchased whole pigs, and in the end there would always be some leftover meat that nobody wanted. The meat they couldn't eat would usually be frozen together as scraps and sold to those who kept pets. However, pets these days were quite pampered. Many people fed their dogs steak and large bones, making it impossible to sell these scraps. Bai Ye's arrival had opened a new world for them. It didn't matter what he used it for as long as it sold. Bai Ye bought another batch over 100 pounds along with some bony scraps with little meat that the vendors had given him. Now that everyone's living standards had improved, they were willing to use ribs, even for making bone soup, adding some corn and mushrooms. The fan bones didn't have much meat to begin with, making them rather useless. Everyone just accepted them out of goodwill. Bai Ye returned home loaded, having combined the vegetables and meat before leaving the wholesale market. When he arrived at the courtyard, Grandpa Jiang came to help him carry things, causing Bai Ye to secretly break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had combined everything before coming back. If Grandpa Jiang had seen the spoiled vegetables, he would surely have misunderstood him to be a heartless cook. Seeing the vegetables and meat Bai Ye had bought, Grandpa Jiang's face was all smiles. "Bai Ye, you little rascal, the vegetables you bought are really good. What a good boy." Bai Ye could only chuckle awkwardly. Dinner still consisted of 8 dishes, having adjusted some variations based on the brothers' preferences from lunchtime. Around 5 in the afternoon, Bai Ye parked his vehicle at the construction site entrance where Jiang Hao had called him to pick him up. However, upon arriving at the site, Bai Ye's expression darkened. There were many stalls at the entrance of the construction site selling fried rice, fried noodles, and pancakes, and a few new stalls selling boxed lunches had appeared over the last couple of days. Originally, everyone kept to their own space without interfering with each other, each having their fixed spots. But today, upon arrival, they found several shabbily dressed youths occupying their usual place. Looking at the other spots, they were already set up. The vendors cast glances at them, some with an air of curiosity. Bai Ye. These people didn't go anywhere else, but instead sat at their stall's location, clearly there to deliberately take up space. Let's ignore them. Bai Ye wanted to confront them, but he was there to make money, not to cause trouble. Bai Ye decided to park his vehicle a bit further away. Although it was somewhat remote, they already had a steady customer base as the workers were looking forward to their meals every day. To his surprise, just as their snack cart came to a stop, those few unruly youths stood up with sinister smiles and walked over. Selling boxed lunches. How much for one? 10 for a vegetarian, 12 for 2 meat, and 2 vegetable dishes, 15 for all meat, and rice can be refilled. Bai Ye replied calmly. Then give us brothers one of the $10 ones each, said the leading unruly youth. Bai Ye paused for a moment. They'll serve you one first. If you find it to your liking, we can discuss further, as everyone has different tastes. He signaled Jiang Hao to start serving the dishes. The surrounding vendors, having not yet served customers, focused their attention on them. "Ah, this young man is in trouble. Lu Tuzi has his eyes on him. Their business has been too good, so Lu Tuzi is targeting them for protection fees. Have you heard? Lu Tuzi is the cousin of Big Lu who sells boxed lunches over there. Previously, Big Lu had the best business here, but he hasn't opened during the new year, and unexpectedly the newcomers attracted all the customers. Big Lu seems to be planning something underhanded. Ah, it's their fault for being too showy these past few days, causing many to flock to them for meals. Thankfully, I sell side dishes, so there's no conflict with anyone. No one is to blame, just blame them for lacking ability." Nearby at another boxed lunch stall, a stout man sat with a similarly large woman organizing the dishes. Their dishes were all in pots with around 6 or 7 varieties and a large thermal pot of rice. While the woman organized the dishes, her eyes glanced over, smiling as she spoke to the stout man behind her. "Old Air is quite efficient, I told him this morning, and he brought people in the afternoon." The stout man in the back was Big Lu, who had been selling boxed lunches here for several months, and his business had always been good. When someone else's business outshined his, he would resort to underhanded tactics to drive them away. During the new year, the couple had not set up stalls, planning to wait a few more days. Unexpectedly, a new boxed lunch stall had appeared, and it was becoming more and more popular, prompting the couple to quickly gather their things to set up a stall. However, their business was far inferior to Bai Ye's, barely selling half of what he did. With half the dishes left over, they couldn't throw them away and had to reheat them to sell the next day. But leftover food was completely different from fresh, and nobody wanted to buy it. Today at noon, they had even only sold 2 portions, almost getting into a fight with someone. So Big Lu couldn't sit still. He was determined to drive the newcomers away and called his so-called cousin from the underworld to stir up trouble. The couple watched the commotion as Lu Tuzi squinted and approached Bai Ye, pretending to drop the boxed lunch he was holding. To his surprise, Bai Ye had already anticipated this. "Hey, hold on, $10. Bai Ye said firmly. "Cash or scan? What code? I need to taste it to see if it's good." Lu Tuzi picked up the boxed lunch and casually grabbed a mouthful of vegetables, chewing a few times before spitting it out. He tossed the boxed lunch to the ground, shouting, "What a piece of trash. It's really damn disgusting. Brothers, smash this cart for me." "Stop. Are you a bandit? Eating without paying, and you want to smash the cart?" Bai Ye's expression darkened as he spread his arms to block the Jinbei van. "If it's not good, he'll smash it. Hear him, the law. How, that's quite the audacity." Someone behind him sneered. "What are you? Coming here to flaunt your power at the construction site and wanting to smash someone else's car? Which bastard is going against me, eh?" Lu Tuzi frowned and cursed loudly. "In this area, I've never feared anyone." Turning around, he saw a group of workers just coming out of the construction site, each holding a lunchbox. Among them, the leader looked slender, but radiated an impressive aura, his gaze towards Lu Tuzi filled with contempt. "I wonder who dares to smash this cart today." Lu Tuzi bristled with indignation upon hearing someone dare to rebuke him, jabbing a finger toward the offender as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. But Dalao Lu, the elder Lu, sitting afar and idly watching the commotion, instantly sprang to his feet. He dashed over and seized Lu Tuzi's wrist, beads of cold sweat glistening on his brow as he bowed deeply and stammered apologetically, Mr. Zhou, my sincerest apologies. My brother has a terrible temper. He merely had a minor disagreement with this young man. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Lu Tuzi stared blankly at his cousin. Who is this old fellow? Silence. Silence. Dalao Lu hissed urgently under his breath. This is Mr. Zhou, the site owner. Lu Tuzi's face drained of color instantly, mirroring his brother's abject terror. He had heard of Mr. Zhou's name before. The massive Film City construction project was entirely under Mr. Zhou's charge, and he oversaw multiple such sites across the city. A renowned local contractor, Mr. Zhou appeared frail due to chronic anorexia, yet exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. A single indifferent glance from him sent chills cascading down the spines of both Lu brothers. After all, he commanded hundreds of burly laborers beneath him. With one word, he could reduce Lu Tuzi and his cronies to quivering wrecks, or worse. Upon realizing he had just insulted this formidable magnate, Lu Tuzi didn't merely blanch. He trembled violently from head to toe. He was nothing more than a local thug, a petty ruffian who gathered idle men to loaf about aimlessly. Confronted with genuine power, he crumbled utterly, nearly wetting himself in sheer panic. What do you do? Mr. Zhou turned coolly toward Dalao Lu. I sell boxed meals here at the gate. I earn my keep thanks to your patronage, Mr. Zhou. Dalao Lu offered a nervous, sheepish reply. Truth being his only safe option, for everyone nearby knew precisely what he did. Any lie would unravel instantly. Oh, a boxed meal vendor. Mr. Zhou's lips curved faintly, not quite a smile, not quite mockery. As a seasoned tycoon, he saw through the pretense immediately. Sell your meals properly, or be gone. Understood? Mr. Zhou's voice remained calm, yet carried the weight of irrevocable decree. Understood. Understood. We're leaving, right now. As Dalao Lu tugged Lu Tuzi away, Zhang, the secretary standing beside Mr. Zhou, called out sharply, wait. Have you settled the bill for this meal? Yes, we'll pay immediately. Dalao Lu hastily scanned the QR code and transferred the payment, then fled with his crew in utter disarray, abandoning even today's unsold meals. They knew full well no one would buy from them now. Having banished the troublemakers, Mr. Zhou turned his gaze toward Bai Ye. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, Bai Ye said quickly. This man had rescued him decisively. Those thugs had clearly targeted them, and handling them alone would have been perilous. Even if today's crisis were resolved, tomorrow's threat would linger. Mr. Zhou had eradicated that uncertainty entirely. Young man, I sampled your cooking at lunch. The shredded pork and pickled mustard greens noodles were the most fragrant I've tasted in years. Bai Ye smiled. That dish employs a special technique. Slightly pricier, yet flavorful enough, I hope. More than enough. Absolutely exquisite. Mr. Zhou nodded approvingly. Then tonight I'd like to see what else you offer. If possible, might I trouble you for another bowl of that same noodles? That won't be difficult, but right now. Bai Ye glanced helplessly at his fully loaded food cart. Are you worried no one will buy your meals today? Shall I have your friend wait here while I arrange transport for you? Mr. Zhou asked with a warm smile. Yes, absolutely. And, you'd still like the shredded pork noodles? The noodles cost over 20 yuan to prepare. At noon, uncertain of their appeal, he dared only charge 50. Now, judging by Mr. Zhou's reaction, their excellence was undeniable, and so his confidence rose accordingly. I'm not particular. I eat little these days. Years of banquets have left my stomach weak and my appetite dulled. Bai Ye understood instantly. This was physiological anorexia, and his specially synthesized flour was precisely formulated to treat it. How many servings would be needed for recovery, however, remained uncertain. Still, it posed no real difficulty. He could hold production costs at 20 yuan per serving and sell each for 50, netting 30 yuan profit. Zhang drove Bai Ye back to the compound in Mr. Zhou's personal sedan, but declined to enter. Alone, Bai Ye hurried to the kitchen, synthesized a fresh batch of noodles, and prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, then returned with Zhang bearing the steaming dish. Mr. Zhou, your meal is ready. Tomato and egg noodles today, for a change of pace. Mr. Zhou nodded indifferently, not caring which noodles they were so long as they matched yesterday's brilliance. Zhang accepted the bowl, purchased a 15 yuan boxed meal, exchanged pleasantries with Bai Ye, and departed. Zhang, how, let me take over. I'll handle this. Rest a while. No need. I'm not tired at all. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhou and his secretary returned to the office and opened the lunchbox without delay. Though merely humble tomato and egg noodles, ordinarily unremarkable to a man long jaded by extravagant seafood, the moment the lid lifted, an intoxicating aroma flooded the room. Even Zhang inhaled deeply, and Mr. Zhou's stomach growled audibly. Zhang smiled. Go ahead, sir. I'll take my lunch now. Mr. Zhou waved him off and immediately lifted his chopsticks, twirling a generous strand of noodles. At the construction site entrance, when every last portion was sold, several workers still stood empty-handed. Ah, this. Bai Ye froze stunned. He'd actually prepared more than yesterday, more than even at noon, so why had it run out? The workers chuckled wryly. Young boss, it's not that you made too little. It's that word spread fast. Your meals are delicious and fairly priced. Everyone rushed over, yet some of us arrived too late to get any. Ah, I see. Truly sorry. I'll prepare far more tomorrow. Please come again, gentlemen. I'll serve you generously. Huh. You're a shrewd businessman, young boss. See you tomorrow. Let's go, Housie. Bai Ye started the van, and he and Jiang Hao headed back to their rented apartment. Since all customers congregated at their food cart, they packed up earliest, well before 6:30. Residents of the compound, spotting their early return, assumed sales had faltered and approached hoping to buy leftover meals, cheaply sparing themselves the chore of cooking. Bai Ye sighed wryly. We've sold out completely. That's why we closed early. Even our own dinner must be freshly prepared. The neighbors shrugged, assuming simply that the portions had been modest. Back home, finding the pantry bare, the two exchanged rueful smiles. Jiang Hao, wait. I'll scoop some flour and whip up noodles. Perfect. Bai Ye, I'd love tomato-ending noodles. Done. Bai Ye quickly prepared several servings of noodles, while Jiang Hao was taking a shower. It wasn't necessary to reach the level of treating anorexia, just enhancing the deliciousness was sufficient. After combining it with the leftover noodles from Boss Zhou, she cooked 2 large bowls and topped them with the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. They ate for themselves, and Bai Ye added quite a few eggs. The eggs expanded in the hot oil, their golden surface stained with the color of tomatoes, creating an appealing red and yellow contrast, garnished with a sprinkle of tender green scallions that further whetted one's appetite. When Jiang Hao returned, the noodles were already on the table. He took a bite and exclaimed with admiration, Bai Ye, these noodles are truly delicious. Bai Ye smiled slightly. It had to be delicious. After all, these were noodles with a deliciousness boost of 1. If one was already this tasty, how good could the noodles that treat anorexia be? The next day, Bai Ye got up early to send Jiang Hao to the film studio, as he had an early filming schedule. She joked with him, Director, how you have a lot of roles lately. Jiang Hao chuckled helplessly. Everyone else won't be back until the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. I'm just following the crew around the studio. But I've made quite a bit of money. That's good. He'll call you when I arrive at the entrance around noon. Bai Ye, could you make a bit more? I have a few acquaintances here who enjoyed my boxed meal last time and said it was delicious. Sure, how many portions? Including mine, 3 portions. Bai Ye acknowledged and returned. Today the amount of dishes was substantial, with 8 dishes overflowing and 2 large buckets of rice, plus a pot of bone soup to go. Today she was making noodles for Boss Zhou again. Bai Ye could combine the noodles to a higher level, but it seemed that since the first dish that had piqued her appetite was noodles, she had a special fondness for them. So today Bai Ye prepared braised noodles with green beans ready to bring over. Secretary Zhang had been waiting at the door early. When he saw Bai Ye, he smiled and walked over. Not only did he buy the braised noodles with green beans worth 50, but he also got himself a $12 boxed meal. Yesterday our boss shared half of that boxed meal with me. It tasted so authentic. Secretary Zhang grinned. What did you prepare for our boss today? Braised noodles with green beans. Bai Ye filled a boxed meal and added, braised noodles with green beans. Secretary Zhang's eyes lit up. My mom often made this for me back home. Could you make a little more tomorrow? It doesn't need to be as secret as the boss. Oh, just the ordinary version will do. Sure, that's no problem, Bai Ye smiled. Brother Zhang looked forward to tonight's meal. Secretary Zhang left happily, even skipping a little due to his excitement. Unsurprisingly, Boss Zhou also loved the braised noodles with green beans today, and he was even moved to tears. Boss, is it really that delicious? Boss Zhou nodded while eating. It reminds me of my mom. What? Secretary Zhang looked confused. Just take a bite. Boss Zhou pushed his boxed meal forward. When Secretary Zhang reached for it, he quickly added just 1 bite. Secretary Zhang twitched his mouth in surprise, not expecting the wealthy Zijia to guard a bowl of braised noodles with green beans so fiercely. However, he really didn't dare to take more, as it felt like stealing food from a tiger's mouth. Lifting a noodle to his mouth, Secretary Zhang didn't even dare to touch the green beans or the pork belly inside. Yet just that one noodle conquered him. At that moment he wanted to exclaim, this is truly delicious. It was simply the taste of his mother's cooking. No wonder the boss mentioned it reminded him of his mom. What renowned chefs or Michelin stars? Delicious is delicious, but it's really just about the quality of the ingredients, their freshness, and a certain atmosphere to enhance it. A dish that costs thousands per bite won't elevate one's spirit. A plate at a humble restaurant costing just a few bucks might not be bad at all. If you talk about deliciousness, the best taste in most people's hearts is still the flavor of their mother's cooking. It's a feeling that one might not crave every day, but once they haven't had it for years, just thinking about it makes them itch with desire. Especially at a certain moment, a particular meal, the deep memories left behind become an irreplaceable delicacy. At this moment, whether it was Boss Zhou or Secretary Zhang, that bite of noodles seemed to touch a moment in their memories. Delicious. Really delicious. Secretary Zhang felt his eyes dampen. Boss, you enjoy it. Secretary Zhang opened the office door and took out his phone, dialing, hello mom. I miss you. What Secretary Zhang didn't know was that at this moment in the office, Boss Zhou also pulled out his phone. Mom, I'm coming home for dinner tonight. Wait for me. Bai Ye sold over 150 servings at noon, earning around 600 yuan, which also included Boss Zhou's 50 yuan for the braised noodles with green beans. It was a deal both sides found agreeable. Bai Ye earned 30 from this bowl of noodles, feeling quite pleased. Boss Zhou spent 50 to enjoy a good appetite that he couldn't buy even with 500, feeling it was worth it. However, even with 150 servings sold today, there were still some people who didn't get to eat. To cover all demands, it would probably take at least another 100 servings. But what he could do now was limited. He couldn't deliver them all at once. This situation made Bai Ye feel a bit melancholic, as it was like seeing money right in front of him, but being unable to grasp it. At noon, Bai Ye scrambled herself a plate of fried rice and took a short nap, then headed to the wholesale market around 2 o'clock for supplies. She specifically bought quite a few green beans, but didn't pick the particularly poor ones, she just bought the ordinary ones. Even ordinary noodles, regular green beans, and pork belly could create a delicious meal. After purchasing the vegetables and pork, Bai Ye returned to the courtyard to start cooking. Aside from the 8 dishes for today, Bai Ye did not make soup. The empty large bucket contained a big pot of braised noodles with green beans. At this time the green beans were not cheap, but only this ingredient was expensive. Half a pot of pork belly was stir-fried to release its fat, and the green beans were broken into small pieces and stewed in the pot, adding the braised sauce to steam through, then mixing in a large bowl of minced garlic before serving. Today Jiang Hao was working overtime and wouldn't finish until after 7, so Bai Ye came to the site alone. Seeing the quickly gathering crowd, Bai Ye called out, "Today we have braised noodles with green beans. Good noodles, good green beans, and pork belly, only 10 yuan per serving." 10 yuan per serving was about the price of a vegetarian boxed meal, which wasn't exactly cheap. However, this dish contained a good amount of pork belly, and the rich aroma could be smelled as soon as the lid of the pot was lifted. That evening, the braised noodles with green beans became a sensation. If Secretary Zhang hadn't come out quickly, Bai Ye might have almost lost his portion. Secretary Zhang expressed his gratitude repeatedly before taking his braised noodles with green beans back home. Tonight, Bai Ye prepared noodles for Boss Zhou again. However, to avoid making Boss Zhou tired of it, they had dry mixed noodles. I had asked Secretary Zhang in advance, and Boss Zhou didn't have many food restrictions. In the past, he preferred dishes that were quite salty and spicy. However, after drinking too much, it seemed as if he lost his sense of taste and appetite, and he could no longer eat. After having several meals at Bai Ye's, Boss Zhou's appetite significantly improved. Not only did he clean his own portion, but sometimes he also indulged in a bit more of the dishes. That is to say, Bai Ye's boxed meals. Secretary Zhang was very diligent. Since Bai Ye's cooking was able to entice Boss Zhou, he treated Bai Ye like a doctor, reporting every change in his boss's condition. In fact, Bai Ye didn't need to chat with Secretary Zhang to know Boss Zhou's situation. Ever since he took on this task, a progress bar appeared above his head. This progress bar remained visible because the task was ongoing, but fortunately, it could be hidden and only appeared when he wanted to check it. Based on this progress bar, Bai Ye could observe Boss Zhou's condition after he finished the specially made noodles. After all, his task was to cure Boss Zhou's anorexia. At this point, the progress bar had reached 2/3, which only took a few meals. Bai Ye believed that the flour he synthesized was effective. If it claims to cure anorexia, it surely can. However, it was not a miraculous pill that could cure him with just one bite. Therefore, such progress was the most normal. Today, Secretary Zhang chatted with him a lot, letting Bai Ye know Boss Zhou's taste, so he decided to prepare a meat sauce mixed noodle for dinner. In fact, Bai Ye was uncertain if Boss Zhou would like it, and this meat sauce noodle was something he was making for the first time. So he specifically re-synthesized the pork belly. The grain-fed pork belly, which was marbled, was transformed into well-raised grain-fed pork belly. Note deliciousness 1. This exceptional quality pork was chopped into minced meat after the skin was removed. A small amount of oil was added to slowly render the fat before seasoning, ensuring that chili and sauce were included. The meat itself was outstanding, and combined with the fragrant chili and sauce, the grease and juices from the meat became a beautiful, enticing crimson color. Finally, some minced garlic was sprinkled on top, and before serving, a handful of chopped scallions was added to enhance the flavor, followed by quickly tossing it over the cooked noodles. This mixing method gave it a somewhat Italian pasta feel. Actually, it would be better for the diners to mix the sauce themselves after pouring it over the noodles. But Bai Ye feared the noodles would clump together during transport, so he mixed it thoroughly. Fortunately, because of the grease and broth from the meat sauce, the noodles not only did not clump together, but also absorbed more flavor. On top of the noodles, a runny soft-boiled egg and a few tender green bok choy were added, presenting an impeccable combination of color, aroma, and flavor. Bai Ye even left a small gap when closing the box, knowing that the temperature wouldn't drop quickly while it was placed in the food compartment. Thus, when this bowl of noodles was presented to Boss Zhou, it was not only steaming hot, but the soft-boiled egg retained the state of just being cooked. Boss Zhou could hardly wait. Heaven knows he used to come to the construction site only occasionally, primarily because he valued this film city project and had friends waiting to use it. By keeping an eye on it here, he could ensure it was completed sooner. However, since discovering Bai Ye this human treasure, Boss Zhou now came to the site every day, almost as if he had taken up a position there. He arrived at 10:30 in the morning and left at 6 in the evening. Others exaggerated that Boss Zhou had amassed billions, yet he still attended to everything personally, proving he was a person of great ambition. Only Boss Zhou and those around him knew that he wasn't there for the project, he was clearly there to eat. He treated the boxed meal cart at the entrance as his own cafeteria. In fact, when Boss Zhou first tasted Bai Ye's dishes, he even considered inviting Bai Ye to his home to work as a full-time chef. But thinking about how hard it was for the workers on the construction site being able to eat something affordable and tasty, how could he take that away from them? Today was no different. As soon as he opened the lunchbox, a fragrant aroma wafted out, the spicy and savory scent invigorating Boss Zhou, who couldn't wait to take a bite. The first mouthful of noodles was truly delicious, but it was also incredibly spicy. Over the past 2 years, due to his lack of appetite, he had been eating very lightly and was hardly accustomed to such spiciness. As soon as he took a bite, the spiciness hit his throat, causing him to cough immediately, and in an instant tears began to flow. Secretary Zhang was startled and hurriedly offered water and tissues. Boss, spit it out, spit it out. Seeing the bright red noodles, Secretary Zhang understood that his boss had been choked by the spice. However, Boss Zhou, being a person of great ambition despite coughing violently, couldn't bring himself to spit it out. Secretary Zhang watched dumbfounded, thinking that his boss was quite the miser. Fortunately, the spiciness from the chili was intense, but passed quickly. Boss Zhou took the tissue to wipe his tears and smiled, shaking his head. Wow, this is really something. Seeing that his boss still wanted to continue eating, Secretary Zhang quickly intervened. Boss, this is too spicy. Why not stop eating? I can have Xiao Bai make you another portion. Oh, how can that be such a waste? Boss Zhou waved his hand. Besides, it's not that spicy. It's just that I haven't eaten spicy food in years and wasn't prepared for it. Boss Zhou took another bite, and Secretary Zhang watched closely. Indeed, this time Boss Zhou was not choked by the spice. Seeing Secretary Zhang's anxious expression, Boss Zhou laughed heartily and shared the secret to eating spicy food. If the food is too spicy, you have to eat slowly and carefully. You should not let the spiciness reach your throat. If it does, you'll end up like I just did. Boss Zhou said this while breaking the soft-boiled egg, causing the egg yolk to flow out and coat the top layer of noodles in a yellow hue. 50, Secretary Zhang said. From the very first bowl of shredded pork noodles until now, he has been selling 51 bowls these past few days. At first, I thought his price was steep, but seeing that onsen egg. In those grand restaurants, a single bowl can fetch 100 or more, and yet I could not bring myself to take a single bite. Secretary Zhang read his boss's meaning in an instant. Boss, do you mean we should raise Xiao Bai's pay a bit? Don't be blunt about it. That would do more harm than good. His skill is evident, yet he plies his trade selling boxed lunches in such a small place. There must be some particular reason. If Bai Ye were here now and heard Boss Zhou say that, he would protest loudly. There is only one reason he stalls a stand here, selling boxed meals. Poverty. I understand. Secretary Zhang nodded. Having worked with the boss for years, he understood exactly what was implied. They dropped the subject. Boss Zhou laughed and asked, what are you eating for lunch? Let me see. Since Boss Zhou began taking meals from Xiao Bai, Secretary Zhang had been doing the same. After all, Bai Ye's food was inexpensive and delicious. Secretary Zhang smiled. The same as you, braised noodles with green beans. He opened his box, and at a glance it looked no different from what the boss had at midday. Let me try a bite, Boss Zhou said. He had been savoring his noon meal and wanted to know how the portion made for him compared to the ordinary fare. Secretary Zhang pushed the lunchbox across. Boss Zhou took a chopstickful into his own container. After tasting it, he frowned slightly. It was tasty certainly, but it did not match the excellence of the boss's midday portion. The difference was pronounced. Not as good as mine at noon. Secretary Zhang laughed at once. Of course not. Mine only cost 10 kuai while yours was 50. True enough. Xiao Zhang, everyone says the canteen on the construction site is poor and refuse to eat there. What if we terminate their contract early and let Xiao Bai take over the canteen? Boss, that's a fine idea, but isn't the outsourcing handled by your friend? Friend my foot. He's merely an acquaintance of an acquaintance. I haven't settled accounts with him yet. Boss Zhou slammed his chopsticks down after finishing his meal. When they came, they promised the workers would be well fed. But look now. Most people refuse to eat there and spend their own money to eat outside. Secretary Zhang agreed. I brought them in to improve things, yet they've driven everyone to scavenge for food elsewhere. So what do you suggest? This site will run another 3 months. Ask Xiao Bai whether he would be willing to take it on. All right. And tell that couple to pack up and scram. Fast. If they, Secretary Zhang began hesitantly. If there's a problem, tell them to come straight to me. The matter was decided in a few words. Now they only needed Bai Ye's decision. Just after 6, Bai Ye had sold out. He drove around to the film city's main gate, parked, and prepared to go inside. Because it was evening, and the film city only admitted visitors to its restaurants during daytime, the guard stopped him. Bai Ye hurriedly explained that he belonged to one of the crews. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had been telling him tidbits about his daily work. Bai Ye knew Jiang Hao was an extra in a martial arts television production tonight. Once he explained, they let him pass. It was Bai Ye's first time inside. The guard, seeing his unfamiliarity, even pointed him in the right direction. Following that cue, Bai Ye found the crew without difficulty. Only their area was still lit. Jiang Hao was not working now. His scenes were finished, and he sat nearby. Bai Ye walked over and tapped Jiang Hao's shoulder. Jiang Hao thought some other extra was teasing him, but when he turned and saw Bai Ye, he cried out, "Hey Bai Ye, you came." Picking up the future superstar, Bai Ye replied with a smile. "Don't be absurd." Jiang Hao laughed. It was a teasing nickname they often traded. Unexpectedly, a scornful chuckle came from nearby. TCH, country bumpkin dreaming of stardom. So ugly yet such grand ambitions. Peasant. Bai Ye's expression hardened, and he turned. The speaker was a young man taking off his costume. His outfit resembled Jiang Hao's. Noticing Bai Ye looking over, the man gave him a sideways glance and sneered, "What are you staring at? What's it to you?" Bai Ye flared at once. He was not normally so hot-tempered, yet he had inherited some of his mother Jiang Lan's quick temper. At 21, hearing someone insult his friend, he could not remain passive. Jiang Hao quickly wrapped his arms around Bai Ye's waist to hold him back. "I'm off work, let's go. You think you can scare me?" The other man stood as well. "Bai Ye, don't fight him. I'm only an extra, though I don't take these words to heart," Jiang Hao said, tugging Bai Ye away. The capped youth snorted with disdain and sat down again. Even at a distance, Bai Ye felt a tightness in his chest. It wasn't merely the words that stung, but the contemptuous tone, as if the other man looked down from a higher perch. It recalled their high school days when, because they came from a small mountain village, the city-born classmates despised them. mocking their clothes and their daily bread with pickles. From that time the two of them had vowed to rise above their circumstances. When Jiang Hao spoke of his work, he always downplayed it, never mentioning that even among extras there were hierarchies. Bai Ye hadn't realized such distinctions existed. That man, he's not an extra, is he? After walking along while Bai Ye finally asked morosely. He is, but he once played the third male lead in a web drama and got a little famous online, Jiang Hao said wryly. So among extras he stands out. But he's still an extra like you, Bai Ye said. Never mind, I'm used to it. We rely on our acting, not on fighting prowess. Jiang Hao pulled Bai Ye back toward the courtyard. I'm not mad. Trash like him doesn't only pick on me. I'm starving, let's go home. What are we having for dinner tonight? Jiang Hao thought there would be leftover food in the car, but when he got home, he found all the food compartments empty. Oh, what do you want to eat? Bai Ye also just realized this issue. Don't be fooled by the fact that today there was an extra pot of stir-fried noodles with green beans that was sold out completely because a few big brothers enjoyed it too much and quickly finished it, coming back for a refill. Of course, during the refill it was quite embarrassing. After all, 10 yuan for such a big box of noodles, and they still hadn't eaten enough. Feeling sorry for the little boss losing money and embarrassed at how much they could eat, Bai Ye noticed their awkwardness and proactively eased the situation, saying this is what we call a hungry person with a hungry soul. Eating is an art. This made the people around them burst into laughter. At this moment there was still a lingering aroma in the kitchen. Jiang Hao took a deep sniff and asked Bai Ye, what are you making tonight? Rice, stir-fried dishes, and stir-fried green beans with noodles. I also want to eat the stir-fried green beans with noodles. Is that a hassle? They're all about the same. Bai Ye replied and started to get busy. To speed things up, Bai Ye decided to make steamed noodles instead. Steamed noodles are slightly different from stir-fried noodles. The noodles are not steamed with the vegetables, but are placed with some oil directly into the steamer, and when the vegetables are almost finished, the nearly cooked noodles are poured into the pot to continue steaming. This can save some time. While the noodles were steaming, Bai Ye also prepared a few onsen eggs, mainly because there were a lot of eggs at home. He promised to buy eggs once a week, but in summer he had to go more frequently because rotten eggs wouldn't last in the heat. However, Bai Ye had not used many eggs recently, so today he synthesized a few times and obtained sterile eggs. He just tried making onsen eggs, and after making a few he got the hang of it. When the noodles were ready, Jiang Hao reminded Bai Ye, put more garlic and vinegar. Don't worry. Bai Ye added plenty of ingredients. Both he and Jiang Hao liked to eat it that way. Each of them had a large bowl of noodles topped with an onsen egg. Looking at the soft, wobbly egg, Jiang Hao was a bit dumbfounded. What is this? Onsen egg? You'll poke it open later to eat. The two took a few bites of the noodles first, then poked open the onsen egg, letting the egg yolk envelop the noodles. Bai Ye took a bite and instantly wore a look of ecstasy. The half-cooked egg yolk wrapped around the noodles was simply delicious. Jiang Hao still hesitated, wondering if this could really taste good. It looked just like boiled water, and his favorite was fried eggs cooked on both sides, golden and oily now, that was fragrant. However, Bai Ye wouldn't deceive him, so Jiang Hao quickly poked it open. To be honest, watching the egg yolk slowly flow down, Jiang Hao rubbed his eyes, unsure if it was because the fluorescent bulb was dim or if he was seeing things, but the egg yolk seemed to flow down like gold. However, it was really delicious. The two of them quickly finished half a bowl, feeling satisfied in their stomachs, and were finally in the mood to chat a bit. What made you think of making this? Mainly because there were too many eggs. I bought them, but haven't eaten much lately. What else can you do with eggs? Fried eggs, steamed eggs, scrambled eggs with soy sauce, and egg fried rice. Jiang Hao listed quite a few in one breath. Besides, it's cold now, we can take our time eating the eggs. No way I have to go buy eggs again tomorrow. These must be eaten quickly, or there will be even more. Why are you buying so many again? Because the boss gives me a cheap price, and this price means I can only buy once a week. Bai Ye explained. Then can you make an egg dish tomorrow? By the way, make some egg fried rice. Hey, that makes sense. Bai Ye paused for a moment, and then immediately got up to wash the rice. What are you doing? Making egg fried rice. He'll steam some tonight, and tomorrow at lunch and dinner he'll make a pot each. Bai Ye said with a smile as he turned around. What dish is good to make with eggs? Last time you made that vinegar stir-fried with ear mushrooms, it was good. If only I could make a fried egg dish. I love that. Bai Ye stood up straight. Fried eggs can be used in dishes. Braised fried eggs, chopped chili fried eggs, sweet and sour fried eggs. Bai Ye mentioned a few, and Jiang Hao immediately requested that he make all of them. Alright, I'll make one each day, and see which one is the most popular. After finishing their meal, they cleaned up the kitchen together, and the rice in the steamer was almost done. After taking a bath, soaking their feet, and going to bed, they slept through the night. The next day, Bai Ye indeed included eggs in the menu for the day. From vinegar stir-fried with ear mushrooms to braised fried eggs to egg fried rice, today's menu was rich in egg content. White rice and egg fried rice. For the first time, Bai Ye's family staple had two options. Yesterday didn't count. Yesterday's stir-fried green beans with noodles was separate, but today's egg fried rice and white rice were on the same ticket and didn't require separate charges. Everyone who came to eat was shocked to hear this. Looking at the egg fried rice with plenty of eggs, could it really be eaten like plain rice? That day, many people chose egg fried rice. As everyone looked at the vinegar stir-fried with ear mushrooms and braised fried eggs, they had another thought. What's up? Did the market have a promotion on eggs? Bai Ye gave a dry laugh. Everyone wasn't angry. Instead, they were quite happy. Little boss, this is the right way to do it. That's how it should be. I'll buy whatever is cheap. Don't think too much. Exactly, we are all rough men. Whatever you make we will eat. You don't have to buy too good of meat. I see you're using pork belly. How much would that cost? Right, you're not making money. Oh, I feel sorry for you already. Don't worry about us. Oh, just go to the market and buy whatever is cheap. We're fine with anything. Everyone, I actually. Hey, don't explain. Oh, we all understand. It's just that we've bought vegetables before. Right now, vegetables and meat are at their most expensive. A couple of days ago when I was on the phone with my wife, I casually asked about prices, and my wife said she couldn't even make such cheap and delicious meals for me. Bai Ye was initially a bit stunned, but when he saw those sincere eyes, he was deeply moved. Fortunately, everyone didn't know that I bought the cheapest leftovers. Otherwise I would have been beaten, Bai Ye thought with a wry smile. However, these big brothers were truly kind. Thankfully, he had a system that allowed him to provide everyone with genuinely good ingredients through synthesis. Otherwise, if he had used subpar ingredients due to budget constraints, he would have felt really guilty. The last compartment contained braised beef. The beef was tender and perfectly cooked. It had been stewed by Bai Ye early that morning with the meat purchased the previous day from the wholesale market. The boss who sold him the chicken breast had a way to obtain a batch of unsold beef, which was said to be part of the local food reserve that needed to be replaced periodically. This batch of meat was rumored to have been frozen for over half a year, and its selling price was only half, or even a third of that of normal meat. Their local beef was already priced at 41 yuan per catty, but the price the boss offered Bai Ye was only 18. It was indeed a genuine bargain. However, this bargain was only cheaper compared to the market price. In a lunchbox, it would not be considered cheap. Bai Ye hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to purchase it. Firstly, such a good opportunity might not come again, and if he didn't seize it, the boss might hesitate to stock up in the future. Secondly, although he had only been running the lunchbox stall for a short time, he had made quite a bit of money. Currently, there were 2 meals available: lunch and dinner. Each meal could sell 200 portions with an average profit of 3 to 4 yuan per portion. So he could net around 6 to 700 yuan in a day. Despite being just a small lunchbox stall, it surprisingly made a decent profit. Of course, this was also due to Bai Ye's skillful use of the system, actively taking advantage of its benefits. Therefore, Bai Ye felt that occasionally making less profit was not a big deal. After buying the frozen beef, he immediately combined it in the car, elevating the beef from a canning grade to a commercial grade. It was at this moment that Bai Ye realized the system categorized beef by this level. He also learned that the commercial grade was not even the lowest. No wonder the old boss used to criticize certain meats in the market with a tone of disdain, saying they were only fit for canning. Of course, this depended on the times. Nowadays, many canned foods are marketed as high-end, and even some military rations use very good ingredients. What Bai Ye did not know was that the system's standards for evaluation were higher than those of the world he lived in. In the system's view, merely commercial-grade meat was already quite good. With so much good beef, it couldn't be wasted, so Bai Ye chose to cook it slowly over low heat. By the time he set out at noon, the beef was just right. Since there was a lot of meat, and Bai Ye had intentionally added plenty of water, the soup was also abundant. The beef simmered this way was flavorful, and the broth was rich. Today, Bai Ye prepared beef noodles for Boss Zhou. The portion for Boss Zhou was generous, with the bowl filled with pieces of beef alongside the noodles. Beef isn't just delicious when it's lean, unless it's cold-sliced beef shank. To enjoy it braised, some fat is essential for flavor. However, there was still a substantial amount of beef in the lunchbox, with 6 generous pieces and a large spoonful of rich, flavorful beef broth. Just the soup-soaked rice was a delight. Today's offerings were few beef as the main dish, with eggs and vegetables as sides, plus some pickled vegetables to enjoy. Due to the limited variety of dishes, today's lunchbox was a uniform price of 12 yuan. But no one was dissatisfied, nor were there picky eaters avoiding beef or lamb. Those who came out to work had no qualms about what they would or wouldn't eat, especially since there were many ethnic minorities in the area like the Mongols and Manchus who loved beef. When they saw the beef, everyone was truly stunned. If earlier seeing a lot of eggs could evoke a joke about an egg sale, this was different. But beef. No matter how much it was on sale, it would never be too cheap. Indeed, some snack stalls also had beef, but those were generally stir-fried beef strips or slices, seasoned heavily, either spicy or salty, to mask the mediocre flavor of the meat. However, clear broth was a different matter. This method truly tested the quality of the meat itself. One bite was enough to determine its quality. Beef, it's actually beef. I've never seen beef in the cafeteria, let alone in a lunchbox stall. Exactly. Beef is so expensive, we only see it on the dining table during New Year's. It's rarely bought otherwise. Don't even mention the cafeteria. Oh, ours is worse off. If only Brother Bai could manage our cafeteria. It's tough. I heard that cafeteria services were outsourced, and even if we wanted to terminate the contract, it would be troublesome. The boss is a nice person and never delays our wages. Hey, let's not make things hard for him. Yeah, we just come out to eat every day, and it's not a hassle. Stop talking, stop talking. I'm about to drool. While they were still chatting, someone had already taken their lunchbox aside to start devouring it. This bite of soup-soaked rice was indeed full of beef flavor, and a piece of beef with both fat and lean meat was incredibly satisfying. Hey, don't just bury your heads in eating. How does it taste? Those waiting in line shouted loudly, teasing those who were engrossed in their meals. The diners looked up embarrassed, but smiling, and replied, delicious. Saying this, they lowered their heads again to eat too, engrossed to spare time for others. The beef was indeed tasty, but the other dishes were also good. At first, some worried that the young boss' fried rice skills might not be great, resulting in a failed dish. But after tasting it, they found the rice to be fluffy and the eggs soft with fragrant scallions sprinkled throughout. Bai Ye was quick and nimble, and since there were only a few dishes today, the line was gradually shortening. Just then a sturdy woman strode out with a ladle in hand. "Hey, you kid setting up stall at the door and stealing my business." When this woman appeared, the workers who hadn't yet received their meals frowned. "Sister Hong, what you said is unreasonable. Exactly, if you say others are stealing your business, why don't you mention that what you're serving is real food for people? Your place has just 4 dishes and 1 soup. A pot of pork and vermicelli. What kind of meat is that? It's all scrap, so once I found a piece of meat that looked decent, but when I flipped it over, wow, what an old sow. By the looks of it, it must have given birth to 10 litters." The man who said this wore a yellow hard hat at a crooked angle, unceremoniously confronting Sister Hong. After he finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. They were all rough men in their 30s and 40s who often spoke crudely, and at that moment they all reacted. Bai Ye initially didn't get it, but later someone nearby explained it to him, causing his face to turn beet red. Goodness, is this how the world of married men operates, so carefree? Suddenly Bai Ye felt that although he wasn't a college student compared to these people, his gaze was absolutely clear and naive. The burly Sister Hong sneered, "Look at your pitiful state, and what do you want to eat? With all of you here, you don't want to eat the meat of an old, so do you? You want the meat from that little pig, right? You think you're so beautiful. Let me tell you, there are only 4 dishes. If you complain now, tomorrow I won't let you have even this. Pa, do whatever you want, we want go to eat." "Exactly, aren't those just a few dishes? Save them for yourself." "Humph." Sister Hong was not in a hurry, throwing them a mocking smile before turning to leave. As she turned, she shot a glare at Bai Ye. Bai Ye was watching this scene, stunned by her mocking and malicious smile. After Sister Hong left, the people around began to complain to Bai Ye. "Little Bai, you have to come every day, I'll otherwise well be in trouble. That person just now is the manager of the outsourced cafeteria at the construction site. It's a couple. The man is called Lao Hong, and the woman is Sister Hong. Let me tell you, the food we give our pigs is more fragrant than what they serve." Right, little Bai, what they said is true. 4 dishes a day, and except for the pork stew with vermicelli, there's only 1 small meat dish, and 2 vegetables plus a soup. You know about the pork stew with vermicelli, but the meat. And there's a dish of squash, either stir-fried or stewed, or... Anyway, there's something every day, or if you didn't know better, you'd think we were a cafeteria for squash. And there's a stir-fried dish of meat slices with potato slices. The potato slices are somewhat normal, but the meat slices. How you can still find 1 slice of meat among 3 people. And that soup is definitely just pot washing water. Whatever dishes we had that day, we could taste them in the soup. This group of people reluctant to sit down and eat, surrounded Bai Ye holding their lunch boxes, eating while complaining. Bai Ye was dumbfounded, realizing that the cafeteria was this terrible. Well, if they weren't so pitiful, how could he come here to make money? At that moment, Bai Ye patted his chest and assured everyone, "Don't worry, brothers, I guarantee he'll come every day to buy lunch boxes. I won't let you go hungry." Just when everyone was chatting and laughing, a car suddenly appeared in the distance. Upon seeing this car, everyone was stunned. Especially the nearby vendors pushing their carts, they almost scattered in a panic. They weren't just selling lunch. There were also other small vendors selling daily necessities, making it convenient for the construction workers who didn't have time to go to the market. After the car stopped, as the door opened, a few people jumped out. However, these newcomers ignored the flustered vendors nearby and headed straight for Bai Ye's Golden Cup car. Everyone recognized it. This was the city management's vehicle. However, there usually weren't any city management officials here, mainly because this was a construction site with various materials piled at the entrance. Boss Joe had already given the word, no one came to cause trouble. But today, not only did the city management come, they were specifically heading towards Bai Ye's direction. Everyone wasn't foolish. They instantly understood what Sister Hong's words meant. That woman is too malicious. They must have reported him. If Bai Ye gets fined, he'll go smash the cafeteria. Me too. So will I. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. A few city management officials had already arrived at Bai Ye's vehicle. These workers couldn't even focus on their meals and directly gathered to block the city management officials. "What are you doing? Everyone disperse. Are you obstructing law enforcement?" "Enforcing what law? What do you want?" One of the city management officials pointed to the law enforcement camera on his body, saying, "Everyone, we are conducting normal law enforcement. Don't cause trouble or you'll be held responsible." "TCH, who are you trying to scare? There are so many of us. If you have the ability, arrest us all." "To my knowledge, city management doesn't have the authority to arrest people. That's a police power." "What law are you enforcing?" "Someone reported illegal street occupation here," the leading city management official said with righteous indignation. "What? Then why did you come straight here?" A big brother pointed behind them. "Aren't those people engaging in street occupation? They're closer to your vehicle. You should have seen them as soon as you got out of the car." Indeed, there were several vendors in the direction he pointed. Originally, everyone was in a panic and wanted to flee, but they discovered that the city management didn't seem to be coming for them. Instantly, they relaxed, not only staying, but also gathering to watch the excitement. Since Bai Ye arrived here, the vendors selling small goods were fine, but the others selling various food items had terrible business. Unless someone occasionally wanted a change of taste or tried to save money by buying from them, they were usually ignored. This made them seethe with anger. But with the recent incident involving old Lou, they didn't dare to act recklessly. However, today was a good opportunity. They realized it was the cafeteria people who reported them. They had thought that kid was taking business every day. The cafeteria people wouldn't notice after a day or two. They had been operating for a week and still hadn't found out. The crowd watched with glee, hoping Bai Ye would be driven away so they could continue making money at the entrance. After all, what they sold daily wasn't enough to make the cafeteria turn against them. Just as they were enjoying the show, someone pointed in their direction. They're not within the law enforcement scope. The city management turned to glance, then returned to their serious demeanor and continued speaking. The smiles of the vendors watching froze instantly, and their smiles became even more exaggerated. So you did it on purpose? What do you mean on purpose? Step aside. Someone from behind urged Bai Ye to drive away first, but Bai Ye shook his head in refusal. His lunch boxes hadn't sold out, yet not to mention that just now several big brothers were blocking in front of his vehicle, tossing their lunch boxes aside. If he left, wouldn't these people go hungry for the entire afternoon? The crowd was dispersed, and the city management approached Bai Ye's vehicle. Street occupation affecting regulations, vehicle and tools confiscated. The leading person said among themselves. I refused. If we're talking about street occupation, there are no warning signs here, and this is not a road. Indeed, this wasn't a road, or rather it was a road that hadn't been opened yet. In front was a dead end, and it wouldn't open until the construction was completed. How could this be considered street occupation? Do you have a health permit? A business license? The city management was taken aback, then spoke harshly. Bai Ye lazily glanced at them and said, I have. Everyone present was taken aback. Not only the surrounding workers, but even the 3 city management officers were stunned. What did you say? You have what? It was no wonder they were surprised. Even after working in this department for several years, very few of the street vendors selling boxed meals had any proper permits. A few people couldn't help but laugh. All right, then show us your permits. They were convinced that Bai Ye couldn't produce them. Bai Ye slowly took off the disposable gloves he was wearing and pulled out several items from the front cabin. There were not only the health permit and the business license, but also his own health certificate and chef certificate. Great, one more charge for you, suspected use of forged documents. The leader didn't even glance at them before accusing Bai Ye. Just as he was speaking confidently, someone beside him tugged at his sleeve. Brother Yang, these seem to be real. At that moment, 2 people walked out from the construction site. The woman was the robust Sister Hong from earlier, accompanied by a man who was not short, but looked bulky. This man was the so-called Old Hong. The couple came out with smiles. How come the city management is here today? You kid are just unlucky. Yeah kid, your stuff has been fined, just behave. Otherwise if you come back you might get fined again. I doubt you can afford a second Jinbei, right? However, they clearly underestimated the situation. When they reached the front they realized what had happened. Their smiles vanished, replaced by anger. How is that possible? He can't have permits. It must be fake. City management, they are making counterfeit documents. Isn't that an added offense? You all better look closely, these are real. The city management has already admitted it. One older brother couldn't take their constant chatter anymore and shouted loudly. Exactly, city management, I suggest you check whether these 2 have the necessary permits. Right, check. The leading city officer's face darkened. The people inside the construction site are none of our concern. These documents are fake. Brother Yang, shut up. If I say they're fake, then they are fake. The city officer surnamed Yang shouted angrily. Old Hong and Sister Hong instantly regained their smiles. Haha, if they say you're fake, then you are fake. Quick, tow his vehicle away. Wait. At that moment someone calmly intervened to stop the city officer's actions. Bai Ye turned to see it was Secretary Zhang. These documents are fake. Brother Yang, shut up. If I say they're fake, then they are fake. The city officer surnamed Yang shouted angrily. He didn't expect the other party to come out so soon. Who are you? Why are you obstructing our law enforcement? The city officer surnamed Yang turned around with a hostile tone. I'm not a big shot, but as an ordinary citizen, I have the right to report someone for illegal law enforcement. Secretary Zhang shook his phone, which was recording a video. I have already filed a complaint with the higher authorities, and they will be here shortly. As for whether these documents are real or fake, it won't take long to find out. The city officers suddenly panicked, especially the one surnamed Yang. Give me your phone. We can't allow random recording during our law enforcement. Several city officers tried to rush over to snatch it, but they didn't realize where they were. At Secretary Zhang's command, the workers immediately surrounded the 3 of them. What's going on? Trying to cause trouble on our construction site. You better not act so arrogantly. You little brat, I'm standing right here today. If you try to snatch the phone, it'll break your hands. With over 200 strong men, each trained on the construction site, not only were they robust, but each could take on those 3. Let alone fighting, simply being stared at by these men made the 3 of them nearly wet themselves. When the sound of a car approached from behind the city management squad's vehicle arrived, the 3 of them felt a sense of relief, almost fleeing towards that vehicle with cries, "Leaders, they are resisting law enforcement violently." Unexpectedly, the person who got out of the car was a polite, middle-aged man who didn't even glance at the 3 of them, only dropping a sentence, "Your violations will be dealt with later." Saying this, he walked directly to Secretary Zhang and politely said, "You must be Mr. Zhang, the one who reported us." "Yes, that's me. My superior is very surprised by the bad apples in the city management team. It's truly hard to imagine." Yes, I will definitely handle this matter seriously when I go back. Leaders, please don't raise your position too high and drop lightly," Secretary Zhang said with a half-smile. "Rest assured, please convey to President Zhou that we will firmly eliminate anyone who tarnishes the reputation of our city management team." This leader arrived quickly and left even faster, and in less than 10 minutes the scene was opened. How the three of them, especially the leading one, would be dealt with was no longer difficult for everyone to imagine. Leaving the city management team was a certainty. After sending those people away, Secretary Zhang did not speak to Bai Ye, but turned his gaze to Old Hong and Sister Hong. What you all said earlier is correct. When you came, it seems you didn't check whether you had health certificates or chef certificates. You wouldn't be trying to deceive President Zhou, would you? What? This? The two of them immediately panicked. They didn't have any permits at all. They were just trying to find a way to make money through connections. However, their cooking was too terrible, and they embezzled funds from the cafeteria to such an extent that no one wanted to eat. Since you can't produce them, I'll have to ask you to leave. What? You want to kick us out? Impossible. We were introduced by President Zhou's friends. If you kick us out, aren't you afraid of offending your boss? You're just a small secretary. Before they could finish their words, their phones suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Old Hong quickly answered the phone, only to be met with a barrage of angry scolding from the other end, followed by instructions to pack up and quickly return. Brother-in-law, please don't be angry. Isn't President Zhou your friend? They wouldn't dare to fire me, otherwise they would offend you. Old Hong continued loudly, while turning on the speakerphone, trying to showcase his relationship in front of Secretary Zhang and everyone. I'm not your damn brother-in-law, I'm just a mistress. Stop inflating your own ego. Today I'll let her leave with you. I'm already tired of her. Moreover, the other party angrily said, President Zhou is much more powerful than I am. I begged him to be friends. Don't mess around and offend people. Pack your things and get back here immediately. The phone was abruptly hung up. The dignity of Old Hong and his wife was stripped away and trampled into the mud. So it turns out there's a younger sister who's being a mistress. Just a mistress, so arrogant. Ew, I thought his sister must have become the legitimate wife of some big boss. Pa shameless. A filthy rag, thinking it's a tiger skin trying to fly its flag. The crowd spat and cursed. Old Hong and his wife's faces turned ugly, yet they dared not retort. Previously hearing his sister boast, they genuinely thought she had attached herself to some significant figure, but in reality, she admitted she was inferior to Boss Zhou. They were so foolish, not even worthy in Boss Zhou's eyes. The couple left. Secretary Zhang even specially called to have someone keep an eye on them. They could take their belongings, but nothing else. With the people gone, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Ye sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhang. What's there to thank? They brought this upon themselves. Secretary Zhang waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, they came here to run a cafeteria at the behest of a friend of our boss. Each month, based on how many people eat, the boss settles the bill at the end of the month. In just a few months, nearly no one was eating there. Our boss had long wanted them to scram. The surrounding people chuckled. Yesterday the boss said to let me inform them to leave. I was still pondering how to bring it up when unexpectedly they walked right into it themselves. So little by now that we have no cafeteria, our boss wants to ask if you'd like to take over. 3 meals a day. Bai Ye's mouth dropped open, somewhat taken aback. However, those around him had already reacted. Wow, what a good thing. Little Bai, hurry and agree. Agree quickly. The boss is so kind. If Little Bai is here, I would work for the boss for a lifetime. The crowd chimed in. Bai Ye also came to his senses. I can do it, but he had a kitchen at home, so setting up another at the construction site would be redundant. Little Bai, don't feel pressured. Our boss said everything will be done your way. If you agree after selling these lunchboxes, let's go inside and discuss the details. All right, then I agree. Secretary Zhang left, and Bai Ye sold the remaining food to everyone. For those who had tossed their lunchboxes aside or those that had gone cold, Bai Ye served them fresh portions or added a scoop of hot soup. Thank you, brothers. Bai Ye was grateful for these people standing up for him. If it weren't for them, that city management officer surnamed Yang would have turned black and white on him, and he would have likely suffered a loss. What's this about? You're good? Oh, we're good too. Yeah, Little Bai, if you manage our cafeteria in the future, that would be wonderful. Brothers with Little Bai running the cafeteria, I'm going to fall in love with the cafeteria. After tidying up, Bai Ye closed the car door and followed everyone back to the construction site. It was his first time entering inside. Someone took him to the boss office. Since it was a construction site, there weren't too many formalities. Secretary Zhang and the boss shared an office. At that moment, Boss Zhou had finished a large bowl of beef noodles, not just the noodles, but also leaving no soup behind. It was incredibly delicious. The noodles were slightly yellow and chewy, releasing the unique grain aroma of wheat with every bite. The beef soup was rich, also a light yellow color. One sip revealed that it only used a few simple seasonings, aiming for the original taste. Moreover, the beef was slow-cooked over low heat, achieving the perfect tenderness, not the flavor produced by a pressure cooker. Looking at the meat, both fatty and lean, it reminded Boss Zhou of his youth, when his family was poor. One year during the new year, they had stewed beef because a neighbor's ox used for plowing was too old, so they bought a piece. The beef was so tough that it needed to be stewed overnight to soften. His parents scolded about wasting firewood, but when they finally tasted the meat, all complaints vanished. Because that piece of beef was truly fragrant, just like the one he was eating now. But no matter how much he loved it, this bowl of noodles eventually came to an end. Just as Boss Zhou put down his chopsticks, Bai Ye received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, task 13 completed. Reward 150 experience points. Reward 2 fire skill mastery workshop. Reward 3 888 yuan. Please check. Bai Ye was just entering the office when he suddenly received this notification, and he paused in his footsteps. Such a big boss. Bai Ye's heart started to scream like a gopher. For a task of the same 3-star rating, he actually received 888 yuan, which might be the highest reward he's ever gotten for a 3-star task. The previous 3.5-star tasks barely offered that much money. Not to mention he even received a workshop. His culinary skills could advance. In an instant, Bai Ye's gaze toward Boss Zhou sparkled. What a big thick leg to hold on to. Seeing Bai Ye approach, Boss Zhou quickly pushed the lunchbox aside and wiped his mouth. Bai Ye, come over here. Xiao Zhang Ti. Bai Ye hastily waved his hand and said to Secretary Zhang, who had yet to finish his meal, I'm not thirsty, oh, let Brother Zhang eat quickly. Secretary Zhang soon finished his meal, cleared the lunchbox, and when he returned he not only brought 2 cups of tea, but also a contract. After graduating from high school, Bai Ye had gone out to work. He started as a laborer and later entered a restaurant to learn culinary skills from the old boss. So when it came to the contract, he truly didn't understand. He recognized the words, but he couldn't discern the details of the clauses or any hidden traps. Fortunately, Boss Zhou and Secretary Zhang knew he was young and apparently hadn't been exposed to much, so they took the time to explain it to him word by word. This contract was quite simple. It was a cooperation-based contract. Given Boss Zhou's trust in Bai Ye's character and culinary skills, he didn't adopt the same cooperation method he had with Old Hong. Previously, Old Hong would front the costs, and at the end of the month, based on the number of people who ate there, he would settle the bill with the cashier. This cooperation model was mainly because Boss Zhou and the person who arranged things with Old Hong were not particularly close. In Boss Zhou's words, they were just acquaintances with little friendship. Therefore, he didn't care whether Old Hong made money or not. If the food wasn't good and the workers didn't eat, that was his own problem. However, for Bai Ye, Boss Zhou adopted a different cooperation model. There were about 300 workers at the construction site, and Boss Zhou directly set a meal standard. Breakfast was 2 yuan, lunch and dinner were both 15 yuan, making a daily meal standard of 32 yuan. Based on the current count of 400 people, that's 9,600 a day, amounting to 288,000 a month. And Boss Zhou would directly allocate 300,000 each month, as there were some fluctuating personnel, which were directly included in the total cost. Little Bai, how do you feel about this? I refuse. Bai Ye shook his head directly. Bai Ye's rejection left both Boss Zhou and Secretary Zhang momentarily stunned. They had roughly calculated this figure, as most workers typically chose meals around 12. Thus Boss Zhou simply decided on the figure of 15 yuan. This would allow Bai Ye to enjoy a healthy profit, serving as a roundabout token of gratitude from Boss Zhou. 300,000 a month was nothing for the extravagant Boss Zhou. Compared to his current project, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the project wasn't very long from now until completion. There were at most 2 months left, which meant a total of 600,000. This was just an expense equivalent to what his wife would spend on a shopping spree abroad, especially since even a single handbag now costs several tens of thousands. However, they did not expect Bai Ye to refuse. Boss Zhou frowned, while Secretary Zhang tentatively inquired, Little Bai, do you think this amount is too little? Boss Zhou was also taken aback. That's true, although it looks like 100 more than now. The difficulty has increased significantly, and we might need to hire extra hands and other cooks. It's my oversight. I'll add another 50,000. Bai Ye shook his head hastily. No, he replied. Boss Zhou asked, puzzled. Boss Zhou, you haven't worked in the catering industry, so you might not understand. Bai Ye smiled wryly. Generally speaking, the larger the quantity prepared, the lower the cost per unit. For instance, if I cook for 10 people with the daily menu I provide, it wouldn't come down to 20, but I can manage for 200. For 300 people, the cost would be even lower, as rice, flour, and oil become cheaper when bought in larger quantities. Boss Zhou was taken aback, while Secretary Zhang also sighed in relief. So that's what you meant. I thought you didn't want to take over the cafeteria. Not at all. How could I refuse such a windfall? Bai Ye said earnestly. His words brought smiles to both Boss Zhou and Secretary Zhang. Then tell me, what do you think is a suitable amount? Let me calculate. Bai Ye casually grabbed a blank A4 sheet from the side and started writing down numbers for Boss Zhou and Secretary Zhang. Breakfast doesn't require much cost to calculate. A little squeezing and it comes together. For rice porridge, I can use the leftover rice from the night before, which won't spoil in the cold, and it easily becomes soft and glutinous. I just need to steam a little extra rice the day before. As for pickles, I can make those myself, just needing to buy some fermented tofu or similar items. Large fruits don't need to be bought from outside. I can fry them fresh, and making the dough costs hardly anything. Lunch and dinner without the current 3-tier division actually don't require too much work. 1 substantial meat dish, 2 smaller meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup each day. How does that sound? With this calculation, by purchasing ingredients in bulk, it wouldn't even cost 32 a day. 20, maybe 20 to 25 would be very good. Bai Ye finished his calculations, lifted his head to look at the 2 across from him. 6,000 a day, a total of 180,000 a month, with a maximum fluctuation of 20,000. Boss Zhou tapped his fingers on the table. So you're telling me that your quick calculation has saved me 200,000 in just a few minutes? Boss Zhou chuckled. Actually, I used to work in the catering industry. Oh, you mean I was showing off in front of an expert? Bai Ye realized. No, I finally understand why the restaurants I ran before went bankrupt. Boss Zhou pursed his lips. Secretary Zhang beside him lightly coughed and turned his head to hide a smile. All right, let's go with what you proposed. Secretary Zhang, please revise the contract. Let's calculate it at a maximum of 25. Boss Zhou cast a deep look at Bai Ye. He knew what Bai Ye said, but he just hadn't calculated it as precisely. Additionally, this money was initially intended as a gift to Bai Ye. It should be noted that when Bai Ye was preparing those bowls of noodles for him, he had already reached a dangerously thin state. Even the doctor warned him to eat properly, otherwise not only his stomach, but his very life could be at risk. In the past 2 years his wife had been in tears over his health. She personally cooked, but it didn't help, and even hired chefs, yet he still couldn't eat much. After eating Bai Ye's dishes, not only did he regain his appetite, but he could also consume food beyond what Bai Ye prepared, feeling as if he had been completely rejuvenated. In fact, just a few days ago his wife weighed him and said he had gained 3 pounds since last week, bringing her to tears of joy. Hearing about Bai Ye, his wife insisted on personally thanking him, but he feared her enthusiasm might overwhelm Bai Ye, so he managed to talk her out of it. Unexpectedly, the money intended for him had not been delivered after all. However, it was good, as he once again recognized Bai Ye's character. Just a simple change of numbers, and a reprint. Secretary Zhang quickly returned, placing the revised contract in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye said nothing, his gaze a bit dazed. He was currently examining the system. Just as Boss Zhou was speaking, the system had assigned him a task to take over the site cafeteria rated at 3.5 stars with a duration of 60 days, which was exactly 2 months. However, at the same time the system issued the task, Bai Ye had refused it. Now, upon explaining the situation to Boss Zhou, Bai Ye was astonished to discover that the system task had actually changed. Ding. Random task 14, take over site cafeteria. Task duration 60 days. Please ensure to clock in daily. A successful completion of all daily tasks will result in task completion. Has the difficulty level increased? The star rating changed from 3.5 to 4 stars. Does this mean there will be some kind of challenge? Or did my refusal trigger the task upgrade? Little Bai. Secretary Zhang patted his shoulder. Oh. Bai Ye came to his senses. That was fast. Just changing a number is all. Secretary Zhang chuckled. What were you thinking about, little Bai? Are you starving or something? Bai Ye's stomach let out a perfectly timed growl. He really hadn't eaten yet. Bai Ye quickly skimmed through the contract. It was the same as before, just with the numbers changed. According to the 25 meal standard, it was 225,000 a month. He swiftly signed his name, while Secretary Zhang brought out the official seal to stamp it. As for the money, it will be transferred within an hour. Can we start tonight? Or should it be tomorrow? We can start tonight. But about the cafeteria? You don't need to worry about that. I'll just call a few people to help tidy up the cafeteria, and when you come by this afternoon you can drive right in. Alright, they'll be there on time. Bai Ye bid farewell to Boss Zhou and Secretary Zhang, driving back home. Throughout the journey, he found himself humming a little tune unconsciously. As soon as he got home, he made himself a bowl of egg fried rice, just as his phone chimed with a notification. 225,000 has been credited to your account. Bai Ye had already handed over the money he earned in his hometown to his parents. He even gave them part of the reward the system granted, leaving himself with only 10,000 yuan. When he rented the kitchen, there was indeed a stove and various odds and ends, but many more items still needed to be acquired. Purchasing gas cylinders, a new pressure cooker, and staples like rice flour grains and cooking oil immediately halved Bai Ye's savings. Although he had earned a fair sum these past days, it had only just pushed his balance above 10,000 due to considerable daily expenses. He had not expected a sudden inflow of 2,000 yuan. Bai Ye could swear that even in his family's passbook had never seen a 6-figure balance. After finishing the egg fried rice, he began to braise beef. He had bought too much beef at once, so beef remained the evening staple. This time he changed the flavor to tomato braised beef brisket. Looking at the meat in the storeroom, Bai Ye mused that now he could afford to buy several large refrigerators. Perhaps this afternoon he would check whether the cafeteria had any spare refrigerators. This city was not as cold as his hometown. When he first arrived, the temperatures could stay below 0, and meat could be kept for a day. But in recent days temperatures had risen above 0, so buying refrigerators had become urgent, otherwise he would not be able to purchase meat in bulk. In the afternoon, Bai Ye went to the wholesale market to buy pork, eggs, and the vegetables he would need for the evening. Bai Ye insisted on buying vegetables every day to ensure freshness. This time there were only 2 large boxes of eggs under 70 jin. Consolidated they amounted to just 35 jin. That quantity of eggs was not much. Converted to pieces, it was still under 300, not enough for every worker at the worksite to receive an extra egg for breakfast. So Bai Ye bought an additional 5 ordinary boxes. Boss Chen, seeing the volume and knowing him as a regular buyer of blemished eggs, offered him a discounted price of 5 yuan. After calculating the cost, Bai Ye decided to boil a large pot of tea eggs the next day as a treat for the cafeteria's first day of service. Because the meals would serve 100 more people than usual, his purchasing volume increased significantly, and he secured even more favorable prices. The vegetable stall owners, eager to keep him as a major client, even offered concessions. If he purchased from them, the ordinary produce would be sold, and the spoiled vegetables would be given away for free. Although it appeared they were taking a loss, those spoiled vegetables were hardly sellable at any price. Bai Ye was even shrewder, buying fresh produce for 200 people. He received spoiled produce amounting to another 100 people's share for free, effectively exploiting a loophole in the system. Because Bai Ye was a large client, the vendors undercut one another, and his purchase prices became much lower than others. After doing the math, he was astonished to find his costs had dropped by another 10% compared to before. Eggs and vegetables were all obtained at lower than usual prices, and rice flour and cooking oil were no exception. Bai Ye checked the time the system provided, and guessed it indicated the completion date of the worksite. He estimated he might as well buy all the grains and oils at once. For such a volume, the various oils were offered at prices that startled him. Could it really be that cheap? In addition, Bai Ye placed an order for the grains with Boss Song. For the moment, Boss Song's shop did not have so much flour, and Bai Ye had not used much flour before, so this time the order focused mainly on rice. He ordered 10 tons of rice and 4 tons of wheat flour. Boss Song was astonished, and his voice trembled. Brother, do you really want this much? Although 14 tons sounded like a great deal, it was not unusual for a wholesale operation. Their rice and flour came in bags of 100 jin, and 20 bags already constituted a substantial consignment. His back storage alone held at least 10 tons of goods. But Bai Ye wanted the cheapest grades, and for such an order he expected the price to be reduced further. Boss Song was not afraid of a large order. His worry was that storing so much inferior grain might draw unwanted attention. He warned, young man, a smooth-tongued kid cannot be fully trusted. You must be buying for some organization. If this is discovered, you'll face legal trouble, and you'll lose a big client, won't I? I'm certain it will be fine. But Boss Song Bai Ye reminded him the price on the invoice you issue must not be written that way. Previously, Bai Ye cooked for himself and never requested invoices since no one monitored how much he spent on ingredients. That could not continue now. He worked for the worksite, collecting over 2,000 a month. Those receipts would still be handed over to them and used in the accounts. Boss Sho would not examine them, but Bai Ye wanted to be prepared. Fine, of course, that's no problem. But you won't come back asking me to exchange them, will you? Boss Song, you can mark them as special sale, no returns or exchanges. Bai Ye offered him reassurance. He would never ask for an exchange. Once they left the shop, he would refine those materials into higher-grade ingredients. Exchanging them would be a terrible loss for the seller. At the main places where Bai Ye bought supplies, vegetables were sold at comparatively low wholesale prices, the free items were not listed on receipts, and the printed prices were written casually. The eggs were handled the same way, all recorded at the wholesale price Bai Ye paid. Abnormally low prices would not appear on any receipt. With rice and flour settled, only the meat remained to arrange. Bai Ye had purchased a great deal of meat, but at the current suppliers the fatty cuts alone would not be enough. After some thought, he bought all the fatty pork as usual, then sought out the stall that sold chicken breasts, the same vendor who had sold him the reserve beef a few days earlier. Pork. Of course we have pork, the boss chuckled. You're in luck, kid. There happens to be a batch of frozen pork. Is it reserve stock? Yes, reserve stock, but it was overlooked earlier. Reserve stock is typically kept for 6 months. Those frozen beyond half a year are rotated to the market. According to the boss, one batch had been frozen past its intended time and was missed during inventory. Now they were willing to sell it off cheaply. These had originally been destined for the canning factory, but having been frozen too long, the factory refused them. The two sides were negotiating what to do. How much? Bai Ye asked. About 10 tons. That much? Bai Ye was taken aback. How much per jean would that be? The boss glanced at him and said, kid, you don't know the trade, do you? This is not priced per jean, it's priced per ton. What? Bai Ye froze. He'll be frank with you, there are deep complications here. Someone wants to clear this meat out quickly. If you want to act fast. What's the price then? 5,000 yuan per ton.